One simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's something cool. San Jose Sharks star Macklin Celebrini teamed up with Omar and Tarek Habas of Habas Law for a new series of TV commercials. 8 hours in a car with someone, and you learn a lot. Macklin was a blast. Leaned into the carpool karaoke vibe, zero ego. It's what happens when people at the top of their game come together and don't take themselves too seriously. Watch for the new Habas Law spots with Macklin Celebrini. Smart, fun, very Bay Area.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
San Francisco, clouds and some sun this morning, high of 74.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I thought you were coming with another Jonathan Kuminga highlight. No? They won again. JK got the start, looking good. Hey, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the morning roast. It's a payday Friday. Vibes are fantastic. Yeah, we got risotto in the back. We got Sam Lubman, hair looking glorious, rocking his Miami Hurricane gear. We got a lot to get into today. And you know the number. It's 888-957-9570. We would love your participation. Phone lines are open. And also, the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Same number, 888-957-9570. We have another opportunity later on in the show to qualify someone for knockout. I've been very disappointed in the roasters. We started off so hot last week. What are we? We're 1 for 4 or 1 for 3 so far this week. Let's finish on a high note. 7:30. That's when the window opens for our show. Let's get someone qualified for that. How you doing, Joseph?
I'm doing good. You know,
I like that hat, by the way.
I have a couple of random ways to start the show. You know, I'm seeing that KD's the 6th player ever to hit 32,000 points last night.
I saw that.
And
he tied Kobe for most 40-point games ever. Or 5th most, excuse me.
It's just, for all the great players, he's just had so many uniforms on. And in a weird way, he's closer to Gary Sheffield in his particular sport than he is, let's say, Barry Bonds, who only played for 2 different teams in his Major League Baseball career.
Gary in the Hall of Fame. How is he not?
No, I believe Gary's a Hall of Famer, but Gary at one time, I believe, had 7 different teams in like 8 different years and had 100 RBIs with every team.
Brewers, Padres, Marlins, Dodgers, Braves, Yankees, Tigers, Mets. There you go. It's a lot. It's like a third of the league.
Yeah, I always wonder about these guys that travel around and there's just no loyalty. And like, how could anyone be like, yeah, good for Kevin Durant? No, unless you're just like a total Kevin Durant stan.
Which is a thing. Well, that's the thing now. You know, we stand for players, so.
I know. It's just, I don't know, man. I'm thinking about him. And then as I see Warrior fans on the same night kind of losing their minds again over Jonathan Kuminga, you know, I'd like to see him play a team other than the Wizards. We could start there. Second, I'm happy for him. Third, boy, he looked like a real team player. Again, facilitating, being efficient, getting to the free throw line. I hate to be this guy, but it sure feels like it's going to be the one that got away.
Really?
It feels like it.
Feeling like that right now?
It's early.
Well,
it's early.
What do the Hawks got up coming up?
Here's one thing I would say about the Kuminga situation. It almost feels like you better bring back Steve Kerr.
Ooh.
Because of the Kuminga thing. Because if you punt it on Kuminga and Steve Kerr ends up walking away, yikes.
Bad look. It's a bad look.
Bad look.
Yeah.
That's poor management.
Blazers they got coming up next. And then they go on the road to Milwaukee, come back home, taking on the Sixers, Mavericks, Nets, Bucks again. I mean, none of these teams exactly are world beaters, Joe. I could see JK continuing to thrive with his role, and he got the start yesterday. And yeah, we're going to continue to monitor it. And I understand. And I thought Willard actually broke it down pretty well yesterday.
What did he say?
Well, people were calling in and like, I don't want to hear any more about Kuminga. I think it was Grandpa Daddy. We love Grandpa Daddy. We've met him at many events. He's a caller here, calls all the time, calls in the afternoon most of the time. He's like, I don't want to hear any more about Kuminga. And Willard's like, hey, I understand that. There's a significant portion of the fan base that's just tired. They're done. He's out the team. They don't. But there's also a big part of the fan base that is interested in what he's doing elsewhere because he was such a polarizing figure for this team for so long. They have a vested interest in what this guy's going to do going forward. All the while, the guy you traded him for has not suited up but once. So yeah, they're going to continue. So it's the two sides.
Played 2 games. He's played 1. It's
true
funny.
though. Like so, it's 2 sides of the same coin. I understand fans' frustration if they're tuning in right now. It's like, are we seriously talking about Kuminga again? Yeah, we are talking about.
Well, he played last night.
He played. No, he did. So we're talking about it.
I know.
And he played well.
Yeah.
And if he continues to play well,
did you see the
we're going to
highlights?
continue to talk about it. Yeah, he's looking fantastic.
I mean, he had a couple of incredible moves. I mean, he feels. I'm just watching on television. He feels free. And then did you see the comments when he posted on Instagram?
No, I thought those were fake. And the deleted ones? Or those are new comments?
Apparently, Gary Payton put like freedom with a Braveheart,
you're right.
GIF.
This was from last night.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Freedom. You love Braveheart, so you love that.
No, I love Braveheart, but it is a little telling that like his former teammates are saying freedom.
Well,
right?
Gary and
freedom from what?
Gary and
the shackles of Steve?
Gary and JK were pretty tight on the Warriors. Remember, like there was those funny moments on the bench. They were talking about, certain individuals in the stands. They were chirping to each other. So they were pretty tight. So I'm sure Gary's just happy for his teammate that he's having fun. But yeah, it's kind of Gary, you're still on the team for the Warriors. So
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a little bizarre.
It's a little bizarre.
It's a little bizarre.
888-957-9570.
I mean, you can read into that in a variety of ways. I don't read hieroglyphics, but, if you were to interpret it.
If you watch The Mummy, you can learn how to read.
Actually, I did. I started The Mummy.
Oh, you did?
Yes,
you
I did.
Started it?
I did. I fell asleep. I started the other night.
Yay! Okay, that's good.
She's very good looking.
Oh, which one?
Yeah.
Onyx and the Moon?
When he squeezes the kiss, when he leans her, he's like, come in closely, and then gets a kiss from her early on.
Oh, it's great. Oh, Brandon Fraser. Yeah, he's great. 925 on the Boxer and Gerson
Why'd you gotta go guru? By the way.
What? Be careful.
There is a video and photo circulating on Meg Thee Stallion on the internet.
Is that how you wanted to start the show today?
I mean,
Meg Thee Stallion pictures?
Sydney Sweeney went see-through, and now Meg Thee Stallion has gone see-through. And let's just say, I'm here for the whole see-through dress experience.
You want me to wear a see-through like a tank top?
No, not for you.
Oh. You guys don't want to see that? Yeah, I think we get a lot more views on YouTube.
Your boobs might be bigger than both of them.
Well,
that's a joke.
It might be a B cup. We'll see. It went from an A. 925, boo JK to start the day is like tripping on an Amazon package when you walk out the front door.
Well, have you been waiting on that Amazon package?
Well, apparently so.
So, all right, would you like me to start in a more negative aspect?
Oh, my God. You want to get even more negative than JK balling out elsewhere?
We haven't had a chance to talk all week about the Trent Williams thing.
Let's dive into it because the combine's going on right now.
I mean, this guy.
Yeah.
Honestly, get into it. No, you bring up what happened.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to this guy.
So for those of you
exhausted
who have been under a rock or just been kind of out of the 49ers and football in general because the season's over and, it was a tough ending to it, Adam Schefter the other day tweeted this. With 5-time All-Pro left tackle Trent Williams scheduled to carry a $39 million cap number this season, he and the 49ers currently are struggling to find a contractual solution per league sources. If the two sides can't bridge their differences in their standoff, Williams would be expected to join this year's free agent class, making him one of the premier players available. And you know what the word that stuck out to me, Joe? Standoff.
Of course.
Another one. Another standoff. As we were talking about Red Dead Redemption yesterday, the Old West. Mm-hmm. So I'm picturing Trent Williams with a 10-gallon hat. He's got 2 pistols. He seems more like a rifle guy. He's a big man, so maybe he's got a rifle. You got Parag in the left corner, right? He's got a pistol out. And then you got John Lynch in the other one. He's got his pistol out. And they're waiting to, who's going to blink first, right? Ballad of Buster Scruggs. If you've ever seen that movie, it's great. It's fantastic. Highly recommend it. That's what I'm picturing right now. And that's happened. Is this the 3rd time this has happened? Talking about a Trent Williams standoff?
I think it's 4.
4 with the Niners, though. I mean, it happened 2 years ago, post Super Bowl. He didn't show up till training camp, or missed most of that. And now we're doing this again 2 years later? How old is he, Joe? How old is this man? Seriously.
I'm looking at it right now. He's 37, and he'll be 38 in about 3 months.
And how much is he looking for? I mean, I'm sorry. It gets to a point, 38 years old, as we're talking about the Golden State Warriors and their mortality, we got to start talking about Trent Williams' mortality. He's going to be 38. 38. And did he have he had a good year. Did he have a Trent Williams type of season, though, from his standards? Would you say it's an elite season?
I'm just exhausted with Trent Williams.
There you go.
Can I give you the word that I would use to describe him?
What?
Greedy. Can we just call it what it is? Can we have like a legitimate? Today was payday for all of us. You know what most of us normal people are doing? Oh my gosh, this has got to go to that bucket of debt. This has got to go to that bucket of debt. That's got to go to that bucket of debt. Yeah. This is a man who's made $220 million in his career. And Shevsky, stop counting pockets. Come on. Miss me on that. It's one thing when you've never been paid. Like when Brock Purdy was playing for $500,000, I get it. The NFL mortality for a player and in terms of their NFL career is very, very small. I think the average is 2.5 years or something. It might even be lower than that. I get it. Get all the money you can. Trent, you are the second highest paid 49er of all time. I'm going to repeat that.
That's pretty crazy.
Trent Williams in 6 years is the second highest paid 49er of all time. The only guy ahead of him is Nick Bosa. All right. It's one thing if you've been underpaid year after year. And it's another thing. It's like, hey, this is the first time we've gone through this. And I get there's like a yin and yang with the whole situation. I mean, miss me with Trent Williams. I'm so exhausted by him. He didn't practice at all. Remember we went to some of the practices? Yeah. He's sitting there front running, never available in the playoffs at full strength because he's out of shape. Remember last year, not only missed 5 games the year before last year. Yeah. Also needed IVs in the first 4 games. Yeah. Okay?
He was second team All-Pro last year.
Oh, great.
But I don't know. Look, he's getting older, man.
We knew we made a deal with this man. We knew he was a mercenary from the beginning. We should treat him closer to the way we treated Kevin Durant than us treating him like he's Joe Staley, all right, who was a lifetime Niner. And I'm not trying to he's a great player. He is a great, great player. And please do me a favor. Don't do the algorithm clip on this like we've been doing because it's not going to be able to succinctly capture how I feel about him. A great player. The time is now. Either release, cut, trade, redo it. I'm done playing games with Trent Williams. You are literally the second highest paid 49er of all time. You want to be here or you don't. You've made a ton of money. I'm sure that they're willing to offer you something that's very reasonable and fair, but you got to get every penny. You've made every penny. You've made $220 million. It'd be one thing if you've never had a big payday, all right? But you just did this multiple times. I mean, you just did. Do you know what he made last year? Do you know what he made just last year? And just cash alone.
Tell me.
Do you guys want to know?
Cash
breakdown. Last year, he got $49 million in cash.
I mean, he got
$49 million in cash
He earned it. Second team All-Pro.
There's no doubt he earned it. There's no doubt. Do you know how much Fred Warner and George Kittle have made? No, I understand. There's different value at different positions.
Correct.
Okay? Fred Warner's made $83 million in his career.
Which seems like an underpay.
He's been a Niner 3-4 years longer than Trent Williams. Kittle, even 1 year more than him. Both have made $83 million in their career. Okay?
Yeah.
That's roughly combined, they're making about what Trent Williams has made with the Niners for the last 6 years. Miss me with Trent and, we got to come to a contractual. Take a hike. I'm so done with Trent Williams. And this thing he's an all-time Niner. You young Niner fans don't remember Keith Fonhorst and Harris Barton and Bob St. Clair going back to the 50s, who's a San Francisco legend. I'm not saying he's not all-time great. He is all-time talent. He's not an all-time Niner. If we're going all-time Niners who wanted to be 49ers, he's all-time mercenary, and he's a great, great, great player. And he might have more accolades when you look at Pro Bowls and things like that because they didn't really do Pro Bowls back in the day, and there's different all-pro metrics and whatnot. Sure. But, just this thing that he's the greatest left tackle who ever lived. Did anyone miss him in that tight game, Week 18, when the game was actually significantly closer when Austin Pleasance was playing in Week 18? Does anyone remember that? How about the game against the Bears when we threw up 40-something points? I'm not saying he's not good. He is really good.
Yeah.
Miss me on, poor Trent Williams needs to be broken off. Trade his ass. Cut him. I'm tired of him. As the Niners increase my season tickets another 10% every single year, and Trent Williams needs to be broken off more money. Again, you tell me if this is fair. Fred Warner and George Kittle have made $83 million each in their career. Trent's made $125. Poor Trent Williams. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. And let's have a real conversation. You want to talk about the real greatest left tackles of all time? Let's start with someone like Art Shell.
Yeah.
Let's have a real conversation. Yeah. You think he was better than Joe Thomas? I don't know. You could throw that out there. I'll listen to it. How about Orlando Pace? How about John Ogden? How about Walter Jones? How about Anthony Munoz?
Some good names.
And I'm not saying he's not a great player. He is a great player. But you know what all those other guys didn't come with? Negative baggage every 2 years to get repaid.
What's the number for him? I'm curious because I'm looking at Nick Wagner covers the team for ESPN.
I'm just exhausted by him.
Well, how much is he asking for? Does he want the years attached to it? Because Joe, this does kind of reek, Joe, real quick.
What's he asking for? He's gotten everything he's ever wanted. What?
Does this have a Richard Sherman kind of feel to it?
No, but
towards the end with the Niners, he kind of let people know, it's like, I want to get paid, and I don't know if they can afford me.
I see the similarities.
You kind of get what I'm saying. He was also a mercenary. So it's like, Not the same exact feel, because I do think Trent at this stage was better than Richard was towards that last year with the Niners in 2020, which was a lost season because of the COVID, all the injuries, mind you. But it does kind of have that similar feel to me.
Joe, when you get to the end of your career and you've made $200 million, more than that, and the team has made you the second highest paid 49er of all time, you can't take a little off top? You can't come to an amicable, no one's saying play for $1 million. No one's saying that. We're saying, come on, Trent. We can't come to an amicable resolution. Do you want to win? Do you want to win championships? Because we've been investing all of our money on the offensive line in you. Do you want to play with a bunch of other really good players? Because we would say that to Brock Purdy. We would say that to Kittle. We would say that to Warner, would we not? You're soaking up all the salary cap. I'll extend that to Trent. And again, he's a great player. But this is ridiculous. At what point do we just throw our hands up and be like, now you're being greedy? Come on, dude, do you want to be here or not? And let's not act like you haven't been compensated the last couple of years, all right? You ain't giving money back when you missed 5 games and you needed 4 IVs. I didn't see you giving money back then. No one's saying play for $1 million. We're saying, take a little off top. Take a little off top.
Are they in a position right now, Joe, and I'd ask Niner fans the same question at 888-957-9570, to either cut or trade him? When you just look at the landscape of this offensive line, and we'll get to some of the comments that John Lynch has made this week, by the way.
They need him. There's no doubt they need him. But, Joe, as a fan, this is kind of where I was with, Debo at times, and clearly where I'm at with Ayuk. And, again, he's on a different, there's different levels to it. Yeah. I'm just over him. Just
the individual.
Yeah, take a hike, dude. We'll figure it out. Well, we'll figure it out. I know we're not going to upgrade. You're not going to find an upgrade in year 1. But by year 2, I'm talking about 1 year from now, maybe whoever you pick up, whether it's free agency, draft, whatever, maybe that person is better than a diminishing Trent Williams. We got to figure it out, man. I'm done with him. I'm done with him.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
With me?
Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Shasky is fed up with Trent Williams. What say you, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. Plus, I'll give my thoughts on whether or not the 49ers should do everything that they can to retain this guy and make him happy. The problem is the age is a factor here. In any position in the NFL, you start getting into your late 30s, specifically with tackles, I got concerned. Even if you are a Hall of Famer, I know there's the Jason Peters of the world that can play into their early 40s.
Sure, but he's great. No, he's great.
He's really
I want to
great.
make it clear, because that's whenever we clip these videos and they go on social, it's you think he sucks?
No one's saying he sucks.
No, he's great. Aren't we exhausted with this entire circle jerk? Back and forth, the back and forth, the back and forth. Dude, at some point, either you want to be here and we're going to meet in the middle, and no one is saying play for free. No one's saying play for $1 million. We're saying, come on, dude. You've been paid. You're the second highest earning 49er of all time.
What made last year so refreshing in the offseason was the zero drama when it came to contracts. We talked about the Purdy thing, the contract for a while, but they got it done pretty quickly. George Kittle got it done pretty quickly. Same goes for Fred Warner. There was no drama contractually last year with the San Francisco 49ers. The Juwan Jennings one, that was whatever. And then we learned more on the Brandon Ayuk situation during the season. But in the offseason, we talked about it ad nauseum, Joe. No drama. And they succeeded last year.
Sure.
And already at the Combine, what do we got? We got some drama with Trent Williams.
It's just unnecessary.
It's unnecessary, I agree.
Come on, man. No one is saying play for free.
Oreo, Kirk, Tyler, we'll get to all of you. Are you fed up with Trent Williams, and are you willing to move off of him, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. Plus, don't forget, Steve Kerr, head coach of your Golden State Warriors, joining Willard and Dibbs tonight, 5 o'clock. Be locked in for that. And it's all going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer, or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Signature select chicken, boneless, skinless breast, thighs, or wings, just $2.99 per pound. And Speaking of wings, it's time for Dan Dibley to spread his.
Yeah, I'm your wingman. 1 pound of Driscoll's Juicy Strawberries, 2 for $4. And for value shoppers this week, you can get 10 items for $10. Mix and match. Member price just $1 each. Selected varieties. See store for full list of participating items.
That's kind of like a participation sensation.
Cha-ching.
These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Safeway makes it very easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. So go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibs and we will see you in the aisles.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Tired of love handles that don't love you back? This February, show yourself some real love with medical weight loss that works. Jumpstart MD blends expert care with GLP-1 medications like semaglutide and tirzepatide, plus one-on-one guidance to protect muscle, metabolism, and your sanity. Visit one of 13 Bay Area clinics or start online from anywhere. Start now for just $20.26 when you mention radio. Call 855-JUMPSTART or go to jumpstartmd.com and start seeing results you'll actually love.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
95.7 The Game has your chance to run in the iconic San Francisco Marathon. Head to 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a full marathon bib for the San Francisco Marathon on July 26th. Get all the details and enter now at 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. You're listening to Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steve Scott? Always like shooting the breeze with Steve out in the kitchen area over at KCBS. He'll be calling the game tomorrow, the PA announcer for the Warriors, when the Warriors take on LeBron James, Luka Doncic, and Austin Reeves of the Los Angeles Lakers, who have lost 3 in a row. Like Warrior fans were actually rooting for the Lakers last night, or more so rooting for the Suns to lose, but they did not. No Devin Booker, no Dylan Brooks, no problem for the Phoenix Suns in Los Angeles. It's a bad lot. Lakers are.
We needed the Lakers.
I've been telling you that team, dude, is not constructed very well around Luka Doncic, and their head coach is complaining.
Well, he's someone I root against in sports.
You love JJ Redick.
Can't stand him.
Really?
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
No, I'm saying that because you're such an arrogant jerk.
That's a weird assumption.
Yeah, I love that you had the drops ready, Risotto. Let's go. By the way, you have a chance to play a game of knockout, ladies and gentlemen, on the Chase Center floor where the Lakers and Warriors will be playing tomorrow. Every show will be giving you opportunities all this week, and that's what we've been doing. So be listening on our show starting at 7:30 a.m. It's about 1 hour from now. You're going to have a window open between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. You hear your name. You call the contest line. You got 9 minutes and 57 seconds to do so. And if you call in, you will have qualified to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. But again, you have got to be registered and go to 957thegame.com to do that. I'm very disappointed with the Roasters. Last 3 days, crickets. Haven't heard from you guys. Started off hot on Monday. We've cooled down. Let's finish the week strong. We're talking Trent Williams right now, though, and whether or not the 49ers should haggle with him. They're calling it a, quote, standoff, according to Adam Schefter.
It feels like his agent, this is what it feels like.
Oh, feeding it to Shefty?
Yeah, right before Lynch was about to meet with all the local media.
So we have John
That's what
Lynch,
it felt like to me.
We have John Lynch talking about it. He's at the Combine in Indianapolis, which is going on. It started yesterday, going today. But they've been there all week, fielding questions, talking to everyone. Obviously, John Lynch is talking to other teams. This is where you start getting like the little machinations if there's going to be a big trade, what have you. You start,
the Mac Jones feelers.
Exactly. You start shaking the hands, kissing the babies, doing what John Lynch does well. And he spoke to the media, and we'll play some of that sound, but the phone lines are
let's
cranking
go
right now. Let's go.
I bet I'm in the minority. I'm just exhausted by the guy. He's a great player. Of course they need him, but I'm done with him. I'm so done with him. It's just ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous, quite frankly.
Judging by a lot of these comments that they put in the box here, I think a lot of people are on your side, Joe.
Really?
Let's start off with Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo, you're out of detention. What's up, man?
What up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Thank God.
Happy payday Friday. Hey, man, you guys are right, man. There's not enough chickens in the hen house today. You got to separate them and pay your bills, bro. I feel it on that. But we're talking Trent Williams here. I'm with you, Shasky. I'm tired of this. This is year after year. If it ain't Trent, it's Ayuk. It's somebody else trying to get us for some money. So the guys in the front office, man, you better grab some cojones and make a stand here. We can't keep doing this every year. And Trent, man, I love you, bro. You've been good with us. But I'll take Joe Staley over you, bro, any day. Don't get me wrong. We need him, but we don't need him as far as make it or break it. He's under contract. How do we not trade this guy? I can't believe that we're just going to cut him and not get anything for him. Give me a 4th round. Give me a 5th or 6th. I'll take something like that, bro. There's no way that we're just going to let him go for nothing. Give me something back for Trent. I'm out.
The Niners have given him $123 million.
I would have. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would have.
Joe, look around the NFL. Do you know how few guys get to see $123 million in cash? You'll get announced $123 million over like 4 or 5 years, but very few guys actually see 100. He has seen $123 million.
He has.
So I mean, it'd be one thing if the guy was underpaid for a variety of years and, hey, they've been doing him wrong. He's been playing on a deal that's not necessarily favorable. He's been paid accordingly.
I don't know how many teams are willing to absorb the cap hit as well for a 38-year-old left tackle. There might be some. No, there might be some out there.
And there's this whole pre and post June 1 designation of how you cut them. I'm just saying overall, I'm just exhausted by the exercise, and I'm like over it, dude. Like, are you a part-time player, full-time player? Are you all in on the Niners? Like, what's going on, dude? Or does like the amount of money require your emotional investment?
I think
it's a little weak.
I think how the 49ers tackle it, you know, the offensive line in the free agency period and also in the draft is going to be very telling about how they feel about Trent Williams. I'm very curious to see what they do in the coming months here, because I have a feeling this is going to linger on for quite some time. Just judging from the past with how Trent Williams does business and the 49ers have done business. Buckle in, folks, is all I'm going to say. 888-957-9570. Kirk in Alameda. What's up, Captain Kirk? You're on the roast.
What's up, Kirk?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Just want to say, dude, Shasky, you hit the nail on the head. This guy's got to go. We got to free up some cap space, trade this guy away, and, you know, pull in somebody else. There's some free agents coming up. I know there's an offensive lineman, a Pro Bowler from the Bills coming available. He wants to test the free market, and he's not alone. There's others out there. Like, there are options. We don't need to give a 38-year-old this huge contract for one season. Are we even going to get 17 games out of him? I don't think we are. I don't think we're going to get 14 games out of him.
It's a great question. It's a great question. I don't have the answer.
Yeah, no, it's a risk, and thank you, Kirk. That's what we're talking about here when we talk about age. Like, he's going to be 38 years old. Can I count on him being available every single game?
No. Well, no, the answer is no.
No.
I mean, he's good for a couple of, and look, a lot of guys aren't. It's the NFL, but at his age, you're due for a couple of missed games every
what does
year.
He want? Does he want like 3 years security? Does he want 2 years? Does he just want a 1 year? What is he looking for? I have no idea. And this is where we give credit in the past to Parag and how he like sets up these deals and contracts and all of it. I don't know what you do here. I don't know what the right answer is, Joe, because it is the most important position outside of your quarterback on offense is the left tackle.
No doubt.
It's the blind side.
There's no doubt.
Like you need that.
Yeah, yes, but like also, can we just have like a real conversation? He has been paid $1.1 to $1.2 million per game played for the Niners.
He has over $212 million in career earnings. $200 million.
Again, I want to say this again. He has made essentially $1.1 to $1.2 million per game played. And he's got about 95, including the playoffs, game played. You know, when he was in Washington, he played 2 playoff games. With the Niners, he's played 11. You know, he's had opportunities for exposure in a good way, whether it's endorsements or accolades, playing on a really good team. The Niners have compensated him and bent over backwards to keep him happy year after year. Now's the time at the end of his career, as we look at Steph Curry, right? As we look at Steph, and let's if we're going to have like a real salary cap conversation, who's more important to their two teams? I'm not saying Trent's not important. He is important. Steph is way more important to the Warriors.
Steph is the quarterback in this scenario for the Golden State Warriors, yes.
We're already having the conversation like, I think it's time for him to maybe take a little off top.
Yeah. Well, no, we're having the conversation. Can he be the best player on your championship team still?
Right.
We don't know.
Trent, like, if we were just saying, who was the best player on the Niners this year? Was Trent a top 1 player on offense?
Not top 1, no.
How about top 2?
Maybe. But that speaks more to, I think, the offense in general. Because with Christian McCaffrey, I think we'd all agree, was the number 1 guy, right? Mm-hmm. Brock missed a lot of time. But are you taking Brock?
I might take Brock or Mac.
Or Mac over Trent? Because he was second team All-Pro.
Again, the best game of the year was probably which game? The Rams game?
Yeah.
Okay. Mac got lit up like a Christmas tree in that game.
He did.
What was the second best game of the year in terms of like entertainment?
The Bears? Yeah.
Trent didn't even play.
He missed after the first snap. He was gone.
He didn't play.
Yeah.
He got hurt on the pick 6.
Yeah.
And they lit him up. So I'm not saying he's not good. I'm not saying they don't need him. I'm saying I'm done with him.
Okay. 888-957-9570. I'm not done with Trent Williams. I think the 49ers need him because they've showed us in the past they are unwilling to address left tackle, right tackle early on in the draft. And I don't know if there's a name out there in this free agency class I'd be willing to break off. Now, I need to do more of my homework maybe on just offensive linemen in general, because you say an offensive lineman's name on the radio, it's going to go in one ear and out the other. We just don't care about offensive linemen
unless they're our own.
Unless they're our own, correct. Unless they're a guy like Trent Williams, who's going to be a Hall of Famer. You know, we bring up Joe Thomas, some of the names you brought up. Unless they're generational talents, we really don't know who these guys are. And there's not one of those guys out there in the free agent market. Now, It's funny, I brought this up earlier in the week. Mel Kiper Jr., obviously, ESPN's lead draft analyst. He's been doing it forever. Take his mock drafts with a grain of salt. You never know what's going to happen. Yeah. But I always think it's interesting when these guys are projecting and doing all this stuff. It's fun. And he has the 49ers in his latest mock draft taking a offensive tackle in their spot.
Well, I'll worry
which
about,
is interesting.
I'll worry about what we take. Take the best player available. That's just my, whoever's available. I want to go best overall. I don't want to reach for a need. They've done that in years past, and I think it's really silly. Just getting back to the Trent thing, part of how they build their team is they know a lot of the salary cap goes to Trent. So they everyone, I included, get frustrated with their philosophy of building the offensive line. Well, why do they build it the way that they build it? Because they know that they're going to spend 12% of the cap on the left tackle. And I think that prohibits who you can extend, that prohibits who you bring in free agency, and that prohibits what you want to draft. And so I have issues with how they've built their team. But one thing I cannot knock is I will acknowledge they've built their team knowing this left tackle is one of the priciest players in the league.
How do you feel about the offensive line in general, Joe, for the 49ers? Just your overall feeling of it.
I think it's better than we give it credit for, but I would like it to be more of a priority for the team. And by priority, I mean I would like to see them invest heavy free agent dollars and higher draft picks than they have in the middle of the offensive line.
John Lynch had some very interesting comments the other day at the Combine in Indianapolis talking about the perception of the offensive line in San Francisco and how he feels that it's getting way too scrutinized by the media and by the fan base. And I want to play that sound for you on the other side. Tony, Tyler, Joe, and Burbank. We'll get to all of you, and the phone lines are open still, and the text line as well, 888-957-9570. What do you do with Trent Williams, who wants more money? The 49ers and him are at a, quote, standoff right now when it comes to his contract. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and by Kalshi, trade on anything.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. From the pros to college, don't miss your shot on the hardwood. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Is your kitchen just a place to cook or the heart of your home? At Ashby Lumber, we believe your space should be as unique as you are. Our kitchen and bath showroom connects you with experienced design specialists who guide every detail, from layout and materials to finishes that fit your lifestyle. Book a complimentary design consultation in showroom or in home and get a custom plan built around your vision, your space, and how you actually live. Visit ashbylumber.com or follow at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber, thoughtfully designed, beautifully built.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers. When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
This is Big Pun from South City.
Hey.
You're now listening to Original Joe and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Big Pun cracks me up.
Hey, I'm telling you this right now. Of all the current art, well, he's not current now because this is like 20 years old.
Oh.
Trick Daddy came so hard on this one. It was like perfect with Pac.
Trick Daddy.
Let's go. Dude, this song. When I hear this, crank this up. Ever since was a teen, only thing promised to me was the penitentiary. Still ballin'. God, is this Phil Mike, where you at?
Is this the song they're going to come out with Trent Williams on the boombox next year? No? What? You'll miss Trent when he's gone.
Here's one thing that
we need him here in San Francisco. He's not going anywhere.
Guys, I think
let's keep Trent Williams. Let's make him happy. Pay the man his money. You need your left tackle. Come on. What?
Name the left tackle for the Seahawks.
Grace Abel?
No, he's a guard.
Lucas? Abe Lucas?
He's the right tackle. They just signed him to an extension a while.
What
Cross.
Cross, okay.
And they took
is that
him in
Abe
the draft.
Cross?
Yeah, no, it's Abe Lucas. I think it's Gerald Cross or something like that.
It's okay. I mean, I named two of them.
He got hurt. He missed one game. He missed a couple games, and then he came back.
Okay. Well, their backup played well in this place, too.
Look, all these teams, it's not about trying to replicate what we've done before. Like, what's going to win you your next one? The Niners need to stop going back and doubling down on older players who've been here before, who know this system. We need fresh, young, new bodies to develop for a new team for a big run. That's how you close the gap. That's how you go out and win the division.
When's the last time they've developed a really good offensive lineman that they've drafted? McKivitz?
McKivitz, McKivitz has been a really good pick,
McKivitz
actually.
has been good.
For a 7th rounder, 6th rounder.
That's why I'm bringing him up.
Yeah.
Like McKivitz?
I think Pooney's been solid.
Pooney, okay.
I don't think, when he hurt his knee, I don't think it was the best
I
year.
think Aaron Banks was good with the Niners. Was he great? I don't know.
He was solid. They didn't play him his rookie year.
Yeah.
They kind of redshirted him.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, but why?
I'm bringing that up because they just don't prioritize that usually, Joe.
Look, one of my favorite parts of the Harbaugh era, and this is just philosophically, Staley, prior to Harbaugh getting there, was a first-round pick, okay? First-round pick. Now, him and Willis were in the same
Central
draft.
Michigan?
Yes. And he was a tight end. They converted him. They signed John Goodwin. That was a great signing. He was a veteran. I love that. That's what I'd like to see the Niners do this offseason. They drafted Mike Upati, and they drafted Anthony Davis.
We forget how good Mike Upati was.
He was really good.
Yeah.
He was really good. And he was a first rounder. And then they drafted Anthony Davis, and he was a first rounder, 10th overall, I believe, out of Rutgers. And I know, Anthony Davis, does he want to play? Is he retiring? When he was motivated, he was freaking good. Anthony Davis was a good right tackle.
I like how you say that, and I was like, that could go for the NBA and NFL version. When he's motivated, he's pretty good.
He was a little crazy, but he was really good.
He was, yeah.
And then they found Alex Boone, and Alex Boone was a really good guard for them.
Rhino.
And you took him later on in the draft, and I think he was a converted tackle to guard. A great guy. Just a great guy. But they had invested multiple first-round picks and free agency in that offensive line. And I thought it paid dividends. The tip of the spear for the running game for about 4 or 5 years was that offensive line. Now, John Goodwin getting injured kind of did things in for the middle of that offensive line. And I just like to see us go back in that direction. I brought up Keith Fahnhorst earlier. He was a 2nd-round pick. The Niners drafted Steve Wallace to specifically go up against Lawrence Taylor and Reggie White and guys as a tackle. Harris Barton was drafted to be a tackle. They brought in Guy McIntyre to be a versatile guard, and he was like a fullback kind of like guard. They'd move him in motion. They did a lot of unique things with him. Randy Cross was developed by Bill Walsh, and then after him, Jesse Sapolo. They invested heavily in the offensive line. I know times are different, but I would like to see us make that same concerted effort. The two teams I really admire are the two champions the last 2 years, Philly and Seattle. Yep. And part of why I admire their team building strategy is that they had Hall of Fame level center, and they drafted Landon Dickerson to develop him to have a replacement. They brought in Lane Johnson many years ago and invested in him, and they've invested in their offensive line. And yeah, they'll find a Mulata, some random guy, and develop him.
Yeah, he was out of nowhere. He came from Australia. He was like
developed.
The
undrafted free agent from North Dakota State, who's the center for the Seahawks. You could find the random guys, but they've invested in Gray Zabel and Abe Lucas and Cross,
yeah.
and that's how you build a team. You've got to make it a priority. And yeah, you can always find a random guy, but I'd like to see you, spend wisely.
And remember, that was a big shift for them because for the longest time for Seattle, it was breaking off Russell Wilson, paying him this exorbitant amount of money, and no O-line.
Yes.
And he was running for his life constantly. And that's why they were always one and done or fringe playoff contenders towards the latter part there. And then they reshaped their team. They started targeting that in the draft. And it paid off with the Super Bowl championship this year. By the way, you mentioned the Eagles. I guess Landon Dickerson, their offensive lineman, one of their guards, was flirting with retirement. I was like, he's 27, but he's coming back, I guess. He's made that known. So Dickerson's coming back. And Lane Johnson's also returning to the Eagles. So their offensive line's still looking to remain intact for the most part there.
There was a trade, I'm just trying to remember it, where I believe the Seahawks traded for Jimmy Graham, and they traded away one of their offensive linemen. So here it is. 2015, this is after the Russ money was going to come to fruition. Jimmy Graham was traded for Max Unger and a first-round selection. So they started shedding some of their higher-priced offensive linemen.
God, I forgot about Max. He was a center, Max Unger. Man, that's a name I haven't heard in a minute. Joe in Burbank wants to talk about Trent Williams. 888-957-9570.
Going back to your, hey, Russ makes all the money, and we've got to figure it out.
Absolutely. Well, It feels like the Saints have been in cap hell probably ever since then. They've literally been over the cap like the last decade, it feels like.
Joe, if this is the thing that tilts the scale for the Niners to like, if Trent and them are at a financial impasse, and this is the thing that's like, all right, now we have to rebuild the offensive line, great. Because they need to keep Brock Purdy healthy. They need, like, Matt got beat up in his A games, and Purdy got beat up, and it's been back-to-back years. They need to invest in the offensive line.
Absolutely. I mean, did we watch the Super Bowl? That Seahawks D-line was dominating Drake May that whole game. Drake May was the one seeing ghosts at Levi's Stadium. What's up, Joe in Burbank?
Hey, JoJo. Good morning.
How we doing, man?
You know, I'm so tired of the greed that Trent Williams shows every year. So tired of him not coming into preseason camp. He appears out of most of the time. He always seems to be the struggle the first 2 or 3 games. I'm just tired of seeing him. He's got the 49ers over a barrel every year. You know, he is the epitome of the modern athlete who wants to win but is unwilling to work with his team on their contract.
Great point.
And at 38, like everyone is saying, that's a huge risk to give him big money. You guys know how it works. I don't. But financially, if they got to sit there and pick up a small portion of his contract to entice another team to take him, I would do it and try to get – I think you could get a third for him easily from some of the teams.
I agree.
Maybe pick up – you know, it's not worth the risk. You can't – and one of you just said a few minutes ago, you want to get younger and stronger. And this isn't the way to do it. So he's had his run. He's he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I loved having him on the team, but it's time for Trent to go.
100%. I'm with you. Like, I'm just throwing out hypotheticals, but if New England came to you and was like, we'll give you our 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick for Trent Williams, I'd do it yesterday.
Well, they drafted Will Campbell to be that guy, right? Left tackle.
Well, maybe they move him to the right side. Okay. I'm going hypotheticals here. I'm just going hypotheticals here.
I would say a team like maybe Kansas City.
I would trade him to Kansas City.
Who Trent flirted with a couple years ago, obviously.
I would.
Yeah. Like teams that feel like they're a left tackle away from really completing their offensive line. At 3rd round, I wouldn't be shocked. 2nd seems a little rich, though, or 1st because of his age. I don't know if teams are willing to do that.
Well, and there's a cap hit for the Niners and whatever. But, like, they've taken cap hits on Armstead and Hargrave and Debo. And, look, here's the problem. Whatever the pick is, you better freaking play him, Kyle. Because, you know, they traded Debo straight up for, I don't know, was it Marquise Siegel's draft pick? Or what?
I think so.
Or was it Jordan James?
It was one of them.
Yeah, they barely played those guys.
I know.
Like, so if you're going to make a move, like, and you're going to draft someone, play them.
John Lynch at the Combine. This is from Tuesday, speaking on the Trent Williams contract standoff.
Recent weeks, I've met with both Trent and with his agent, Vincent Taylor, and had really good, productive, and substantive meetings. And so here's what I know. Trent loves being a Niner. We love having Trent as a Niner. And it's up to us to figure that out and to thread that needle. There's some unique circumstances in that we all know what Trent is as a player, how great of a player he's been. He's going to be 38 years old. And so there's some things that go into that. But I think we're all on the same page and feel very positive about where that's going.
A lot of positivity from John Lynch.
Does he want to be a Niner? If it's only on his terms.
If it's on his terms, he wants to be a Niner. Yeah, of course. But that's what he's been doing for his whole career.
Yeah, but if it's Jackson Smith and Jigba demanding, you know, the most money at the wide receiver position after a historic season.
That makes sense.
Where they won the Super Bowl. I get it. You know, I'm a little exhausted at this. Every year, everyone's got their hand out asking for more every single offseason, and every year it feels like we cave in. I know last year they didn't to Jawan Jennings, but it just feels like there's this culture of the Niners cave in and they give you kind of what you want. It's like, come on, man. I mean, and again, no one's saying play for free. The guy's made the 2nd most money in Niner history in 6 years.
In fairness to Trent, though, like he did start technically 16 games. I know one of those games he missed after the first play. He was gone the entirety of it. So if you want to say he basically played in 15, fine. But he was one of the healthier players that suited up almost every single game for them and was voted 2nd team All-Pro by the media.
Trent?
Yeah, Trent Williams. So he is considered around the league still top 4 at his position. That last year he was that. That's what he was voted on, Joe.
No, he was. But again, there's the
No, but like I have to be like fair, like in this conversation because everyone got hurt. Everyone got hurt. He was healthy for the most part last year.
What did we talk about for 8 weeks? Boy, this offensive line can't keep anyone up.
But was that Trent's fault or was that around Trent?
He had a couple of really good games in the middle of the season, and then he got hurt.
Yeah.
And then he got hurt. And the caller's point was actually a really good one. He doesn't play in the preseason. Go back to week 1 when Purdy did get hurt. Now, I'm not blaming Trent for Purdy's injury. Dude, go back and watch that game. Purdy was running for his life. On Trent's side, he was totally not ready for game 1. And that's part of when you pay a 38-year-old who doesn't participate in any of the practice games or any of the scrimmages or none of the preseason games. He's not ready. No one's asking him to play for free. We've compensated you so handsomely. We're saying, come on, man, take a little off top. No one's saying play for $10 million, Trent. We're saying, could you play for $21 million? $21 million.
Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Tony in SF wants to talk about Trent Williams. What's up, Tone?
Hey, what's going on, dudes?
What's up, man?
Hey, I was ready to get rid of him after the Super Bowl when he came back and started doing this. I'm getting Warriors vibes here, hanging on to old veterans who are constantly injured, who are past their prime, and who should be used as a bargaining chip to get younger and healthier and stronger.
Great call. Totally agree.
Well, but Tony, you say he's past his prime. He was a top 4 at his position last year.
Yeah, but he didn't play enough. It's like when
he played in 15 games. He started 16.
Hold on. But like after we lost the Super Bowl, certain players came out and said they want to redo their contract. I was ready to get rid of all those people who did that. We had you in the Super Bowl, and we lost. Time to move on. You didn't do it.
I think you preach for a lot of people. Like Debo's still good. Tony. Debo's still a solid player. Why'd they move on? Because they got to get younger and faster.
Yeah, but they also had, they felt like they had Ayuk and they had drafted Ricky Pearsall. Who's taking over for Trent Williams right now?
Well, that's their job is to figure it out. That's their job. Just because you don't have someone on the roster right now doesn't mean that you can't, fulfill it down the line. And look, they've not done a great job letting safeties go, linebackers go, D tackles go like Armstead, and not having a replacement. But your job is to.
No, I understand, but I'm kind of frustrated. Like just looking last year, for example, and I know you and Bonte were very, you guys were okay with moving on off of Hufanga, who wasn't all-pro.
He was injured a lot.
He was injured a lot, but they clearly are missing safety play and a guy that's dynamic like Hufanga.
Look,
you clearly love to have. Yeah. Yes, that's the one. Yeah. Like Dre Greenlaw, they were right to
why couldn't they afford him? Because guys like Trent Williams are making the boatloads.
Well, the Brandon Ayuk one was the contract.
I don't disagree, but there's a budget. That's the thing. You got to get every penny, but there's also there's a team I got to fill out. So every dollar that goes to Brock or Ayuk or Trent is a dollar that can't go to another guy. So you can't keep everyone.
I'd like to keep Trent Williams though. I hear you. I want to they don't have anyone waiting in the wings.
So this year he has another, kind of good year. He gets hurt again. Is he going to want more money at the end of next year?
I'll worry about that next year. I just got to worry about this.
I've been worrying about this for 4 straight off seasons. It feels like.
How about you sign Trent Williams and then I don't know, draft his replacement? So can we draft his replacement for the love of God? Why can't we do that?
Why?
Yes.
Because it's a plug-and-play league, and the last thing I want to do is waste a pick like I did on Pearsall, and then, we're redshirting you because we have 2 wide receivers.
It's not a wasted pick because I have the heir apparent for my future Hall of Fame left tackle. I have my heir apparent waiting in the wings.
They have too many holes to be sitting and redshirting someone who's a first, second, or third round pick. This is why the Nick Martin deal made no sense to me.
If you trade Mac Jones and you get a second or a third round pick, then you can do that.
Joe, they have offensive line holes. They have wide receiver holes. They have maybe a backup running back hole. They have safety holes, linebacker holes, edge holes. So if you invest a pick in an offensive lineman, that guy's got to be plug and play. That's how I'm not, just because I have Trent, I would rather if they could. And
Aaron Banks, you referenced him. He was a red shirt.
And I hated that. They
but he ended up being pretty good.
Second round picks in the NFL. Really good. They didn't retain him.
I said pretty good, not really good.
Yeah, but when you draft someone
He
in
got
the
priced
second,
out. That's why, because the Green Bay was offering him more money. Yeah.
when you draft someone in the second round, I want that guy to be on my team on their second contract. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if he's not on my team after his second contract, something went wrong. Right? Like you would want to keep that guy. Okay. So to me, like if you have a 1, 2, 3, or 4th round pick in the NFL, 99% of the time, it's got to be plug and play, unless you are the Super Bowl champs.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laugh Among Studios. It's Spadoni and Shasky, 1 hour down, 3 to go here on a payday Friday. We're talking about Trent Williams and what should John Lynch, Parag, Kyle Shanahan do with their soon-to-be 38-year-old left tackle who apparently wants more money. Burnsy's in Fremont, wants to talk about it. What's up, Burnsy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy Friday. Just listening to this, Shasky, I am totally disagree with you on Trent, man. I never understand why, like, you want to go with management so much. Oh, don't pay him the money.
Management? I want to keep a lot of players. Okay, wait, time out. When you pay Brock, does that, like, there's a budget, right? Does that mean that you have to say goodbye? And I'm just saying, like, in years prior to his money hitting your books, to Armstead, to Debo, to Dre Greenlaw, to Hufanga, like, you can't keep everyone. This is a salary cap league. It's about budgeting.
Players, you got to keep your key players, and I hate to tell you, bud, Trent is a key player, whether you want to say or not. Trent is a key player.
Where was he week 16? Where was he week 16 when we played the Chicago Bears? Where was he week 17 with the division on the line, first round, the first seed on the line? Where was he?
Who are you going to put in there? Who are you going to put in there, then, Shasky?
You got to figure that out. You're going to have to draft somebody. Like,
no,
I don't know.
Figure out. It's Trent Williams. You pay him. That's what it's figured out, bro. The Niners aren't offensive line. That's not the weak point. It's the freaking defense, bro. The Niners D stunk. That's where it has to be fixed. You damn fantasy football lovers.
Time out. They scored 0 offensive touchdowns against the Seahawks in a 3-week span. You don't think the offense is an issue a little?
And what did they do in week 1 against the Seahawks?
They barely won. Right? They scored 1 touchdown in that game and kicked 1,000 field goals. What game are you watching? Kyle Shanahan was on the Super Bowl pregame show, says, I'm probably the worst person to ask about Mike McDonald's defense. I scored 1 touchdown against them this year. That's what he said, not me.
It's like, they kind of won. No, dude, they won, bro. They won. They beat the Seahawks. The Seahawks aren't that great, man. I hate to tell you. They're not the Chicago Bear defense. They will not be. They're probably not going to even make the playoffs next year, bro.
They're not that great.
I hate to tell you guys. Yeah. They're not, man. They're not, dude.
They just won the Super Bowl.
So blank check for Trent.
Come on, bro.
Blank check for Trent. Is that what we're doing?
The Seahawks, like, I'm sorry. I was entertaining it. He was making some points early on. Like, just, I understand if you want to just keep him and pay him. That's fine. But don't come in here and tell me that the Seahawks aren't that great when they just won the freaking Super Bowl and dominated it in that fashion.
We have to have a little bit of...
don't do that to me. Don't insult our intelligence, Burnsy. Like, give the Seahawks some credit for what they were able to do this year. They punked Kyle Shanahan in 2 of the most important games of the season. That's what they did.
And yes, I'm going to take a step back. Can we just have do you guys understand modern sports? We can't keep everyone. There's a budget, just like you have a budget at home, right? You can't afford everything. If you're paying for Gucci on one end, you're probably not paying for something else on the other end.
I'm paying for Good and Gather, brother. Shout out Target.
I'm with you. Trust me. But you get what I'm saying? Like you can't afford everyone. You got to just keep everyone. Okay, so the defense is the problem. That's what he's telling me. All right, well, if Brock and Kittle and CMC and Trent are making all the money, all right?
Yeah.
Well, then who do we say goodbye to over the last 2-3 years? Hargrave, Armstead, Leonard Floyd, Hufanga, Greenlaw. Like, go down the list. We've said goodbye to all the defensive players. Now, some of them I agree with. Some of them I can't. You can't keep everyone.
So you're saying there's more of a priority than left tackle on this 49ers roster right now?
Left tackle is always going to be a priority. There's no question about it. It's an important position.
But it feels like you feel like there's bigger priorities than just a left tackle.
Well, this thing that it's all on the defense, I'm like, no. Like, I think we have problems on both sides. I think they have holes on both sides of the ball.
Right?
Like, I don't think it's one or the other. I do believe the amount of money that they've invested in Trent Williams limits them across the board. I'm not saying he's not good. I've told you over and over, he is good. But let's not act like they couldn't score 50. They literally scored 50 against the Bears in maybe the best game of the year. And you know what it came down to in that game? A defensive stop.
It was.
You know what week 1 came down to?
A defensive stop.
A defensive stop.
Yeah. Nick Bosa. John Lynch asked if they are at an impasse with Trent Williams. This is back on Tuesday in Indianapolis at the Combine.
It's everything. I'm not going to get into specifics of it, but what I will say is we met with Vince just today, and I think we're on the right track. I know this. He's been a tremendous asset to our organization. We love having him. My hope, and I've shared this with Trent, is that his name's up in there in the rafters with the greats that have played for the Niners, because he certainly fits that category.
Do you want that? You want Trent Williams' jersey to be retired by the Niners? Well, it sounds like you don't want that. But he has been really good.
He's been a great player. He's a great player.
He says Vince right there, by the way, that's his agent, Vincent Taylor of Elite Loyalty Sports.
I mean, I don't know if 6 years gets your, T.O. only played, I think, 7 or 8 years for the Niners. So I don't know if 6 years gets you up there. Willis, I think it was 8 years. I don't know.
He's been a better Niner than he was a Washington Commander / Redskin. He's
great at both places.
He was, but he's gotten more, again, all pros than Pro Bowlers. He's gotten more All-Pros here with the San Francisco 49ers. He only had a 1 second-team All-Pro back in his Washington days, and obviously his time there is well documented. That Dan Snyder, former owner, he just so much toxicity there. He'll want to talk about the Niners when his career's over much more than Washington, I am sure. 888-957-9570. Yeah, real quick.
I want to get into team building because you can't have a $200 million quarterback. At the time, $100 million tight end. A bunch of dead cap money at receiver, and a running back making a lot of money per the position. Like, at some point, you do have to, rein in the budget a little.
Well, that's what I want to get into on the other side. So if you don't want to pay Trent Williams, then what should the 49ers do to address the left tackle position? 888-957-9570. And also, on the other side, be locked in about 20 minutes from now. The window is going to open, people, to qualify for Knockout. You got to be listening for your name if you registered on 957thegame.com. And if you haven't registered yet to play Knockout at Chase, you can still do it. 957thegame.com. It's all sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
All right, if you've been thinking about a new Ford truck, but you're waiting for the best incentives, you're probably asking, when is Ford Truck Month? It's here. It's right now, and it's at Serramonte Ford. What's up, Bay Area? It's Joe Shasky, and this is the best time of the year to buy a new Ford truck. We're talking special incentives across the entire lineup. F-150, Super Duty, Ranger, Maverick, but let me zero in on the big dog, the 2025 F-150. And right now, get 0% APR for 60 months, plus $1,000 in truck month bonus cash with 0 down payment and 0 payments for 90 days. That's power, that's value, that's timing. You can get all 3 and drive it home today and not make a payment for 3 months. Ford Truck Month doesn't last forever, so get to Serramonte Ford right off at 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop anytime at SerramonteFord.com. Stacked inventory, serious savings. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area Ford dealer.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at XfinityMobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
Oh, hey, Pat, yell into this mic. I love you, dude. Love you. Do we have a Trent Williams one? Hi, I'm Trent Williams. You listen to Spadoni and Chasky in the Morning Roast. That threw me off. I thought like you just ended that music abruptly. By the way, 12 minutes from now, your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to qualify to play Knockout at Chase Center. You got to have registered, though, on 957thegame.com. If you haven't registered, do that right now, 957thegame.com. And if your name is called between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. right here on the roast, you'll have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line.
So I've got a couple of shout outs, and I told everybody when CYO championships are happening this week in San Francisco and wherever in the Bay Area, send them to me. I can read them out offline and get some stuff. I got a video this morning from my boy Mike Bourne. Shout out Mikey, he listens every day. Love you, pal. Declan O'Shea, Pat O'Shea's son, hit the game winner in overtime with less than 5 seconds to go to beat Town in the 8th grade CYO championship.
Nice.
And so congratulations to St. Finbar, I believe. And Pat O'Shea, I love the O'Sheas. Pat was a baller back in the day. His kids are ballers.
O'Shea
and Declan,
Jackson Jr.
Declan in 8th grade. God, we're all getting old. The fact that he's already in 8th grade, his younger, one of his younger sons. So, yeah, it's freaking awesome. And I hope I see you up the Russian River this year. But shout out to them. And then yesterday, me and LJ went to St. Emilius, which is the home of the earthquakes back in the day. and we watched Brent Sullivan's 4th grade team compete in the championship against, who was there? Who were they playing? They were playing Town as well.
Oh.
Yeah, they were playing Town School as well.
Nice.
And Matt Simons is asking me, is Town a Catholic school? I don't know if it's Catholic denomination. I don't think it is. It's a private school. It's a little expensive, but it's definitely a private school. But Keegan, Connor, Dom, Thomas, Aiden, Hunter, Ansel, Keegan, geez, Brent, just send me the whole team roster. They all get a shout out. They won the 4th grade
It's called
Open.
Town, like Chris Townsend?
It's called Town School. They wear blue and white.
Town.
Yeah, they got 2 gyms. You have to show your ID when you go in.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm not a big fan of Town School. I've been competing against them for many years, but they've always got good teams.
Okay. I'm looking
private school.
Okay, it's a private school. There you go. I'm looking at the because CCS boys and women and ladies basketball championships are happening, and shout out my alma mater, Palma High School, baby. They've reached the Division 5 finals, so can't wait for that. They're taking on this school. Some of these school names you just said Town, Priori. I don't even know where the hell this is. They're the number 2 seed. Palma's the number 1, and they'll be playing in the championship tomorrow. And I'm looking up Woodside Priory School. It's college prep. It is Catholic in Portola Valley.
So like almost Santa Cruz area?
I think so. So
like coming down?
That makes sense. Yeah. Palma's and Salinas. So there you go. 831.
And then you said, so shout out St. Cecilia's, St. Finbar. What'd you say in my ear?
Reardon versus SI, CCS Open Division Championship tonight at USF.
Wow, that'll be awesome.
That's going to be big.
Wow. Last one was a game winner, right? Andrew Hillman hitting the game winner.
You showed me that one, I think. Yeah.
No, I thought last time SI and Reardon played.
Oh, yeah. That was last time.
We got St. Francis and Willow Glen in Division 2.
Interesting.
Division 1 championship. We got Los Gatos and Milpitas. Division 3. I'm just giving all the shout outs because you know what? This is important. SoCal Sacred Heart Cathedral. And then in Division 4, we have Half Moon Bay versus Sacred Heart Prep. So there you go.
Nice.
All right. So good luck to all those schools.
Good luck to everybody.
Playing for championships, baby. CCS. And always rooting for NorCal at the end of the day. Let's go.
And tomorrow, just to give a little shout out, tomorrow, as we go full shout out mode right now, I'm a big contributor to SFYBL, right? I've been playing in the SFYBL, San Francisco Youth Baseball League.
I'm going to get Benny a baseball bat this week, and a metal one. So I'm excited.
Are you?
Yeah, your eyes just lit up right there. You're like, are you? Can I come over?
Oh. I've got some in the basement if you ever need. I'm dead serious.
All right. Maybe I'll take you up on that.
I'm dead serious on that.
Because I'm looking at some of these bat prices for little kids. I was like, $50.
Oh yeah.
Like, good God.
That's a remedial bat.
Well, he's gonna outgrow it in like 2 seconds, isn't he?
Bro.
Should I get him like a really big one?
What is he playing? T-ball?
Yeah, but he can hit all, like he can hit it when I throw to him. Probably not.
Here's what I would get. At Dick's Sporting Goods, they have like a 26-ounce Marucci. It's like $50 or $60, $70. It's got a big barrel. It's perfect.
He can I want to invest for like a couple years.
You're not going to invest for a couple years. He's going to grow so fast.
No. His little sister can get it then after that. How about that? Is that good?
Yes. Or you can give it to somebody's little brother or whatever on the team, whatever you figure.
Nora's pretty, her hand-eye coordination, the baby girl. Whew,
well, usually the younger one tends to be the better athlete because they've seen so many other games. So
she dominates him too. She's half his age, but she just beats him up all the time.
So you know how like Anytown USA will do these like small like parades for baseball like before the season starts, like some out of like a movie.
Yeah, Pacific Grove where I grew up, we would do that. It was the butterfly parade, they would call it, because they're home of the monarch butterflies. Pacific Grove. So there you go. Yeah.
So tomorrow at Kimball Park, starting about 10 a.m. All right, so try to get there by 10 o'clock if you can, because parking stinks, but it's at Kimball, right off of Geary here. We have our opening day for SFYBL, San Francisco Baseball Youth League, and we are the largest pony league, San Francisco is, in the entire country. We have the most teams. We have the most kids playing in it. You hear a lot about, like, there's no kids in San Francisco and baseball's dying in the inner city. Not true. Not true. We also have Little League in San Francisco, but this is SFYBL. There's a difference between the two. Little League, the configuration's smaller. You can't take leads. There's a lot of little
I know you have
nuances.
beef. Whenever the Little League World Series comes on, you got your beef with it. So
Well, I think it's not.
I like betting on it. That's my favorite.
Pony baseball prepares you for high school baseball better. I'm not saying it's good, but Little League does a great job organizing, and it's on TV, and they have great partnerships, and it is great. It's very well run. I'm a big believer in the field growing with the kids' age.
So Pony is like the Mustang, Bronco.
Yes.
Okay.
Pinto, Mustang, Bronco,
That's right.
Pony.
That's what I played as a kid.
Yeah,
so I didn't. Yes.
So every year, San Francisco and a handful of other counties will play each other in various competitions. Rockland is in Vacaville. They play a lot of
the home
Pony
of,
League. Carmel, Monterey. We play all those teams. We went down there a couple years ago for the July tournament. We won.
And as you know, and growing up for the longest time, Monterey hosted the Bronco World Series. So like Chinese Taipei,
Got
Puerto
great
Rico
fields down there.
Yeah, they would come.
So anyway, tomorrow, if you're looking for something to do with your kids, or if you're playing in SFYBL, whether it's T-ball, Pinto, Bronco, Mustang, whatever, come on out. It's going to be a bunch of kids. We've got the mayor coming out to throw the first pitch.
Oh, Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel will be out there. LJ will be out there throwing the first pitch. Hopefully, if he's feeling good.
There you go.
We've got Dean Crispin, the fire chief.
Nice.
And, this is a partnership with Flame and the fire department, and obviously the police are obviously involved as well. But the fire department and Jimmy Chen and the entire board at SFYBL will be out there. There'll be, I'm guessing, somewhere between 500 and 1,000 kids and families. So please come on out. Honestly, come on out and support a beautiful day in San Francisco. It's turf field. All the kids will be in their uniforms marching around. I'll be emceeing the event. It's going to be great.
It's well said. And we are brought to you by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. 4 minutes from now, your window is open, ladies and gentlemen, to qualify to play Knockout at Chase Center. You got to be listening for your name and then call the contest line. Plus, later on in the show, it is a Friday, and around 9:45, we'll have a crossover with Steiny and I believe Evan in for Goo, because Goo was talking about it on air yesterday. He has a funeral, and please drive down safely to Fresno, Goo, if you're listening right now. So we have that at 9:45. We have Spadoni's Circle of Trust later on in the show. Have to dust off that old segment. It's not old, but we just haven't done it in a minute. And it's going to be a good one. It's going to be risk versus reward player edition. So I can't wait for that for the Circle of Trust. Right now we're talking about whether or not the 49ers should extend Trent Williams and pay him what he wants to be paid, and what is the right number to pay him. And if you're not going to pay Trent Williams, well, then what's the plan after that? 888-957-9570, Joe.
It's funny. We've had a couple of different calls. They've been a little all over the map. I think one thing in modern sports, outside of the Dodgers, and this is why baseball is probably going to have some sort of a strike, where they don't really, the revenue sharing is not as equitable as it is in other sports. Let's just put it that way.
Sure.
Every team in basketball and in football has a budget, and you are given the same amount of picks and the same amount of money, and it's up to you to kind of figure out how you want to spend it. You can't keep everyone. It's naive to think that you'll have a replacement plan in place for every position at all times on the roster. How many teams in the league right now don't have a quarterback?
A lot.
Right? That's the number one position in the sport.
Yeah.
Right? So to think that the Niners, they should have already, who are they going to get Trent Williams and back him up? And they should have had that guy on the roster. Well, it's hard. Yeah. It's really hard. And like John Lynch has said it, I think it's a great way of putting it. I'm in the business of keeping really good players. Of course. But when your team gets expensive at certain positions, quarterback, left tackle, D end, those are the three highest paid positions in the league. And the Niners have three guys. Now, Brock's number isn't as bad, but there's a lot of money committed to him. So you have three guys at the top of the earning scale at those positions, which are the most expensive positions. Then you throw in tight end, which is relative inexpensive compared to other positions, but still expensive.
Compared to wide receivers, for sure.
What? Yeah. 2 years ago, they had two guys making $30 million a year in Debo and Ayuk. And that's not a great way to build a team. So you've got to make tough decisions at other spots on the roster. So if you're going to keep Trent Williams, and you're going to keep Brock Purdy, and you're going to keep Kittle, and you're going to keep Warner, and you're going to keep Bosa, well, then you have to go really cheap, and you got to nail certain picks at other spots. So you can't have everything. And that's why this thing of you got to keep every single one of our best players. It's impossible in this sport. When the Chiefs decided to move into the Mahomes is getting paid era, what was the seminal moment for them?
Tyreek Hill getting traded. Well, for me, right? That was it. Yeah.
And even as that was happening, they're like, see you later, Frank Clark.
Correct.
People forget about Frank Clark. They had made a big investment financially.
Honey Badger, some of those other players.
And they went young, and they went inexpensive, and they hit on a bunch of defensive picks, and
Karl Loftus, they've hit on,
Right? And so, That's how you figure out how to sustain it. The Buffalo Bills, you look up at their roster and you're like, why? How is their roster not good? Say goodbye to Stephon Diggs. They couldn't afford him.
Yeah.
They said goodbye to a lot of other players on that team. They couldn't afford them. And their draft picks like Keon Coleman are not hitting. So there's a wide variance of how you can build the team. And I look at Seattle, and they've built their team through the draft. Look at how many free agents they have right now, though.
They have a lot. And they just lost their offensive coordinator. And a lot of coaches.
Mafe, the DN is a free agent.
He's a beast.
The cornerback who Tyreek Woolen is a free agent. Like, they've got a lot of free agents, and they're going to have to make tough decisions. You can't keep everyone.
Nope. And you got to weigh paying Jackson Smith and Jigba after a career year. Are you going to do that right now? You can do that next year. What are you going to do there?
So I go back to I'm a Niner fan. I just want them to build the best team they possibly can. And I ask out loud, is the best money spending money on a 38, 39-year-old tackle again?
Well, what if it's
top of the charts?
Well, Joe, what if I tell you this? It's a short extension, and it also provides cap relief this offseason. That could happen. They could restructure in a way or add an extent. Like, you could push the money down. Wouldn't that help the team right now? It kills two birds with one stone, right?
But they've pushed the money down on so many different guys. Like, knowing what I know now, I mean, it's easy to say this armed with the evidence now. Like, I love Warner and I love Kittle, and I wanted them to get the deals that they got. I would have gave them the exact same deal. Is it a great deal today, the George Kittle money?
The Kittle one is concerning because of the Achilles injury. Warner is not ligament damage. I think he's going to be fine.
I do too.
And he's 30, so he's a couple years younger than Kittle.
But would you be shocked if he felt like, showed a little decline?
A little. I mean, once you turn 30 in the NFL, you usually start showing decline unless you're a quarterback.
And I love the guy. He gutted through it the year before. This is back-to-back years he's gotten hurt.
Yeah. No, it's a concern.
At a physically demanding position.
At the very least, Joe, it's a concern you have to think about.
So and those guys are way younger than Trent. And Trent's had injury history.
By the way, they do expect Nick Bosa. You didn't mention him, though. I'm bringing him up. They do expect him to be back by training camp, though. They're saying
great.
John Lynch.
I mean, has that, and I would have gave him the deal. Has that been a great deal?
Great. No, I'd say it's a good deal. He hasn't been a DPOY candidate since he had that season and got paid right after it. But he's been a really good player for them, right? Come on.
I mean, missed almost the whole year this year.
Yeah, but if you ask anyone in the league, I still think he's a top 10 defensive end in the NFL.
Sure, but we agreed, but you gave him top 1, top 2 at the time.
I know, but it's so hard to unless you're Myles Garrett, right? Like, there's a clear-cut number one and then a drop-off from there.
I agree, and I told you, I would have made the deal. I would have done it too. But, we've got to have these critical thinking decisions, and we've got to have these conversations to avoid doing, every deal they've done in the extensions, the guy's gotten hurt. And that's just, I know it's football, but CMC, Brock, Kittle, Warner, how many more do you need to hear?
But Trent was kind of healthy last year.
But the year before he missed 6 games.
He did, but I have to go off
7 technically.
But he's going to be negotiating. Or his guy is going to say, hey, my guy was healthy for the most part last year. He's older, but he contributed. This is what he did, at 37 years old. He was second team All-Pro.
So you're giving him whatever he wants.
Not whatever he wants, but I'm going to try to find some middle ground here for sure.
But he doesn't. See, this is the problem. Year after year, he's proven he doesn't want middle ground. He wants every single penny.
Yeah, but he also has to understand he's going to be 38 years old.
No, but I don't think he does, and that's the part where I'm exhausted by it.
The window is open, people. By the way, the window is open. 27 minutes, all right? In the next 27 minutes, we're going to announce a name, and that name is going to have to call the contest line to qualify to play Knockout at Chase Center. And that number to call, 415-523-4652. So if you've registered on 957thegame.com, we'll be calling out one of those names. And if it's yours, call 415-523-4652. And if you do, you'll all qualify to play Knockout at Chase Center on Monday, April 6th. All right, we're talking about this offensive line, what they're going to do with Trent Williams. John Lynch doesn't really understand a lot of the fans' criticism of the O-line.
I don't know. There are guys and we love them. So we don't let that noise affect us, and I think our players do a good job of that. I mean, we've got Trent Williams, who will go down as one of the greatest tackles ever to play the game. And so I think at a starting point, it's really good. Colton McKivitz, we can't say enough about the way he was rewarded because he earned that. Jake Brindell playing really good football. Cooney, a really good find for us in the draft. And I'm talking really solid football players. Mm-hmm. And they are off, certainly scrutinized. I don't know about criticized. Now, look at everybody is in this league. If you're not winning championship, there's only one happy team at the end. Now, that's the Seattle Seahawks. And as I said, that group, they made a lot of offensive lines not look great, especially towards the end. They had a dominant defensive front, a dominant defense, so you give them credit.
I'm criticizing that connection with John Lynch and scrutinizing that. That was via NBC Sports Bay Area.
Look, the offensive line has been better than the criticism, in my opinion, overall. But you can't ignore left guard and center. And he thinks Brendel's good. I'm tired of hearing how good Brendel is and these fake PFF rankings when I see them struggle to run the ball up the middle every year.
Joe, what bothered me about that, and I understand John Lynch, and he's just speaking right now. He's trying to gas up his offensive line. He's not trying to crush it. I don't like how he said, Seattle does that to everyone. I was like, you're in the division against them. No, you have to improve that. Just because they're dominating against the Patriots and the Rams, great. Oh, don't you want to improve that so they don't dominate against you? You're going to be seeing them early on in the season. And if I'm a Niner fan, I want to be able to feel good about my team going up against that unit heading into next season. Not be like, they did it to everyone, so I feel better about my squad because you know what? Maybe me and the Rams and me and the Patriots were closer than we think. Yeah, this doesn't matter. I'm trying to improve that unit so that I can go toe-to-toe against them with my O-line and give Brock Purdy some comfortability in the pocket because my guy was running for his life those last 2 games. I paid this quarterback money, protect him, make him feel comfortable. And on top of that, can you get him some weapons, John? Can you get him some weapons and give him enough time to throw to said weapons? That's what Niner fans want.
I know, and that's why this Trent thing is so frustrating because it could potentially open up another hole when they already have a lot of holes.
I know. Austin Pleasance?
That's going to be a huge downgrade. We know that. I'm not naive enough to think that Austin Pleasance can offset, Trent even a little. Yeah. The gap is too wide. You have to invest in it. If you look around the league, very few guys come out of left field at the tackle position, at left tackle. I mean, you really have to invest heavily in that position. It's not we found this guy off the practice squad.
Yeah.
It's just not.
More from John Lynch at the Combine. This one on Tuesday on targeting young players in the offseason, Joe.
That was true, and I think it remains true. I mean, all 11 picks are still with us, with our team, and a lot of them contributed in a big way. So we love last year's class and their contributions, and it did do that in infused youth. I think the part that maybe has been misconstrued is that we weren't aggressive in free agency. That may be correct. We did re-sign Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, George Kittle, and Colton McKivitz. And we actually set a franchise record in terms of the cash we spent. So I think we were aggressive. We just didn't go out and do it in free agency. The other part of that, our team was very good, and we saw a lot of really good players leave and go elsewhere. I'm looking at George Payton here, who, got a couple of our players, really good ones. So that's always difficult, but we want to be targeted in free agency. I think that's always a good approach, but our lifeblood's always will be the draft, and we want to be very proficient at that as well. We don't have 11 picks this year. We'll see with comp picks and all that where we end up, but you got to hit on that each and every year.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously last year was a heavy defensive draft. I mean, their first 5 picks, Joe, defensive line, defensive tackle, linebacker, cornerback, defensive tackle, all those. And some of them made some contributions, and other ones didn't really do much, a la Nick Martin.
The class is not far along enough for my liking, if I'm being real with everyone.
Well, I didn't like how he said, just because all 11 are still on the team doesn't mean it was a great draft. I mean, Jordan James didn't play until the playoffs.
Go back to the
Jordan
year prior.
Watkins barely played any snaps.
Isaac Guerrero didn't get a touch this year.
I mean, come on.
I don't feel good about it. Here's the thing about their defensive draft last year.
Their best pick later on might have been Connor Colby, who started a couple of games, and he wasn't that great.
Yeah, I don't love him.
He's a 7th round pick, though, Joe, for come on.
But you went 4 guys on the defensive line, and yet I wake up this morning and I'm like, I think we still need a lot of pass rush and run stuffers.
Yes.
And that's sad.
I mean, I think we're in agreement. I think most Niner fans are in agreement.
Maybe these guys are good. I just, year one, okay, but not as far along as I was hoping.
It's the trenches this offseason that you have just got to improve upon because we saw how much that mattered in the Super Bowl, in the Seahawks' run to the Super Bowl. It's still the same as it's always been in the NFL decade after decade after decade. Yes, it might go from run to pass whatever. There's a common theme with all those teams, though. Great offensive lines, great defensive lines. You just do not see teams with one of those as a weakness win Super Bowls. It just doesn't happen in the history of the NFL. And usually there's plays like even I go back to some of those Patriots team with Tom Brady, right? People say, man, like how did they lose to Eli Manning and Nick Foles? Well, I'll tell you, those teams have great defensive lines. Jim Schwartz with the Eagles, and then you go to Steve Spagnuolo with those Giants teams. They had great talent on the defensive lines, and they flustered even the great Tom Brady. You go back to some of those runs with the Niners, flustering Joe Montana. What did those guys in? Great defensive line for the New York Giants or the Minnesota Vikings, right? Like that's what happens in the history of this sport. It'll tell you have got to dominate those two areas. And how do you do that? Well, it starts with the left tackle. That's the quarterback's best friend. I still would like to just get younger there, Joe. And I know it sounds like I'm saying, hey, you have all these holes and you're not prioritizing it. I wouldn't hate, though, if they re-signed Trent and still drafted a guy within the first 2 or 3 rounds as a left tackle.
I know, but
I don't hate that approach. I don't. I'm sorry.
But did you? Okay. We had that same philosophy when it came to the wide receiver position. Oh, you're drafting the replacement for whoever.
Yeah, but that was we assumed that Brandon Ayuk was going to come back.
Joe, it's the NFL. Yeah. Every team has holes galore, and it's very difficult to stash a top 3 pick, top 4 rounds, top 4 pick, and then you're good. You're good. It's all good. It's a plug and play league. This isn't the NBA. This isn't baseball.
But
it's plug and play.
But don't you know? But there is some value in still redshirting, right? Like we've seen it with quarterbacks. Jordan Love.
Occasionally it can work out.
Jordan Love clearly improved, right? Sitting behind Aaron Rodgers for a little bit.
I mean,
I think J.J. McCarthy could have used sitting behind Sam Darnold for 2 seasons. You're talking about one
position. I'm talking about just in general, most people are better by playing.
Well, I brought up Aaron Banks.
Aaron Banks was mediocre. They had Laken Tomlinson. They let him go.
He was above average.
It wasn't a great pick. A good Joe. This is the way I run the NFL. This is just my belief. The first 3 or 4 rounds, depending on where you're drafting, it is plug and play. That's the league. That's why I lost my mind on Cam Latu and Jake Moody. The first 3 or 4 rounds.
Jake Moody was plug and play.
What?
Jake Moody was plug.
Robbie Gold, you had no need to get him. Yeah. But those spots are plug and play in the league. That's how it works in the NFL. And that's where, if you look at why they're not very talented right now, look at rounds 1 through 3, rounds 1 through 4 for the last 5 years.
It's not been great.
That's where you get the bulk of your best players.
But you've only prioritized offensive line in the last 2 drafts with one player in those first couple of rounds, and that was Dominic Pooney, who's been pretty good. I know he played.
But he played right away.
He did.
And you play those guys right away.
So you would be willing to say no? So buy Trent Williams and drafting an offensive tackle in the first round.
If they can't come to an amicable agreement, then I don't want to do it. It's not my most likely. I'd like to keep the player and have him take a little off top, figure out how we can stay here.
Well, I'm telling you, that's what they would do. So you re-sign Trent Williams and you still provide cap relief this offseason. You could do that.
I just don't want. I'm not in the business of paying guys who aren't on my team anymore. They have so much dead money of guys that aren't on this team. It does hit your books at some point. You can't keep kicking the can down the road. And I felt like last year with the $100 million dead cap that this team carried over, you felt that presence as Garrett Wallow's playing linebacker for you in a playoff game.
By the way. He was asked, John Lynch, earlier in the week about the substation show. It just won't go away.
Well, can you, before you play that sound, he had a remark about listening to the defensive coordinator on the picks. I don't know if you have that on there.
I don't have that. Maybe we could, boys in the back, we can find that.
He was basically insinuating that when he was drafted, it was very interesting. He said when he got drafted that essentially there was a coach that didn't like him, and they obviously didn't want to play him. And so his philosophy is, I want my coaches to be in on who we're drafting so that they play him. And I agree with that point of view. The problem is, and they should have seen this coming a mile away, is that you've had how many defensive coordinators over the last couple of years, and if they each have their own individual principle or philosophy, what exactly is your, philosophy year to year? So, for example, when they had Nick Sorensen, was he a Renardo Green guy?
I don't know. I don't know. Seriously, Nick Sorensen, he was so new to the job would you want him having that input if he's never been there before?
That he uses their input. And I know last year, Jed is tweeting out Robert Saleh during the draft.
Nick Sorensen was just such a whiff. I mean,
Robert Saleh was going to be 1 and done or 2 and done. And like, we kind of knew that. And like, so Alfred Collins, Michael Williams, CJ West, and Upton Stout, and then Nick Martin. That's 5 guys that you took. Are those guys going to be, are those like Lynch Shanahan guys, or are those Saleh guys?
Well, it's similar.
And is that going to work for Raheem Morris?
It's similar how we're talking about the Golden State Warriors right now, too. It's like, hey, is Steve Kerr going to be sticking around here?
That's exactly it.
It's like we were talking about Kuminga earlier, and by the way, Kuminga started yesterday for the Atlanta Hawks, had another good game against the Washington Wizards, so that's 2 games in a row now for JK, looking pretty good in the ATL. But, hey, you know, if Steve Kerr's gone after this offseason and he moves on or he needs some time off, it's like, so JK wasn't a Kerr guy, but now Kristaps Porzingis was. Are we bringing back Kristaps? Are we like? There's all these question marks surrounding that, and I hear you on that. And it's a good point.
There's no continuity.
What do they do with Raheem Morris? Is he going to have the input? I have no idea.
But this is why I think my now belief is, for the most part, like if it's my offensive guy, right? Like let's say it's Andy Reid, like I know he's going to be there, you know, for however many years, and so whatever, go with what he likes. I get that, but like best player available. You take the best. I watched Eric Armstead not know, are you a D tackle? Are you an end? Are you a 3-4 or are you a 4-3? What are you? Like they went back and forth over time, and it really like sabotaged the early part of his career. Jimmy Ward, are you a nickel corner? Are you a safety? Are you an outside corner? What are you? I don't know what you are, you know, and like same thing for him. And so I keep throwing back to like Michael Williams. Like, what is Michael Williams?
I don't know. He's not a sack edge guy. He's not going to be a high pressure off the edge guy. But that's also just off 1 year sample size. Is that fair of me to say that? I mean, is that?
I don't know, but
8 games, exactly, not even a year.
But was Michael a Robert Saleh guy? You took him 11th. Was he Robert Saleh's guy? Was it the organization's guy? Will it be Raheem Morris's guy? I actually think it'll be good for I actually do like Michael in Raheem Morris's
You got to assume that Raheem did his homework on him, being in Georgia, being from Atlanta.
But you can understand the preferences.
Yes.
But who did Raheem draft?
His teammate.
He drafted Jalen Walker and Pierce, 2 outside guys.
Walker, obviously, Georgia guy. Yeah. By the way, it's time to announce our next knockout contestant. Lori Simons from Los Altos. Lori Simons from Los Altos. If you're listening, your window is now open. You have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call in and claim your spot in Knockout. Call 415-523-4652. That is 415-523-4652. 4652. Lori Simons from Los Altos. Good luck. And if you're a friend of Lori Simons and you're listening right now, text her, FaceTime her, you know, hit her up on the WhatsApp. I don't know what other, like, is Kik still a thing? Facebook message, all of that. You don't remember Kik, K-I-K, back in the day? Yeah, you guys, come on. That was like
I don't even know what that is.
2010, 2011. It was a messaging service.
It was a messaging service.
Yeah, from like 15 or 16 years ago. Jonathan in SF wants to talk about the GM position in San Francisco. Jonathan, good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Joe. I'm going to say it again, man. We're not going to win anything unless Kyle gets himself a GM. Look, man, I don't like the way everybody's just, you know, it's just satisfied. You hear it from Jed, you know, you're a pretty good team, blah, blah, blah. John Lynch, you know, we have pretty good players. No, we're not good enough, man. We're not about being, you know, runner-ups and all this stuff. I especially after hearing Mr. Eddie DiBartolo says it, you know, like, I wouldn't. You know, we need a guy like that. We need a general manager. Kyle needs a boss who's going to tell him, dude, this is not good enough. You know, how we're playing, how we're competing against our division is not good enough. Hey, guys, look at John Snyder, man. How many awesome defenses has that general manager been able to assemble under his tenure? That guy sits in our division. If we're not going to have a GM as good as him or better, what are we doing here? Come on, Kyle, get yourself a GM.
That's Jonathan in San Francisco. I mean, give some credit to John. He's been really, really, really successful.
I don't discriminate versus anyone.
Thank you, Kyle. And I'm glad he had to say that. Why did you feel the need to say that? I don't know. It's kind of threw me for a loop there, Risotto. Like, Lynch has been so damn good for this organization. He's been the model citizen. That's who you want as a face, talking to the people, talking to the fan base. Mr. Presidential is perfect. That being said, I understand and hear the frustration of the draft picks, of the free agency whiffs the last couple seasons. It has not been good. And you know what? He has to own that. So when he does come out at the Combine on Tuesday, Joe, and say, yeah, we're very happy we've got to retain all 11 players we drafted last year. It's like, you're happy about that? I mean, are you happy about the contributions those guys made? Are you happy about the contributions Nick Martin made? Are you happy about the contributions Jordan Watkins made? Are you happy about Jordan James? Really?
But this is why are we frustrated? Because everyone else is plug and play. Like that, for the most part. And if you're not plug and play, then something's wrong with the player. Like, right?
I mean, he has got to nail both free agency and the draft. Like, I'm talking first 3 rounds, you have got to nail these picks. Like anything, and this is where my whole philosophy is when it comes to the NFL draft. It's not like baseball for me. It's not like NBA. You have got to nail the first 3 rounds. After the 4th round, that's kind of like, okay, if we hit on like 1 or 2 players, that's great. But those first 3 picks are so damn valuable. There's a reason those comp picks, a lot of them, when the guys have poached minority staff from the 49ers, getting a 3rd round pick are so damn important. 3rd round, you have got to nail. Like Nick Martin, I'm looking at that pick, Joe. Could you have used a linebacker once Fred Warner went down to step up alongside D. Winters?
Just bizarre. He couldn't even suit up, and then he
got
couldn't
concussed
go on the field, and then he got concussed. But again, like, okay, was he the best overall? Was he a Robert Saleh pick? Was he not? Was he a scouts pick?
I have no idea. Was it a Kyle Shanahan guy?
Well, that's a problem.
Well,
I know everybody that John Schneider drafts is who he wants.
Yeah.
Like that's the difference. When Howie drafts someone, he wants you to play them.
She did. Lori Simons, she did call back, and she's qualifying for knockout, Joe.
Yay!
We're ending the week on a good note. Let's go. Yeah. You don't sound very excited about that.
No, it's awesome.
You'll be playing against her. Maybe she'll knock you out in the tournament. You never know. Lori Simons, congratulations. You love the Greg Cosell laugh, Risotto. You love that a little bit too much. We had Jay Glazer on at Radio Row, obviously senior Fox NFL insider, reporter, gets a lot of breaking news over there. He sat down with us, and he thinks John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are one of, if not the best tandem head coach and GM combo in the NFL. So we might be critical of what John Lynch has been doing. From a league perspective, they're highly thought of still.
Not been wildly successful.
Should they be? I'm asking. As far as like draft selections and what they've been able to do.
Well, the cupboard is a little dry. Again, when you pay top of the market for a lot of really good players, you've got to replenish. And I think the difficult thing is replenishing. That's where they've really struggled, right? They've drafted one really good player in the last 3 or 4 drafts. It's Deommodore Lenoir.
Yeah.
And Brock Purdy is, obviously been amazing. That's 4 years ago. Like, you need impact players. And so I look at this team right now, and they're just devoid of impact young players. Bill Walsh would say things like, where's the running back? That's what he would say about George Seifert's team in the early 90s when they lost Ricky Waters. Like, where's the running back? And he was right. Where are the young players?
Well, I'm glad you bring this up because it's a conversation I want to dive into, not just the 49ers, but the Bay Area in general. And I'm going to give you credit for this because you were talking about it earlier in the week in a show call about, players peaking, and who's peaked right now in the Bay Area in particular. When you look at just some of the roster construction, and I think that's what we're getting at here, talking about the 49ers, is you have how many players in their prime or have not reached their prime yet? Let's just go offensively. Is Brock Purdy in his prime?
I think he's still in his prime.
I think so too. Is Christian McCaffrey in his prime?
I could make the argument maybe we haven't seen the best of him, but I could also make the argument you might not get a healthy season out of him like he did a couple years ago. But I still think that he has another great year or 2 or 3 or 4 in him. I don't think he's done.
I'm with you on that. I still think Brock Purdy could either replicate or maybe even in a season surpass what he was able to do a couple years ago. Sounds crazy, but You know what? He's young, and if you give him the weapons, we've seen it. All right, so I think we're in lockstep on
Christian. I have a hard time seeing him replicate his 2023 season.
I agree.
I have a hard time seeing him replicate the year he just had. But I was wrong last year, so I would love to be wrong again.
I mean, do we want him to replicate all those touches? I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and they were kind of poking fun at the notion. He's like, oh, we have all these guys talking about how nervous and scared they are about Steph Curry playing these games and, Christian McCaffrey and his touches and all this stuff. I was like, yeah, but did you listen to Christian McCaffrey after the season was over? You guys can all laugh at that. The guy was mentally and physically broken down.
Yeah, he was shot.
Like he was.
Eventually, it catches up to you. Yes. Not everyone is LeBron. No. Not everyone is Brady.
We're seeing it with LeBron right now.
George Kittle came into camp looking like the best that he's ever looked in his entire career. Got hurt in the first game of the year and had lower body injuries the rest of the season, and never really looked right, at all, and was dominant in training camp.
So Christian McCaffrey, we both think he's kind of peaked. We've seen the best.
You've probably seen the best version of him, but I still think he can be really good.
Let's go.
And by going peaked, meaning their best season has already come.
Correct. And that's what we're going to talk about.
Doesn't mean you can't still be good.
And we're going to be doing this with all the teams, the big three here in the Bay: Niners, Warriors, Giants. We're going to leave the Sharks off there because I think the best is still very yet to come.
Their entire team feels like they have yet to peak.
Absolutely. So Trent Williams.
He's probably already peaked.
Probably peaked, right? He's going to be 38 years old. We can all agree on that.
He's probably staring over the Grand Canyon.
Absolutely. He's still really good. I think I don't want to get this lost. Shasky and I both agree. He's still really good player.
You could have peaked and still be great.
Yes. And that speaks to Hall of Fame players when they have peaked, like LeBron James you brought up.
Yeah.
Still a really good player. Bryce Harper. Yes. Mike Trout can still be really good. Yeah. We've seen the best of Mike Trout.
Yeah.
All right. So we've seen the best of Christian McCaffrey. We've seen the best of Trent Williams. Ricky Pearsall? Have we even seen what is the best of that guy? I don't know.
I don't think we've seen. I don't think so either. We've got to give him a healthy year. He's got to get a healthy year. He's got to earn it.
George Kittle.
You've probably seen the best of George Kittle.
If he comes back and has an all-pro season, I would be shocked.
I think a lot of people would.
I'm rooting for it to happen, Joe. Yeah. But I would be shocked if that happened.
And he can still be a really useful player.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not going to bet against him, but I'm not. He's not in his peak. He's 34. He'll be 34 when he returns. 35.
Absolutely. And you can make the argument, this prior to this season, he might have had his best year given the circumstances around him. And all the drama that he was just a consummate professional, blocking, receiving, all of that. He was incredible. All right. Is that anyone else on the offensive line? Colton McKivitz. You want to go there, right tackle? Have you seen the best of Colton McKivitz? He was really good this year.
I think he can have an even better year.
I think so, too.
I like Colton.
Dominic Pooney. Have you seen the best of Dominic Pooney?
No, I think he's going to have a really big bounce-back season.
Jake Brendel.
Probably seen the best.
All right. Spencer Burford.
I think he's going to be a free agent. I think he's going to be gone.
Okay. All right. So did I miss anyone else offensively? Because Brandon Ayuk's gone.
Juwan Jennings.
Have we seen the best of Juwan Jennings in a 49er
In a 49er uniform, yes.
Okay. Do you think he could...
I think he's going to get paid. I think he's going to go.
Do you think...
I also wouldn't pay him, even though I like him.
Do you think elsewhere he could surpass any season he had with San Francisco?
I mean, he never got 1,000 yards with the Niners.
No.
He had, 10 touchdowns this year?
He would have gotten it had he not gotten kicked out of the game against the Cardinals, but he did.
Yeah, he did. So I don't know. Maybe. The right situation, maybe.
Okay. We'll go to defense, but first, Risotto, before we go to the defense, we do have to hit the injury report. Giants reliever Joel Peguero is dealing with hamstring tightness that has had him sidelined in spring training. He threw a bullpen session on Tuesday and is expected to face hitters in live batting practice today. If all goes well today, he could be ready to face some other teams next week. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from Live Among Studios. Halfway home here on a payday Friday on 95.7 The Game. It's the Morning Roast, Bedoni and Shasky rolling, talking about who has peaked and who is not just yet in the Bay. We're doing 49ers. We're going to do the Giants. We're also going to do the Warriors. It's an interesting conversation when you think about it.
So Brock hasn't. Yeah. We've agreed Pooney, McKivitz, and Pearsall on offense.
And if people disagree with any of Shasky and I's thoughts on who has and has not peaked, please join the conversation, 888-957-9570.
I'm sure the opinions on Purdy will be all over the place.
I mean, I don't think it's that hot of a take to say he hasn't peaked yet. He's still so young.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people don't think he can play 17 games like he did in 2023 and be an MVP candidate and blah, 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 blah.
It's going to be a huge talking point if he plays or does not play in the amount of games he didn't do this past year. So Brock Purdy, in how many games he played this past year? 9 games?
Parts of 9 games.
If he does that again next season, there's going to be a major...
Well, there's an out financially.
There's an out financially. Can this guy stay upright?
They have to know by this time next year whether he's on the roster or not, because then they guarantee the $75 million guarantee for the year after.
So 9 games played. He had 70% completion, basically, 20 touchdowns, 10 picks. He had a good year. He had a really good year, but he didn't stay upright. And that's another conversation with the whole, Mac Jones thing. Do you trade him? Do you not? But you and I agree.
I don't think Mac has seen his best year yet.
Ooh, that's an interesting
Whether
one.
on the Niners or off the Niners.
Have we seen the peak of Mac Jones?
I don't think we have. I think he can have a great year.
I don't know.
It's got to be in the right spot.
Yeah, because we saw it with Sam Darnold. We just saw the best of Sam Darnold this past year, or maybe even the year prior.
Who would have bet
the Minnesota
that?
Vikings? No one has. I was laughing at him, Joe. I was laughing at him this year. A lot of people were. They said, "Prove me wrong, Sam Darnold." And you know what? He did that. So let's go to the defense for the Niners.
Okay.
Let's go to defense. Diamond or Lenore? Have we seen the best of Demo Lenore?
No, I think he can have a better year.
I do too, and he was really good this year.
I'd like to see what he looks like with an elite pass rush.
All right.
Where he can jump routes a little and have some more safety help.
I agree. I love what I saw from him. I thought he was the most consistently week in and week out. You could rely on him in the secondary. He's the only one you could rely on quite frankly.
I also think he can play more man in the slot. I think they need to do that more with him.
Totally.
I think you're underutilizing him.
Fred Warner. Has Fred
I hate
Warner
to say that.
peaked? Have we seen, and when we say peak, have we already seen their career year?
Yeah.
What do you think his career year was, by the way? Was that,
2023.
2023?
Yeah.
Okay. When he was talking about like DPOY kind of status for half the year?
God, I hate to do this, Fred. Probably.
Oh, you know what?
I hate to say it. It doesn't mean he can't be great.
I think we could see a peak Fred Warner season this upcoming one.
Okay.
I still think we could see a DPOY candidate Fred Warner this upcoming season. I'm not going to put that past him. 30 years old. That's around the time where you might see some diminishing returns. He's coming off a gruesome injury. I'm going to bet on Fred Warner. I still think we could see a peak season from him.
Risotto and Sam, has he peaked, or you think he can play a more comprehensive season?
I think he's might have peaked.
It feels like sacrilegious to admit that out loud.
Yeah, I'm not betting against Fred Warner. I'm not betting against him.
I hear you.
If it was an ACL or an Achilles, something like that, this was a straight bone break, I think he'll come back from this.
I will say the one thing that is keeping me optimistic is the fact that he did seem to recover pretty quickly.
Yeah. And he would have been ready for the NFC Championship game. Sam is out. That's Sam. That's not producer Sam in the back. We actually have engineer Sam in the back, who I know you love, but he's an Eagles fan. We don't want his input this morning.
No,
we don't.
All right, I'll put Fred on there for you. That's fine.
All right, so we got Fred, Nick Bosa.
I mean, I'd be shocked if we get another DPOY in a Niner uniform. DPOY.
I mean, he's 28. He'll be 29 in October.
I'm Joe. He's a third ACL
contract year. Joe.
I don't know. He's been making excuses for multiple years. I'm out on that. Bosa's been one of my favorite players. Last couple of years, he's just completely lost me. Can win me back over, but I'm sorry, I can't do it.
If he arrives and is playing in week 1, I think we could see one of the better seasons from Nick Bosa, which sounds insane given his third ACL injury going back to his college days. If he's motivated, if it's a contract season, we've seen it with the Bosas before, especially Nick.
I mean, what was Joey's last good year?
He was good with the Bills last year, wasn't he?
I mean, he was okay.
He was good. I mean, he made plays.
Like, really?
He's older, though, than Nick. He's in his 30s.
I know, but similarly, like, they've been mercenaries at every turn and banged up.
Well, his brother has. Nick's only played in San Francisco.
Yeah, but no, he's been a mercenary financially.
But that's, that's what the Bosa Bros do.
I just can't get over him, like, I'm just experimenting with moves and I'm doing this.
I thought I was going to be sitting in the suite with a beer. I thought people were pissed off about that, him having a Stella in the 49ers suite watching the game.
I don't. I used to love him.
I know you did. You loved Nick. What happened?
This is what happened. I just think that he's turned into someone who's an excuse maker, and I hate excuse makers.
We're talking about who has peaked and whose peak is still yet to come around the Bay. 888-957-9570. We're talking about the 49ers right now, talking about their defense. So we both think that, Bosa, and I'm kind of in lockstep with you that maybe we've seen his best, but I'm going to...
20 sack season?
We've probably seen the best of him. But I still think he could be really, really good.
Yeah, like I think a lot of guys on this list could be really good. Like that's where I'm at kind of with Fred. Do you know how great Fred was for like 5 straight years?
I know.
It's as good as you get. I don't mention you in the Patrick Willis category without you being one of the all-time great, just gladiators of the sport. That doesn't mean you're going to be that guy at 30. I'd be very surprised.
Malik Mustafa. Have we seen the best of him? He's kind of a tweener.
No, I'm going to say no. I actually like Mustafa more than most. He's just got to slow down a little.
He goes 0 to 100 so fast, and we saw that it could be great, and then on the next play he can whiff and just get burned by what's his nuts for a Luther Burden of the Chicago Bears, right?
Well, Luther Burton's going to be a stud.
Well, he is. God, Caleb Williams, by the way. Just I how the season's over, so they just show highlights of just certain clips. That Hail Mary throw he had against the Green Bay Packers is still one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life.
It's amazing. Should have won that game against the Rams.
Probably. Michael Williams. Come on. He's got 1 year, and that's not fair.
No,
put his name in here, is it?
We haven't seen
his peak. No.
I don't really know what he is, though, currently.
D. Winters.
I would probably move off D. Winters at some point. Yeah,
Okay, you're out on him.
Yeah.
He started off so promising early on the season. Remember we were talking about baby Dre Greenlaw, maybe? And then he got picked on in the
He was getting Navarro Bowman comp.
No, he was though. No, but Dre Greenlaw, not Navarro. I was saying Dre Greenlaw.
Bowman. What are we doing?
I didn't say that. I said Dre Greenlaw. We both said.
Did you see Kelby Tomlinson? He looked like Matt Williams.
Okay. I did say.
Did you see Pat Spencer hit that shot? It looked like Chris Mullen. What are we doing?
On the pregame show a couple of years ago with Pat Bailey, when he was really good offensively, he had a couple months stretch, and he was throwing people out left and right. I was like, you know what? Maybe they got their heir apparent to Buster Posey. I was saying it. People were.
I was saying it too.
Yeah. And then
I was driving Shasky crazy with
Buster Posey was the rookie of the year and batted .330 for months on end.
I was saying this.
And then carried them deep into the playoffs. You guys, the thing that you just saw last night is not the greatest thing that ever existed. We've got to show a little bit of knowledge of the history of sports.
I don't think anyone was saying that Pat Bailey is Buster Posey 2.0. I think it was more like, hey, they got another catcher who can get plus production, and then that's probably where the Buster comps
Would that last about 5 seconds?
Yeah, about
7.5.
Yeah, about 2 months, and then it was gone. We're still searching for that 2-month hot stretch of Pat Bailey's back.
Twitter is not life.
Thank you. God, you guys.
You know what his new nickname's going to be, guys? I don't know if anyone's called him this yet. When his bat is going to be on fire, he's going to be Bat Bailey, not Pat. Bat Bailey.
Something like Jack Trick Bailey because he jacked it out.
I don't like that
guys,
one. That one makes me uncomfortable.
I'm gonna sit this one out.
He's not good enough for a nickname just yet. All right,
I said relax. When his bat, shuts you up and shuts me up.
When he's good enough for a nickname, his nickname will be.
Thank you. I'm rooting for Patrick Bailey. A lot of people aren't. I'm rooting for him.
I didn't say I wasn't rooting for him.
I am. I'm rooting for him. All right. Special teams. Have we seen the best of Eddie Pinheiro?
He was great this year.
I know he was really good.
I don't know why. They got the long snapper locked up. I'd get him. I want to keep Eddie Pinheiro. So
I think they will. They'll find some common ground there. You want to keep him in the building. Thomas Morstead.
He's 40.
I know, but punters are always.
He's got a little more left in the tank than Trent. That's a joke.
Have we seen the best of Kyle Shanahan?
Possibly.
No.
Has Kyle Shanahan peaked?
No.
Niner fans.
No.
888-957-9570.
John? Maybe. Kyle, no.
John, maybe?
Kyle's going to coach another 25 years. You're telling me this is the best we've seen of him? I just don't.
I mean, Kyle's gone to 2 Super Bowls. Kyle's like that's.
If you coach 25 years, okay, 30 years, like that's where he's good. That's where he's good. He's going to be coaching that long. He'll have a couple more runs in him. He's not done.
What coach in the Bay have we seen the best of? Have we seen the best of Steve Kerr? Has he peaked? I'm switching over to the Warriors now. We just did the Niners. Who's peaked? Who hasn't here in the Bay? We're doing Niners, Giants, and Warriors. Just to San Francisco 49ers. Let's go to the Golden State Warriors and start with the head coach.
Well, if he takes over the Spurs in a year from now, then he'll say that he has not peaked.
I mean, guys won 4 titles.
Coaches have a different... No, see, I would push back on this. Coaches can coach much longer than a player. So you can, like, lose it, take a couple years... Not lose it, but, like, you know, show signs of decline, take a couple years off, like Phil, and then get, you know, reinvigorated, or like Bochy, and then come back rearing and win it all again. So I view coaching a little different.
All right.
So, like, has he peaked with the Warriors? Probably.
I don't think
with the Warriors.
I don't think he will replicate the success he had at Golden State anywhere else. Not saying that
that's not a hot take.
Well, not saying you have to do that.
He's not going to win 4 titles with the Spurs.
That's what I'm saying. Go to 6 finals. It's like one of the most rare things that's ever happened in sports.
Hold on. I'm not saying he's going to go to another team and have a dynastic run, is what I'm saying. So, you know, go to multiple finals.
There's like 6 dynasties in the history of the NBA.
I know. Jesus, let me finish. All right. Bruce Bochy didn't replicate what he did with the San Francisco Giants with the Texas Rangers. But he did win a title and solidified himself as one of the greatest managers in the history of the sport and of his era. If Steve Kerr was to leave the Warriors and go to the San Antonio Spurs, it would be similar to that. So do I think that we've seen the best of him? Yes. That doesn't mean he can't go elsewhere and still succeed at a high level.
The Bruce Bochy title with the Rangers is still one of the craziest things. They had no bullpen.
That team was loaded, though, offensively.
They
Come
had
on.
no bullpen.
Corey Seager was a baller.
I mean, they had no arms. Well, they lost the third baseman.
Well,
like, they had a lot of injuries.
Hold on. Max Scherzer, all right? Nathan Eovaldi has been a baller in the postseason.
Playoff player.
Clutch as hell. He is so underrated. When
he's not having Tommy John.
Exactly. No, but like he was so good for the Red Sox. And
he's had it like 3 times.
And they got lightning in the ball with who? Jordan Montgomery, right?
Yeah.
And then who was their closer? Leclerc, right?
Jose Leclerc?
They were the worst bullpen in baseball, and I don't know how he navigated it.
Well, that's what
Bochy genius.
That's what Bochy does. Puts his imprint on it.
Except 2016.
Well,
like in terms of being with the and I think Bochy peaked with the Giants, and at the end it was probably about time, but it's the way you do it. But I don't know, Coach. I just view coaching different.
Do we know how Bochy feels about Tony V? Has he talked about that?
Because you're talking about physical peak, and like when I think of like peak, I also think of like, are you at the height of your industry? And being at the height of your industry one year to the next, it oscillates. You know, concepts and ideas and the roster, and so how I view you as a coach, like, is dependent on the players that you have on the team and the roster that you've built.
Okay, we're gonna pick this up on the other side. We're gonna do Golden State Warriors edition. Peaked or not peaked? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. It's brought to you by Kalshi, Trade on Anything, and Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. From the pros to college, don't miss your shot on the hardwood. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know, but Dolan's knows. For over 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. Anderson Windows and Doors are on sale at Dolan's. For a limited time, get 30% off installation. Call now for a quote. 800-9-DOLANS or visit DolanLumber.com.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Your home's equity. Its value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spend my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Tim? He'll be on the call tomorrow, right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors-Lakers at Chase Center. Luka, LeBron, Austin Reeves, they're on a 3-game losing streak, people. It was a bad loss last night to the Phoenix Suns. You really hate to see it for the purple and gold. By the way, if you have missed out on qualifying for the knockout tournament at Chase Center, and shout out our girl, Lori Simons, girl, sorry, don't want to offend anyone. She qualified earlier, and she was our second qualifier of this week on our show. But if you want to qualify later on, be listening, 12:30 with Steiny, and E-Dog in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And then at 3:30 with Willard and Dibbs. So there you go. Yeah, on YouTube right now, it looks like I am blocked out by a Google search. And be careful. Be careful whoever's on Google search over there. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to be putting anything that we're not supposed to be putting on the YouTube channel. But
Googling Megan Thee Stallion's outfit.
Hey, you better be careful. I wasn't mad at it. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about who has peaked, who's not peaked. Megan Thee Stallion has not peaked yet. Klay Thompson has definitely peaked, but that's okay.
Clay's like 35 years old. He has not peaked in life.
No,
maybe athletically.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Joe. He's not peaked. Of course he hasn't peaked in life.
Wait till he has his first child. His whole life will change.
I do think he's peaked when it comes to his love interests. You're not getting, come on, Megan Thee Stallion, lock that up, Clay. Put the ring on it. The dad already likes her. She cooked for the family at Thanksgiving. Lock it up. Have the babies. Have the family. Come on.
Here's where I struggle with some of these celebrity relationships. The compatibility is interesting to me. I always thought Ben Affleck, and J-Lo. How could J-Lo love Ben Affleck as much as she loves herself?
Well, she's had come on.
Well, that's my point.
She has more rings than Steph Curry.
She's so obsessed with herself and her team. And I don't know, I don't know. I don't know.
I was always Team A-Rod when it came to A-Rod and J-Lo together too, so. What's A-Rod doing? Is he dating anyone?
He's with a fitness trainer.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
Fitness trainer, huh?
They're very happy.
There's some jokes in there.
He's blonde-haired, I believe.
Is he from Miami? Huh?
I think he's part in Florida, part in Minnesota.
A lot of Wolves fans very upset, by the way, about the season ticket prices getting jacked up post A-Rod as a majority owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Just something to monitor. So we're talking about who's peaked, who hasn't peaked here in the Bay. We did the 49ers. If you missed that, you can find that on YouTube or the Odyssey app. Hit the rewind feature. Now we're on the Golden State Warriors. Stephen Curry, Joe. Let's just kick it off right there with the chef.
Yeah, he's probably, peaked a little. I mean, it doesn't mean he still can't be great.
It's okay. And again, we're talking about this player will not be able to replicate, again, the best season that they've had. That's okay to say. That's Steph Curry, who's going to be 38 years.
He's probably not going to have another unanimous MVP.
He's probably not going to be exactly.
He can still be an all-NBA player next year.
And by the way, he was still a all-star starter this season. Yeah. Didn't play in it because he's rehabbing. He's getting that runner's knee worked out.
I mean, if you ask me, will he play 74 games, which was as high as of recent, maybe a couple years ago, I'd probably bet against that. 74 regular season games.
I would too. He's not going to qualify for all NBA anything this year, which sucks. But that's another thing real quick. They got to fix that. Well, I mean, some the 5 of the top 10 players in the league aren't going to qualify because they missed
play games.
Yeah, is it Jokic's fault? Come on, Joe.
What do you mean Jokic's fault? If you get hurt, you get hurt. It sucks. It is what it is.
That doesn't mean he's not a first-team All-NBA player, though, in the games that he played.
Okay, but if you only play 61 games.
Don't insult my intelligence of putting a player in that's first-team All-NBA that didn't deserve to be first-team All-NBA.
No, I just think that, I get you got to play a prerequisite amount of games. So, if you play 64, right, instead of the 65, then, yeah, he probably should still be All-NBA. I would have a little bit of variance there, but... I mean, you got to have some rules in place.
I don't know. There's so much wrong with the NBA product right now, and that stuff just bothers me because don't insult my intelligence. If Shai Gilgeous-Alexander wins the MVP or is an MVP caliber guy, but he's not going to qualify to be All NBA. You get what I'm saying here? It's almost.
I thought it was to win the NBA MVP. You out to all.
I thought it was All NBA. Maybe I'm wrong here.
I thought it was all the awards.
Well. DraftKings still has Shai as winning. He's
I thought it was all the awards. I could be wrong. I thought it was all of them.
We'll get into it. Just the whole thing I think is just convoluted and dumb. And I understand they wanted to do it to curb towards the end of the season, players not playing and resting.
But hear me on this. If you in an 82 game schedule, right? If you only play 58 games, you're missing a third of the season.
Yeah, but shorten the season.
Well, no, but there are other guys that have played more, and I hear you. You're an amazing player, and I totally dude. Jokic is one of the best players I've ever seen.
So major awards they're excluded from.
So they must play at least 65 games to be qualified for MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, Most Improved, All NBA, and All Defensive.
So you got 65 games. you know, like I understand how absurd it seems on the surface. Like if you play 64, you know what I mean?
Like, that's what I'm saying though. Like 64 is the cutoff because Shea hurt his abdomen and he's still putting up ridiculous numbers, but because Luka Doncic played in more games, he's gonna get it. Like you
got to have some parameters in place.
I don't like that though. Just give it to the best player. Give it to the best player.
So Brock Purdy this year, he played 9 games?
Played 9 games.
Okay, wow, they were amazing. He threw up crazy numbers.
He was really good.
Should he be considered an MVP candidate? Like you got to have a line of demarcation somewhere.
Because Matt Stafford was a better quarterback than him.
No, I understand that, but like,
is Denny Avdia, because he played in more games, should he be first team All Pro over Shea Gilgeous-Alexander?
No, but you do need to reward the guys that are playing the year out. I guess
just give the rewards to the people that deserves to have them. That's all I'm saying. Is it that
but if
difficult?
you don't play enough, like I guess what I'm saying is like if you're only playing 2/3 of the season and you miss 30 games, like I kind of throw my hands up and I'm like, that's tough. It's tough for me to say you were the best in that individual season if you missed 30 games.
I just think there should be some nuance. If 64 games is like, because this is what I'm getting at here, because maybe Shea only does play in 64. Okay. We're really going to do that one game cutoff that he doesn't deserve.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
come on.
I'm able to have some variance, but they have to have some rules in place. I mean, half the league's tanking. Joe, 13 teams aren't even trying. So, like, they got to put something in place.
Philmo Mike wants to talk about it. What's up, Philmo? Good morning. Payday Friday, baby.
I'm just a believer, and I'm not saying you got to be Cal Ripken, okay? I'm not saying you got to be Cal Ripken Jr. and play every single game, but, like, we got to play a little, dude. Like, you got to show up. My dad showed up every day. You got to show up.
I showed up. Philmo's showing up.
Oh, what's up, Philmo? I didn't realize he was here. What's up?
Nah, I agree with Shay. Man, I just was arguing with Ludman. Ludman agree with Spadoni, and that's the most craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. So you play 60 games and you want the MVP? Get up out of here,
if he's
man.
the best player.
Man, what the hell are you talking? If you don't play in the
Philmo?
game, I don't care if you're supposed to be the best player. You got to play in the game.
Exactly.
Low management, Aaron. Blame low management. Michael Jordan didn't take off games. Oh, man, I feel this way. Man, he played the game, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be taking off games and then think you the best player in the NBA. You got some players playing 82 games. You got another player playing 55. Oh, he the MVP. Nah, bruh, just because of status quo. Nah, bruh. Nah, we ain't doing status quo. You ain't getting no participation trophy, bruh. That's not how it works, bruh. You got to put in the work. You feel me? You want to be the man, you got to really be the man and earn that, bruh. You can't play 54, 57 games and you think that, oh, just because I'm quote-unquote the best player in the league, I get hella fat and foul calls. They don't call for walking on me all the time, and then I'm the best player in the league. I get the MVP. Hell no.
Philmo.
I feel him.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander in 50 games has averaged 32, 4, 6, shooting 55%.
It's amazing.
He is unbelievable. He'll maybe not even touch 65 games because of the abdomen injury. Maybe he plays in 60, 62, 63. And he shouldn't be even in consideration for the MVP because he got hurt.
Well, you got to be able to play like
no. There's a difference between shutting a player down for tanking or for rest towards the end of the season and legitimate injuries. Like that.
But let's go extreme. Kobe scores 81 on opening night.
And they are the number one seed. I think that matters in this too.
No, I know, but let's go extreme on this conversation. Like, Kobe scores 81 and 25 rebounds, whatever. It's game one, and then hypotheticals. Tears his Achilles. I mean, he's the best player in the league. He played one game. Look at his numbers.
No, I mean, come on. Like, I'm not going that level, but like the line of demarcation is playing in 65 games. And if he only plays in 64, he doesn't qualify.
I think it's pretty reasonable.
I think it's kind of whack.
I think it's pretty reasonable. You got to show up. Like I don't know. I'm just a believer. You got to play in like some of these games.
But if like the top 3 guys, for example, like all miss these sort of games, and then we get to like the 4th or 5th option, like Jalen Brunson's gonna win it.
That's a league problem.
Oh my,
this is a problem.
But then we're gonna look back in the history and say Jalen Brunson wasn't the best player at all that season, but he won it because he qualified for the 65 games. You see what I'm saying?
No, I do. But there is a level of you. Like, we're looking at an individual year. It's not about your body of work. It's not about your resume. It's like, who's the best this year? And part of what goes into that jumbo pot is how many games did you play?
I don't know. Steph Curry, he's not going to be able to qualify for some of the awards.
Here's the other part about Shea, like MVP, most valuable. when he's been out, like they haven't skipped a beat. And he's a great player.
Well, that's always the thing with the NBA, though, and Ramona Shelburne saying it's more of a narrative, like, based award in the NBA, which I just find laughable on the surface. And yeah, I'm looking at DraftKings Sportsbook right now.
Because by that metric, like the 2 years Jordan took off, he was the MVP of the league.
Right.
And then he shows back up and boom, they're back in the Eastern Conference Finals.
The awards as of right now, Shea is minus 250 to win it. He's a heavy favorite. And I don't know if he's going to qualify to play in all the games. I don't know. We'll see.
But does like availability means nothing to you though?
No, it means something.
So
but if the guy gets hurt, so the whole point of this
what's
thing,
the number for you?
I don't think there should be a number. I just don't think that's fair. Because if a player legitimately gets injured and he misses it by one game, I don't think that's fair.
How many games has Jaylen Brown played?
Let me pull it up.
Like, and if we're going like most valuable, like I'm just play this hypothetical. How many games has he played?
I'm pulling up ESPN right now. Jaylen Brown has played in 52 games, 3 more than Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
There you go, right? Like, let's say there's some, he plays in 67 or 68, and Shea doesn't play and only plays, let's say, in 59. Like, that's a big difference. That's an 11-game swing. And I do believe you take Jaylen Brown off the Boston Celtics, and it looks a lot different. Like, so now we're having a conversation. I do think it creates more of a dialogue.
And Nikola Jokic is the guy that played in the least of those big three.
What is it, 40?
He's only played 43.
Yeah. See?
So he's not going to qualify for that 65.
He got to be healthy.
I mean, he's seasoned, though. He's
amazing.
He's averaging a triple-double.
Amazing.
He's averaging almost 30, 12, and 10, and almost shooting 60%.
So,
Nick, you get the absurdity of that,
No,
though?
it's not absurd, though. But I'm saying, like, so what if he plays 51 and Shea plays 66?
But don't insult my intelligence as a fan. If Jalen Brunson wins the MVP, when we all damn sure know he didn't deserve it that
Let's
season.
see who wins it. Let's see who wins it.
Well, that's kind of, sorry to cut you off there, Shasky, but like it basically is going to come down to the MVP is going to be, is it the best player of the league or is it just the guy left standing? And sure, I mean, injuries and load management stuff, there's a lot that goes into that. But if that's really what the MVP race comes down to is just the last guy standing, that just feels like an incredibly hollow MVP award.
No, that I agree with, but I guess I would say to you this. If you're going to even be in consideration with 51 games played, hypothetically, right, versus someone who's played 70 games, you better have the best damn 51 games. It better be so above and beyond what everyone else is doing.
Jokic is low-key is, though. Like, that's what I'm saying.
So he's your MVP?
I mean, yes. I just read the stats to you. He's unbelievable.
So he plays in 55 games this year, like hypothetically?
Yeah, hypothetically. And he averages 30, 12, 10, shooting 60% from the floor.
I'd sign off on that.
That's the MVP.
So he plays 55. So that means he missed 28, give or take 28 games.
And they were a top 3 seed?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like that's tough. I don't know.
I get you. It's
tough.
It's an interesting conversation. I don't think and I hear your perspective on it. And there is an element of the best ability is availability. That matters. That showing up does matter.
It's not the best ability. It's part of the mix of how, when I'm breaking these things down. Like one thing I've always had.
I just used the expression. I wasn't saying that's
one
the
thing I've always had a tough time with is in baseball, like a pitcher being an MVP, they only play once every 5 days.
Yeah, you have to be like so much more dominant.
Gooden.
Yeah.
You have to be so like above and beyond, significantly better than anyone. Like it needs to be so unreal and so historic for me to even consider it.
And then you got a reliever on top of that being an MVP consideration. Dennis Eckersley on line 1.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, also, if I could just add on to this.
Again, one of the greatest seasons ever. By the way.
If I could just add on this also, this rule was implemented in part because they're trying to combat load management. Correct. They don't want these stars sitting out. And that was supposed to motivate them to not load manage. But then you look at, Jokic hyperextended his knee. SGA's had the abdominal injury all year long. Like, that's not the same as load managing. It's not like they're waking up in the morning. It's like, you know what, my knee's going to hurt today. I can't play. It seems unfair to lump these guys in, guys who are actually hurt versus like the Kawhi Leonards of the world who are doing load management.
I know, but did you see what happened with Larry Martin? So like, and this is whenever you hear like a real GM who's now in media talk about this, when these guys get into this season, I don't care what sport it is, okay? Everyone's hurt with something everywhere. If you just did an MRI on, I bet you, Steven, how many innings do you think you threw in high school?
Probably over 40.
Okay. If I did an MRI on your shoulder, okay, not a lot of wear and tear in relative, to like a major leaguer or whatever, you're going to see some stuff in there it's not going to look clean. It's not going to look like a soccer player's shoulder, for example, because you're utilizing it so much. Every guy in the league, when you get to game 60, game 70, they're dealing with stuff. So I don't know if my numbers are down a little, but I'm playing through something and you have no idea about it, but I'm out there every single day.
Right.
Like, to me, there is something to that. There is nobility in being available every single game. I still find that to be like a hallmark. Like when Looney went all 82 games, however many years in a row, and I know some of it was a little ceremonial. We only play like a couple of minutes of the game. There is something a little special about that in this day and age. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, and I don't think that he should be the MVP. Like, obviously, he's not even close to that, but I find that a little special in this day and age. There's something to be said for that.
I think there's also a difference between hurt and injured. Like, you could play when you're hurt. If you're injured, like, you just legitimately just, like, can't get on the court if you're injured. So I have a hard time, like, saying that those are the exact same things. I do agree, like, yeah, there is something about showing up, but at the same time, like, when I watch Jokic play, it's just, yeah, there's just no one in the league who's better than that guy right now. He's having the best season. And so if he plays 55 games and gets MVP...
That's never been what the NBA has been, because LeBron, you can make the argument for LeBron for like 7 straight years. Well, that's the best player on the team, the best player on the planet.
Well, that's the narrative layer to it too, which you can stack on top of that.
I just don't think that's how it works.
Well, yeah, and there's no one set reason that I'm kind of, sitting on here. But yeah, that's another layer to this lasagna here.
I
love lasagna.
You got to play a little, though. Like, there's a happy medium. I don't know what the answer is. And maybe 65 is an arbitrary number that doesn't make a lot of sense, but you got to play in some of these things.
Guys, do we really need the rule then? Like, what if it's just, there is no, like, limit, but then it's just in this, as I say it out loud, it doesn't even sound that great, but just it's on the voters to just basically decide for themselves if they think that they played enough games to. It's just eliminating people just because they didn't play a set amount of games. There's just something that doesn't feel right to me about that.
So, okay, the year Blake Snell was nuclear with the Giants down the stretch, should he have been in the Cy Young Award? He missed like 3 months of the year.
Well, his first half wasn't as good, so...
Yeah, but he was as good as anyone on the planet. And you could say his individual year was as good as anyone's.
Yeah, but his like strikeout totals in comparison to everyone else wasn't even close.
Well, what about his strikeouts per 9? What about his strikeouts per game?
They don't care about that, though. Because
Blake Snell wasn't...
Baseball does
points
matter.
Per game, right?
Longevity in baseball does matter, though. Like,
no, but
you can win on a losing team in baseball.
You're giving me points per game. What if I gave you point totals? What if I gave you turnover totals, rebounding totals? What if I gave you assist totals throughout the aggregate of a season, as opposed to points per game on like a guy like Jokic?
Comparing and contrasting NBA to MLB MVPs because it's totally different. Mike Trout has proven that you can be on a loser team. NBA, you can never be on a loser team and win the MVP.
What's his face? Russ Westbrook was on an 8 seed.
They were a playoff team.
Okay.
They were a playoff team. No,
16 teams make the league.
No, I'm just
playoffs. I mean, come on.
They were a 6 seed, yeah. And he averaged a triple-double for the season. Yeah. It was unique. It was. By the way, the lowest games played in a normal season, because you have a lot of MVPs in strike-shortened
seasons.
It was Bill Walton winning the MVP, playing in only 58 games for the Blazers back in 77-78. There's a little fun fact for you. There you go.
That seems like a good
Who's second?
All the other ones, I keep finding it, like the Giannis won it when they only played 72 games a couple of years ago. LeBron won it in the shortened season. And then Karl Malone technically has the record. He played in 49 games out of 50 back in the strike-shortened season, 98-99.
49 out of 50.
Well, remember, I brought it up the other day. Remember the 60-game schedule or whatever for Major League?
Mike
Yastrzemski was one MVP candidate. Never take that away from him, Joe.
I would just add on, you guys bring up Blake Snell versus Jokic. I would just say with Snell, Shasky, like, Snell was not great all year long when he was available, whereas every night Jokic steps onto the floor, you're getting Nikola Jokic. So that's kind of how I would differentiate those two right there.
But if you're only making so many appearances,
if Blake Snell made 20 starts and was nails in all those starts. I think, didn't Kershaw win the Cy Young one year with 24 starts because he was just that stupid good? Then I'm giving you the award there. What you do in the limited amount of time does also matter.
Marcus in Oakland wants to join the conversation. What's up, Mark?
What's up, fella? I love this conversation, and from my perspective, I don't even think it's really that much of a drama. Dude, if you can't show up to play at least 70% of the games, if you're playing 55 games and you're averaging a triple-double, you missed 30 games, dude. Mm-hmm. That's 30 games you missed. Your numbers could be different if you played an entire season. What are we talking about? Play at least 80%, 75% of the season to qualify.
I totally agree.
Think that's absolutely fine, and I think it's absolutely fair. I would never want to see some guy play 55, 56, 58 games and win MVP.
Thank you.
How is that fair?
Thank you. I mean, if you miss all the back-to-back, like in this hypothetical, right? Like if you I don't play in the third game in 4 nights. I don't play in back-to-backs. I'm like, well, those are all the difficult games. Of course your numbers are going to go down, like in those games. So I just, again, there's a happy medium. I don't have the answer. I don't think is the arbitrary number of 65 perfect? Not at all. It's a starting point. And I don't know, man. You got to be out there, though. You just do.
Well, another part of this conversation that's different is that, like, for younger players that sign new contracts or get, certain incentives, getting all NBA means a lot for, adding tens of millions of dollars we're talking about. So missing that by a couple games or two and rewarding it to someone that is clearly not as good as them, I do think that kind of sucks.
Yeah, but was their year better?
And the full year. Was the full year better? And also during those seasons, you have to take into account, I'm sure they had rest days. I'm sure they had to hold them back. So now that their own team might be screwing with you and keeping you from getting those incentives. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, teams want to win as best they can. And so, if they could, they'd have all their guys out there all the time. I mean, I just know how coaches are. You want your best players to play all the time, period. All the time, if you can. But you also have to look at the big picture. You have to put restrictor plates on. But I'm with them 58 games out of 82.
Yeah, but what's the line of demarcation?
I don't know.
60, 65, apparently.
I guess what I'm saying is if you're going to win the MVP or you're going to be first team, whatever, it just better be so unbelievable statistically and impact-wise that it's inarguable. Otherwise, we're going to have these arguments. People are going crazy on the YouTube chat.
I get it. Are we out on this rule? Or are we in on it?
Joe, I look back at guys here's a great example. LeBron's career. I'm not the biggest LeBron fan. I know Bonte and me joke around about it, but how many MVPs? He got 4? I think
4.
Okay, He's got 4. It is a little absurd. He has 4. The guy should have at least 9.
Well, I think that's what we're going to say about Jokic, too.
Kobe?
Yeah.
Kobe has 1?
Has 1. I know.
I mean, what?
I know.
Steph Curry. He's only got 2?
I know.
So, but when you zoom out, right, you're well, how does that happen? But then you zoom in and you're all right, well, in this year, this guy was better. And then in this year, this guy was better. And then in this year, this happened. And so,
So it's funny. I bring up the Bill Walton one, and he's the one that that did qualify in a normal quote unquote season.
You talk to people that watched Bill Walton. He's one of the greatest woulda, coulda, shouldas in sports history.
He's still a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
That's how good he was.
100%.
I think how we're going to view Kawhi Leonard once upon a time is similarly how we're going to view as we view Bill Walton.
Agreed.
Both kind of quirky guys actually too. But Bill Walton, when he got hurt, having played 58 games, his team was 50-10. 50-10. That has to be part of the conversation too, is when these guys do get hurt, where their team is at and how much they were a contributing factor of that. 888-957-9570. Yeah, we're up against it real quick.
We'll finish it on the other side because you keep, and I get why you do this, and I know that people think that basketball is different from baseball or whatever, and I get that. Believe me, I do. But I just think
the narrative around it. Yeah.
Well, I think there's similarities in terms of the length of the season and playing through the grind. And I want to use one player as an example in baseball that I think correlates to basketball.
We'll do that. Plus, Spadoni's Circle of Trust on the other side. 888-957-9570. Spadoni and Shasky brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Here it comes. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Pre-order and get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Hey, it's Willard. Okay, Sharks fans, here's something fun. Coming off a big moment on the world stage, San Jose Shark star Macklin Celebrini teamed up with Omar and Tarek Habas of Habas Law for a new run of commercials. They're a lot of fun. It's what happens when people at the top of their game come together, same mindset, preparation, performance, showing up when it matters. Keep an eye out for the new Habas Law spots with San Jose Sharks phenom Macklin Celebrini. Smart, sharp, and very Bay Area.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
95.7 The Game has your chance to run in the iconic San Francisco Marathon. Head to 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a full marathon bib for the San Francisco Marathon on July 26th. Get all the details and enter now at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Dibber here. Tune in to Willard and Dibs every Friday when I give out my locks for the weekend. They may fade me, and they're right to do so. Meanwhile, you can go ahead and fade back into the morning roast.
I've never heard that. I feel like that's been in the system forever, and we just now played it. Hey, Dibs. Catch Willard and Dibs later on today, 2 o'clock, but the crossover starts at 1:45. And our crossover, because it's a Friday, starts in an hour from now with Steiny and E-Dog, who's filling in for Goo. Can't wait for that. We'll ask them about the conversation we're currently having. And if you're just joining us, we're just talking about the rule that the NBA has instituted. They had instituted a couple of years ago in 2023 the 65-game minimum to qualify for major end-of-season awards. And whether or not that's fair to players that might miss it by a couple games, a la Nikola Jokic, who is just absolutely dominating the league right now. Incredible stats. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, still the leader in the clubhouse to win it. But where do we draw the line with this stuff, guys? 888-957-9570 is the number, and we'll go out to the phone lines in a second.
The sports are different, right? I know how we talk about things are different, but I was re-looking at the Giants stats from last year, and I'm looking at just everything that the Giants are doing because I'm getting ready for this year. This is a couple weeks back, and I'm like, wow. In my mind, Adamas had a really bad year last year. And then I'm looking at the numbers. I'm like, well, he did play 160 games, led them in stolen bases.
That matters.
He was top in hits, doubles, second on the team. And overall, he was first in home runs. For the year, Devers had more, but he played for Boston. He led them in RBIs. He led them in a lot of statistical categories. And you're like, man, there is something to be said for playing 160 games, and being the team leader in a variety of stats. Now, I went back and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, all right, so the year Jokic won the MVP in 2023, 2024. All right, this is total points. He was 5th in total points. Total rebounds, he was 3rd total rebounds. Total assists, he was 2nd, right? Wow, that's a hell of a year. You got to play in a lot of games. And not just forget the points per game, the rebounds per game, you got to be in a lot of. Now, this year, he just hasn't played enough, but he's 16th in total points. He's 21st in total rebounds, 200 behind the leader, Rudy Gobert. He's 500 points away from Tyrese Maxey, who leads the league in total points this year. And then the games are a little off, so one team might have played a little more. And then you look at just total assists this year. He's 2nd in total assists. Now, that is incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. But I think he needs to get some of the other totals and he's playing more games to be considered at where he's at. And then I did the same thing with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last year. I mean, he's top 5 in everything, in terms of the overall aggregate. And I don't know what the answer is, Joe. I don't know what the answer is, but I do know this. There has to be baked in an element of availability. I don't know what the number is. 65 might feel arbitrary, but for my money, playing in all the games or a lot of the games does matter.
888-957-9570. I think it matters to Amal in Fremont. Amal, you're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Shasky, you stole my thunder there.
I apologize.
Exactly what I was going to say. No worries, man. No worries. I think I owe you an apology, too, because not to change subject, when you first got on the show with Bonte years ago, you were just going off and sharing some stats off top of your head. And I texted, I said, man, there's no way Shasky knows all of this off top of his head. He must be looking up stats. And you and Bonte kind of took that personal. So over the years listening to you, I feel like I owe you that apology.
You don't owe me nothing. Thanks for listening.
You know the stuff,
Thank you for listening. You owe me nothing.
I was going to say, oh, man, you're welcome, bud. You're welcome. I feel like, man, we're buddies,
I appreciate that.
But what I wanted to say was exactly what you said, is that, man, if you're not on top 5, then, that should be, maybe not be in consideration, but that should be some point should be taken away from you if you're not on top 5 total points and rebounds, etc., right? Because you could have a triple-double in 30 games. It could be, you could have, all kinds of stuff in 30 games, but if it's not top 5 or top 6, then, that means nothing. That means you didn't play enough. So, so I'm with you, Shasky. There should be a threshold of how many games you play to win MVP. But, guys, I love the show every morning. I enjoy you guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks, Amal. And you know what I want to get at real quick on that? I'm okay with it being for the MVP. For the MVP 65, that's okay. It's when it starts to get to the all-NBA stuff where contracts are tied to it, I have a problem with. So Sam Quinn, I think you know who he is. I follow him. Really good. Guy's very sharp. CBS Sports, covers the NBA, one of their senior reporters. Maybe we'll reach out to him in the next week or so. He's really good. This is a little excerpt that he had about a month ago after the Jokic injury, a couple months ago, why the NBA's 65-game awards minimum is a failed idea creating more problems than it solves. And this is a little excerpt from it that I found very, very interesting, talking about Tyrese Halliburton back in 2023, 2024. So bear with me. This is good stuff. Take Tyrese Halliburton. He played in 33 of Indiana's first 36 games in the 2023-2024 season. And in that time, he was a genuine MVP candidate, averaging just under 24 points and 13 assists on nearly 50, 40, 90 shooting. And then he hurt his hamstring. He missed 5 games, returned for 1, then missed 5 more. He didn't miss another game the rest of the season, eking out all NBA eligibility with 69 games played. He also wasn't the same player, averaging 16.8 points and 9.3 assists on far less efficient shooting than he had before the injury. He was so good in the first half of the season that he still managed to sneak his way in as a third-team All-NBA selection. And he therefore got a 30% max contract. But it certainly seemed like he had to rush back before he was ready. Halliburton himself admitted that in an interview with former podcast JJ Redick, in which Redick alluded to Halliburton's quote-unquote $53 million incentive to come back. Indiana star guard acknowledged he might have handled his recovery differently without the 65-game rule. Stuff like that is bothersome.
Well, that's a deeper conversation regarding players' union agreeing to
Correct.
CBA.
That's what.
Now, Joe, I come from a sales background. Do you know how many times I individually hit all my key performance factors, and then the company in like retail or some other department doesn't hit budget, and none of us get the appropriate bonus that we were due? Yeah, that happens all the time in every company.
Doesn't mean it's right though.
Well,
just because it's acknowledged it happens to other people.
It's not exclusive to an NBA player, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
when you sign your deal,
doesn't matter if it happens to you. It sucks for you too. It could suck for everyone.
Well, what I'm saying is that no, but these are the contracts you've signed. Like, if you want to play in the league, you fall under these rules, and if you're part of the player union, this is their player union agreeing to this. And there's some good and some bad that comes with that.
I'm not rooting for billionaires to be cheap.
I didn't say that.
More. No,
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but it's kind of what we're saying. It's like, no, I want the players to be able to maximize their profits too.
Everything's negotiable. They have negotiated what they really care about, and there are certain things, and they've tied some of their salaries. You know what the average NBA salary is? Do you know what the average NBA?
Tell me.
It's over $14 million a year.
It's great.
Okay, so they're living I'm not saying that they shouldn't try to get every dollar. I acknowledge that, but let's stop acting like these guys are not making ends meet.
Again, it's no one's saying that. We're talking. This is sports. So when we talk about sports money, we're talking about it in that realm.
But they negotiated this.
Yeah.
This is what this CBA, this players union, it's the same thing with baseball. They pick and choose what they want to fight over and to haggle over. And so when I see the NFL complain about, hey, we don't have any synergy with practice time, it's like, you guys negotiated certain things. You didn't care about 17 and 18 game schedules, but what you really cared about was shortening practice times and the availability during the offseason because you want to have more vacation. Like, this is the give and take. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. This is what they as a union have negotiated. So really, if he's frustrated, you know who he needs to look at? CJ McCollum, who is his player rep.
888-957-9570. And that was a couple years ago. Maybe they'll revisit this after this season if certain guys can't qualify for it and it gets to like the 4th or 5th option. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Again, it's another thing that Adam Silver, has to figure out. That's not on the court related.
I mean, I want to make it very clear, the amount of people that work in other industries that are like, yeah, if I don't show up, I don't get paid. They get it. This is not exclusive to the NBA. There's a zillion different thresholds and specific days per year you have to work and all these kinds of industries, depending on if you're in a union or not, or if you're in a contractual situation or not. You have criteria you have to meet, and if you don't meet them, there are ramifications.
Absolutely. And there's also this thing called workman's comp too. And there's a huge rabbit hole down there.
Joe.
Which is similar to these guys getting hurt on the job.
Joe, this is part of their union. I don't have to love it. This is what they've negotiated. Yeah. I don't love the CBA. I have my own qualms with that. I find it ridiculous.
I find this whole thing ridiculous that we're talking about. Steven in Oakland. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I just wanted to say that it seems like we're trying to play favorites with our favorite players. In terms of injuries and preserving our favorite players like LeBron and Steph for as long as possible, and not allowing the natural course of the league to kind of, take its course. You look at players like Bird, Kareem. There's a lot of players that they could have had longer careers, but they chose to play as much as possible. And it's really a slap in the face of those older players because You know, if they had modern medicine and load managing, I'm sure Bird could have played an extra 4 years. You know, I'm sure who was the point guard on Detroit that broke Isaiah? He broke his ankle and it was never the same.
Mm-hmm.
If he had the ability to sit out tons of games, he would have had a longer career. So we're trying to play favorites with these with our favorite players because we can and we want to see them forever. But that's not the natural component of the game. Players come and players go. Now, in terms of making compensation attached to like an award that's given out by writers, that's just bad negotiating on the players. Like, you should never have compensation attached to an award. Your compensation should be numbers based, based on where you slot in totals and all that stuff. So that's their fault for allowing that to happen in the first place. But we gotta accept the fact that, hey, there's a lot of players that have come back when they were injured. And yeah, Tyrese wasn't the same, but you can't say you're a durable player like LeBron, but you're not really durable. You just sit out a lot of games.
It's true.
Thanks, Steven. And
I like that's a good call.
Hold on. He was saying, it's their fault for signing the contract. No, that's what they build into these things. They don't build into, if you average this, because if you average this and then you get hurt, that's going to keep your averages
there. So there are assumed occupational hazards in every profession. So, like, if
they can control. No, hold on, Joe. They can control whether or not and keep this player out and tell the medical staff, actually, guys, I want you guys to keep. Like, this is the owner I'm talking about. Let's keep Tyrese Halliburton out another couple games so he can't reach that 65-game threshold and then he can't qualify. No, that's scumbag behavior and that's fishy. No, you're scoffing like that can't happen.
There's no NBA team. Unless they're tanking on purpose, there's no NBA team. Sit my best player out. I want him at all my home games. I don't want him out there. Like, these guys are cash cows to them. They're not deliberately to not pay them the extra. They want to pay them hand over fist because those guys are cash cows.
That happens all the time in baseball where they don't want to bring these guys up, right?
Specific bonus, and why are they going on a strike? Why are they going on a strike?
Tell me why.
Because their CBA is currently so messed up, and the deals that they have negotiated, baseball players and the owners, it needs to be completely ripped up and reset. It's their financial components are awful. They're incredibly awful. But there are certain occupational things that when you go into that particular profession, there's some goods and there's some bads. If I'm going to be a truck driver, like, I understand, like, me sitting in this car a lot, I better like traffic.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Matt is in Oakland. What's up, Matt? You're on the roast.
Hey, people. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
How's it going?
It's gorgeous out.
It is.
Correct a few facts that the last guy mentioned. Number one, the reason why Larry Bird left so early because he stupidly tried to pave his own driveway.
He hurt his back.
He wrecked his back.
Yeah, he hurt his back.
That's what happened.
Phenomenal knowledge.
Number two, and number two, Kareem's a terrible example. The guy played 20 years. And then the fact is that the game is so much faster now than it ever was. The Showtime Lakers were at one time the fastest team in the league. They would now be the slowest team in the league. So the pace is faster. People are stronger. Even though they do have more help, that's all true. The simple solution is this: a 72-game season.
I would agree.
Which, when they go to 32 teams, the math works out. They could do their in-season tournament, and if they had 32 teams, they could do it like March Madness. Some teams would play as many as, two would play 77 games. That would be awesome. Everybody would love something like that because it would be one and done, and people actually play hard. But they're not going to do it because they're all greedy. It's the players can't play 82 games a year at the speed that people want to see them at. They just can't do that. And at some point, what's going to happen is that no one's going to show up, and then the owners and the players are just going to have to agree to play fewer games. That's my 2 cents.
No, I like it. It's good perspective.
I'd like to hear what you guys have.
Yeah, the pace thing is interesting because I think it's twofold on the pace thing. It's not just how quick you get up and down the floor. It's the space that you have to cover defensively throughout a 24-second shot clock where you were able to rest a little off ball. So, like, back in the day, how many teams threw the ball into the paint and one guy's backing a guy up? Not every team, but one guy's backing a guy down, and that guy is basically on him right here at the paint, and you're kind of 2 or 3 steps over guarding your guy in the dunker spot off the paint. Now, how spaced out is it 5-out basketball? Look at Boston Celtics. Okay, if you're guarding them, you're just covering way more area.
Yep.
And so now not only is the game going up and down quicker, I'm covering more area. There's more off-ball screens. There's more spacing. I'm exerting more energy. Now, before you even get into the NBA, I watched a 4th grade basketball game yesterday. The level of sophistication in a 4th grade basketball game. You know what the game opened up with? A kid hitting a 3 and going like this.
Oh, my God.
As I point to my ice in my veins. No, but I
D'Angelo Russell?
Joe, when I was a kid, I played Park and Rec for St. Mary's, and I played CYO basketball. So you'd probably get like your 16 total regular season games, maybe a couple playoffs if your team was good. 16 games? That's like 2 weeks in the AAU circuit.
When we play knockout, when you make your first bucket, are you going to do the ice in your? What's your celly?
I'd like to hit one and not get knocked out right away.
Oh, did you get knocked out right away last year?
I don't remember. I think I did. That doesn't matter.
Blacked out.
So like,
I'm out.
These guys play way more before they even get into high school. This is
the wear and tear.
Inarguable.
Yeah.
It's inarguable. And there's a difference between like light pickup at the park and like AAU game after and I'm not blaming AAU. Like this is just, it's the kids want to play. They're playing like crazy. You're working, you're multiple practices, you have a trainer. Like your body has just gone through so much more before you even get to high school. Then imagine the level of dedication to play high school basketball. And then now, if you're lucky enough to play junior college or college basketball, you're playing even more. That's before you even get into the NBA. Then you get into the NBA, and so your body is worn down way more than it used to be with less rest. And then now the pace is quicker, you're guarding more space, and there's more longer rebounds than ever. Yeah, all of that factors into it. And I'm with them. Like 72 games feels like the sweet spot. That being said, the NFL has a 17-game schedule, and
it's a joke.
We're deliberately benching Max Crosby for 2 games at the end. So even if the games were only 10 games a year, someone would tank somewhere in every sport. It's just, that's what we do.
Did you see?
You can't eliminate it altogether.
See KD's comments earlier in the week about AAU and the Europeans versus the USA.
Yeah, I think he has not been in actual like lower level. He's at like the Nike camp circuits. Go to a lower level one. It's like, dude, there's so many young Asian American, white kids, Polynesian, black. It's everything. It's not just black people in AAU.
Yeah. For people that don't know what we're talking about,
I think that was like a scapegoat by him.
Durant talked to Vincent Goodwell of ESPN, and he hopes to be a player for Team USA in 2028 when the Olympics come to Los Angeles. So that's 2 years from now. Maybe KD, maybe Steph again. I have no idea. But this is the comment. Quote, I just don't like the talk around the USA versus European style of how you approach the game. All I hear is AAU is destroying the game. The Euros do it right while the Americans do it wrong. It's a lot of bull bleep with that. I could read between the lines on that. It's a shot at black Americans. We're controlling the sport. They're tired of us controlling the sport. End quote.
I don't know.
Very strong statement. My goodness.
I don't know. I'm in gyms a lot, and I don't know what to tell him. I would say this to him, like, Kevin, you're so angry all the time.
I don't even think it's basketball because he's sticking to AAU. I think it's just team sports in general in the United States of America have gotten so damn expensive.
It's not team sports. It's team games.
Well, team games.
Team games.
Yeah, well,
let's call it what it is.
It's become exclusive.
I know.
It's become an exclusive thing.
Baseball, basketball, football, hockey, they're all expensive.
It used to be when you and I were growing up, whatever tax bracket you were in, it didn't matter. Like if I was, someone was poor, someone was rich, someone was middle class, lower middle class, upper middle class. You're all playing on the same team if you're in like the kind of name, like in the town you grew up in.
Joe, if you're young Benny plays, I'll just go the lowest level, travel team. Yeah. Just the lowest level. Just pick any low level. All right. You're going to pay anywhere from a couple hundred to a couple thousand for, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 months, depending on what that program is offering. All right. Then you're going to have an individual dribbling coach or shooting coach who's going to want to work with him once or twice a week. All right, that's going to cost you money. I'm just going basketball here, okay, where there's really minimal equipment. You're going to have a uniform you're going to have to pay for. Could be a couple $100, could be free. I don't know. It depends on the package that you're in. Then all the tournaments that you go to, they're all going to charge you, Joe, the father who's playing for the team, $10 to go in. Huh. And anyone who wants to see what you're laughing.
No, it's just
now that's if it's local. If it's on the road, you're going to want to travel with your son. So let's say you're going up to Sacramento for the weekend. Okay, how much do you think that costs? Well, $10 to get into the gym, and also
I'm driving up. So yeah, it's going to cost me some gas too.
Okay, and then not only are you driving, but where are you staying for the night? Because you're going to play, the 5:00 game tonight, and you're also going to play the 8 a.m. game
you
tomorrow.
Mention the toll I'll have to pay too, crossing of Vallejo Bridge. So
that's one weekend.
Yeah.
Now do the math.
By the way, there was also another response that maybe KD was getting at too, and maybe he heard this. I don't know. Şengün talked to a reporter, Michael Shapiro of Kron, he's based out of Houston. And he says he takes a lot of pride with like the Europeans versus the Americans. Quote, this is Şengün, by the way. Me, Nikola Jokic, and a lot of Europeans, we add a lot of things to this game. Being in Europe is different. We don't have the body like the Americans do. So we have to be smart. They just dominate. They score the ball. Their athleticism is different. I could feel like if I was KD, LeBron, like here, like I'd feel some type of way about that.
Look, you guys are going to say things, whatever, but
I think the line we have to be smart. You don't think LeBron James is a savant?
Extremely
you don't think Draymond Green is an intelligent basketball player? It's pretty disrespectful.
No, that I get, but I'm just talking about AAU in general.
And maybe he didn't mean it like that. Obviously, English is his first language. I'm not trying to protect
how it landed.
That's how it landed. I read the quote.
Here's something that I would say. It's like a lot of teams are pressing all game. You don't see that. You don't see that at every level. Press all game, every game. It creates a frenetic pace. And so you get a lot of transition baskets. So you don't understand how to play in the half court, right? And then how many teams are running various half court offenses where they're actually running plays, not just a high pick and roll? And then how many inbound plays are you actually learning? Are you learning misdirection? How many different defensive sets are you learning? Are you just in a 2-3 zone?
Do you think we should adopt like the European Premier League?
No, Joe, you know what I think we should do?
No, like the academies of like going to school on playing that individual sport. No. Well, it works over there for soccer.
I think communities need to invest in having gym directors roll the ball out and let kids play with no officials and no parents from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. at your local community gym. We need more free access. I don't want officials. You know what? When I grew up playing, we played pickup. You're not exerting as hard. You can pick and choose your spots. You learn to play against various ages. You learn how to not look to officials to bail you out every single time. You learn how to box out bigger players. You learn so much about yourself playing pickup basketball at the gym, at the park, all that, without adults. There's too much adults. That I think the adults have ruined all of these sports.
More from just another quote before we hit the break. And we got Spadoni's Circle of Trust on the other side. Kevin Durant, AAU produces great players. It's definitely different.
Of course it does.
It's definitely different from the European model because you can't go pro so early, but we still play a lot of basketball. We get to travel, play against the best competition in the States. We get exposure to go to college. You play against the best of the best in all these tournaments / camps.
All right, so you know what? On the other side, I'm going to bring up like what my coming up like in playing ball, whatever sport it was. I'll explain what I was given access to and what it is like right now for my son who's 2 years old.
We'll do that. We'll do the Spadoni Circle of Trust. We got crossover with Steiny and E-Dog filling in for Goo in about 30 minutes. We're rolling here. Brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Waiting for the best time to buy a new Ford truck? It's right now, guys. Come on. Go do it. Ford Truck Month is here at Ceremony Ford on the 2025 F-150. Get 0% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 bonus cash with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Don't wait. Right off 280 in Colma and Daly City or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Ford dealer.
Here it comes. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Pre-order and get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
AT&T excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hop into spring fun at History San Jose's Spring Extravaganza on Saturday, March 28th from 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Join us for egg hunts, exciting crafts from around the world, face painting, balloon artists, and of course, photos with the Easter Bunny. Rain or shine, the fun goes on at History Park. Egg hunt tickets are limited. Grab yours today by visiting historysanjose.org.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowes.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowes.com/same-day delivery.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why are you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, this all crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
Rolling. Where's Nick in Berkeley been? He's been MIA. You all right, Nick? For listening, call in. I miss you. You're having fun out there talking to Steiny. Dylan and the sales.
I love his New York accent.
He's great. It's subtle, too, with Dylan. It's subtle, the subtle New York accent.
All right, so youth sports is just so different now. And again, whenever we talk about these, there's no right or wrong. Like, there are a lot of people doing it the right way. So, like, for example, one of our callers, Richie Rich?
Yeah, Livermore.
Yeah, I love Richie Rich. His young son plays on his team. They've got a little squad out in Livermore. And, like, I've watched them play, and, like, they're doing it the right way. Like, they are. Like, they got a lot of kids that they know. They're coaching them up. They're trying to, like, give these guys a positive environment. They're trying to play in tournaments. They're trying to do stuff. But, like, I know just from afar by watching, like, all those kids are thrilled and happy and want to be there, and they're doing it the right way. Like, and I don't even know what their setup is. I don't even know what it is. But he's a guy that does a really good job, and his son's a ball player. I signed my son up for Tiny Tots soccer because he really wanted to go. We went to the park, and a bunch of kids were playing in this Tiny Tots soccer.
Great.
And he, like, jumped in, and he wanted it. Now he's 2. Okay, just turned 2 in November. And so
you kind of just, soccer at that age is just directing him. It was like, all right, kick it this way, kick it this way, kick it this way.
But, like, he ran onto the field, and, like, they were all older than him, and he wanted to play. And I was like, oh, well, let's sign him up. Well, they had this sign-up window, and I signed up. We hit the wait list.
Yeah.
The wait list.
Wait, the wait list?
The wait list.
Sorry, I heard that first. I was like, wait, was he not, like, up to wait? But it's like waiting. Okay, all right.
So we're on the wait list.
I was like, 2 years old. It's a little young, right?
I mean, he's 2.
I mean, what are we doing?
He's 2. He's on the wait list. I'm
Literally,
like, really?
All you got to do is bring a ball, bring some orange slices, put up some little janky little nets, let them run around.
All right, now
they're 2.
Exactly.
He's not Messi. He's not Ronaldo.
Now, look, my son is exposed to more sports than most because we go to CYO games and baseball practice and basketball practice and all the different things I'm coaching. I just bring them with me, right? So a lot of kids maybe don't get that exposure. But let's say, I got a lot of buddies whose kids are 5, 6, 7, and they're playing T-ball for the first time. Or maybe coach pitch for the first time. And, like, it's daunting. Right. So you have one dad who may know the sport a little, but maybe doesn't. He's coaching. He's got 12 kids. He's by himself. Half the kids don't even know how to put the glove on. Some of the kids don't even know what baseball is. They're just signed up for babysitting. And then, like, they have a bad experience and they get 1 or 2 at-bats. And yikes, it's kind of a nightmare, Like, it's tough. It's just really, really, really tough. Or there's the parents that are like, my son has been playing travel baseball since he was 6 years old, and he's played in 17 tournaments, and he's the 47th ranked player in the state of California. And it's like, all right, that's a little extreme. Can we find a medium? Now, when I was growing up, we just went to our cousins' games. So, like, hey, my cousin was playing or whatever, and we just go to their games. And I was one of what I call the kids on the sidelines. Yeah. And we were playing our own game while the real game was going on with the officials. And we were just running around, playing ball. And then as I got older, I had access to St. Mary's Park. And I've talked about this before, we had park directors like Reggie Milligan, Reggie Gage, Racer, Brendan Schneider, Kevin Schneider, all these different guys that would run the park. Bart Borg over at Eureka Valley, right? And we would show up, and all the neighborhood kids from the Alamany Projects, kids from the Mission, kids from the Excelsior would all show up to St. Mary's Park, kids who grew up in St. Mary's Park, Glen Park. We'd show up, and we'd just play ball. And there would be 1 or 2 like gym directors that were park and rec gym directors, and they would open the gym up, and it was a safe place to hang out, and it would be all day, and Like, it was open run. And yeah, maybe they had like adult taekwondo in the afternoon or tai chi or whatever. And maybe they had futsal at night or a basketball game for here and there. But for the most part, the gym was pretty open. We could go anytime. Well, now everything's about making money, right? Everything. And I'm talking about from the city perspective. And I don't blame them for that. You have to run a business. You can't lose money. But now, like, when was the last time you just went to a park and the gym was open and you could just shoot hoops?
Oh, it's never happens. Yeah. It's always just.
So when I was a kid, we would just show up to St. Mary's Park and there'd be run. And there was the big kid run, meaning like 8th grade and up, 7th grade and up, into high school and college and beyond on one side. And then there was the younger kid run on the other end of the gym, okay? And you just showed up with your backpack and you threw your shoes on and you just played. We had no referees. We had one gym director, maybe a second one would show up in the middle of the day. And they were kind of like the czar of the gym. And if there was a dispute, a fight or something, we kind of figured it out ourselves. And as a younger kid, you kind of realized right and wrong from the older kids, like who I could talk to, how I could talk to them. And you learn more about yourself. And that's how we played ball. And you learn how to, cross someone over by watching a better player and then working on it on the side as you waited for your turn to get on the floor.
Correct.
Right. And you learn a lot of life lessons at the park.
And this isn't just, one sport. You brought up soccer, basketball.
Dude, we played baseball and baseball, flag football,
everything.
Regular football.
Absolutely.
We did all of that. And I just think that what has happened in our society is that now there is no just pickup. You don't go to the park and play strikeouts. No one does.
Kevin Love also talked about this this article from Cron.
Really?
He says it feels like now it's become pay for play, and it feels like a country club sport. Even talking about
everything.
Oh, look at that! If you have was that Hercules? If you have the money, you could pay for the trainer. You could pay for the strength and conditioning. You can travel to things like EYBL. We didn't really have that situation in the past. Now, Kevin Love is a guy whose dad was a player, coach, whatever he was. So, like, he came from a kind of a privileged background himself. And even he's saying, like, yeah, we got a problem here. We got a problem.
No, we do. And, so now, baseball's a great example.
I always thought Kevin Love should have been a lawyer. I know he was close to being one once upon a time.
So, baseball's a great example. Me and my boys would grab our gloves and a bat and we'd hop on our bike and we'd just ride to Crocker Park. And Crocker Park would just be open. And you just get on the field and we'd hit ground balls to each other, pitch to each other, do whatever. And then other kids would just show up. That's how it was. You just show up to the park. Now, I can't even envision, hey, LJ, just go to Crocker and just start playing. 6 years old. My brother would be skateboarding, by the way, behind that and freedom and the ability to just kind of do whatever he wanted. So we knew all the kids at Day Street. We knew all the kids at Glen Park. That's how my boy Guido was a Glen Park kid. West Sunset, South Sunset, Sunset on 28th and Lawton. Everybody was from a neighborhood and we would go there and it was like us, in the Sandlot, showing up to your gym, showing up to your park to play. It was just so different.
Well, and also my experience different than yours. You grew up in more of a densely populated area than me. So my experience from the suburbs of an upper middle class community, fields were always open. I said in Pacific Grove, I grew up right near George Washington Park. It was right there. Then on the corner, literally 2 blocks away, there was the municipal field. And then we could go to Arnett Park. There was 5 or 6 I can just go within Pacific Grove alone.
Exactly.
And most of those were probably 2 or 3 of them were probably empty and you could just go there and play and no one cared, But I do think it's an interesting conversation about where we are going. Because once it starts affecting 5, 6, 2-year-olds on a wait list, 2-year-olds, it's a joke. And we'll get to Circle of Trust here in a second. Yeah.
So I live near Ocean View Park. Okay. Now for a long time, Ocean View Park was
That's the one we played at last year?
No, that was West Sunset.
Oh, West Sunset. Sorry. All right.
So Ocean View Park used to be kind of scary. It was, I'm being real.
Sketch.
Yeah, and Crocker was that way for a long time too. Then they redid the fields, they put turf in, and it really changed stuff. It got rid of all the bushes and the people that were basically either shooting heroin or drinking or boozing or doing whatever. That doesn't mean that there aren't shady elements of every park.
Absolutely.
You go anywhere and you could have something happen. But Ocean View Park, I drive by all the time now. No kids just show up and play ball. You know what it is? 7 different soccer teams, and I'm not faulting them, from 2 o'clock till 8 o'clock every night, and they have their hour or their 2 hours, and all they do, they just drills and practice. There's never just free run. And you're never just allowed to just show up. Like, I couldn't just take LJ right now, put the tee in the middle of the infield and play because there's a soccer practice going on.
That's annoying.
And, well, it's...
No, it is, though, because
where our society is.
I have 2 kids, too, and, like, dude, like, sometimes you just want to go to, like, an open field and just hit some balls, you know? Or to meet...
Well, you could find one, but it's probably a crummy open field.
Well, correct. But
right?
Thankfully, in Oakland, there are some spots that I found that are good enough that get maintained. That's another thing. Are they being maintained by the city? That's another thing. Sometimes they're not, and sometimes they are.
So, like, I'm working on this big project. I'm trying to get it approved by the neighborhood at Crocker Park, where they redid the soccer fields, and it's been the best thing that ever happened because now these fields are being used 24/7, 365, and there is enough pitches for them to have free run where, like, people play and stuff on an open one. The baseball fields are so dilapidated. If I hit you a ground ball, you might break your eyeball.
Yeah,
because the bounces are so bad.
It's like concrete almost.
We need to rip them up and redo them. We just don't have the money to do it. So I just think in general what has happened in society is that the kids aren't allowed to police themselves or develop their own games. It has to be supervised and financed by adults at all turns and refereed by adults at all turns. And I just think there's a happy medium of letting kids be kids and play at the park. And I don't know. I don't think we're ever going back to it.
Well, Chuck E. Cheese is still out there where a kid can be a kid. Am I right? Am I right? Circle of Trust? Let's do it.
So
that accent, Sam,
I
is
love
still
that.
all time.
Before I forget, there's one thing about Open Run that I'll never forget. Well, when I was older, we would burn one before we play. I call it the Lamar Odom. But you would see people wear the sickest shoes, and you're like, oh my God, where did he get the foam posits? Where did he get those Air Max 95s? He got the Barclays? There was a kid, Quincy. His mom, I believe, was a cop. Quincy grew up in Bernal. He had the most robust shoe game of all time. And you would see shoes, you're like, I got to get that shoe. This is not like the internet era of now. That was one of the cool things of Open Run. You knew who someone was. Oh, the guy with the Jordans? Oh, the guy with the Converse on?
Right.
Like, you knew who people were by their shoes. Anyway, let's get back into this.
I love that. As you make fun of my shoes for wearing Vans sometimes, I'm wearing my old school Reeboks today. I'm team comfort as I've gotten older in life, but I still got some swag and some style. 888-957-9570. This is Circle of Trust. And all things in life are about trust, Joe. Relationships, sports, and otherwise. And we're going to be doing Risk Reward Player Edition today, I believe. Do you have some names that you're going to give me over there, huh?
LaMelo Ball.
Oh, is LaMelo Ball in Spadoni's Circle of Trust right now? And that is a loaded question. You're going to give me so many names right now, and I might surprise you with some of my answers. LaMelo Ball is 24 years old, has been an all-star. Just recently against the Pacers yesterday, he dropped 20 points on 7 of 12 shooting, Joe. And you know what?
You're still in the circle of trust, so I'm going to give you one more chance.
I'm still buying the upside of a LaMelo Ball. I know it sounds insane. I know it sounds crazy. We talked a lot about John Moran yesterday, and I would take the risk from the Warriors and swing it on him. If it's pennies on the dollar, I would do it. Similarly with LaMelo Ball, I think he is a great passer. I think he could run the point. I know he's a volume shooter at times. The skill set there for me, I'm taking the upside. I know he's a knucklehead. Can he be the second or first best player on the championship team? Hell no.
If he was at Open Run, I would not want to be on his team.
But you know what? They got something over there in Charlotte. I'm not sleeping on what they're doing. He's been contributing. Con Knippel's been a really good rookie for them. They got something in Charlotte, and they have been a dumpster fire for most of my life. Big one yesterday, and he was a part of it, 133-109, tentatively in my circle of trust.
Kyler Murray.
Ooh.
Then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
You want to talk about staying on the field and contributing? Yeah, no. Kyler Murray, no chance. They're going to cut him. He is going to be, Joe, the prize of the offseason for some team, though, because that's how they're going to view him. I don't think he's a prize, but if you looked at this free agent class for quarterbacks.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Let me ask you this, because I keep seeing like the projected contracts for some of these free agent quarterbacks. Would you rather sign Malik Willis to like a 3-year, $60 million contract, or Kyler Murray to a multiple year deal? Because that's kind of what we're getting at here. The names that are going to be out there. Tua's another name that might get out there.
Malik played really well for the Packers.
Yeah, but Kyler's taking a team to the playoffs.
I'm just not big on Kyler.
Okay. Who would you rather have?
Kyler.
Tua or Kyler?
On the same deal?
How about as a backup for the 49ers? Who would you rather have? Tua or Kyler?
As a backup?
I actually would like to see Kyler in a Shanahan offense.
I think Tua's better than we all give him credit for. I lean Tua.
I think Kyler has a better arm. But Kyler also has a worse attitude than Tua.
But I know like Tua's like, I don't know.
You think Kyler's a little bit of a knucklehead? The Call of Duty stuff, wearing the Michael
so little.
Wearing the Michael Vick jersey with the dogs and stuff. That was like, what are you doing?
I mean, I don't like either of them. I mean, I know I'm supposed to pick one, but
maybe you should go to Vegas and be the backup or starter, and then when the A's come to town, you can just go play baseball. You think that would work?
Well, he only batted like 240 at Oklahoma.
I know. He's still drafted in the top 10.
I know. How about Aaron Rodgers?
He's outside the circle. Aaron Rodgers? Oh.
Did I not clearly explain the circle of trust to you?
Did I not clearly explain this? Get him out. What has he done?
I don't know. Won a Super Bowl. One of the greatest players ever.
When did he do that? 09. Thank you. You know what else was 09? Barack Obama just got elected. I said hired. Elected as president. Like, come on.
He was hired.
Like, stop. Aaron Rodgers.
Kind of like being hired.
No, he should get out of here. Go on your darkness retreat and never come back. Please, for the love of God. Where is it? Alaska, where they have like 30 days of night? Go over there and never come back.
What about Zion Williamson?
Oh, it's a tough one. Because he's actually been playing better and he's been on the court.
Then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
I can't. There's too much with Zion.
If his name was Steve Williamson, would there be this much hype on him?
I mean, no, there wouldn't be. Zion's a great name. There's stuff with like porn stars. He can't stay healthy. He's got a gut. He's in Mountain Dew commercials. I'm out on Zion. I just am. And it says more about who Zion is just as a player to me too, that I would rather have John Morant on the pennies for the dollar than Zion. I know. You might think I'm crazy. That's fine though. That's fine. Because the Pelicans are still under this notion, Joe, that I want to give up first round draft picks for him. Kick rocks. Sorry, Zion. You're out of here.
All right.
These are some who's, by the way.
I mean,
we've got LaMelo
bunch
Ball.
of losers is what this is.
Aaron Rodgers.
How about Tyreek Hill?
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Is he in or out of your circle of trust?
Well, trust so for Tyreek, do I trust the person? Hell no. I think he is a horrible human being. Do I trust his talent on the field?
You're still in the circle of trust, so I'm going to give you one more chance.
I do think he could come back from this injury and be a productive wide receiver, but I don't think we talked about the peak conversation. He's definitely peaked, especially after this injury where his leg was twisted the other way.
I'm just out on him.
No, that's as a human being, I'm absolutely.
I'm good.
I think, I mean, coming off this injury, I still think he'd be the 49ers' best wide receiver by a long shot.
I want to see him come back. I mean, we'll see.
I still think he could be
his leg was going sideways.
I know. But as a 2 or a 3, I still think he could be productive. Like, who are you betting on more going forward? Would you bet on Tyreek Hill or Brandon Ayuk?
Oh, I think they're both like at career crossroads.
I agree.
I don't know if Ayuk ever plays again. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, they keep saying that Washington's going to pick him up immediately as soon as they cut him. I was like, do they want that?
I
don't know.
A.J. Brown.
You are now on the inside of what I like to call circle of trust.
I love A.J. Brown. I think the Niners should have traded for him yesterday or whenever it opens. 3rd round pick. Go get him. Instant wide receiver 1, credibility, all-pro caliber type of player. He is a game changer. I don't care if he yells at Nick Sirianni. I don't care if he reads books on the sideline. I don't care if him and Shanahan go at it. Bring me offensive game changers.
Araldis Chapman.
Did I not clearly explain the circle of trust to you? And I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle. And see, if I can't trust you, then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle. And once you're out, you're out. There's no coming back.
I'm out.
1.17 ERA last year.
Yeah.
32 saves.
With who? The Pittsburgh Pirates?
Boston, actually.
Oh, Boston. There you go. Was he the Pirates 2 years ago? I don't even know. Yeah, exactly.
Pirates was 2 years ago.
Exactly.
Texas before that. Kansas City
How
before
old is
that.
he? How old is he?
38.
Yeah, I'm out.
But you're in on Trent.
Yeah, I'm in on Trent because he was
Finished
second to
seventh
All-Pro.
with the Cy Young voting.
That's what I'm saying. Like he had a great year last year.
Do you like the person?
117
Do you like
ERA.
the person or
No,
all this
I
Chapman?
can't stand the person, but
The horrible human being.
I mean, boy, when his mechanics are right,
he's a free agent right now.
it's just.
Why do you think no one's touched
I
him?
think
then?
he's with the Red Sox currently.
He's with the Red Sox.
Oh, well, then please stay there. Stay in Boston. Have fun. I'm good off Aroldis Chapman. And also, do you really trust him? I'm talking big games. Do you trust Aroldis Chapman? Because I don't.
And he is a two-time World Series winner.
I know he won.
Two-time
he
World
was
Series
with Bochy,
winner.
right, in Texas. Didn't he win one there? Did he not? Yeah, he did. So
With
Rangers
the Cubs.
and Cubs, yes.
And the Cubbies.
And then went back to the.
I still think of Jose Altuve hitting that home run off him when he was a Yankee. But Altuve, remember that famous home run, that walk-off to go to the World Series? Was don't take off my jersey. Don't do it.
Don't want to see his wire.
Because you don't want to see the wire that I was wearing. Please.
Eight-time All-Star.
Oh, Jose Altuve is going to the Hall of Fame.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, Chapman.
I mean, Aroldis Chapman might be going to the Hall of Fame, too, actually.
I mean.
He's got really good numbers.
That's what I'm saying. He's got almost 400 saves.
You got any other scumbags on there?
Got a few.
Sean Watson.
Oh, my. You didn't put Deshaun on there. Come on.
And I have no
He's still
choice but
playing.
to put you right back
They
outside
was
the circle.
massage Watson until further notice. I'm out on him. He's gone. No, I heard what you just mouthed. No. I heard what you just said to the guys in the back. Do not say his name. I don't want to get in trouble and be put in an awkward situation. I'm out on Massage Watson. He's gone. But I always love when you and Bonte talk about, they could have had him, but we didn't know then how much of a scumbag he was.
And then
But we still
78
could have had
girls
him.
came forward.
Thousands.
Well, maybe if he came to the Niners, he never would have been in that situation.
No,
we don't
it
have that
all
many
happened
massage
before.
parlors
What
out
are you
here.
talking about? It all happened before.
Not talking about this.
Probably.
I love when people read the full affidavits and all the paperwork, and it's like the details that they highlighted.
Not talking about
Do you
this.
think him and Justin Tucker collabed?
Stop.
Recommendations?
Just stop.
And I have no
Well, he's
choice
also- if
but
you're
to
gonna
put
bring
you
him-
right back
I thought you were
outside
going
the
to go to
circle.
Justin Tucker next. I'm also out on him.
How about Miles Bridges?
He's actually, again, talking about that Charlotte Hornets team. Horrible human being. Let me get that first and foremost. Awful human being. What he did, he's averaging 18, 6, and 3. On the court, he is a good player. I don't feel comfortable bringing him onto the team that I root for, though. Same with Tyreek Hill. Same with a lot of these guys. I know LaMelo is a knucklehead, and he's done the car crash and stuff. When we talk domestic violence and sexual assault and that stuff, I'm just out on completely. I just am. As a fan, we've talked about this in the past. I'm out on that. Now, you're doing lasers and gun stuff and, you're drinking. I think you can rehabilitate your image for that stuff. But when it comes to hurting and physically hurting other people and children and stuff like that, I'm out. I'm out. Any other ones? This is a great way to end the show. This is awesome. Thank you.
I'm just.
Is there anyone else on the list?
There are, but we're not getting to them.
All right.
I refuse to use some of those names.
Okay.
John Morant.
I say he's an idiot.
Oh, John Morant?
You are now on the inside of what I like to call circle of trust.
No, he's inside the VIP room in the club ordering bottles.
Showing off that piece.
Lamar Odom?
You are now on the inside of what I like to call circle
Love
of
it.
trust.
What'd you say?
I don't know. It's already
He said
happened.
show him a piece. We got Steiny and E-Dog, Evan Giddings, joining us next for the crossover. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and also by Kalshi, trade on anything.
Yeah.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. From the pros to college, don't miss your shot on the hardwood. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything. What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep. The combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's something cool. San Jose Sharks star Macklin Celebrini teamed up with Omar and Tarek Habas of Habas Law for a new series of TV commercials. 8 hours in a car with someone, and you learn a lot. Macklin was a blast. Leaned into the carpool karaoke vibe, zero ego. It's what happens when people at the top of their game come together and don't take themselves too seriously. Watch for the new Habas Law spots with Macklin Celebrini. Smart, fun, very Bay Area.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall. Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities. And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips. Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Happy Friday, fellas.
Yeah. All right, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Yeah.
Shasky, you're pretty cool, too.
Thank you. So it's funny. You just asked me a question about run rules, right? One thing beautiful about
Evan and Steiny crossover joining us now.
One thing beautiful about like timed sports is that there is a clock and we can run this thing so in a basketball game in a low, like youth level, fourth quarter, if you're down 20 or more, running clock, baby. Doesn't matter. Like, we're just letting it go, whether you're at the free throw line or not. In baseball, I just think in general, every league, I'm talking up and down the state, I don't care what the age is, call more strikes. Just call more strikes. Move this game along. Tell everyone in both dugouts, wide strike zone, swing the bat.
Yeah.
You okay over there?
You all right over there, Steiny?
Yeah, I was just getting the video up.
That's me with TikTok every morning.
We
when
have
I
these
open
monitors
it up
here that have, you can like look at, we have monitors here.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Are we not allowed to have like the YouTube chat up? I thought that was banned.
Spadoni, are you that new here that you know that the rules don't apply to me?
Oh, so you're big. So you're bigger than the station, is what you're telling me.
No, I've just been.
No, you're in big deal.
I've been grandfathered in.
Oh, okay.
That's the bottom line.
Got you. You know,
on just about everything.
You know, like you had to get limited data for all those years for like whatever cell phone company you had. That's you. You have the unlimited data at the station.
Yeah, he's also got an iPhone 6.
No, you don't.
It's 17 years behind. Isn't this how it works?
Oh, no, this is newer. No, this is newer. This is newer.
It's like an 11.
It's like a 12 or 13.
Oh, okay.
Because the camera, you have the two lenses right there.
Yeah, you know it.
It's nice.
You know it.
That must mean that the spouse got a new phone. We were talking about this yesterday because Guru, whenever he gets a new phone, he gives his old one to Norm, to his dad. And Guru's out, by the way, today, but he's somebody, like, he was so juiced about getting the iPhone 17 or whatever the new one is yesterday. And Norm, who is a few behind, was equally as excited about the iPhone 12 or whatever it is. So that's the one that Steiny's on.
So have you guys ever, like, and I'm glad you brought this up because we were talking about like video games a lot yesterday and just like waiting in line for like a release of something like video games or a console in the past. People still do that with iPhones, which I just think is stupid.
I walk by it so like I'll park at Union Square approximately at the club and then I walk over and you will see a line around the door at 4 a.m.
When's the last time you guys waited in line at midnight for a release of anything? Could have been a movie, could have been...
Well, now it's digital lines.
Yeah, exactly. So now, but like, when's the last time? Have you ever done that in your life? Waiting until midnight for a release of something?
No, but I have waited up, for an album to drop, and then I want to listen to it. So I've waited up for...
It's not the same.
He's a music guy. That's okay, but that's his version.
No, I know, but all right, what was the Scott for, Steiny?
Yeah, waiting in line for a song? I mean, come on now.
Well, what's the difference between a song?
Get up at 7 or something. Come on.
You never waited up to, because you used to watch the NBA Finals when they're on tape delay.
It's true.
You never waited up to watch your favorite team?
At 11 o'clock after the 10 o'clock news?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, it's the same concept.
Yeah, when I was a child.
Well, as you talked about, now you're a grandfather.
Well, no, I'm not.
Well, you were grandfathered in.
That's for just about everything.
It still applies.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, do we have a $50
Yeah, I was just about to say, 49ers fan 4191 paid $50.
Oh, my God.
To say, been watching you guys since the pick 8 from Jimmy. Shout out to 49ers Reddit for finding out about you guys. And I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend.
Play it.
P.S. I agree to get rid of Trent and get younger. If you could find, because this guy donated $50.
It's one of the greatest calls of all time.
Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, Sunday Night Football,
Trent
Broncos
got hurt
Niners.
on that play.
It was one of the few wins from Nathaniel Hackett when he was head coach of the Broncos.
He stepped out of bounds, threw a pick 6 on a screen, and then also Trent got hurt on the play.
This is Garoppolo?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys remember
it was
that?
after Trey got hurt. It was maybe 2 weeks later or a week later.
The Sunday night game against the Broncos right after Trey got hurt.
And then I was up at the cabin watching it, and some guy, Stephen McGovern, continues to clip my video from that night, and he replays it every time. The defense was incredible. And I get a kick out of it every time. He's like, that was the night of the Bronco pick 8.
I think I have it. Hold on. Let
Please
me see
play it.
I'm doing my producer. I'm doing my producer on the spot. Let's
that
see if
was
this is
all
it.
time.
Down at 6. Winters comes on delayed pressure. So does Lucas.
That's the other one. No, see, I didn't have it.
There's too many of them. Isn't it incredible, though, that they went from the pick 8 to the NFC Championship game that year?
Insane.
Like one of the lowest moments in regular season recent history, and that team made a run and won. That was the year they won 2 road playoff games, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They had Seattle at home.
Brock took over that year.
Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, that was the year that Brock took over. I was thinking of 2021.
Seattle at home, Dallas Cowboys at home, and then they lost in Philly when the arm. But that year, they played the Chiefs at home as well, and Bosa was like, the groin was hurt, and Jimmy threw one of the worst red zone interceptions across the field to the other side I've ever seen in my life.
Pat Mahomes might have had a perfect passer rating in that game.
He threw a ball to Valdez-Scantling. I swear to God, it's the greatest throw I've ever seen in person.
It was like him. Was Burrow that year too, or was it the year before? I remember
Burrow was the next year, 2023, when he audibled into the run play.
Yeah, he had one of those games that I remember just absolutely dominating.
So you guys are talking about a regular season game?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe they can make a documentary out of it.
Well,
what?
They should.
Oh, yeah, maybe they should make a documentary out of it.
Because it's not the greatest regular season game of all time.
Give me a break.
Wait, you're talking about the Warrior game?
Yes.
It's not the greatest regular season game
Thank you.
of
Name
the
me
Warriors
one
have played
better.
of all time.
Name you
The
50
Klay Thompson game against the Kings, where he had 30 points in a quarter.
Come on.
Anything involving the Kings cannot be a greatest regular season game of all time.
Please, come on.
It's on Steve Kerr.
No, I didn't mean to hit that. That's my bad.
They were 53-5.
That's what I'm saying. Like it was
And
a
the
great
Thunder
Saturday
were
night game.
42-17.
Exactly.
That'd be the best record in the West right now.
I think the Miami Heat win where Draymond laid it in at
That
the
started
buzzer,
the dynasty.
It was better. It was a better but no one remembers that
You
game.
have no feel
And
for when things started.
Jared Jack was talking about the betting line, and who was sitting courtside? Floyd Mayweather was sitting courtside, and then what's his face was like, no, don't talk about that.
Jim Burnett, don't
It's
talk
all
about
time.
that.
It was one of the great. They beat the Heatles. It was one of the great wins. To me, that was the equivalent of the New Orleans comeback game for the Niners, where it happened a year prior, and we drew from that for a decade. That win to me was a more important win that no one talks about.
It was a great pass from Jared Jack.
It was.
It was an incredible
It was a great game.
Let the audience know what you guys are talking about. There's a documentary coming about.
I don't know. I just heard about it.
Then why'd you bring it up?
12 o'clock.
Because Evan knows all the details.
No, so 12 o'clock in honor of the 10-year anniversary of the double bang game. They are releasing it's a documentary, but it's more just like footage from the day, kind of describing what happened, called 38 Feet Deep.
Oh, okay.
Which is obviously representative of how deep that Curry shot it. But it's supposed to be discussing how that game kind of represented the best from that era. But Sonny doesn't like it because...
A microcosm?
No, he just doesn't like looking back at things that have already happened.
This is what the Giants are doing. And that's what happens. All you can do now is talk about 10, 12, and 14.
It drives me nuts. Niners,
10, 12,
the Niners, same thing. Hey, let's bring back Dre Greenlaw.
It's a problem with the millennial generation, the generation I'm in, and Chas and I talk about it all the time. We're so obsessed with nostalgia, we can't be creative anymore. No, it's true though.
It drives me
you've
nuts.
noticed how movies, we have to rehash old movies all the time or do sequels constantly because we can't be original because we have to keep going back. Oh, and I thought South Park did a great job with the member berries. Like, oh, remember this? Remember that? That's what it's turned into, unfortunately.
But you do have to remind people sometime about what actually happened. For example, Steiny was telling us about his greatest regular season game of all time, which was Larry Bird scoring, was it 49?
49 against the Blazers.
Yeah, and so
late in his career.
This is commonly remembered.
Magical.
Commonly misremembered as a game where Larry Bird only played with his left hand.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't. He simply didn't.
Fake news?
Okay.
Did he or did he not?
No, he
shoot
all the. Yeah.
He had
with his right hand.
17 field goals that night.
He did.
And 12 were left handed.
Yeah.
But he didn't play. Number one, he didn't play the entire game.
There was one breakaway layup where he goes up and he just lays it in with his left hand.
Did he shoot free throws left-handed? Then he didn't play the entire game left-handed.
He's not Bo Kimball.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Well, I'm just saying, you glamorize the past. You do it more than just about anybody with this guy. And I just wanted to remind you that there's some things that you misremember.
That's your favorite, that's your personal favorite regular season game? Because there's a lot of great ones.
Oh, God.
There was that Rams-Chiefs Monday Night Football game from the L.A. Coliseum. Where it was
50
to 54 to 51. That was insane.
Let's stay with basketball. I want to stay with basketball.
That's fine.
That's okay. Because
Kobe's 81's my favorite. So
well, it's funny you bring the Lakers up because Steiny will remember this. At a time, I want to make this very clear. The back-to-back 50-point games for Jameson were
no doubt.
It was incredible.
The game against the Lakers was incredible.
It was incredible. It was improbable, incredible. And I know younger Warrior fans think that everything started with Steph, and There was a time when Biedrins was during a huge free throw drought, and remember the whole place was clapping, and he hit a free throw, and he was running down the court like he had just hit a walk-off. It was incredible.
He was
good.
He was really good.
He was
early.
good.
He had great hands, great instincts. I was talking to a guy the other couple months back about Biedrins, and he said, boy, if Biedrins played now, he would have been one of the best at the big man coming out to show on a pick and roll with his big long arms, and he had quickness, and it's a shame what happened to him.
He's still relatively young, I want to say, too. That's the thing.
Everybody blames the Warriors. This is interesting. And I get it. It was a horrible trade. And I didn't want it. I didn't want Brandon Wright. But part of why they made the deal is they had paid Monte and Biedrins. Yeah. No one remembers that aspect. And Jay Rich had broke his wrist the year prior during the We Believe run, and Monte ascended.
We found the calls, by the way. Shout out the boys in the back, Sam and Steven, for grabbing them. First off, I got to let 49ers fan 4191 know who paid $50. We found the call, Mike Tirico calling on Sunday Night Football, Jimmy Garoppolo's pick 8.
2nd and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
My son's asleep upstairs.
There's so many things in that call. Trent Williams is hurt. Pick 8. There's
Dan Orlovsky did that.
He goes immediately to Dan Orlovsky, which was my favorite part of the call.
So good.
Oh, by the way, that was one of 2 of Nate Hackett's only wins as a head coach in the NFL. Was against that Broncos team. Might have been one of the worst teams I've ever seen in my life. Russell Wilson is the quarterback. Remember that week 1 matchup they had against the Seahawks where it was they didn't take any timeouts. They didn't know what they were doing. Oh, my God. And we have another great game and great call. Here's the Steph double bank shot that we were talking about.
The drive falling away. Won't go. Rebound taken by Iguodala. They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry with 0.6 of a second remaining.
God, that was 10 years ago.
Let's go, San Francisco.
Is that Daniel Lurie? Is that the mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there maybe in Oklahoma City. Who knows?
Anytime Andris Biedrins' name comes up, I am compelled to run down his first 11 games of the 2008-2009 season after the
20 rebounds season. Multiple times, right?
This is his first 10 games.
I love this.
14-12, 17-13, 23-11, 16-22, 12-11, 23-12, 16-18, 13-15, 17-19, 17-16, 17-9, 23-10. Those are points, rebounds, his first 11 games of that season.
He was incredible.
It was unbelievable.
And Barron and him had such a great rapport. I know Curry has blurred everything, but God, Barron was so good.
By the way, the two players with the most games played in the NBA, born in Latvia, Andris Biedrins and Kristaps Porzingis.
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
You know what, Joe? You know what I've always been a little bit fascinated with? The We Believe team compared to the championship teams. Now, nobody's going to say the We Believe team was better than them. Nobody.
No.
But if you go position by position, it's fascinating.
It really is.
Curry on Baron Davis.
See, I think
that in and of itself would be an incredible matchup.
People have underrated when he was motivated, in shape. He was as good of a defender and a facilitator as there was in the league. And I think had he played 10 years later, he would have developed even more of an outside shot. His three had nice arc on it.
Right.
I was big on Barron. I was a big Barron fan. I was a truther.
You're listening to 95 from the game. Oh, yeah.
Well, you do your thing because I'm going to go through it. I'm going to go through it with Stein.
KGMZ FM HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors Valkyries. Always on the Fantasy app, coming live from the Laughing Mug Studios. Evan and Steiny in for the crossover. Evan Giddens filling in for Dale.
Jay Rich, Klay Thompson.
See, Jay Rich couldn't dribble, but Jay Rich was pretty dynamic.
And he was tough.
Yeah, Stack Jack.
Steven Jackson would have probably guarded Durant.
100%.
And, Yeah, Durant's great, but like
Stack Jack was an underrated defender.
He look what he did against Nowitzki.
Yeah.
I just think it's fascinating.
He was also a big game player. Like even going back to his days with the Spurs.
And a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah, Steven Jackson was a tough matchup.
And swagged out. And if he knew he could get under your skin, this is like he had a little Dylan Brooks in him.
No doubt.
Right? Where he would get under your skin. He owned Dirk.
That series was unbelievable.
But then this is where we get into trouble.
Matt Barnes would have caused 2 fights in a series if we believe ever played the championship team. But no, it's just, look, again, they weren't better than him, but when you look at player for play, like Draymond Green playing against that particular team, like they might have intimidated him in a way, Draymond Green, because they were, you know what I mean?
Who do you like in that coaching matchup, Steiny? Don Nelson, Steve Kerr?
I like Nelly.
I know you do. You love Nelly.
No, I don't. I actually don't love Nelly, but in a series,
yeah, just one series.
In a series,
dude. What Nelly would do, he was a tinkerer, but he knew how to take away certain elements. And I'll give him this. He really the Utah Jazz series was the series they played after. They had Utah in 2 of those games to start the series. Deron Williams went off and Boozer went off.
I heard Guru's gripe yesterday.
Memeo Kerr.
His gripe yesterday was about the coaches wearing suits and he wants to bring it back. And then I agree
with him, by the way.
I was just thinking of Don Nelson wearing the blazer with the shirt underneath. Just a shirt. It wasn't anything else. He just rocked that with the gut hanging out.
He pulled it off too.
Always respected Don Nelson, man.
You know what else he introduced?
What?
The fish tie.
I don't even know what that is.
What is a fish tie?
It's a tie that looks like a fish. You don't know what I'm talking about?
I didn't know that.
The tie with a fish on it?
It wasn't it was like there was an eye of the, you don't know what I'm talking about?
No.
The fish ties.
I'm looking this up right now. It's literally just a fish. It's a tie shaped like a fish.
When did you start on the beat with the Warriors?
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. 95-ish?
Oh, no.
So this was a little before time.
Oh, my God.
Hey, shut up, Evan.
Well, because
you're mad at me for bringing up a documentary from 10 years ago. We're going 30 years down the road.
We're going
Holy
regular
hell.
season games of anticipation. And I know this is going to sound insane, but very few Warrior games were televised. Like KICU and what was it, Coffee? I forget who was sharing.
Definitely that was Channel 36.
Yeah, 636, right? KICU.
Steve Physiak.
Yes. And so they had just drafted Weber and Barkley had gone to the Suns and the Suns were going to be a powerhouse, Tom Chambers, Dan Marley, Danny Ainge, Barkley. And it was early in the season, and it was one of the few home games that the Warriors had. It ended up being a precursor to the playoffs. And I remember Barkley just gave us the work in that game. And I think they ended up winning the game, Phoenix. But it was Sprewell's coming out party, even though he was on the team the year before. Weber was, again, it was might have been his first 10 games of his career. That's one of those regular season games I'll never forget. Weber was... He was larger than life. I know Cooper Flagg had a big college following. The Fab Five were, I can't even explain how big it was that they had Chris Webber.
I'm trying to think of just memorable.
Spree was so sad.
Regular season games in the last few seasons.
To me, it's a different kind of memory, but when the Warriors were playing that year in San Jose and Sprewell got lost on the way to the arena and realized he was lost when he saw a sign that said Los Angeles 372.
My God.
He turns around, gets to the arena, gets there late first quarter and checked himself in.
That's pretty funny. Didn't that happen recently with Shohei when he was an Angel, taking Bart to the Coliseum? They took the Richmond line and got him the wrong way, and he missed his start. I think he was scheduled to start that day.
They had to push him back. Yeah, he was a late scratch from the lineup because he decided he didn't take the team bus. Yeah. He took Bart because his interpreter wanted to see part of the Bay Area.
The interpreter that's in prison, by the way.
Yeah. Well, yes. Neither here nor there. Took him all the way.
He's not here.
Took him all the way to Richmond.
But it's funny, Shaska, when you think about great games you remember.
Tickets.
I mean, I remember Mike Dunleavy throwing his jersey into the crowd.
Dude, every time I try to explain to these guys, every time he touched the ball, the entire arena was booing him. The home crowd. It was bad.
It was bad.
It was so bad. How about when
Barry fans are tougher than we give them credit for?
Yeah. The game that I remember when Troy Murphy had broke his nose prior against the Blazers, and then Chris Mills Chris Mills and Rasheed Wallace got into it, and I was always under the impression 40 Water and them were like underneath the hoop. And like a huge skirmish happened. People are firing things from up top. This is back in Sports Channel. I think it was called Sports Channel, was covering the games, the home games, and you had to pay for it.
It's too
That might have been the game Mills went out to the bus.
100%. It was Bonzi Wells.
Yes. Wells was in the middle of it, always.
Hey, Bonzi was good, though.
This is story time with Shasky and Steiny here on the Morning Roast.
The old NBA was so much more fun when guys actually played.
Remember Troy Murphy's dunk over Dale Davis?
Yes.
That was, Evan, you remember that?
I don't, Steiny.
He got a step. He got a step left and just crushed it on him.
See, but do you have something to say, Joe? Like, this is what I find funny, though, is we open up the can of worms before the show about this documentary, and he just sits here and poo-poos the entire thing. And we have spent the last 15 minutes listening to you and Shasky go down memory lane about something that we were not around for.
But you know what? But this brings me back to Trent Williams. And
Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. The fact that you hypocritically.
You cannot have a documentary after 10 years.
Yes, you can.
No, it's like after 20 to 25.
I would agree with that.
Come on.
But here's the thing. I get frustrated with Niner fans because they think the organization started at the catch. And my thing is like, well, wait a minute. Like, dude, there's been so many great players 40 years before the catch that we just omit. We don't even Freddie Solomon, you never hear the name Gene Washington, Freddie Solomon. We just had John Brody pass away. Like, Bob St. Clair is one of the great football players of all time. Never gets any love. Trent Williams is the greatest left tackle who's ever played. Has anyone heard of Art Shell? Like, and I'm not saying that we can't be prisoner of the moment, and I understand that we always are, but there is a sense when it comes to the Warriors, the Niners, it's the dynasty, and we only recognize, and if you won, it's all validated, and anybody who didn't win means nothing. And I do look side-eyed at a lot of, like, Niner fans, Warrior fans. Like, dude, there was a history before the team started winning. Not you. I'm not saying you. I just, in general.
But that's why, to me, it's virtually impossible to compare generations. Like, you can't.
Agreed.
You can't do, like, when you're talking about, all right, who's your, like, someone asked me, who's your top 10 players of all time? I'm like, all right, well, I mean, like LeBron and Curry, the two best players I ever seen. I didn't see Wilt.
Correct.
I didn't see Bill Russell.
Sure.
I didn't see Elgin
Magic.
Baylor.
Yeah.
I didn't see Magic, Larry, all those guys that might be in Steiny's top 5 behind Larry Bird. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't see those guys. So the fact that we're asking these questions, I can go down and tell you based off of numbers that have been written, stats that are affirmed in history, but comparing generations to me is just such a difficult thing to do because the game's also completely different.
Yeah. No doubt.
Art Shell was he's so much smaller physically, like in size.
Yeah, but he needs to be
Trent.
recognized.
No, I agree, but he, like, if he was, how did he break 300 pounds?
Pounds? No.
He was 6'5", though.
He was like a 10-time Pro Bowler and like 2-time Super Bowl
But
ring.
compared to people he played against, he was the commensurate size.
Exactly.
So, like, Trent Williams is 340, can move like a
but Rick Barry
bear.
says this, and I agree with him. Had he had the nutrition, the training, the development of the modern athlete, they would all, I still think these guys would be really, 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 really good with modern physiques, techniques, etc.
No, I think Gene
they would
Upshaw
too.
next to him, too, which helped. Gene Upshaw,
No doubt.
also a Hall of Famer.
Well, like Dr. J never gets brought up. So my dad's second favorite player besides Rick Barry. He loved Dr. J, and I never hear Dr. J mentioned.
Maybe we'll mention him on the other side. Steiny's favorite player growing up,
Best
Dr.
punch
J,
ever?
who stiffed him for an autograph. Maybe Steiny
That was
will
the
go next.
biggest cheap shot of all time. And look, you know what? I'm glad you brought it up because I'm going to look back at that game in about a minute or two.
Oh, I hate it.
On 95.7, The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Welcome into Steiny Guru. Steiny's a little bit late off the draw. He's still reminiscing over past times.
The Danny Ainge foul.
Thanks for bringing us in.
Well, someone had to do it.
Must be the money.
Oh, it's a money day, that's for sure. It's a payday. You all right, buddy? You're a little flustered.
So, Joe Shasky brought up the fight between Julius Erving and Larry Bird. Wasn't much of a fight because Moses Malone came up from behind and grabbed Bird and put him in a suplex, allowing Julius to take a couple shots at him. This was in the mid-'80s. But if you go back and look at the box score, Bird had 42 that night. Evan, he had 42 that night with 6 minutes left in the third quarter. He was on his way to 75 that night. 75 points that night.
Yeah, just like Klay Thompson was.
And unfortunately, Dr. J couldn't tolerate him, getting used like a bar of soap, and he had to start a fight. And he took away what could have been Bird's greatest game of all time, really. But
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah.
So, are you done going down memory lane, or is this kind of what today is about?
Maybe we'll just make it about it.
Well,
I can tell you some stories from back in the day.
No, you can. But see, this is the thing. When we bring up my history,
sure,
you simply don't allow it to be presented at the table.
I will today.
No, you won't. You're going to find a way to kind of weasel in and out of it because to you it's not historical. It's recent memory. But when you bring something up, then it's valid. I'm glad you and Shasky got to get stuff off your chest because I'm happy to do the show with you today. And I know Goo's out for a very important reason. So. The floor is yours, my man. What do you want to continue to go down Larry Bird's greatest regular season games or what?
No, but I would like to. I'm going to use a line that I borrowed, and I'll tell you who I borrowed it from. But it was one of the good early lines of the day on the chat. No Guru today. Obviously, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. I think it's official. Guru no longer eligible for any postseason awards.
He's not going to hit the 65-game threshold.
No, I got to give D-Lou credit for that one on the text line, the YouTube chat. So there you go. Let's have some fun today. What do you want to know about? Evan? What would you like to learn today? I guess is what I'm asking. What do you want to know about in life or in sports?
Well, that's a pretty broad question.
Yeah, very, very much so.
What do I want to learn about today? Yesterday, 2 days ago, we went down the road of everlasting life.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. It makes me anxious.
Yeah,
and that's what life's about.
So this is the thing, though, is I feel like you should be educating me because no matter what I say, you're going to take it to a place where you can then bestow some knowledge upon me, which is what you do. And I don't mind that, but if we're going to do this for 4 hours, you got to be the one to kickstart this thing. And it ain't going to be about Larry Bird.
No, I can do it about anybody.
All right. Let's see. Oh, well, in the vein of today, which is the 10-year anniversary of Stephen Curry's 38-foot double bang, it is pretty incredible that was 10 years ago, by the way.
I'm being dead serious because,
he was 27 years old.
I get that game a little mixed up with all the playoff games they had with him that season, right?
Well, those were in the playoffs. This one was in the regular season.
I know, but that's my point is I can't. Give me the details of that regular season game. How they were down big and then they came back. Did they win that game in overtime then?
Yeah, that double bang shot was in overtime. Okay. It was 121-118.
I mean, I gotta be honest with you, and this is where my age does set in. You guys were talking about Garoppolo's pick 8.
Yeah.
I didn't remember the play or the game until I heard it.
Yeah, but that's one of those plays that just goes down in infamy. I mean, all right, well let's start there then. What are some of the worst plays that you can recall? Like the pick 8 is memorable because it was just a large bowl of crap. Like the entire play from the jump had no business going well. Trent Williams got hurt. Jimmy Garoppolo stepped out of bounds, then threw an interception that was returned for a touchdown. I mean, is there anything that comes to mind for you in the game of basketball that is something similar?
Well, Draymond's had a couple late fouls when he shouldn't have fouled that have cost the Warriors some games, right? Orlando, I remember.
Was it against Charlotte?
Maybe.
He had a play where he was trying to draw a foul out near the midcourt line and threw it at the backboard, didn't get the foul, and the Warriors ended up losing.
That sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah, I mean, there was a game against, I want to say, well, this was last year, I think, around the deadline. They blew a 10-point lead with like 2 minutes left to Utah. And this is the thing, though, is they all, I mean, shoot, we want to go back a couple of years ago to the game where Kuminga said that Coach Kerr wouldn't be able to develop him when they blew a 16-point lead to the Nuggets and Jokic hit that half-court heave right by the scorer's table. I think it was 16-point lead in the fourth quarter. It's like those kind of things, it's all about, and that's why I guess football is different because you can really peg it down to moments. Basketball is such a game of runs, and the free-flowing nature of it lends itself to remembering, I don't know about embarrassing plays, but certainly moments.
If somebody on the text line is reminding me, was the double bang game with Mike Breen the same game where Draymond threatened Steve Kerr in the locker room?
Yeah, and Lisa Salters.
So it was
outside the locker room listening to him saying, I'm not a bleeping machine. Or a robot.
Right,
a robot.
Was the
term. I'm not a bleeping robot.
Right, and that's so funny because you said, what do you think the Warriors' record was when that game was played? And it was 53-5. Warriors were 53-5, but what I'd forgotten is Luke Walton coached them to 43-4 that year. Like that's.
I don't know if he coached that many games.
Anyway, but that was the whole issue because Steve Kerr, like Luke Walton, gave Draymond more freedom, and Steve Kerr was, telling him easy with the 3-point. I don't know what he was saying, but he said I'm not a robot. So. Well, and I forgot about that part.
Yeah, 39-4.
Okay, there you go. I was say 43.
No, you were on it. I apologize.
No, I was wrong. I said 43-4.
Oh, I thought you said 43 games. Anyways, but it does kind of enter into what we were talking about before the show, which is kind of how you divvy up credit for development.
Right.
Because that is a part of the 2016 season that is seldom remembered, but a lot of people might look back at that and say, well, Luke Walton was the one that kind of got the best out of, like Draymond Green never had a better season, statistically speaking.
Right.
In 2016, I believe he was around 14 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, but he shot damn near 40% from three. I think he was like 38 or 39. And he was, I mean, you can make the case on that 73-win team that he was their second best player, second most impactful player. Obviously, Klay Thompson was great, but that was the best Draymond had ever played. And, yeah, I do think there was probably something to Draymond having an issue with the way that Kerr came back and kind of how his game was maybe constricted a bit.
Yeah. The topic today, well, one of the topics we're going to talk about today is I'm looking at the YouTube chat today, and there was a statement made. I tried to find out who made it. I couldn't remember. It's not a big deal. But it was a matter-of-fact statement. And it said, Steve Kerr has proven he cannot develop players.
Now, I'm assuming this is in light of Kuminga's second game with the Hawks.
I'm assuming that too, Evan. They might have been talking about it on the chat. But has that become a truism at this point? Is it an opinion by some? Is it shared by most? Is it just starting to turn into conventional wisdom? Because I think we got to analyze it a little bit.
Well, I think that's what I hear from a lot of people. Like if you just talk to, well, I guess I should say I talk to a lot of Warriors fans my age, and I do get the sense that a lot of 30-somethings and younger are under the guise that Steve Kerr is a champion. He's a good head coach, but he's got some holes in his game. And one of those holes, the biggest one, is that he's never developed a great young talent. And, to me, it's like you look around the league right now, and what coaches can you look at and say have helped develop a great young talent? I think your guy in Minnesota has helped do that. But I don't know if people in Minnesota say, well, Ant's actually kind of more developed himself. Chris Finch doesn't get a ton of credit for that. And I find it fascinating how a lot of great players across NBA history, they get the credit for developing themselves, not the coach. But the coach is typically left with the players who never made it. The players who are younger, didn't develop, for one reason or another, didn't pan out. Maybe they were traded. Maybe they didn't get the most out of them. And those are the ones left at the doorstep of the coach, no matter if they've won 4 championships or if they haven't got out of the first round.
Yeah. And I want to get into, I made a list of pretty much all the Warrior young players during the last 12 or 14 years. And here's where I'm going to start today. If we're talking about Steve Kerr and his development of young players. And here's my first question, and I'll throw it out to Warrior fans at 888-957-9570, because to me, this is where you have to go to start. And my first question to Warrior fans is, do you give Steve Kerr any of the credit, however you break it up? Do you give Steve Kerr any of the credit for developing Curry, Clay, and Draymond Green? They played early in their careers for Mark Jackson. They got to the second round one year, and they lost in the first round the next. Kerr came over, they won a title. Does Steve Kerr get any of the credit for developing Curry, Green, and Thompson?
Not for Curry. Not for Clay. I think if there's one player that he should get credit for developing the most, it would be Draymond Green. Now, the difference is, and I'm sure this is probably what Kerr would tell you, Draymond played 4 years in college. Draymond was he came into the league, and I think he was a tweener.
Yep.
But they knew how to use him off the bat. He was a great defensive player, could step out. And then the league, I think, evolved in a manner that benefited his game. What I think is most important about those 3 players, which is really all I care about when it comes to Kerr, he maximized them. And if you want to consider that development or not, I don't care. Because what Steve Kerr unequivocally did is get the most out of those 3 guys. And I'm not sure that the coach who preceded him, Mark Jackson, could have done that.
Right.
And I don't think he could have gotten the best out of those 3 guys. And that's where, to me, Steve Kerr, that's why I believe he's a great coach. Because, yes, has he maximized every single player he's ever had? No. But he's maximized the 3 Hall of Famers that are mostly responsible for kickstarting a dynasty.
I absolutely give him some credit for those 3 because, and I give Mark Jackson some too, but I have to give Kerr credit because he developed them in a way into champions. Like he turned them in from playoff players to champion players. So yes, I give Steve Kerr some credit for developing the big 3, absolutely, if for no other reason than putting them in the system that allowed all of them to thrive. But we got a lot more names, but that's what we're talking about. The whole idea that Steve Kerr can't develop players. Is it true? We're going to get to the bottom of it today. We're giving you a chance to do something money can't buy. It's a bucket list moment. You have a chance to play a game of knockout on the Chase Center floor. That's right, shoot hoops on the floor Steph Curry plays on. Every show is going to be giving away opportunities this week. The only way you have a chance to play is to register at 957thegame.com. That's 957thegame.com. But if you are registered, listen today at 12:30 and listen for your name. And if you hear it, you have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line. Each show is going to be giving you the opportunity to win all week long. And for more details, and once again to register, go to 957thegame.com. That segment brought to you by Planet Fitness.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. And with most clubs open 24 hours, you can give everything you've got. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. See club for details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This February, fall in love with your home. American Vision Windows Matchmaker Deal lets you pick any 2 offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix, we pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Stunning energy-efficient windows, your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. On approved credit, minimum of 4 windows. Taxes based on materials. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
Tired of love handles that don't love you back? This February, show yourself some real love with medical weight loss that works. Jumpstart MD blends expert care with GLP-1 medications like semaglutide and tirzepatide, plus one-on-one guidance to protect muscle, metabolism, and your sanity. Visit one of 13 Bay Area clinics or start online from anywhere. Start now for just $20.26 when you mention radio. Call 855-JUMPSTART or go to jumpstartmd.com and start seeing results you'll actually love.
If you need to sell your house fast, this is for you. Sometimes a house just becomes too much. Bills, repairs, a big life change, we get it. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we'll help you turn the page. We buy as is. No repairs, no fees, no hassle. Call 510-800-JOHN or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Don't forget, coming up in 2 hours at 12:30, we'll open up the window for your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. And this isn't for, what do they say? Not for nothing. But before when we were doing the crossover with Shasky and Spinoni, something came up, and I wanted to interject, but I'll do it now. So one of the, I'm kind of with Shasky. One of my little pet peeves is when we see a player and there's never been him before. There's never been a player like that before. Well, of course there hasn't been a clone of that player before, but there have been for example, there's never been a Wemby before. Well, I watched Ralph Sampson, who was 7'4" and could run the floor and shoot from the perimeter. Did he shoot threes? No. But Ralph Sampson had similarities to Wembanyama. Somebody, we haven't seen it, and we haven't seen anything like Zion. You have Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley was Zion in a way. So, that's the only. Have we seen anybody like Curry? He's a little different. He's a little different, quite frankly, because what he does is so beyond the norm. You can only compare him to whoever you think the greatest shooters are of all time.
Well, the further along you move in time, the harder it is to be original. Just because there's always something. There's a million reference points before you. People hadn't seen Wilt Chamberlain before. People hadn't seen. I talked about it earlier. People hadn't seen Elgin Baylor before.
Right.
People hadn't seen maybe even. What was it? I don't know, Bob Pettit or George Mikan. But nowadays, I just think that you have to do something so special to truly be an original. I think that's why Curry fits that more than anybody else playing in the game today, because the game is played because of how he, under Steve Kerr, developed. No one shot three. Even Curry, early in his career, he didn't start taking 28-foot, 30-foot threes with regularity until Steve Kerr became the head coach. He didn't do that with Mark Jackson. He would take an occasional deep three, but there were players in history who have stepped out and taken deeper shots. But Curry's the first one that it was. And I remember reading, I think it was Marcus Thompson's book about Curry, where in the offseason, Kerr and Curry, and I think his trainer, they got their minds together and they said, well, Steph, you shoot this percentage from 25 feet. You shoot this percentage from 28 feet. There's not really that big of a difference in percentage. So just start taking 28-footers and people will have no idea how to guard you. And when they eventually adjust, it's, as we've seen with many of the great Golden State Warriors teams, it changes the geometry of the floor, where there's so much more space than there ever was. It's one of the reasons why I like watching college basketball is because it's more condensed. It feels like you have to be more creative because there's not as much space. The NBA game, because of how many people can shoot from the distances they do, it's almost like when was the last time you saw a guy in the post just receive the ball and there was three guys who could just get to him from arm's length? It doesn't happen. Right. It takes a little bit of time for them to get there. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Like I said, I was looking at the YouTube chat earlier today, and I just saw this matter-of-fact statement that said Steve Kerr has proven he can't develop players. And I want to take a closer look at that today. And where we have to start is the big three. And my first question was, do you give Steve Kerr any credit for the development of Curry, Clay, and Draymond Green and turning them into champions? Because to me, that's wouldn't that fit under development? Now, Evan asked me at the break, and I had been thinking about this too. Did Popovich develop Tim Duncan? Did Pat Riley develop Magic Johnson?
And to me, it's more that those coaches recognized in those players that they were the absolute real deal. And then they form a relationship and a bond with those players that allows them to elevate their game even more. So when you ask, if I'm asked, does Kerr get any credit for developing the big three? My answer is yes. Not all of it, because Mark Jackson emboldened them. I have to give him credit for some of that. But Steve Kerr turned them into champions. And there's a development there, I think, that he's got to get credit for.
Well, I think there's a lot of head coaches that are associated with greatness who, I don't know, like fans talk about them kind of riding the coattails, which is, I think, how Kerr is he's talked about that way, that anybody could have coached those teams to championships. Anybody could have coached specifically the Durant teams, which I still think it takes a level of leadership to deal with that amount of alpha energy in one room. But the one that to me is, okay, riddle me this. In 2022, when the Warriors won the championship and no one, maybe even themselves, gave them a chance to do it, right?
Yep.
It's Curry's crowning achievement. He was the finals MVP. He was unbelievable and perhaps the best player walking the planet Earth that year. If that team was not supposed to win a title, then why does Steve Kerr not get credit for coaching a team that was not supposed to win a title to a championship? And I understand that season and that run was about Curry. But you go look at the guys who are on that team, and I'm sorry, Andrew Wiggins was a different player that year than he was when he played in Minnesota. I'm sorry. There are guys that Steve Kerr, and I realize that he didn't take them from, when they were in their infant form, right? When Wiggins was drafted, nobody had ever been able to find a use for Gary Payton II before he came to the Warriors and Steve Kerr integrated him into the system. There are players like that, yes, they're not the lottery picks that Kerr got immediately and took them to but you can't tell me that Andrew Wiggins wasn't developed or maximized by Steve Kerr. He was the second best player on that team.
I agree. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Chris. Chris is in Fairfield. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm great. You guys bring up so many. I called in a little while ago, and since then I've heard so many great takes. The thing about Steve Kerr is it's going to get more difficult for him to communicate with these younger guys, because I think the bridge between Kerr and Draymond and those guys was he's a world-class player. I mean, the stuff he did, stood up to Michael, won some rings. What has he got, like 8 rings now? I mean, you bring that credibility onto a team, those guys are going to believe in you. I don't know if these younger guys remember any of that stuff, but I'll tell you something, I think Steve he could be getting a little tired, but getting back to the big three, I feel like I have this argument with my son. He loves LeBron, but I think Curry's the greatest player that ever lived, and I'll tell you why. LeBron had the body, he had the height, he was big. No doubt he's incredible. Curry had to develop his body, and Kerr had to develop his confidence. And you're right, all those things you said about take the shot, he lets him do whatever he wants because now he's proven himself. And the other thing is he's won every award. And then to go to the Olympics, and he wasn't trying to be MVP, but he knew he wanted it. I liken him to Djokovic, my boy, in tennis. He doesn't get the 100% respect. Everybody knows he's the greatest, but it's like there's always, Federer because he's beautiful or whatever. And I think that Kerr is going to have more trouble relating to these younger guys because there's so much outside noise. And it's like, these guys are such divas, man. They just, every time somebody says, oh, this guy's not going to make it, a lot of them fold. I mean, they get so influenced by Instagram and all this other stuff. So I think Kerr is probably one of the greatest coaches ever. And it comes down to his background, where he grew up, what he's been through, and his communication skills. And he also has a lot of compassion for people. And you see that off the court. And I think guys relate to that.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much my take. I think he's one of the greatest coaches ever. And I think Curry's the greatest player.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate the call. This from the Boxer and Gershon Work Injury Attorneys text line. I don't believe Kerr developed them, meaning the big three. I think his system unlocked their maximum potential, though. Like, that to me is a
Isn't
little...
that one and the same?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, yeah, exactly. That's development. We might be splitting hairs, but yeah, that I would consider development. Implementing a system in which all your players perform better. Yeah, that might be development. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I got a lot more names to run down, and we're gonna kind of break this down. But if you want to jump in, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Kerr cannot develop young players. Do you believe it? 888-957-9570. All week long, we're giving you a chance to go to the Sharks-Canadiens game on Tuesday, March 3rd. All you got to do is listen to the crossover with me, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs. Today it'll be Evan Giddings at 1:45 each day, and we're going to be doing it today at 1:45. You're going to have a chance to go to the Sharks-Canadian game on Tuesday, and we'll tell you how to do it as the day progresses, but just be listening at 1:45 for your chance to call. More details, go to 957thegame.com, and that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for 10 items for $10 mix and match. Member price just $1 each. Selected varieties. See store for full list of participating items. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopest.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice?
As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Go for gold at Kiki's Breakfast Cafe. Start strong with fluffy famous large pancakes and fresh brewed coffee. Fuel your morning the winning way at Kiki's or order to go at kikis.com for a chance to win a $50 gift card, courtesy of Kiki's. Enter at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson today, and we got a super chat from Alan Day Sr., $4.99 for the following. Before I read it, I'll tell you what we've been talking about. We've been talking about Steve Kerr and the stigma that he's had that he can't develop young players. And I'm questioning that a little bit, and I've started with the big three and asked if Steve Kerr gets any credit for developing Curry, Thompson, and Green. Steve Kerr took over the Warriors when Curry was 26, Thompson was 24, and Draymond Green was 24, and they became champions under Steve Kerr. So to my way of thinking, I do believe Kerr helped develop those 3 champions. But this is from Alan Day Sr., Evan. Nothing tanked this franchise faster than quote-unquote system fits and connectors. When Kerr drops his book, Fake It Until You Make It, I'm buying it. He's awful. Alan Day Sr.
I mean, Alan, you got a really high standard for coaches then. I mean, do you only believe that guys that have won more than Steve Kerr are good coaches? That to me seems unrealistic. And I realize a lot of that is because of what's gone on now. But the system fit and maximized 3 of the greatest players in franchise history, 3 future Hall of Famers. The system allowed, and I realize that Curry's the biggest piece of it, but the system turned Curry from a very, very good up-and-coming player and allowed him to blossom into a 2-time MVP immediately.
Right.
Now, if you want to give him credit for that, that's fine. But to me, Draymond Green is where Steve Kerr, I don't think, gets enough credit. If you just go look at Draymond's career, where he took the leap from being, let's call it what it was, he was a bench player under Mark Jackson. He started a little bit, but primarily came off the bench behind David Lee. Steve Kerr inserted him into the starting lineup and then left him in there even when David Lee was back and healthy. And he allowed him to become one of the generational defenders. And to me, he created a system that maximized the talents of those three guys. That is development. Your development is we can use different words for it, but like putting people in position to succeed is one of the hallmark qualities of great leaders. That's exactly what Steve Kerr did. And I realize that people don't want to give him credit for I don't know what, he hasn't done it lately. But to say that he hasn't done it at all, to me, is completely false.
Yeah, I mean, this from the 510 on the Boxer and Gershon work injury attorneys text line. Steiny, when everyone talks about developing players, they're talking about draft picks, guys that were taken during Steve Kerr's time. And no, he doesn't get credit if those players happen to be playing now. They're only getting playing time because the older guys are out and he's forced to use the bench. Okay, I got a couple. I'm just going to throw out some names here. What about Harrison Barnes? Harrison Barnes came here at 20. Won a title at 22, was here for 4 years, and then got traded to Dallas. Does he not fit into this equation at all? A guy like Harrison Barnes. Is he a feather in Kerr's cap? Is it irrelevant? Or Kerr had nothing to do with Harrison Barnes?
Well, I think Harrison Barnes goes hand in hand with what he did with Iguodala, because Iguodala was the starting forward, and Barnes came off the bench, and then they flipped it around, which actually ended up benefiting both players.
Right.
I mean,
think about that now.
Like, that helped both of them play their best. And I don't know. I mean, all I can remember with Harrison Barnes under Mark Jackson was him posting up right outside the lane, them throwing him the ball, and him taking a bunch of fadeaways and making or missing them. And Harrison Barnes was a really good player in college, but I don't think he played his best basketball until Steve Kerr became the coach.
I don't disagree with that. Let's go to David. David's in San Francisco. Hey, David, how you doing?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say to you guys, I thought that Jerry West played a big part in the Warriors' development. And, between Stephen Curry, Steve Kerr, and Jerry West, it was like a perfect storm of awesome players and a lot of good guys that were hungry to win. So that's how I think it got so far.
Yeah, appreciate it, Dave. Jerry West, I don't know how much he was involved in the development. He was certainly involved in picking some players. About Kevon Looney. I mean, he's got to get credit for Kevon Looney, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Kevon Looney was instrumental in multiple championships. I mean, and this is the thing, though. I think people are pissed at him that he hasn't got the most out of guys that fans want to be great.
Gotcha.
That's just, fans want these young draft picks to turn into the next big thing, and they haven't, or they didn't under Steve Kerr, and so that's his fault. And I hate to break it to people, but okay, so did Rick Carlisle develop Tyrese Halliburton?
I mean,
he wasn't drafted by Indiana.
Right.
But he became the player that nearly won a championship and took OKC to 7 games, if not for his Achilles tear, may have won that game because of the system that Rick Carlisle built for him to maximize his talents. I'm sorry, that's development.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go down the list of players that have not necessarily been, with the head coach since their infancy, but have played the best under those men.
The other thing I'm curious about is where certain players fit in with Kerr and this organization. When I was making this list of all the young players who have played for the Warriors in the last 12, 14, 15 years, I was actually very surprised at how many guys were on these teams and we can't remember them almost. Like Jordan Bell was he started for a championship team, right? At times. Now he's no longer in the league. In a crazy kind of way, I got to give Kerr credit for that because this is a guy who ain't in the league anymore, and he found a place to play him. Now, most people are going to say, well, look who they had on the team. But, like, that's the other thing. A guy like Patrick McCaw, and maybe the development word's out the window, though, there. But, you know, Patrick McCaw and does he, and I get it, he wasn't a great player, but how did Steve Kerr determine the young guys who played on this team and who he gave an opportunity to play on this team with the guys who didn't get the opportunity to play? And it all comes down to it was going to be really hard to develop a star player on this team as long as Steph, Draymond, and Clay were here. And for most of the time, they were drafted in the late 20s. You know, obviously Kuminga, Wiseman, notwithstanding. Those stand on their own or they fall on their own, depending on your point of view. But I don't know, outside of Kuminga, if they've had a player who it would have been possible to turn into a star. I mean, I think with the constraints of the stars that were already on this team.
The best example of a player who has developed, that popped, that helped you win a championship, and that was kind of built from the ground up, and that fits the criteria, I think, of a lot of people who would say, all right, Kerr doesn't get credit for Curry, Draymond, Clay. It's Jordan Poole.
Right.
But then the moment you say that, well, everyone said, well, no, actually, Jordan Poole developed himself. And it's like, you can't have it both ways. I just find it fascinating how coaches, they don't get credit for great players, but they get blamed for bad players.
Yeah.
Why is that? I mean, to me, there has to be a middle ground. Do I think that Kerr is the sole reason why the big three became the players that they are? No. But he absolutely has a hand in it. And I think that all three of them would tell you that. I also think all three of them would give Mark Jackson credit for helping them become the players they did. But you look at someone like Jordan Poole, and he was allowed to play on that 2020 team that was absolutely awful. He was allowed to make mistakes. And then he blossomed into a player that was a sixth man for a championship team. Like, does Kerr get no credit for him?
Right.
And by the way, he has not been anywhere near that player since that point. And you could go back to the punch. That's totally fair. But again, it's like there's not for a lot of fans, it feels like there's not enough examples of developmental projects amidst this dynasty. And I don't get why that's such a detractor to one of the best head coaches that we've seen.
Well, and here's the other thing. Is anybody out there going to tell me Kerr, if we're talking development and again, you may not even agree that coaches develop players or head coaches develop players. But for the sake of this argument, we're talking about the players Steve Kerr has developed who are young players. And I'll tell you one guy that has developed under Steve Kerr, Moses Moody, right? I heard Nick Friedel, like, here's what I mean. I hear Nick Friedel talking about Podziemski and Moody, and he says, and I happen to agree with him, I think Moody's ceiling is lower than Pods', but Nick was talking about how he's getting close to kind of all he can be, Moses Moody. He's becoming a much better shooter. He's found a role as a guy who can defend on ball. He's a pretty smart player. Stays in his that's Moses Moody has been developed by the Golden State Warriors. He came here when he was 19 years old. He's 24 now, and he's turned himself into a key rotation guy on this team. And that's like not something to scoff at if you're the 14th pick.
I mean, if he pops, do you give him credit for Will Richard?
You'd have to.
I mean, the fact that Will Richard is doing what he's done, but again, it's where do you draw the line? I think a lot of people would look at Will Richard and say, well, he played 4 years. He was developed in college. Kerr didn't actually develop him. But the fact that he's able to step in and help this team, it's like, I feel like because the team has not been successful in the way that a lot of fans want them to recently, there's been an unfair amount of blame placed at the feet of the head coach. And, conversely, does he get more credit than he should for 4 championships? Perhaps. I think that's how it goes. I mean, we do the same thing with someone like Kyle Shanahan. He's this, he gets all the credit and then all the blame.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is, in a lot of positions, you're only as good as the talent on your team. But where I think Kerr is different than a lot of the guys that we discuss in this conversation as being good or great head coaches is the fact that he maximized the talent he had. And I don't think that is as easy as a lot of people are making it out to be, that any head coach could step in and win 4 championships. We've seen this. Not a single team in the NBA has won back-to-back championships in this decade. And there's been some really good head coaches. Joe Mazzulla, I think, is a really good head coach. He's got to the finals twice. He has 1 championship. Mark Dagnall in OKC is probably the poster child for development. They have 1 championship. They're trying to complete another. A couple of guys that have won championships have been fired. Michael Malone no longer has a job. He's a championship head coach. Mike Budenholzer with Milwaukee when Giannis was at his best, fired as a head coach. Frank Vogel. There are guys that have championships that have not maximized the amount of talent to an extent that Steve Kerr has.
Alan Day Sr. paying $2 for a super chat. Moody plays because he took that bad contract. Well, I mean, okay, I got you. Let's see.
When he signed it looked pretty good.
What's that?
I said when he signed it and was shooting 32%.
Like Moody's, I think Moody's right where he should be contract-wise. Do you think 13's too much?
No.
Yeah, I think 13's fine. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd like to get him for 10, but who cares?
Well, it's like the whole Melton thing we were talking about the other day. It's like, do I want to pay him 15? Probably not.
Right.
But if I could get him for 12, you're nickel and dime in there. But I also think that, does Moody have a bad contract?
No, I don't think so. I think it's very tradable.
Well, I also think it's very fair. I'm saying for both sides.
Right.
If I'm Moses Moody, I don't feel like I'm underpaid. Right. And if I'm the Warriors, I don't think I overpaid for Moses Moody.
And the other thing is, how you know it's a good contract? If it's tradable. And I got to believe it is. Nobody's going to say, it's a fair contract. I mean, if somebody out there thinks it isn't, that's fine. You can call in. But $13 million for Moody? It kind of sounds about right. Mr. Lee in Fairfield. What's going on, Mr. Lee? How you doing?
Steiny, Evan, what's going on, man?
Hey.
You know what? When we think about this development thing, listen, the thing that the big three all have in common, they all played 2 or 3 years in college.
Mm-hmm.
Conversely, Moody and Kuminga, one-and-doners. Then you think when you throw in Paz, he played 3 years in college. When you throw in Harrison Barnes, he played under a legendary coach in North Carolina. I think the thing that we miss is when we talk about these one-and-doners, to me, it's hit and miss.
Right.
It's a maybe or maybe not. I'm going to give you another example. You had 3 Duke guys go 1, 3, 4, 5. A few years ago, it was Zion. The one kid plays in Toronto,
Barrett.
And one of the kids is not even in the league anymore. He was like 6'9", 6'10", to shoot the 3, and for whatever, just sometimes you're taking a chance when you do one and done. Paz is another good example of these guys who play 2 or 3 years. They come in and are ready to play. Richards, another guy, they come in and ready to play. If you do hit on a one and doneer, he's probably Hall of Fame kind of talent. Kobe, KG, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards in Minnesota. And you see it relatively quickly. It don't take 4 or 5 years before you see it. You see it right away. This kid could be a Hall of Famer. So talking about development, I think development goes hand in hand when you have guys who have played 2 or 3 years in college. If you don't, it's hit and miss. You might win, and there's a good chance you might lose. There's so many guys that are in the league, one and doners, and we're trying to figure out where are they? They one and doners.
Yeah.
And the demand once you get to the league is greater than what they think.
Hey, Mr. Lee, were you thinking of Cam Reddish?
Exactly.
Yep.
He's not even in the league. The
Yep.
dude went number 5 or 6,
Yep.
and he's not even in the league anymore. He was 6'9", could shoot the 3. Where is he now? And he played at Duke.
Yep.
So everybody can't do 1 year and then transition into the league and expect, when you add in the demand and the expectations and being on a winning team, and then you excel. Everybody can't. You see it every year. These guys can't do it. It's too much.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Lee, great call. I basically agree with every single thing you said. And here's the other thing I was thinking. He got me to thinking. Let's say you played 3 or 4 years in college. That means you got to that college as a freshman, and you probably didn't play 38 minutes a game. Or maybe you did, but you probably didn't. And then through the 3 or 4 years of college experience, you learn how to fit into a team. And obviously, then you go to the NBA, and after coming from college, you've probably been humbled a little bit. And now you know if you want to take that next step into the NBA, you got to fit in. But if you're a player who hasn't gone to college, a Kuminga, or even a Wiseman who only went there three games, it's like the only assessment you have of your own game is yourself, pretty much. And players tend to think they're really good. Every player tends to think that he's really good. So in come Kuminga and in come Wiseman with no kind of foundation. They want to be, they come into the league and they're like, okay, I'm going to try to be a star. Well, Moody doesn't come into the league, and I'm even using him, and he's only got 1 year, but he was very mature. Like, Moody didn't come into the league and say, I'm going to be a star. He came in and said, how do I get playing time on this team? And, you know, that I agree. When you're drafting a project or a one and done or a non-college guy, you may as well flip a coin. I do. But the reason you flip a coin is because you think their upside is better than the dude who went to college for 3 or 4 years, because it became a little bit of a stigma. Like, if you a few years back, if you played 4 years of college, people say, why? He wasn't good at it. Why wasn't he good enough to get drafted? You know what I mean? So, you know, it's an imperfect science, and the Warriors have seemed to hit on college players. You know, they've hit on role players who played college basketball, but they have not hit on, you know, raw products who've turned into a star.
No, it's hard to find a guy that played 4 years of college that was a top 5 pick. You know what I mean? Recently, yeah. Yeah, recently. It doesn't happen much anymore, because not only that, but you're trying to start the clock as early as possible. I mean, but this is what I think Mr. Lee was talking about. So in 2017, there were there's a lot of one and dones, but the top 2 guys that got flipped were Markelle Fultz and Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum was as polished as a college player comes. I mean, he stepped in the league and was in the conference finals for a Celtics team that, by the way, was also very good the year before and was arguably the best player on that team. Markelle Fultz, meanwhile, stepped into a good situation in Philadelphia, and it never worked. Does anybody ever say, oh, well, but by the way, it was the number 1 overall pick. Well, they just didn't develop Markelle Fultz. No one could develop Markelle Fultz. That's the coach's fault. It's like, no, maybe the player just didn't have it. And he ended up playing for 8 years, and he's not in the league anymore. But that's a guy where, I mean, at Washington, he was unbelievable. And you're probably watching games. I'm sure every talent evaluator is like, this guy's going to be a stud. And it just didn't work. Sometimes guys that have opportunities, they get playing time. It doesn't fit. Sometimes guys who just kind of bide their time, like a Jimmy Butler, who was a late first-round pick, but he worked his way methodically. I mean, you know, are people giving Thibodeau credit for developing him or Jimmy for developing himself? Right. You know, he developed a guy that was a defensive stopper and turned into an all-NBA performer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that most people. Yeah, I mean, if a guy like Butler plays for 5 coaches in 10 years, who developed him? I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the perception that Steve Kerr, and I'm going to say Steve Kerr / the Warriors, don't develop young players. And we're going through some of these guys that have played for Steve Kerr who played for him when they were very young. And we're kind of challenging that a little bit, but we're also maybe affirming some of it. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And we're giving you an opportunity to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. That's right, at Chase Center. Here's what you do. First things first, go register at 957thegame.com if you haven't already. Once you're registered, you listen for your name at 12:30 p.m. during this show, and you will have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line if you hear your name. Each show is going to be giving you an opportunity to win all week long. So once again, for more details and to register, go to 957thegame.com right now. And that segment was also brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. From the pros to college, don't miss your shot on the hardwood. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's something cool. San Jose Shark star Macklin Celebrini teamed up with Omar and Tarek Habas of Habas Law for a new series of TV commercials. 8 hours in a car with someone, and you learn a lot. Macklin was a blast. Leaned into the carpool karaoke vibe, zero ego. It's what happens when people at the top of their game come together and don't take themselves too seriously. Watch for the new Habas Law spots with Macklin Celebrini. Smart, fun, very Bay Area.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This February, fall in love with your home. American Vision Windows Matchmaker Deal lets you pick any 2 offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Stunning energy-efficient windows. Your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. On approved credit, minimum of 4 windows. Taxes based on materials. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm. We're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Happy Lunar New Year! Are you looking for a fun, festive, free event for friends and family of all ages? The Chinese Historical and Cultural Project and History Park San Jose invite you to the Lunar New Year of the Fire Horse Festival on Saturday, March 14th, 2026 from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at History Park San Jose. Watch lion and dragon dances, as well as other cultural dances and musicians, martial arts demonstrations, and a master calligrapher at work while kids of all ages enjoy fun cultural activities and games with prizes. Visit chcp.org for more details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid enough. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Once upon a time, you dressed so fine. Threw the bums a dime in your prime. Didn't you? Risotto gets me, Evan. He just gets me. Oh, yeah. Wow.
I don't.
Just let it play. Sometimes. Sometimes you get me. Hey,
people think we're alike, and sometimes I just don't see it.
Hey, Boxer and Gersa Steiny from the 510. Our St. Anne Union City 7th grade CYO basketball team is in the Oakland Diocese Championships this Sunday. Any chance we can get them a shout out? The boys would be so hyped to hear their team mentioned on air. Absolutely. Let's go St. Anne's of Union City. Let's go.
Well, we got to go get the championship.
I don't know who they're playing.
Let's go San Francisco.
But they're in trouble. Oh, is that Lori?
No, St. Anne.
Lori's got bigger things.
I think St. Anne's going to be fine Sunday.
Lori's trying to bring new sports to the Bay, and it's off to a rocky start.
What's he trying? Oh, the F1?
F1.
Were you down there?
No.
I expected you to be down there because there was some mayhem.
No.
Mayhem!
I had to work on Saturday, but I heard it was a heck of a time in the marina. By the way, no one got hurt. There's just a lot of property damage. You know what? That's the price you pay for trying to bring kind of unique things to San Francisco. You got to take risks. You got to take chances. That's what the mayor's doing. First one, it's like every single festival has had those horror stories. Like the first time that you bring a
you mean like
big
Altamont?
Event. Yeah, Altamont or, well, Jesus. Okay. No, but the first festival, any place, is typically, it's a bleep show, right? Mm-hmm. You don't have enough security. There's way more people than you're expecting. Kids are acting like idiots. And then over the course of time, you tighten up, you button up security, you don't allow people to be a-holes, and you figure out how to run the ship the right way. So this first F1 event on Saturday in the marina, last Saturday, I should say, maybe didn't go too well the way people wanted it to, but I bet the next one's going to be better. And that's where Lori's got some vision.
Sure, it just won't be in the marina.
I don't really know where else you could do it.
Well, you know what?
Reopen up the Great Highway?
You actually could do it downtown.
Like down Market Street?
Yeah, like Market and Battery and all those. I think you could do. You got to clear it out.
Whip right on.
Or don't
Kearney.
clear it out. That'd make it more fun.
Cut through Grant. Right through Chinatown.
Chinatown streets would be pretty thin,
and that's why it would be difficult.
That's true.
It would be a lot of fun though.
It'd be tough to pass in any alley.
Yeah, that's true.
We're talking about Steve Kerr and the perception that he and the Warriors just can't develop young players. Does he get any credit for Curry, Draymond, and Clay? I'm going to let Aaron in Arizona start us out, and he's going to make a legitimate point here that has to be part of the conversation. What's going on, Aaron?
Hey, how's it going? Going well. Thank you for having me. And
sure.
Yeah, I had to call in just because this was such a riveting conversation. I listen to y'all every day, and this is the one that got me. So
thank you.
So the point that I'm trying to, no problem. The point that I'm trying to make is, well, to answer your question, no, I don't think Steve Kerr gets credit for developing the young players or Steph, Clay, and Dre.
All right.
But I don't think he needs the credit or should get the credit. I just don't think that's part of the job description. I don't think you make it to the pros to develop players. That's the whole point of college. And I mean, isn't that the whole point of the G League, which was then known as the D League, I think, which is short for development.
Yep. Correct.
So, that's kind of like the main point I want to make. But to kind of touch back on some things that was mentioned earlier, particularly with Luke Walton, who was coaching for Steve when he was out with his back pain.
Yep.
I do like if I am going to say development, I think that Luke Walton should get credit for developing not necessarily Curry and not necessarily Clay, but I will say Draymond, because as Evan pointed out, that was his best year, point blank. And then when Steve Kerr returns, as someone pointed out in the YouTube chat, there was this huge altercation saying, I'm not a robot, I'm a human, So when I hear this conversation and when I think of the word development, I think of drafting a player and teaching him fundamentals. I think development would be having the patience to take Wiseman and wait for him to get it in his head to rebound like the big man that he is and that we needed it to. Or someone like Kuminga, we needed him to rebound with the same ferocity that Podge rebounds. I think development looks like drafting Quentin Post and sending him to the G League, D League for X amount of games just to make sure he's fundamentally sound, and then you bring him up afterwards.
Right.
The whole thing with Steve was this is his system. This is his optimization. This is his maximization of the roster. So I think pro coaches in all sports, their job is to maximize the roster, not necessarily to teach a player, what they should already know, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's
that's pretty much my point.
Yeah, great stuff, and I agree.
Thanks, A.
And I remember Guru and I got had a little back and forth on this when I said, no, it's not the head coach's job to develop a player. And, there's people that disagree with that. But here's what I'm talking about. So Steve Kerr's the head coach. All right. Can I run down some names for you, Evan?
You can.
Okay. Steve Kerr, Terry Stotts, Jerry Stackhouse, Nicholas Kerr, Andre Iguodala, Sean Livingston, Ron Adams, Bruce Frazier, Seth Cooper, Khalid Robinson, Jacob Rubin, Anthony Vereen, Chris Weems, Ben Stelzer, David Fatoki. Those are all coaches or members of the Warriors organization. I don't know why Iguodala's in there, and I don't think Livingston's there. But my point is, these teams have 10 assistant coaches. It's almost like an NFL coach who doesn't really interact with a lot of his players because the offensive coordinator's dealing with the offense and the defensive coordinator's dealing with the defense and the special team deals with special teams, and then they all get together and report to the coach. It's like Steve Kerr, when they have a player in here who's not ready, like he's not going to personally develop him. it's up to the player and it's up to the staff.
Well, how much do you think this also is because Steve Kerr didn't have any prior coaching experience before taking over? Like, for example, I think that Eric Spoelstra helped LeBron James when he got to Miami. But Spoelstra was someone that had more of a development background. He worked his way up from a video guy to assistant coach to eventually take, you know what I mean? Like he had a background in development. But Eric Spoelstra I think he's developed some very good players in Miami. Bam Adebayo is certainly probably at the top of the list right now. Point being, I don't know if people associate Kerr with development because I also don't think it gets enough credit. He was airdropped into a very good team.
Right.
That team, his first season, then won 67 games with his system and won a championship. It's almost like he suffers because of how easy and that team, along with what he was able to do with it, made it look.
No, I agree. And the other thing about Steve Kerr is, and I get it if you don't agree with some of his philosophies, but look, Steve Kerr played for Lute Olson at Arizona, very respected coach, real class act. Then he goes, he played for the Bulls with Jordan and Phil and those guys. Then he goes to the Spurs and plays with the Spurs at the end of their dynasty. It's like he only knows one way, and that is how to be on or participate or contribute to or coach a great team. Like, he's been involved with a dozen great teams over the years, and he knows what a championship team looks like. And if the championship is the only goal, which is what it was for the Warriors, again, then they're not going to develop a ton of players while their big boys are in their prime.
A great coach cannot coach a bad team to a championship. That's just reality. But I think there's situations where, like, all right, so one of the things that I think a lot of the younger players have run into recently is, in order to play on the Warriors, you have to be able to play with the best players. Yes. And if you cannot play with someone like Steph Curry, I'm sorry, that's not the coach's fault. That's on you. And I just feel like people have wanted Steve Kerr to kind of bend and break his ways, when if Steph is the system, that's fine. We all understand that. That means that if you step into this system, you have to figure out how to play alongside that great player. And there has been many an instance of other great players doing it successfully. And so I'm not inclined to look at the head coach and say, well, actually you got to do something different, because it has been, and for the foreseeable future, it will be about Steph Curry. But that's also the way the Warriors have won 4 championships. And to me, knowing where your bread is buttered and leaning into that, that's smart. That's it. Trying to remake the wheel when you have something great in front of you, which is what Steve Kerr deflects all the time. He gives Steph all the credit. He'll give Clay, Draymond, KD, Andre Iguodala, all these great players all of the credit. But I just wonder now why at the end of these players' great runs, Steph is not as good as he was 10 years ago. Shocker. Draymond Green certainly is not as good as he was 10 years ago. Shocker. I just don't understand why now is the time where people want to bring the hammer down on him for accomplishing more than any other head coach in this era, which is winning 4 titles.
Yeah. We're talking about the Warriors and their ability or inability to develop young players. And is it a real thing or not? Let's go to, even though he came down my road the other day, oh man, he put a hurt on me, but I'm resilient. Let's go to Marv in Livermore. Hey, Marv, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Hey, great show as always. And Steiny, I don't disagree entirely, but I think for me, I think it's kind of phased wrong. I think Steve Kerr doesn't have to be a developer of players because he's a great coach. The greatest coaches in basketball, you have Riley, you have Phil Jackson with the triangle, Riley with Showtime and defense. And so what Kerr has in common with all of those is he is a leader of men. He has gotten the best players in the history of the game to conform to their system. And so everybody else has to fall in line. And that's what Kerr said is that, hey, everybody knew their plays. And so Kerr was able to do that. And I think the only one out of all the great coaches to me that was probably a little more adaptable was Popovich, because you can't name a system Popovich had, but he won with different talent. And so Phil Jackson didn't invent the triangle. You had Pete Carroll. Ron Adams is the defensive guru that has been with Steve, right? And so you have all these other guys that do development. The most important thing in basketball is you have 5 guys and everybody has an ego. But when you have superstars, to have them sacrifice a little bit for the great betterment of the team, that's where Steve Kerr excels. Because if Steve Kerr had come when we had Monte Ellis and he had the system, without Curry, it's like just now with Curry and Clay not on the court, when you see all these guys shooting threes, you're like, is it going to go in? But when Steph and Clay and back in the day, those guys were shooting, you knew that ball was going to go in. So he has a system, but I think his main strength, like all the great coaches, is being a leader of men, and the development goes to the other coaches on the team, like you mentioned a little while ago.
Yeah, thanks, Marv. I don't disagree with that. Somebody was saying, I'm going to bring this up because you brought it up before the show.
Yeah.
You can elaborate on it. It's a text from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. This is from the 707. Kuminga's opening game performance with the Hawks was exactly what the Warriors had taught him to do. Attacking open lanes, rebounding. Oh, that's it. Attacking open lanes, rebounding.
Yeah.
What did you watched him both nights?
Yeah. I mean, I can't believe it. It's not so much about watching the Hawks. It's the fact that I've had to watch 2 Wizards games in the last 3 days. It's really frustrated me. But I see a player that is playing the exact way that the coach wanted him to. He wasn't taking bad shots. I think last night he was 5 for 9. He was getting active on the glass. And to be fair, there's a lot of balls when the Wizards are shooting, but he was running the floor. He wasn't over dribbling, and the few times that he did over dribble, it didn't go well. But that happens. Like you're playing a free flow game, and it just felt like I was watching the player that was there the first 5 games of the season. Remember? I mean, and this is the thing about Kuminga, which is it's not that he hasn't played well, but there hasn't been, at least in my mind, enough consistency. And so that's what I'm paying attention to now in Atlanta. I think he's looked great his first 2 games, but can he do it over an extended period of time? That to me is what I'm looking for. But the first 2 games, I didn't see a player that has got the ball and was taking guys off the dribble and going one-on-one. No, he was cutting. He's getting out on the fast break. He's moving the ball where it needs to be. He's taking care of it. And he was doing a lot of the things that I feel like the Warriors were asking him to do. And when they were successful with him, that's what it looked like.
Yeah. Let's go out to, our good friend, Scooter Barry. Hey, Scoot, how you doing, man? Good to hear from you.
I'm doing great. Good to be on with you guys. There's so much stuff that you've been saying that registers with me. I just wanted to call in and throw in my 2 cents.
Absolutely.
I think the thing that the last caller said about Steve being a leader of men and about managing the egos has become what an NBA coach has to do best, because all the skills and all the egos that are coming up are hard to manage. And that is one of the key elements and one of Steve's strengths. I also agree with what you said about there's a whole staff that is spending more time with the players that aren't getting playing time, that actually don't have a lot of time to practice. When you get into the season, you're not talking about having 3 or 4 days a week consistently where you can practice with the starters. The starters are getting rest, and you're playing against each other, and you're working on individual skills. So it's not as easy, I think, as people claim it to be, to have somebody like a Kuminga just get thrown into the lineup so he can get some quality time, because Steve had experienced veterans in sitting in positions that weren't going to give up most of their time to allow him to even filter those guys in. So that's what I think the difficulty has been, is that the Warriors have chosen to stick with their core players, and they're sticking with them past their prime, and they're doing it, willingly.
Right.
And that is sacrificing some of the youth.
Yeah, I think it's pretty logical like that too, Scooter, to tell you the truth. And if you don't know, we have that's Scooter Barry, Rick Barry's son. Hey, as long as I got you on the line.
Oh, heck yeah.
Can I got this idea that I've been batting around. Oh, we hung up on Scooter? All right, well, Scooter's got my number.
Might have dropped.
All right, well, hopefully Scooter's still listening to this.
Is he going to be a knockout?
Who?
Scooter. We should try and get him out to the Chase Center floor.
If he's right, 957thegame.com, Scoot. No, shoot, I wanted to actually run this by him. I got an idea for, I don't know if it's a podcast or it's a series of shows.
Okay.
All right.
You've had a lot of ideas in the past.
I'll have. I'm going to write a book on ideas I've never followed through on.
That would be a great book.
So,
you probably wouldn't finish the book.
So, my dad, played basketball and reffed. But my mom gave me.
Yep.
We always talk about the Barry sons and Rick.
Yeah.
I want to do a podcast with mothers. Because Steph Curry's mom was a great athlete. Klay Thompson's mom was a great athlete, from what I understand. And Scooter's mom, her name was Pam Hale. Her name is Pam Hale, was a great athlete. Oh, hey, Scoot, you back?
I am. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay. You got hung up on him by a producer. Can I ask how your mother's doing, by any chance?
First of all, I want to say thank you for mentioning the ladies on this, because that is a key element. We jokingly say that my mom never gets credit for being a great athlete herself, and she is doing well. Thank you. She had her 80th birthday this year, and we got the whole family together for a surprise.
Nice.
And yeah, she was a synchronized swimmer. She was a all-around type of athlete herself, and I do believe that contributes to the genetic blessing that we have from both parents.
Yeah, and I also think sometimes women just look at the game a little bit differently. They can notice subtle things between and among teammates, and appreciate that, man, because I've always been fascinated with the moms of great athletes that never get the attention that the dads did.
If you want to put together that interview, I think she would gladly take that on, and my brothers would love to give her some of the credit. So you set that up, Steiny, and I'll get the Barry family together.
All right, Scooter, I'm going to do that, man. Thank you.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
So when did you get this idea?
It's funny.
Or when did you start thinking about it?
What if I just have a lens like that? My mom's still big. She's huge in my life, and she's into sports, and she's really smart about sports. She couldn't tell you how to run the triangle, but she can tell you, you see the friction between that guy and that guy? You see the body language? I don't think they like each other. Oh, that guy tries to do too much. Why does that guy look at the coach 9 times a game? How come that guy looks at his parents? She's incredible at that.
No,
and then I got 3 daughters, all of whom played sports.
There are, I feel like women they're just more perceptive. Like I was at a little like concert last night, and the band is playing, and I was with a friend, and she just looks up at the band, we're listening, and it's songs back and forth, and she just goes, "Who do you think's sleeping with who in the band?" And I go, I don't know. I mean, because there are 2 men and 2 women. She goes, "If this is a real band, 2 of these people are hooking up. There's no doubt in my mind." I'm like, wow, I never thought about that. Like, what do you think? She goes, "Easy. Drummer and the bassist." And I'm like, why'd you think that? And she explained why. And after I started looking at him, you could kind of tell, like, the drummer was making eyes with the bassist. And just those little things, I feel like women are far more perceptive of than men.
Yeah. My mom is incredible at that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Waiting for the best time to buy a new Ford truck? It is right now. Ford Truck Month is here at Ceremony Ford on the 2025 F-150. They call that the big boy. Get 0% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 bonus cash with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Do not wait. Right off 280 in Colma and Daly City or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Ford dealer.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just 1 branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Daly City, high of 73, clouds and some sun this morning.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Join 95.7 The Game in celebrating Women's History Month at Women's Heritage Day, March 7th at History Park in San Jose. Don't miss this free family-friendly event. Brought to you by History San Jose, Mosaic America, and Chicana Alianza for Liberatory Engagement. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got a new favorite team.
Is it the one that you're pointing your finger at that you cut?
No.
Why are you hurting yourself in the middle of the show?
Well, I just got a little cut on my finger, and I know how it goes. If I don't put a Band-Aid on it, I'll look down at my shirt at some point and allow blood stains on. Okay.
Is that Tulane?
Yeah. Green Wave.
Well,
Go Green Wave.
That's your old favorite team. You have a new favorite team?
Yeah, different sport. So I told you I lost my credit card, bank card.
Oh, yes.
So I go to BMO. That's my bank. And
are they a sponsor?
Not yet.
All right.
And I go in there and I say, I lost my bank card. I need another one. And she goes, we're out of our blue. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I'm going to have to walk all over town to another branch. And she goes, well, we have team cards. And I'm like, okay, I don't care what color. She said, well, it's a kind of black and white. And I'm like, I don't care. Sounds good. Anyway, out comes, and I'm going to hold it up so that everybody can see. It's
over here.
My new team is Angel City FC, the Los Angeles professional women's soccer team.
Well,
yeah, check it out, Luke. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Don't give away your credit card number.
No, it's on the back. That's the other thing. I can hold it up like this. Woo! You can't see anything except Angel City.
See, but it's tiny. This is they're Bay FC's rival.
Well,
our team. Bay FC
they haven't resonated with this community clearly if they're giving away LA women's soccer credit cards instead of Bay FC.
That is pretty random. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I don't have a lot of knowledge on Angel City FC, although one of their forwards did catch my eye. But Bay FC, I feel like we got to do better. I mean, if they're giving away not just opposing teams' credit cards, or images, but LA specifically. Like and popped across my timeline, I think it was Caltrain. They ran an award-winning commercial recently. That was from the last summer. And it was about these two guys who were going to drive to the Giants game. And then it immediately shifted to them being labeled as Dodgers fans. And then it pops up at the end, Dodgers fans drive. Giants fans take Caltrain. So we got to find a way to flip the script a little bit in favor of Bay FC because they're a local team.
All right.
They got a mascot?
Angel City?
Yeah, we could get them on the show.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, risotto. Well, somebody's feeling at home now.
That's a 4. That's a 4, Steve. I thought that was your guy.
I did too. All right, we're talking about the Warriors and Steve Kerr and the issue of whether the Warriors can develop players or not. and whether they've done a good job of it or not. And I like to usually let a listener start the conversation. So who's been waiting the longest? Damon in Richmond. Damon in Richmond. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Steiny? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You brought up the point in the last segment about your mom being able to recognize body language. And I think Kuminga probably shot himself in the foot because he wanted to be a star before time. He wasn't patient enough to wait. He wanted the treatment that Curry would get, that Draymond would get, because when they turn the ball over, right, they don't come out of the game. But whenever Kuminga would come out of the game, he'd go to the bench and he'd sulk, and he sulked for years. And as a coach, you don't want to see that. And I think he kind of hindered his play. I mean, you look at Moses Moody, and you look at who had a lot of DNPs, and then you look at Guy Santos, who's an integral part of what's going on right now. He developed in the G League, and I think what happened with Poole, he wanted to be a star, and I think that was to his detriment. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and that doesn't mean that Kuminga's all at fault. He had. I mean, I get it. A freshman basketball player goes to college and they think they're gonna start as a freshman, and then they don't, and then they think they're gonna start as a sophomore, and then they play a little more, but they're still, it's like he wanted to do more of the things that the big three do, score, and I just don't think that was ever going to work as long as the veteran guys were here.
No, you can't fault someone for wanting to be the best version of themselves, but I think there has to be a moment of recognition that what you want is different than what the team needs. And that is where I think ultimately there was going to be conflict, because what Kuminga wanted is something that was never going to be available to him here. And I don't think it was just, at least at first, it wasn't because of the coach. He was not going to play for a team that was coming off of a championship. He just wasn't. There wasn't room for him to go out there and make mistakes because the team was in win now mode. They shifted quickly from a team that was kind of in a little bit of limbo to, all right, we got to try and maximize this window. And the head coach didn't believe that this player could do it immediately, and so he had to sit on the back burner. And I don't think that wasn't best for JK's development, and I don't think he was happy about it. But that was the card that he was dealt, and it's unfortunate. But now he has an opportunity in Atlanta to prove everyone wrong, to prove that he is the player that he believes that he is. And so far, he's off to a good start. I also think that...
Well, the exhibition season's over, in Atlanta.
That was preseason, yeah, playing the Wizards. My God, they're bad. But, I mean, I don't know. It's like, are Warriors fans going to feel the way about Kuminga, the way they felt about Chris Webber? I have my doubts. I just think that there's a lot of... There were a lot of issues with the fit here. And that's the one thing that stood out to me about watching those first two games that he's played is he fits better in Atlanta than he did here.
Yeah, you brought something up. The player, is he going to be remembered like Weber? I mean, I'm kind of with you. Weber to me, I don't think he'll reach Weber's level as a player. I'm talking about Kuminga. But obviously Weber got away, and it was painful for a long period of time. And I'm wondering who else would fit that bill for the Warriors. And I don't think there's many guys lately, but Gilbert Arenas was a tough loss for this team. A second round pick.
He gamed the system.
Well, it wasn't his. No. So
he's admitted to that.
Well, he was a second round pick.
Yeah, but he tanked his value.
Oh, to become a second round pick?
Yes.
That I didn't know. But
that's what he's expressed.
Well, that's fine. It allowed him to hit free agency.
Bag quicker.
Yeah,
because there was no rule.
Well, there was a rule that the Warriors could not pay him over a certain amount of money.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that rule, I think, has been changed.
It's the Gilbert Arenas rule now.
Yeah. That one kind of hurt.
Well, yeah, because he was really freaking good. I mean, he was good when he was on the Warriors and then absolutely exploded when he got to Washington.
Yeah. This is from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Hey, you guys, watch it. My cousin is one of the co-owners of Bay FC.
I told you got to be careful,
Danielle
man.
Slayton. Maybe I can get her on a phone interview with you guys. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd like more if you could get me a Bay FC credit card.
Yeah, I was going to say, we need some actual financials involved. So does that credit card have, like, do you get, discounts or?
No. Well, why would it get discounts?
Because typically when you get a credit card.
Well, it's a bank card.
Oh, so it's not a credit card. It's just something you use at the ATM.
Well, I can use it as a credit card, I think.
So shouldn't
it says debit?
Oh, it's a debit card. I was going to say, because typically, you get a particular kind of credit card. There's benefits that come with it. Some are better than others. Some get you into exclusive places. Some, have points attached, free travel, accommodations. So I'm just wondering does Bay FC have accommodations attached to its credit card? Because if so, I'd be happy to represent Bay FC.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know I don't know if I'm going to get anything out of the Angel City squad.
Well, you got to figure out who's on the team first.
I will.
Okay.
I will. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Regarding Steve Kerr and whatnot, I look at him as more, his role doesn't seem to be to develop players. It seems to me that he has to undevelop players. He's got to take a guy that's got some really good skills like Kuminga, and then turn him into a passer and a distributor. Take away, don't let him do what he's good at. Let's make him do something different. And even with Draymond Green now you got to make Draymond Green, you got to turn him into a three-point shooter because that's what the team needs, It's just, I think a lot of it goes back to, let's build a team around Steph Curry. And I don't know, maybe it's just that we get so much local media and maybe other NBA teams are in this trap like the Warriors are. But if they are, I never hear anything about it. I don't hear any other team saying, we got to build this team around one guy. I know that's the reality here. I don't think it's good basketball sense. I don't think it makes sense to expect young players to be the ones that have to modify their game. Seems like someone experienced like Steph could modify his game a little bit because he's got the wisdom and the experience to do that. And putting that on a 19 or 20-year-old that's like trying to just do the best they can and then that's good, but let's make it into something different. It's no reason. It's no wonder it doesn't sometimes work with players like Kuminga and Wiseman and whatnot. And I seems like they draft best athletes, but then what they really want is someone that can best fit in with Curry, and those things are not necessarily the same thing. That's my take on it.
Yeah, no, that to me is a great point, and that when you get to the Warriors, whether you're a 30-point scorer or whether you're a 6.7 rebound guy, first things first, you got to fit in. You got to play in this system with Steph, with Durant, with Clay, with Draymond, with Butler, over the years. And how can any young player grow? I mean,
but Jordan Poole, he
got a break though with Clay's injury. That did open it up. But Kuminga had some chances too, no doubt.
But he proved that he could play alongside Steph. He also proved that he could fill in for Steph during that championship run. I mean, Steph came off the bench in the first round so Poole could continue to do what he was doing, which was leading the team.
No, you're right.
Curry does not mind acquiescing if there's a player that he believes can help them win.
No, I know. So Poole comes here, Clay gets hurt, and yes, he emerged. But the thing he was asked to do most was score, because when Clay went out, he was averaging 20 a game or whatever, and Poole could get you 20 a game. So the scoring was somewhat equal. Obviously, Poole wasn't the defender that Clay was. But what I'm getting at here is if Kuminga comes onto the team and let's say Draymond Green gets hurt, I think they would have wanted Kuminga to try to play like Draymond Green alongside whether it would be Durant or Butler, let's say. But if Butler or Durant had gotten hurt, then he could go out and try to get 20 a game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's probably some mixed signals there, but like I remember the second round of the playoffs, and this is when Curry did start. The starting five, game one against Memphis, was Steph, Clay, Jordan Poole, Wiggins, and Green.
Okay.
They found a way to make all three of those guys who are volume shooters, and one of which who doesn't play defense, in Jordan Poole. They found a way to make it fit. And Jordan Poole was awesome in that game after Steph had returned to the starting lineup. And I don't think it was a situation where like, all right, well now JP's got to play a different game. No, play your same game, and within the flow of the matchup with Memphis, your game is going to be good enough to help us win. I think he had 39 and 8 that game, and was big because if I remember correctly, someone, maybe it was Gary Payton, someone got hurt in that game. Anyways, Jordan Poole helped lead them to a game one win on the road in Memphis. And it's like, that's where I don't always understand where people look at these cast of young guys and say they didn't work or can't work under Steve Kerr. Because Jordan Poole absolutely did. And he helped the Warriors far more than people give him credit for. Just like I also think sometimes we look back at those series and we take credit away from players. Like, and I've heard Shasky bring it up, and I think it's a little unfair to say that, oh, well, Draymond was benched against Boston. Yes, Draymond also was a huge reason why you were in the position in the first place in Game 6. He also played well throughout that series. It's like just because I don't know, Steiny. The point I'm trying to make is I just feel like sometimes we get lost in how players finish their time with the team and how right now we're talking about Steve Kerr, how this team looks and how his time is finished with the Warriors, or perhaps, I don't know if he comes back next year, but it could be finished. And I don't want people to remember Steve Kerr for not developing players. I don't want people to remember Draymond Green for being the guy who is done by the end. I don't want people to remember Jordan Poole for being the player who left and never found anything else after the Warriors. I prefer to remember those guys in their best forms, in their best selves. And I just think people are losing track of that right now because the team's not doing very well.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, I mean, when Kuminga came here, there was Clay, who scored a lot, Curry, who scored a lot, and Wiggins, who was, around 16 or so, 16 or 18. I do have it, like, if Jonathan Kuminga's strength, what is his biggest strength? Would you just put it under scoring or athleticism / scoring? Like, he can put the ball in the basket.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
Yeah, it's scoring.
So it just, like, if you have three guys on the court that can all put the ball in the basket, and you want to put a fourth guy in there that is a scorer, like, it's not going to work. You don't have enough, you don't have enough basketballs. But I am a little disappointed that the Warriors couldn't see what JK, okay, he's not a great this, that, or the other thing, but there's two things he can do really well. They could have found a way, I would think, to take advantage of the fact that he's a scorer. That's what he is. You hope he grows as a player into having other aspects, but you couldn't use Kuminga when other guys were off the floor in a way. I don't know.
I mean, clearly not, and I think it probably is something that goes back years, and that this the relationship was just fractured. But I think that also was, okay, like, you're a sixth man, you're a scorer. Well, it felt like JK and his camp would say, well, you're boxing him in. He's more than that.
Yeah. I agree.
So I think there's conflict on both sides because one player sees himself as being more, which to be fair, he may very may well develop into a more than just a scorer. I don't know. But the Warriors saw him as, all right, here's how you can help us now because we don't have time to allow you to make mistake after mistake after mistake. Or the only guys that were allowed to do that are the big boys. It's Curry and Draymond. You can make as many mistakes as you want. Kuminga, I'm sorry, you got to fit around these guys because we just can't have it.
Right.
And it just felt like at every single turn, the coach looked at him as one thing. He looked at himself as another. And as a result, by the end, Kuminga didn't want to play for that team. I mean, part of it was the coach didn't want him on the floor, 16 straight DMPs. I don't think Kuminga wanted to play for Kerr by the end.
No.
He was counting down the days until he got traded. And I think one of the nuggets, I know everyone brings up the food. I don't really care about that. But one of the nuggets from that story was also by Anthony Slater that he had packed up his apartment. He was expecting to be dealt. He was out on Golden State by the end of his time here. And that's completely within his right. But I just think it's a reflection of where that relationship had gotten to. And to me, both sides are at fault for it.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not here to say the Warriors handled it great. I'm not here to say Kuminga was in the wrong. It just didn't. It didn't work out here. And I think the biggest reason that it didn't work out here with Kuminga is because of circumstance. You know, if he would have got drafted onto when the Warriors missed the playoffs from 95 to 2007, if they would have had a Kuminga on the team, they just would have utilized him. They just would have thrown him out there, and there would have been a lot of excitement about him, and then he would have eventually turned into either a great player, an average player, a bad player. I don't know, whatever he was going to, but he would have been given so much more opportunity. But if I have to boil it down to one thing, it's that you drafted a project onto a championship team. So you may as well kiss off the first 3 years is kind of the way I look at it. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo. Hey, Coach.
Hey, Steiny, Evan, how you doing?
Doing well.
My take is a little different. Number one, Steiny, I'll just hop on what you just said. The development years was that years when he played Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome which was a non-championship team. That was the year that Kuminga should have been playing. Okay. Now for Steve Kerr and developing, what most people say, or my opinion, and I think we all have a right to that. My opinion is Steve Kerr did no more than what 10 other coaches in the league could have done with that talent. Okay. So winning those championships with that Hall of Fame team, I think 10 other coaches could have did the same thing. So that's my take on that. The last point I kind of want to make, and, people, they're either one way or another way on JK, and I've heard many times, on this station, low IQ and things like that. Did either one of you think that when Podziemski threw that ball underneath the basket the other night and the guy got it and dunked, weren't you happy that wasn't Jonathan Kuminga? Weren't you just happy? Because if it was Kuminga, they would have been talking about his low basketball IQ and everything else. But if it's Pods, no one says anything. So that's just my take on it, guys, and I'll be listening. But thanks a lot for taking my call.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. I mean, in a way, I don't disagree with him. 10 coaches could have won championships with the Warriors because that sounds about right. Because I think about 20 wouldn't have.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
See what I'm saying? Yeah. I believe Kirk could have coached him to a title. Popovich was coaching back then. He could have done it. Spoelstra could have done it. Nick Nurse probably could do it. You know what I mean? Billy Donovan? I don't know.
I just thought of this.
Adelman's kid could have done it, clearly. RJ?
RJ.
Whatever it is. CJ.
I think it's David.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, I just thought of this while Coach was talking. I want to run it by you. We often talk about how many coaches could have won titles with those teams. And I think most of the time we're referring to the Durant and Curry teams. How many head coaches do you think could have won 73 games in a regular season? Because only one's done it.
I thought you were going to go to how many coaches could have coached the 2022 team to a title.
That too. I mean, maybe there are a few in the league that can, but I think it's. I don't know. I was just thinking about because he's the only team that's ever won 73 games, and obviously, we're here today to honor the 10-year anniversary of the 38-foot buzzer beater by Curry in OKC. I know we got to hit a break, Pasta. My bad. But seriously, if I just throw that at you and the listeners, how many head coaches? Because that team didn't have Durant, and they won 73 games. I know no one talks about it because they didn't win the championship that year, but that team was a freaking machine.
Yes, it was.
I don't know how many head coaches could have won 73 with that team.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're giving you a chance to do something money cannot buy, and that's play a knockout on the Chase Center floor, the same floor that Steph Curry plays on. First thing you got to do is register. Go to 957thegame.com. If and when you do that, I want you to listen next segment. Starting at 12:30, we're going to open up the window, and I'm going to call a name, and when I call the name, that person's going to have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line. Each show is going to be giving you an opportunity to win all week long. Once again, for your chance on this show, it's coming up in the next segment. All right, so listen for your name next segment. And I'll tell you the number to call in, and you can be playing knockout at Chase Center. That segment was also brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. From the pros to college, don't miss your shot on the hardwood. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
Historic ones.
For 4,000 for Stephen Curry.
Joyful ones.
My joy back, as some would say.
Winning ones. The moment needs you. To manifest it, to chase it, and put the opponent to sleep.
Put the night all the way down the floor.
Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Crash blocking the 2 right lanes.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Roadway that's causing quite a bit of a slowdown.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Fit your crew and save on fuel? There's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Tim. Appreciate it as always. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. Warriors take on the Lakers tomorrow, and that's a game they could get.
See, this is the thing is, like, I know that, I don't know, some people are a bit down because they've come to the realization this team is not going to win a championship, and that's sort of the standard around here. But quietly, they've been playing pretty well. And I know that they've beaten some bad teams. Memphis on line one. But the Lakers ain't playing that well. I like, this is a game that, are the Lakers supposed to win? Yeah, probably. But I could see Golden State knocking off LeBron tomorrow night. Absolutely.
I could see it. They're not playing well.
LeBron, Luka, and Reeves have not figured out how to coexist.
No. It's because all three kind of need the ball.
Well, I mean, the one thing that LeBron could do is, kind of put a showcase on for his future team.
Here's where I'd say, don't you get it? Don't you get it? One of the reasons the Warriors had a dynasty like no other, one of the reasons, is because they had two players who were big-time scorers who didn't need the ball. Steph and Clay. They both played off the ball fine. Curry didn't need to have the ball in his hands, 15 pick and rolls to get 30. You didn't need to see, Clay didn't dribble. He didn't dribble the ball, for goodness sakes. So you don't have a lot of room for players who like to have the ball in their hands a lot. One or two guys on a five are you can't have three guys that want the ball.
Well, and that's why when we were going back to the last second talking about circumstance, circumstances were against someone like Kuminga because he did need the ball, and it wasn't just Curry. I mean, to me, it's like And if you want to call it a flaw in the system, that's fair. But it does feel like there's only really been room for one isolation player between Curry, Clay, or whoever else you put in there, but around Steph. And that isolation player was, at one point, maybe Harrison Barnes. It obviously became Kevin Durant. And I think Andrew Wiggins was the guy before Jimmy Butler. There's always been an isolation player or a guy who's kind of dominated the ball, who's been better suited to play alongside Steph than some of the younger dudes who are drafted to eventually become that player. And there wasn't opportunities.
This is from Adam Madko. Adam Madk8. We've had a $50. This is unreal.
Oh my God.
We've had a $50 super chat earlier. And my main man, Adam ADK80, is paying $25. $25. Just for the opportunity that I read this.
Oh, my God.
I love Kerr, says Adam. Great coach, but he did not develop the big three. Assistants like Ron Adams shaped Draymond. Kerr's key move was starting Draymond over Lee, and he should have done the same with Kuminga a year ago. And I must include the last part of this. Steiny, you're the best. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are easy to read.
Well, it's $25.
Man.
I think we better read it. Which part do you want to start with besides the last sentence?
I kind of, should he have shoehorned, given where Draymond's at right now, could he or should he have tried to just shoehorn Kuminga in there a year ago and bring Draymond off the bench?
While that, I think, would be better for the long-term development, which is what the theme of today's show is, of Kuminga, I would ask you, how much further or better would that have made the Warriors in the immediate? Would it have made them better?
Probably not.
And that, to me, is the answer to the question. Why didn't you do it? Because it didn't make you better. It would make maybe this the future a little more bright. And I don't know how great of a player Kuminga can develop into. It would be better for JK. It would be better for the individual. But starting Kuminga over Draymond, which, by the way, Draymond last season went to the bench 4 or 5 games for Kuminga to start. And I believe they went 2 and 3. Regardless, it wasn't best for the team. And I think that's why Kerr ultimately decided that wasn't the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'm thinking is if and I get it, things have changed, but it's like if the number one rule to play minutes for the Warriors is how well you play with Steph.
By the way, we don't get that money.
No. God. Well, it's something to talk about. Let's be honest. If playing time depends partially on who can play best with Steph, Clay, or just Steph, the Warriors they were never going to get a player better than Draymond Green at playing with Steph Curry. So I don't know that anybody could have stepped into the breach and emerged with Steph here. I mean, the best that could have been done while Clay was in his prime and Durant was in his prime and Butler got here would have been maybe a second scorer. But scoring was never a huge issue for this team. I don't know. All right.
No, not around Curry. I mean, and that's the thing too about it is I feel like the fact that the Warriors can't develop young talent, I think it's too much of a sweeping statement for me. But I think it's less about Kerr than it is the team is, I don't know, maybe they put it at the feet of the head coach, but it's like Curry's still great enough to demand everything to be about him. And as a result of that, everyone's got to fall in line. When was the last time there was a Warriors player that you felt like legit was the number one option? Durant?
Yeah, but even that was close.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1A, 1B, whatever, however you want to slice it. But, okay, so then that means the moment that every player that steps in here has to be at best a 2. And in most cases, has to be the 3.
Yep.
And if you're a young guy and you're trying to figure it out and you want to be a superstar, you want to be, you want to be the franchise, you want to be the face, there's no opportunity for you to do that when Steph Curry's on the team.
No. And it's probably the way it should have been. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Walnut Creek, wants to join the show. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man?
Not much, man. Hey, I'm kind of changing my mind about what I wanted to talk about with your discussion.
All good.
I would just say the counter argument would be the Warriors have been better without Draymond this year, right? So you guys are talking about would they have been better if JK had played? Probably not, but they would have been better in the future. So
no doubt.
The issue that the Warriors got with Kerr, it's not – he's a good coach, but he's also not really great at developing. And one of the reasons is because of his relationship with the championship players. Like my mom once said to me, she said, I'm not your friend, I'm your parent. Well, what that meant was I'm going to have to make decisions you don't like. Well, Kerr is having a difficulty making those decisions right now. Decisions like, hey, Draymond should be coming off the bench. Some of these other young guys are going to be better. But that relationship has basically retarded the development of all of the youth. Like it was even the same with Clay. Clay should have been sitting when he couldn't hit a barn for 2 years. And guess what? Moody didn't get those minutes. So even his development got bumped back. So, I mean, he's a great coach. He was awesome for the dynasty. But I think moving forward, they're probably going to need something better.
Yeah, and I have no disagreement with that at all. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. And that's why Steve Kerr isn't going to be the coach probably in the near future when Steph and Draymond are gone, whenever that is. By the way, I was, how I think if I still had a bet, I'd say Kerr not coming back. But I was talking to Dibley the other day, and he's like, dude, Kerr's coming back. He's definitely coming back. And his thought process was, if I'm stating it correctly, is Curry's going to be on the team, Draymond's going to be on the team, Butler's going to be on the team, Horford's probably going to be on the team. They're not going to be able to, I don't think they're going to be able to drastically make over the team this summer, nor do I think they really are aiming for that. And I am starting to rethink it if Moody's on the roster and Pods is on the roster, Curry, Draymond, Horford, starting to think maybe he does come back for another year.
Well, I think the moment that you decide that this isn't the road you want to go down anymore is the moment you would get rid of Kerr. But it's like I don't think that there's another coach that's going to come in and just wholesale change this thing. I mean, they're trying to figure out how to end this dynasty with grace. Like that's their biggest objective. To me, it's no longer about a championship. It's about not going out sorry. It's about not going out. It's not having this thing crater and completely explode or implode, honestly. But their goals and people don't like it, but their goals have changed, and I think they changed the moment that Jimmy Butler got hurt. And next season, it's kind of going to continue to unravel. Like, I don't think it's necessarily going to be pretty, but I also don't really see an escape hatch for them this offseason. I mean, maybe you make a trade or you try and use Porzingis to bring in somebody else, but I don't think you can trade Jimmy. You might not even be able to trade Draymond because I don't know who'd want him for something you could get. And obviously you're not moving Curry, so to me, they're just going to have to try and hold on until the summer after next when they have no money on the books. And that, to me, honestly, 2027, that would be the more logical time for Kerr to leave because...
And that's what's starting to hit me.
At that point, you don't have any money on the books. You can decide which guys you want to keep, which guys you want to move on from. And then you also offer the opportunity for a new head coach, whoever that may be, to have more control over what their team is going to be and thus the system that you're looking to employ.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Talking about Steve Kerr and the Warriors. And here we go. I'm going to open the window for your chance to play knockout at Chase Center on April 6th. Same court that Steph Curry plays on. So the window is open, and in the next 10, 15 minutes, I'm going to call out a name. And when I call out that name, caller's going to have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call into the contest line and be registered. Be registered. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Let's go to Rod in Vallejo. Hey, Rod.
Hey, you guys are sounding good. You are so fascinating to listen to. Steiny, you know your basketball. And I know you guys are talking about contemporary Warriors, bonehead moves like with Chris Webber and Kuminga. But this has been going on for decades. From that championship 75 team, the Warriors let Gus Williams and Jamal Wilkes get away. And Gus goes up to Seattle with that powerhouse Supersonics team with Sigma, Lonnie Shelton, and
Slick Watts.
Brown. And just, how do they do it? This has been going on for a long time. Why did they let Gus Williams go?
Hey, Rod, tell everybody who's younger than us how good Gus Williams was.
Gus was awesome.
He was incredible.
He came out of USC. He had a great rookie season with the Warriors, and they just let him go. And I never could put my finger on it.
Yeah, hey, Rod, thanks.
Appreciate it, Rod.
Gus Williams was sweet.
I'll take your word for it.
He was sweet. Little like Rod Strickland, little bit. Remember Rod Strickland?
I remember that it's kind of like, I was telling you about this the other day. I was asking you, because I think Rod Strickland is kind of a similar prototype, but how do point guards who can't shoot get to wherever they want on the floor?
He had it all. Like, he was quick, but
they play under the rim too, but they just, you cannot stop them from getting to wherever they want to inside the paint.
You know, Evan, and I can speak a little to this. Some guys just have a knack. They just got a knack. They don't need to blow by you. All they need to do is get you on their hip, and then they got you right where they want.
Well, it's like I'm watching Stephon Castle, and he shoots 29% from he cannot shoot. But you cannot stop him from getting to the rim whenever he wants to. I know he's more explosive, but it's just like, I don't know, a head fake, a hesitation. He gets a corner, he gets like a slight angle, and he's already at the cup. It was a couple games ago when they were playing the Pistons, and Cade Cunningham, who's got, I think, a couple inches on Stephon, he's like 6'6". Cade Cunningham could do nothing with him. And Stephon Castle in the second half of that game is just going by him every single time. And that's why I came in the next day. I was like, Stein, how does that work? You know that he can't shoot, and yet it doesn't matter if he's going right or left. You cannot stop him from putting 2 feet in the paint.
Yeah, I mean, the other players that are really impressive are players that don't have a left hand, and you still have trouble pushing them there because they're so strong.
Like Zion? Well, he has a left hand, but he doesn't have a right hand.
With his left hand, absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody's saying, you guys are talking about Buck Williams, right? Now, Buck was a power forward back in the day with who? The Blazers, the Nets.
He sounds like a power forward.
Big boy rebounder. Big boy rebounder. Really a tough player. Let's go to Vince. Vince in Hercules. And by the way, I'll be calling a name in about 5 minutes for your chance to play knockout. Hey, Vince.
All right. Hey, Steiny. Hey, thanks for taking my call once again. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you.
I just want to say I think both Steve Kerr is amazing, and I think Kuminga has the potential to be amazing. That being said, I don't believe that coaches develop players. I believe that players develop in the offseason on their own time or with the trainer. That's where what I've seen in my little AAU history of managing three teams, right?
Yep.
The players get the development outside of what you're doing with the team. When you come to the team, it's up to Steve Kerr to incorporate you into the scheme in which the team plays. I look at Steve Kerr as more like a manager, not a developer. And I think that the problem what we had with Steve Kerr and Kuminga is that I just think he mismanaged Kuminga. I think that you don't bring Kuminga in to try to replace Draymond Green. If anything, if anyone should have been competing for the spot that Draymond Green had, it should have been Al Horford, Trace Jackson Davis, guys like that can play the 4 or 5 spot. You don't bring a Kuminga in to challenge Draymond Green at the 4 and 5. Kuminga is more like a Dominique Wilkins. He plays the 3. That's just my humble opinion. I don't see Kuminga. Oh, go ahead, Stein.
No. Go. You finish up because I'm going to just tack on.
Yeah. So, I'm pretty much. I just want to say thank you for your time. That's what I see it as. But we got to stop thinking that Kuminga should have been replacing Draymond. That's not the problem. The problem is, like I said, Kerr mismanaging, not being that he can't develop young talent. I just think on this one, because I'm never going to say Steve Kerr is not great. So That's it. That's all I got to say.
Hey, Vince, great call. We've been having great calls today, I think. Seriously. Thanks, Vince. You know what? He's right. He's right. You are never going to get Kuminga or 95% of players in the NBA to do what Draymond Green does for this particular team. So I get what he's saying, where it was never going to be about Draymond. He was never going to be able to take Draymond's minutes because nobody can play on this team more cohesively than kind of Draymond. I mean, he just knows it.
Well, I think there is a player right now that does similar things.
Well, Al Horford.
And that's
for sure.
That's what slaps you in the face when you watch a game like Memphis and you see even against Denver, some of the games that they've played recently, it's that Draymond Green is now a 5 who's undersized and can't shoot. And Al Horford is a better 5 than him. I mean, the Warriors, I think, Draymond he's still got some games where he can absolutely help you. But more often than not, I've found myself watching Al Horford thinking he's just a better option at this point. And the numbers kind of back it up. The way that they play, I know Horford's 39, but they play faster. He takes better care of the ball. He's a better shooter. He might be a similar defender at this point. And again, all of this has happened in 1 year. Draymond Green was statistically one of the best players in the Warriors last season. He was an incredibly impactful defender, especially down the stretch of the year. But right now, Al Horford is a better option at center than Draymond Green is for the Warriors.
And you know what else? And I think we got to say it. And it's about their personalities. And I think when we're talking about the Podses and the Moody's and the Richards and the Posts, et cetera, they feel way more comfortable playing with Al Horford than Draymond Green. And for lack of a better way to describe it, I don't think there's any doubt they play less on eggshells with Al Horford than Draymond, and it probably has a lot to do with the demeanor of both guys and the fact that Horford's in his first year here and, hasn't established himself here for over a decade. So I'm kind of with you with Horford. He can do a lot of the same things that Draymond can do right now. And that's, to me, that's a good thing because Horford's got to get some of Draymond's minutes, and then that means at that particular position, they may get more out of it than just when Draymond plays his 20 minutes at the 5 or whatever it is.
Well, it's also because of how they're playing right now. I know you got to hit the thing in a sec, but how they play right now is they're more of a jump shooting team than they've ever been. They take more threes than anybody else. I think it's over half their shots are from 3. If that's what your offense is, I'm sorry, Draymond is not going to be a plus on most nights because he's not a good 3-point shooter. And defensively, I feel like more often than not, I'm looking at a guy who's who's taken a step back. There's some games where he still locks up and he can stay in front of some of those big boys. But again, it's because he's guarding fives. Like, I think Wembanyama is someone he can handle because Wembanyama is not yet strong enough to bang down low. But Draymond, like, those are the guys that he can handle. He can't play against quicker dudes, at least in my mind anymore. Right. And that's another reason why I think Horford kind of fits in there a little better on both ends.
All right, here we go. Time to register a knockout contestant. I'm going to call a name, and that person will have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line at 415-523-4652. And the name is Byron Porter, Dublin. Byron Porter from Dublin.
Come on, Byron.
You have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the following number, 415-523-4652. Byron Porter. If you know Byron Porter, hit him with a text. Give him the number, 415-523-4652. Byron Porter from Dublin. Let's go. Somebody help us. Byron, where you at?
We got to finish off the week on a high note. Come on, Byron.
Absolutely. One last time. Byron Porter, Dublin. Somebody's got to know that dude. Text him. He's got 9 minutes. Well, now he's probably got about 9 minutes. On 95.7 The Game. Hey, all right. I see calls still. We're going to get to you all. Let's see. What time is it? 12:42. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. One more time. Byron Porter, Dublin. You're on the clock. That segment was brought to you by Planet Fitness.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. And with most clubs open 24 hours, you can give everything you've got. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. See club for details.
Here it comes. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Pre-order and get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
This February, fall in love with your home. American Vision Windows Matchmaker Deal lets you pick any 2 offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Stunning energy-efficient windows. Your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. On approved credit, minimum of 4 windows. Taxes based on materials. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Join 95.7 The Game in celebrating Women's History Month at Women's Heritage Day, March 7th at History Park in San Jose. Don't miss this free family-friendly event. Brought to you by History San Jose, Mosaic America, and Chicana Alianza for Liberatory Engagement. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Byron Porter from Dublin, you have 2 more minutes to call in to the contest line at 415-523-4652 to enter into the knockout tournament. And I'm going to assume if we don't hear from you, then you just don't want that smoke.
Well, Goo's going to be there. You're going to be playing this year. Once I get this, you're going to shoot at least. People got to see the J.
We'll see. I don't like to unleash that unless I'm in my backyard.
You only play on your home court?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Favorable conditions.
Yeah, that was a Tulane polo, not Tarleton State.
I thought it was like North Texas or something.
Go Green Wave!
It's kind of a weird tee.
I think North Texas, isn't that where Mean Joe Green went?
Oh, didn't the coach from Tarleton State just get fired?
Something like that happened,
yeah,
yes, for sure.
Yeah, there's something going on behind the scenes.
There always is.
Speaking of, quickly, college guys, college prospects. So, the scouting combine's going on right now.
Okay.
John Lynch, Niners looking for the next, Fred Warner, Bosa, whatever. You see this quarterback, Diego Pavia?
I just read a headline that said he's really character.
So he's like a muscle hamster, small quarterback,
all right,
good athlete, Vanderbilt guy. And he's been making headlines because he's kind of outspoken, says whatever's on his mind. he said that he's been given some good advice from Johnny Manziel. I don't know if I'd freely admit that to anybody who is trying to give me a job. And it just got me to thinking, who are the worst mentors you ever had? We talk about all the people that have helped us along our way. Oh, Kerr can't develop guys, but, Andre Iguodala was a great mentor for the young dudes. And, Sean Livingston and David West, some great mentors. Like, who are the worst? Who are the worst mentors? Because I think Johnny Manziel's got to be pretty high up there. Like, in fact, I would not take Pavia for those comments.
You know what he means. Manziel's telling him about the pitfalls, the dangers to stay away from.
Yeah, but I wonder, based on his track record, are you taking that as, right, don't do these things, or, oh, maybe I can get away with that?
Who did he play for?
Vanderbilt.
Yeah, it's a good school.
It is a good school.
Real good school. The Commodores.
Skip Bayless.
Jeff Turner.
Was he a writer?
He played for the Orlando Magic, and now he's one of their analysts.
Oh, I was just talking about
Festus Ezeli.
Well, I know Festus went there.
Yeah.
Darius Garland. That might be where the train stops.
Hold Vanderbilt.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, all right.
It's a baseball school.
Let's take a... Hey, Byron, you're finished.
Oh, we lost Byron.
Had a great week, 2 for 5.
That's 400. That'll get you in the Hall.
Yes, it will. Get you to the NBA Hall of Fame, too, now. Or the whatever it's called, Naismith. Let's go to Austin and San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Good afternoon. Great conversation. Yeah, you guys know I don't want to belabor the Kerr Kuminga thing. You guys know where I'm at. I'm fairly on the side of Kuminga and want to see him do well, not only just for the Warriors and what could have been, but also for the NBA. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that there seems to be this sentiment and referendum around Kerr that says that, hey, he failed. I don't know that he failed as much as maybe just wasn't the right fit. Maybe they shouldn't have drafted him in the first place. Remember, Steiny, that the player doesn't draft himself. They drafted him.
Yeah.
I always say, if you draft someone, you should have a plan for that player. Then a couple years later, you can't come out and say, well, no, you drafted the guy. So that's kind of my take. Listen, I want to try something else on the coach.
Hey, you know what, Austin? Let me just run this by you now that I have you on the phone. So they won with, they won titles with Curry and that quote unquote style. And I'm convinced that they thought the dynasty was over at that point. And I think they drafted Wiseman and Kuminga not thinking about a system that they'd been married to that it might not be around much longer anyway. The Curry, the Steph Curry system, if you will.
Well, I push back on that just slightly, only saying that from a business standpoint, if you were paying the kind of money they were paying the guys on the roster, you didn't expect to run a title. And I think that's kind of mismanagement. They had a chance to keep it going, guys, if they had done it correctly. And here's my quick thing on, really one quick thing, other thing on Kuminga. For me, if you were going to let a guy like him go, regardless of what you thought of him, whether he had a high IQ, which I hate, all that business, most teams, when you let a guy like that go, and tell me if you agree or disagree, you have somebody else on the roster that can mimic what he does. That makes sense? So they got rid of a guy, and they have no one on their roster right now that comes close to being able to do what that guy can do. So that to me, that's something to think about. The other thing I wanted to say real quick was, why don't you guys try this exercise? Let's assume that JK was a mistake. Give me a coach. What would other coaches in the league that you guys value, could they have made it work? And if they could have made it work, who are they? That's something to think about. Yeah. It kind of last thing, one more thing.
Yep.
You notice they just hired Clay's old coach in L.A. Lakers just hired him to do their scouting and handle their college drafting. That's something to watch, guys. I don't know if you guys have talked about that enough, but Bennett is now
the
Lakers.
guy from Virginia. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Dick
Clay's
Bennett.
old coach. That's a development to watch
Bennett.
because that's a forward-thinking development, and I think that's something the Warriors quite frankly, may be falling behind on. That's something to kick around, guys. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thanks, Austin. Appreciate the call.
You know, Klay Thompson's like by far and away the best player. Tony Bennett's. All the Virginia guys, Trey Murphy's pretty good, but...
Wait, what does Klay Thompson have to do with...
No, I'm just saying...
Am I missing something?
No. Tony Bennett was his head coach at Washington State before he went to Virginia.
Oh, I should have known that.
So...
Where was he before that? Like Wisconsin, Green Bay?
I don't know where his prior stop was to WSU, but he used that as a jumping off point to get to the ACC.
Yeah, that's right, because when Klay came out of college, they talked about Curry, Draymond, and Klay all playing for great college coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, and all of them not being like the prototypical picks. Yeah. It's not, though. You just remembered things from yesteryear, But
so that was kind of yesteryear.
Not in your frame of mind. You pull things from 1968 and 1976.
Let's move on.
All right. Oh, the exercise. Like, which coach do you think could have made the most of Kuminga? I mean,
honestly, this is where
Brian Keefe.
Well, when he asked that, when Austin asked that question, like I'm having trouble thinking of coaches. I'm thinking of situations. You know what I mean? Like, okay, who did the Warriors, they beat? Okay, they lost to Toronto.
Yeah.
Okay. So what if Kuminga gets drafted by Toronto when they're sitting with Siakam, Kawhi,
Van
Vliet? Who was their big guy? Valanciunas?
Well, they had Gasol. Gasol was their starting center, but like him and Valanciunas.
I don't know. Like I don't know. Would Nick Nurse have known how to thread that needle?
Well, let's say so. 2021 is the year he gets taken. Like I'm trying to think of. Okay, so the Warriors won at the Bucks. The Bucks won the championship in 2021.
Right.
If he gets drafted to Milwaukee, does he play?
Well, you know what? What happens is Middleton fades away like he kind of did, and maybe that opens something up for Kuminga. But like
Middleton was a really good two-way player.
No, he was really
he got hurt.
No, I know, but I'm just saying he would have opened something up. Like he might have opened something, an opportunity for Kuminga to play.
Yeah.
But Kuminga and Giannis?
There'd be some high flyers.
That would be, I would actually pay to see those two guys try to play together. Let's put it that way. All right, let's go to Chucky D. Chucky D's in Concord. Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's Simon. What's going on?
Hey, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
I called in a few times.
Sure.
And I was pointing out that the Kuminga, it was not the problem. I constantly saying that. I don't know if you remember. And it's clear that it's a coach. He goes over there, and Quinn Snyder now realized, oh wow, I got a player, and he's letting him play. Why couldn't the Warriors do that? Why we lost such a important piece to the team because of Steve Kerr and his ways? I just, I don't know if you see it like I do, but he could have. You have to know. You have to realize now that there must be something that was going on between Kerr and Kuminga that was not said out in public, and he was just not going to play him.
Yeah. No,
that's my take on it.
I appreciate it. And Chucky, it had obviously reached the point of no return. One thing. Here's, and I'll just pick up on Chucky D saying, Quinn Snyder's letting him play.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of never been available to any player playing with the Warriors outside their big three, right?
Well, and I do think that Kuminga would have played regardless of this happening, but this is where it feels like his fortune is starting to also turn. Jalen Johnson gets hurt 4 minutes into the first game he plays. They kind of play the same position. So Kuminga's, he's going to start now for the Hawks until Jalen Johnson comes back. And can they coexist? We're going to find out. But that's where I always felt like in Kuminga's time with Golden State, there was also some bad timing involved where he got hurt. They traded for Butler, who kind of played the same position, but he did more things that the Warriors needed, and they obviously won, and he wasn't there, and then had to come back and fit in. Like, there was a lot of poor timing. So, I don't know, maybe Johnson going down allows him to kind of spread his wings, and then when Jalen Johnson is their best player, he returns, and they can figure out how to coexist.
Well, I hope Jalen Johnson isn't like Wiggins, where he'll just get back and then Kuminga doesn't play. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. You know, you were talking about timing. And what crossed my mind is maybe the timing of this whole Warrior thing is actually awful. I mean, if you think about it this way, you know, what's happened in the last 2 months? Well, Jimmy Butler gets hurt for a year, at least. Draymond Green is a shell of himself very quickly. And maybe it'll change a little bit, but, you know, Draymond's declining in a hurry. And now you traded Kuminga.
Well, because it had gotten to the point of no return. No, it's that is fascinating. Like, it's like now's the time when you would need him.
One of the things why I always, you know, stood up for the organization was, well, how is Kuminga going to play when Butler and Draymond are playing 35 and 30? Those are their two forwards. There wouldn't have been a problem right now. Like, they could use him right now, and they would have had to use him right now. But I also think, you're right, it was too late by then anyway, because let's say they hadn't traded Kuminga, and now they need him because Draymond's not very good and Butler's not there. I think he would have resented it in a way. You know, and I'm not saying because I think that would have been that's natural for a player. Well, and I think that's part of the problem that Kuminga had with the Warriors is that, you know, he never got any kind of, you know, he was in, he was out, he was in, he was out, he was in, and then, okay, Butler gets hurt, Green's not very good. Okay, back in, Jonathan, and he's like, well, this is what I can't stand.
No, every time it felt like he turned a corner, he probably thought the rug got pulled out from under him. But I mean, that's why the OKC game happened, where he came up lame before the game and probably didn't want to play that night. They're like, you want me now? No chance. I'm not playing. I'm not going out there and getting hurt or embarrassing myself. I haven't played in 13 straight games. But that's a night where the Warriors needed him. And he's, for one reason or another, did not play. And so that to me is where the relationship did get petty between both sides. And that's why I think both sides are at fault for it. It's, you know, the JK side of thing is he wasn't willing to be patient enough to wait for his opportunity. And the Warriors didn't do a good enough job at making him feel like he was valued so that when they did need him or do need him, that he would be 100% bought in. They did not meet on a middle ground. And it felt like that may have been where the relationship started because they had very different expectations of what they thought his future was going to be than him. But it just slowly eroded, and that's why I can understand why some people will look at the situation and say it was mismanaged.
Let's go to Alex. Alex is in San Jose. What's up, Alex?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Sorry, I'm a little sick.
You're good.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to kind of follow up on that, and I think part of the issue is kind of the confidence of these young players is their minutes. I think earlier in the season, we saw Post play really well. I mean, he has a really good plus-minus on defensively, but then the next night he'll have like 5 minutes. And I think you see that with Moody. You saw that with Kuminga. You saw that with like Post and some of these other young guys. And I think that's just like a huge problem that Kerr has had is some consistency with everyone in their minutes. Obviously, you got to give minutes to the older guys, which I think Kerr has a favorability on. But I think that's where the development and some of the other callers have said is like that's where I think Kerr can improve on that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. You know, coaches are just like players. They have strengths and weaknesses. And I do think, you know, Kerr is super duper loyal, and that guides a lot of his principles. I got a hypothetical.
Okay.
I'm going to run it by Risotto first.
Well, he's on your bleep list right now.
Why?
I thought he bugged you earlier when he.
Oh, I'd forgotten about
gave you that rib.
The mascot?
Oh, that's fine. Okay. We've been spending all day. Oh, what a perfect capper, too. We've been spending all day. Kerr can't develop. The Warriors can't develop their young players. Kuminga's gone. Wiseman. Blah, blah, blah. This is a great hypothetical.
I'll be the judge of that.
Risotto, what would have happened had the Warriors gotten the number 1 pick and taken Anthony Edwards? And Anthony Edwards would have come in here as a rookie on the same team that Wiseman came on. Would he have been able to emerge / break through?
That is a great
under Steve Kerr.
Would they have traded for Jimmy Butler?
Oh, everything, yes.
Everything's the same, just
because that draft was well before Butler got here, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it would. I think you're looking at a much different future, obviously, and it's less reliance on Steph too for the future.
Oh, so you think he would have been able to break through?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do you?
Have you heard Steve Kerr talk about Anthony Edwards when he coached him in the Olympics?
Oh, well, but his first impression of Anthony Edwards is not a good one.
No, he didn't like him.
He didn't think he worked hard. So
he would have broken through.
You think? I could see Kerr not liking him early.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I think that's well documented. he did not think that. Well, I don't think Kerr likes guys that don't love the game, and that was a big question about Anthony Edwards. Now, I think that's kind of been overblown throughout the years. I think Ant does love basketball.
Yeah.
But he likes to play on his own terms. And I do think that that's something that they would have butted heads. There's no doubt about that. But Anthony Edwards is so freaking great. There's no chance
that he wouldn't have emerged.
There's no chance that Ant would not have become a great player. Like wherever, I'm not even talking about just Steve Kerr. Wherever he was drafted, he would have become a great player.
We'll never know. And listen, Steve Kerr was at the workout Anthony Edwards did for the Warriors. And there's the famous story of Steve saying, you think you're working hard? And he's like, yeah, pretty hard. And he's like, you're not even close to working hard. You can work harder. I'm just, and the other thing is, what if, so then now they draft Anthony Edwards and Kerr's already predisposed to not being crazy about him. Because that's the way it would have started. Anthony Edwards would have had to earn. I wonder how long it would be before Kerr would be like, actually, this guy does play hard. He likes the game and he's unbelievable.
Well, I think once he's on the team, he would have given him every opportunity to earn his trust. I think that Kerr is, but I also think that Ant kind of got an unfair rap. I mean, I think people think that he's not coachable, which I don't really understand. Because he does what he needs to, but I think he also understands what it takes to win. Exhibit A was last night. I mean, your boy's telling him to pass the ball, and he ends up making the game-winning shot, or the shot to basically seal the deal. He's telling his coach to shut up and give me the ball. But it's out of love. It's out of competition. And I think eventually, if there's one thing that Kerr understands, it's competitive nature. Because that is true. I could also see him looking at Ant and be like, you know what, you don't work hard enough, because Ant has you can just see it. Like from his first game at Georgia, I was doing a halftime show back in 2019 in North Carolina, and I was working for UConn at the time. Thank you. But I got to fill in on Georgia's men's basketball broadcast.
Oh.
And so it was Anthony Edwards' first game. And this dude jumped literally off the screen. And I don't know anything about him, but you could tell that guy was a damn good basketball player. And then you find out that he's also an insane, maniacal competitor. So if Kerr sees him, he's probably thinking, well, you know what? I saw Michael Jordan. I saw the way that he worked. You got as much talent as anybody out there, and you got to work as hard as those guys if you want to be great. And I do think that Ant works hard, but he kind of plays it off like he's too cool for school.
Right.
It doesn't mean he doesn't love the game, though.
No, I
think him and Kerr.
He's just he's a nitwit.
Well, but this is the thing, though. Like, I mean, Draymond tried to assault him in the locker room.
Oh, Kerr.
Oh, yeah, no.
I thought you meant, when did oh, man, Draymond's had one with Ant?
No, but that's what I'm saying is that Draymond is an insanely competitive person, and he's not afraid to bump heads. And him and Kerr, they've made a relationship work for 14 years.
Well, the other thing is, he would have broken through. Because the way that Green and Curry, and to a lesser extent Clay, would have challenged him, he would have responded. Like Edwards was going to respond. He would have responded to Draymond Green.
Even if it was a bleep you to them,
Curry.
He would go out there and just dominate.
No doubt.
To say that you were wrong about
it. Like he would, Edwards would tell Draymond, you ain't done nothing. He'd be like, Barkley was right. You coattail rider. You know what I mean? Like, that's how he would have come back, and then there would have been.
I mean, but that's why he's one of my favorite players. It's like last year in the playoffs, in the first game, I think it was game 3. Ant is talking to Curry from the bench. He went down and hit a 3-pointer at the end of the first quarter. It might have been game 4 actually, but he hit a buzzer-beating 3 at the end of the quarter. Goes down to the other bench and starts talking to Steph, who's obviously hurt. Like, that's where Ant is he's just different, man.
He sure is.
And his coach is only right 98% of the time.
If a coach is right 98% of the time, he's the greatest coach in the history of coaches in any sport. I'm not saying he is.
So you're saying Ant's wrong?
Yes. Finch is not right 98% of the time. All right, all week long, we're giving you a chance to go to the Sharks-Canadiens game on Tuesday, March 3rd. That's next Tuesday, people. All you got to do is listen to the crossover, which is coming up in a half hour. Me, Evan, Willard, Dibbs, at 1:45. We're going to give you the cue, and when we give you the cue, a certain caller will get to go. You want to go to the suite down at the Shark Tank? You can do that. And a half hour from now is when you get your chance. For more details, go to 957thegame.com. And that segment was brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. From the pros to college, don't miss your shot on the hardwood. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Here it comes. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Pre-order and get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Okay, Sharks fans, here's something fun. Coming off a big moment on the world stage, San Jose Sharks star Macklin Celebrini teamed up with Omar and Tarek Habas of Habas Law for a new run of commercials. They're a lot of fun. It's what happens when people at the top of their game come together, same mindset, preparation, performance, showing up when it matters. Keep an eye out for the new Habas Law spots with San Jose Sharks phenom Macklin Celebrini. Smart, sharp, and very Bay Area.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Happy Lunar New Year! Are you looking for a fun, festive, free event for friends and family of all ages? The Chinese Historical and Cultural Project and History Park San Jose invite you to the Lunar New Year of the Fire Horse Festival on Saturday, March 14th, 2026 from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at History Park San Jose. Watch lion and dragon dances, as well as other cultural dances and musicians, martial arts demonstrations, and a master calligrapher at work while kids of all ages enjoy fun cultural activities and games with prizes. Visit chcp.org for more details. If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Ah, man.
Get well soon.
That was the killer this year. The Butler injury. Oh, we're still fighting. We still scratch, we still claw.
I mean, it does stink, though. It's like...
It does.
Especially with the way they're starting to play now, it feels like... You know, I don't know how good a lot of these guys actually are. I think part of it is because of the style and how fast they're beginning to play. But, you know, Steph comes back, Jimmy comes back. They figure out how to make this thing work. You know, they absolutely could be dangerous as a 7th seed.
Yeah,
if they get out of the first game.
Yeah, and what I wonder too is how much would they be able to incorporate these guys if they were completely healthy to get what they're getting out of them now? I'll answer this. 925 Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Steiny, thoughts on Anthony Edwards calling out your boy Chris Finch? All fun and games? ? Yeah, I've had a chance to talk to both of them about last night.
Who's both?
No, I'm just kidding.
You talked to one of them.
Yeah. Finch loves him. He does. He loves him.
How can you not? I mean, I don't even watch the Timberwolves like the way you do.
Well,
but he just has it. Whatever it is, I just want to watch him play basketball. Whether he's 4 for 20 or 12 for 20.
So here's the thing. So I saw him play. I'm talking about Chris Finch. He is ridiculously competitive. like unbelievably competitive. And I just never thought he'd ever be a pro coach because he's too like almost high strung. But because he wasn't a head coach for so long before he got his first job, he learned that like you can't be that way. You know, you can't pull a guy for a bad pass and you can't yell at guys and all that kind of stuff. So if you don't know, last night, it's the second to last possession of the Timberwolves game. And Edwards has the ball, and he's holding it, and Finch yells, and I think he shot it. And Finch yelled at Edwards, pass the ball. Like, pass the ball. So the next possession, which is the last one, Anthony Edwards dribbles around, doesn't pass, dribbles, takes a fadeaway three from the corner, double teamed, and it goes in. And he ran over to Finch, and he goes, that's what I do. That's what I do. And it's like, it's just not that big a deal in the NBA. You know, I mean, maybe Finch gets fired today. Who knows? But, like, you just got to let stuff go like that. And, you know, it's, he called out his coach, and now there's good. It's just. It's not like that.
But then he also gave him a compliment in his postgame.
Exactly.
You know, it's the kind of love-hate relationship I think all good coaches and stars have, right? There's a common understanding that both are trying to do it their way, but as long as you're both trying to win at all costs, I think there's a level of respect that just it supersedes all the pettiness.
Right.
You know, like who cares? Ant said bleep you to his head coach because he dribbled for 18 seconds and then took a fadeaway after the coach told him to pass the ball. But they go to the locker room and they hug it out. And, you know, Ant says he loves to be coached by that guy. And Finch is obviously super complimentary of him. I don't know. It's like your family. You'd love them unconditionally, even when they are acting like D-bags and not very, well, I guess that was a bad example. Sorry, Sonny.
That's right. Nick Friedel was on yesterday. I haven't heard some of this, so I'm just reading the Nick Friedel on. Will the Warriors ever regret, or do they regret, trading Kuminga?
The Warriors aren't sitting there going, "Oh man, darn, what we really screwed up here." I think we all acknowledge that the relationship was long past the end. It was like a divorce that just needed to be signed off and finalized. And Kuminga just did not fit in this system. And whether you agree that Kuminga can be a star or you think that he just isn't going to ever be the player that he thinks he is, he didn't fit here. So he had to go. It was time. And now he's going to have every opportunity in Atlanta to show what he can do. But credit to him, it was a hell of a start. The question is, as it always is with Kuminga, how many times can he do it? And is he going to be able to do it as consistently as the Hawks or any other NBA team needs him to?
All right. That was Nick Friedel of The Athletic.
What would you give me for this?
Yep.
I don't think the Warriors regret trading him. I don't think they will regret trading him. I don't even think they regret not trading him before this year. I do think they regret drafting him. With hindsight obviously being 2020. There was not enough of a runway for the kind of player he was, the talent that he has, and the opportunity the Warriors were going to give him. Because I don't think they knew they were going to win the title the next year, but if they thought they could win a championship the year after taking him, I don't think that they would have made that pick.
I don't either.
They might have traded the pick. They might have taken another guy, a more pro-ready player, but I don't think that he would have been the pick. And I also think, because you were talking about this earlier with, it might have been with Austin, but I think the reason why it signaled to me the Warriors, I don't know if they thought they were done winning championships after 19, but they absolutely thought there was going to be a down period. They thought there was going to be a lull where they would take a step back, Because that's the only reason you take a Wiseman and Kuminga is because you think that there's going to be room for them to play. And there wasn't. I mean, they didn't even have, like, Kevon Looney was their starting center, and he was a better fit, obviously, for them than Wiseman was going to be. Wiseman was going to take time, even if he wasn't a bust. Kuminga was going to take time, even if he didn't turn into, a guy that you marooned to Atlanta for, an injury-prone player. I just don't think that they regret both of those picks more than how the relationships ended with those players.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what Ethan Sherwood-Strauss said earlier this week about, about the picks, the Wiseman pick and the Kuminga pick specifically, and how mad you want to be about it. And just for giggles, I just went back. Okay, 2018 draft. DeAndre Ayton, Marvin Bagley III, Luka Doncic. All right, so Sack had their James Wiseman right there.
Yep.
Essentially. Because they
seem to be.
Yeah. That's another one. Next year, just hypothetically, Zion, Ja, RJ Barrett was the third pick. I'm not crazy about him. What I'm getting at is some of these names, James Wiseman was the bust that draft. In 2021, that doesn't work. I don't even know what I'm trying to do now. Just bear with me. Who was the guy? Oh, the Warriors haven't been the first team to blow a top 3 pick. I was just writing. Won't be the last. How about this? The year that Atlanta got the number 1 pick, Risa Shea.
Yeah.
They got Risa Shea.
Sure.
I mean, give me a break. But this was the other thing.
But it was a crapshoot between him and...
Well, it also wasn't a great draft.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and I also think the Warriors, whether we like it or not, they got caught in a very bad to mediocre draft, or at least a mediocre at best draft, and the players were coming off a year they never played. You know what I mean?
See, it's funny. So you threw out the hypothetical, if Ant had been here, what would have happened? The guy who I could have seen getting just absolutely buried is LaMelo Ball. Because I am not sure that there would have been enough competitive respect between him and the head coach. And who knows, maybe LaMelo, if he was in a different spot, would act differently. But, I mean, I don't think that all of a sudden he's a much better player this year. I think there's better players around him who've begun to emerge in Charlotte, and that's why they're better. I don't know if LaMelo Ball would have worked here. And I certainly don't know if Steve Kerr would have been comfortable just allowing him to act the way that he acts, especially on the basketball court.
No, you might be right.
Because that would have been the other pick.
Yeah, I mean, Ball would have been the pick. I mean, would have been the logical pick other than Wiseman, because those 3 guys were supposedly at the top of that draft. Hey, speaking of the Hawks, you hear what they're doing?
I have.
Hey, Risotto. He's not focused.
He's not listening.
Hey, Risotto.
Hi.
You guys hear what the Hawks are doing?
What are the Hawks doing?
I think it's pretty cool.
I have not yet formed an opinion. If you're not familiar with Atlanta.
Is it Magic City night?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
If you're not familiar with Atlanta, there's
when Orlando comes to town,
a strip club there called Magic City, and it's a institution apparently. And they do serve very good food, but Magic City is kind of equated with Atlanta, and the Hawks, they plan a Magic City night to honor that place. They're going to have everything but the dancers, apparently. They're going to have all their food.
There will be dancers, but just not those kind.
Yeah, there will be. There are going to be food. I guess special guests.
Yeah. You going to go?
No.
Oh.
No.
No, they're going to be serving their famous lemon pepper wings.
At
the Hawks Arena.
I got no use for those clubs.
What?
You know. I don't want to say it. There's kids in the car, but I have no use for them. Just don't do it
adult
for me.
establishments?
Yeah, they don't do it for me. Not even close.
No, I mean, they don't really do it for me either, but I'm not sure.
Ask me how many I've been to.
How many have you been to?
One. Yeah. About 24 years ago.
In your hometown?
No, it was in Cleveland.
Well, okay. That's not exactly... Actually, I take that back. I haven't been to one in Cleveland, so I can't speak on it. But I have been to one in your hometown.
Well, isn't that...
In Reading, Pennsylvania.
Just dandy. I know which you're talking about. Al's Diamond Cabaret, right?
Fine establishment. Very nice people.
It's right outside Municipal Stadium, right?
They're very giving. Yeah, it was right across the street from the ballpark.
Yeah, it was.
We got rained out one day. There was nothing to do. But
yeah, I've never been there, but I certainly know about it.
But their food is not that of Magic City.
Gotcha.
Wait,
have you been to Magic City?
No, but what I remember reading is that there was Lou Williams, who kind of made them famous because he went during the pandemic, which he caught a lot of flack for. But he wanted everyone to know that he wasn't going to the place to see the employees. He went to Magic City just for the lemon pepper wings.
That's their specialty.
Lemon Pepper Lou, who hopefully will be in attendance for this game. I think they should fly him in first class. I know he's unavailable. Let's be honest. And he's been on this show quite a bit today. Anthony Edwards should be there.
So should James Harden.
I've also heard Brandon Jennings.
I want to say Patrick Ewing had some history there at Magic City, too. I don't know.
I think the story goes that Shaquille O'Neal was at Magic City when he found out that he became a Laker. And that's why he was unavailable to get into contact with originally. He was enjoying their...
It's a leave your cell phone at the door kind of place?
Well, I don't know if they had cell phones back in that day, but they might have had pagers. But he was unavailable.
Hey, you told me something earlier today that I wasn't aware of.
What's that?
But you know me. I love the city. I love the Bay Area, and I love their institutions. A bottom of the hill in trouble?
That's what they say.
Potrero Hill Mainstay Bar.
Yeah, been around for 35 years. It doubles as obviously a bar, but a small concert venue. The bands like Green Day have played there. Oasis played there, I believe.
Oh, you're my Wonderwall.
Yeah, and a lot of up-and-coming, local bands, generally rock, but kind of different genres have made a name for themselves there. So, yeah, I was there last night. It was a really cool show.
Who'd you see?
The Carpool Tunnels. Spelled carpool. P-O-O-L.
Well,
Carpool Tunnels.
Aren't they clever?
A little play on words. They were good.
Let's hope their lyrics were as clever.
I'll play some stuff for you. You won't like it, probably. No, actually, you might like it. And I found this out about you today because I said, well, they're kind of a little punk, like a little punk band.
Yeah.
And I thought they were really good. And I said, what do you know about punk? And you responded by
Sex Pistols and the Clash.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
You got some knowledge.
Iggy Pop. Absolutely.
Yeah, so you could dabble down those doorways.
You know what, Evan? London's calling. Mm-hmm. It's actually London calling.
Yeah, but so it was announced. It was announced at the beginning of this year that the owners, who've again managed it for 35 years, they want to retire. So hopefully someone can swoop in and save the place because it's also just a pretty dope spot. And Potrero Hills, there's not really a spot like it around. Maybe neck of the woods in the Richmond. They have small concerts.
Connecticut Yankees still around?
That's where we were before.
Oh.
Yeah.
A little crawl.
Well,
did a little crawl.
You been to Potrero Hill?
Not a lot. It's one of my less frequented neighborhoods, quite frankly.
There's not a lot. Shout out Orenthal. I think that's where he's from. OJ, the Juice.
Yeah, I'm big, probably big here in the financial district, obviously. Known in North Beach. Potrero Hill, not so much.
You don't dive that deep.
I run Noe Valley and Glen Park. That's for damn sure.
Glen Park Station?
Glen Park Station. Yeah. Let me tell you something about the Glen Park Station.
It's been around.
You never know what you're going to get in there. You got to see the best version of Steinmetz last night.
That's a 4.
Yeah, also one of the best breakfast spots in the city, Higher Grounds in Glen Park. They make crepes. My buddy Monhall. Phenomenal place.
It's still around?
Yeah, little kind of hole in the wall place.
Oh, I dig that.
Yeah. Hey, did you see Brian Windhorst on ESPN today?
He's on ESPN every
That's why I said today.
Every day.
So
if you work for ESPN, by the way, like you work day and night. It's just Malika Andrews does so freaking much. She has the show. She does sidelines. They sent her to the Australian Open to host a tennis tournament. Now, and then this isn't because Goo's off today for good reason. He's with his family. But we take a ton of sick days around here. She don't take sick days. She cannot get sick. I'm serious. Like, imagine you call in.
I'm kind of with you.
All these people on ESPN work. They would, ESPN and SportsCenter 6 a.m., the NBA Today show, SportsCenter at night, SportsCenter after dark. It's unbelievable. They work 12-hour shifts 7 days a week.
I finally realized, it's just starting to dawn on me what Stephen A. Smith does. And it's like, he comments on everything. It's like if you go down to ESPN, Stephen Smith talks about Johnny Manziel. Stephen A. Smith talks about Lakers in trouble. Stephen A. Smith talks about Steph Curry doing this. Stephen A. Smith talks about ownership in baseball. Stephen A. Smith talks about who's going to start at quarterback for the Jaguars. It's all superfluous.
Have you thought about, across your storied career, how many takes you've given throughout the years? If you just had to kind of guess, just ballpark it. Like how many sports takes has Matt Steinmetz given across his career?
That's a goo question.
No, the reason I ask is because this was his book. It came out a couple years ago, but I read Stephen A.'s, I think it's called Straight Shooter or something. Like, he broke down how many takes he's given over his career.
Oh, my God.
And it's ridiculous. How do you even keep track of that sort of stuff? He was like, well, I do 5 hours a week. I deliver, it's 2 hours, 2-hour shows. So 10 hours a week. You have 8 segments per show. That means I'm delivering 16 takes. Multiply that by 5, multiply that by 3. And it's like, multiply that by the 12 years that he's been here. And he's like, so I've delivered 20,000 takes in my career. How do you have an opinion?
Thank you.
20,000 times. And it's not the same subject. Not all of them, at least.
I hear you. There's just, the older you get, the more and more things you don't care about. What do we got, 4 minutes here?
You don't care about the final 4 minutes, is what you're saying?
Like the 65-game minimum that you were talking to Shasky about, you just don't care, right?
I really don't.
Yeah,
Shasky came out and said, well, Steiny, what do you think about the 65-game minimum? And I was like, I don't care.
That one actually doesn't bother me, really. It's like, if you really cared about the regular season awards, then you would play. I don't think, SGA is legitimately hurt, but I think that if he really cared about winning the MVP over winning a championship ring, then he would play 65 games. But he values a title. And I respect that about him.
Yeah.
So Cade Cunningham, MVP, you're up.
That's fine. You know what, one thing I want to, at some point I want to really get into, dig deep into a topic.
You saved it for the last 3 minutes of the show?
I'm putting it out there for some other time, and one of the other shows can take it. That's fine. Have we ever stopped to think about, we talk about Steph and him, late in his career, still playing at a high level. And
no doubt,
eventually he's either going to retire or kind of slide into more of a role player, whatever that is. But if you look at the greatest of the great players and put Curry in there, he's almost looking at an unprecedented situation. Like, you can't compare him to any. Okay, so like a great player, Magic. He just obviously he got old. Bird, he got hurt and didn't end with any kind of flurry.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan wound down as a role player. Well, he was a 7-footer too. Steve Nash hung on pretty long, but he wasn't a scorer. Curry was.
And Chris Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, and John Stockton. John Stockton could diminish, but because he wasn't a 25-point scorer and he was mostly a pass-first guard, he could, I don't want to say this, devolve into a role player, and it can kind of go seamlessly. But Curry is still so valuable, and he's still scoring at such a high level. I just think it's going to be trickier for Steph to wind down. And a part of it's because he's a guard, too. I think it's harder for guards as they get older. And he's obviously breaking all the rules. But when they say Tim Duncan, it's easy. It was easy for Tim Duncan to kind of turn into a role player. It's going to be so much harder for Steph to do it.
Perhaps.
And I have no idea what it's going to look like.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be difficult for him because I think out of all great players, particularly of this generation, Curry's been able to kind of float between every role seamlessly. And it's because of what you described earlier. He doesn't need the ball. And so he's one of the few players that I think is, if he needs to be kind of just move to the 2.
That's true.
He could do that and still be a really dangerous weapon. If he came off the bench, I don't know, in his last season or two, I think he wouldn't mind doing that. And he plays egoless basketball. And so I really don't think that him moving into whatever future role of his, I don't think he'd struggle with that. In fact, I think one of the only reasons that he still puts up the numbers that he does and is in the role that he is now is because there hasn't been a player that either has developed or the Warriors have acquired that is good enough to force him to relegate himself.
All right, coming up on the other side, we got the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. Also, it's Friday, so we'll have the What's Bugging You segment. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And this segment is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. You waiting for the best time to buy a new Ford truck? It is right now. Ford Truck Month is here at Ceremony Ford. On the big boy, the 2025 F-150, you get 0% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 bonus cash with 0 down and 0 payments for the next 90 days. Do not wait. Right off 280 in Colma and Daly City or at ceremonyford.com. That's ceremonyford.com, the Bay Area's Ford dealer.
Happy Friday, fellas.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Signature Select chicken, boneless, skinless breast, thighs, or wings, just $2.99 per pound. And speaking of wings, it's time for Dan Dibley to spread his.
Yeah, I'm your wingman. 1 pound of Driscoll's Juicy Strawberries, 2 for $4. And for value shoppers this week, you can get 10 items for $10. Mix and match. Member price just $1 each. Selected varieties. See store for full list of participating items.
That's kind of like a participation sensation.
Cha-ching.
These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Safeway makes it very easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. So go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibbs and I, we will see you in the aisles.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, empowering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. Thank you, Steph. And since it's a Friday, Crossover is brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Coming up in 10 minutes, we've got What's Bugging You, also sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, guys.
Hello, boys.
What's happening?
Hello. You got the Sharks?
Yeah. Well, we all got the Sharks. Y'all got one more shot to join us at the Sharks game next Tuesday.
Oh, heck yeah.
One more chance. Me, you, Dibbs, Steiny, Goo,
Evan?
the four other people who have won and their guest. Evan, are you coming?
Game time.
Okay, GTD?
Yep.
But there's one more shot for you and your guest to come join us. Don't call if you can't go, because that's lame. Right? Because that's just lame. That's just wasteful. But if you can go, and you'll make plans to join us next Tuesday night, be caller 8 to our contest line. Not now, but the next time you hear Guru's voice.
Go on.
Yeah, go on. The contest line is 415-523-4652. It'll be caller 8 when you hear Guru's voice. And
okay.
It's tense because at the end of it, I don't get to do the whole like, good luck, and if you don't win, no, good luck, and if you don't win, you didn't win.
Right. I mean,
that's the way it goes.
You can go to the game on your own, and maybe we'll bump into you at the first intermission, but I mean,
wave to us.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll be the ones up in the suite.
Yeah, no doubt.
Come on, Steiny, we'll be in the suite.
And you guys are going to be broadcasting from there?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Correct.
Yeah. Nice.
And then as soon as we're done, then everybody can bum rush the place.
Yep. Yeah. Come on in. Yep.
What's shaking, as the great Tom Tolbert says.
What is shaking?
That's right. Yeah, Tommy, I got here about 7 minutes late.
I was going to say, that usually meant that Tom had just arrived from the 18th hole about 6 minutes into his show.
Hey, Tommy. 2:09. It's like, oh, okay, Ralph. Like, Tom's been here the whole time, and here you are, but anyway.
Not always.
Nope. Yep.
Well, as a former assistant program director, always used to ask me before a show, what are you guys hot on today?
And who's that, Steiny?
Jeremiah Crow.
Look at you.
But here's the thing.
Goo hates that question.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Goo, if you want to get Goo in a bad mood.
That question.
Oh, my, he hates it.
I'm hot on everything, Steiny.
So that's how I start every morning.
That is who he is.
Yeah.
He's just hot.
Everything you tell me, I got it all.
Yeah, well, I made the mistake one day of walking in. I don't know what we were talking about, and Goo comes in, and I'm like, "Yeah, Goo, what are you hot on, man?" He goes, "Why would you ask me that? Why would you ask me that question, E? No, E. Why are you asking me that question?" I just wanted to know. He's like, "I'm not answering."
Yeah, he hates that question.
That's a good boundary. I'm proud of him.
Well, he doesn't get adhered to.
Wow, of course not.
It means I'm going to ask the question 17 more times during the day.
With your show, I would be, why are you asking? Because even if you start there, it's not like you're going to stay there for more than 3 sentences. It's going to go wherever the hell it goes.
Yes,
yeah, that's fair.
So, anyway.
It's a roller coaster ride.
I tell you what, I was hot on something that Mark Spears said to us yesterday, and we can get to that in a second, but now I'm hot on this. I just opened up YouTube.
Devers?
No, they're running you guys are, and I know when I say you guys, who put your poll together today here on YouTube? Who did that?
Usually that's the morning show.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's not us.
Oh, it's the morning.
Trent Williams?
Should the 49ers move off of Trent Williams?
Did you vote?
Of course I did. 55% of you absolute maniacal crazy people said yes.
Yep.
It should be 0%. 0% of you should say yes.
Steiny's in the 45.
0. That makes sense to me. Someone, I'd love to hear
what's the phrase?
Should the 49ers move off of Trent Williams? Or should they move him? Trade him, release him, whatever. I would love for someone to win that debate. Let's go to debate class. Take that side that, yes, the 49ers should just lose their...
Well, what if you went
Hall of Fame left tackle? Just lose him with no good answer behind it.
What if you're unaware that John Lynch is very into astrology? He's into astrology.
I'm listening. Is this true?
It's a what if.
As long as, yes.
Okay. Hypotheticals.
And recently he's gone to a palm reader.
Hang on.
He has gotten information that Trent Williams will not last the year.
Oh, boy.
He's gotten it from somewhere beyond. Would that be a reason? Would that be a valid reason to say yes, they should move off.
What does he won't last the year mean?
Like he's going to go to the first play.
On the first play,
yeah, he went to Madam up in North Beach, and she said, "I'm three plays tops."
I'm going to reject it.
Okay,
I'm going to reject it, but it's a good try. Anyone else want to try?
I mean, more plausible would be, you know what, Austin Pleasance, he looked really good in those snaps he took. And, we got Zakel. We got him back. And, ooh, boy, the cap room. Ooh, let's talk about that cap room. It's all about cap, baby. We got cap room.
Wow.
We got Pleasance.
You went there.
I did, yeah. It's cap room.
Friday.
It's Pleasance. It's Zakel. Whatever, Trent. Good little run.
Yeah, we're actually going to decide the next season we're rolling out left tackle by committee. We're going to be load managing the entire season. So
LBC.
Yeah, we're going to use that $38 million to go get 3 different guys that can all rotate in every single play. So whoever the pass rusher is on the other side, they won't know how to go after them. Because one's going to be for potential rush plays, one's going to be for pass plays, and the other can kind of be a hybrid. Maybe you go a little smaller. We were talking about Art Shell earlier. Maybe you go to a guy under 300 pounds. You try and revolutionize line play that way. Maybe you put an extra 6 man on the line, and you just don't need Trent Williams.
Obviously, you're going to hire me as one of your assistant coaches. That sounds like something that I would be in favor of.
You play the splits.
Yep.
That babe.
Gerson saying he's old and overpaid. There you go. Question answered.
Okay,
I'm reading.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I know.
He said whether or not you'll agree is up to you, but he says that's the reason.
Yeah, I get all kind of what'd you call her, Madam Woo Woo. I'm gonna get Madam Woo Woo on the idea of overpaid. What does that mean, and why do you give a rip, fan?
Yeah.
Why do you care? And what's fascinating to me. Like, we do this to players because we know what they make. You don't know what the owners make. Why? Like, if you're so worried, and especially in a league where you can manipulate the cap at all times, and in fact, I'd argue if you give Trent Williams another year, you're going to lower his cap figure for this year. That's going to give you more space. So miss me with this idea that giving Trent another year means that you can't get other players. That's inaccurate. Like, why do you worry about what the player makes? Why would you ever let's say, for instance, the Giants not be a top 5 payroll team? Why would you ever let Joe Lacob not go into the luxury tax? I heard Shasky this morning say Trent's made over $200 million. Right, Joe Lacob's made over $10 billion. What, like?
And who's he blocked? I mean, ever. Other than people on Twitter. But, I mean, I don't know, who he's out there blocking, but I'm with you. Like,
trades are hard.
Totally. Your point is well made where, the players are out there doing player things, and quietly Joe Lacob, what do you buy it for, Steiny?
$450.
$450 million.
And it's now worth like $455 million? Oh, no, wait. $10 billion.
It's actually
Probably
worth more.
higher than that.
It's definitely worth more. I bet it's about 13.
Sure.
Maybe that's why he's got his eyes down south.
On?
The Padres.
Okay.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Why doesn't someone call Joe and be like, haven't you made enough? Just relax. Sit next to Pods and watch Valkyrie's games.
He wants to be Kroenke. I don't know.
Right, but
that's... dive into multiple sports.
Right, I think that's what I'm getting at. Like, whatever you're worth, go get it. Go get it. Like, you...
Well, he's going head-to-head with Drew Brees, so he's
gonna
got
be a tough matchup.
He's already
big fan of San Diego.
He already has a signature win, and Drew Brees ain't even in his league, and that's Joe Lacob got over on Larry Ellison. So Drew Brees is small potatoes. He's taking on the monster.
The monster.
And came out with the Golden State Warriors. I don't think he's afraid of some overrated quarterback who made a few million.
A few.
And won a little Super Bowl.
A few
I get
million.
that, but
made more than Trent Williams, so we just threw that number out there.
Non-quarterbacks.
Yeah.
What are you hot on?
I'm hot on
what's you guys talking about Steve Kerr today.
Yeah, we did quite a bit.
He's coming on the show at 5.
Nice.
Can
ask him what he thinks development is.
Or if it's a head coach's responsibility to develop.
That was the theme of the day.
Yeah. I think it's a fascinating question. We talked about this yesterday.
Yep.
Like, they have a whole wing, right? That's for player development. They have a player.
50 coaches.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So first of all, there's all the players that have developed in the Warriors system. And then second of all, there's I don't even know if that's Steve's job. Third of all, I think he talked about it last year and said, it's not my strong suit. It's not really what I'm here to do. But that label is hard to shake.
Yep.
17 points for Jonathan Kuminga.
It's tough. I mean, it's tough to shake, but then you look at like Marco Luciano and you look at his development. Is that a organizational failure that he never could figure out how to catch the ball, or is he just really not that good at catching the ball? So I think about Kuminga and all the rest of them. At some point, you as the player, you have to get better on your own. Like, you are 365, and the coach can do whatever they can to help you get better, but you have to also go out there and put in the work and get better.
Yeah. And especially now when your coaches are available the entire off season at the facility, all you got to do is call them and they'll be there. All righty. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Early season insects on your trees and lawn can create larger problems, people, if left untreated. February, it's the right time to address the issues before they spread. Atco Pest Control offers professional tree and lawn services, and it's designed to protect your property. Visit AtcoPestControl.com and mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment and get 10% off qualifying AG and lawn services this month. I mean, it's the 27th.
It is the 27th.
You got to hustle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got till 5 o'clock.
I saw Billy from Atco yesterday. We cut a couple spots for him. Atco Pest Control going strong.
Yeah, can't wait to hear him.
Did you tip a few, too? Did you go somewhere after?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Who wants to start? All right, I will.
Oh, good. Floor is yours.
Yeah.
What's bugging me are pedestrians. Pedestrians are bothering me. But more specifically, pedestrians that don't follow the rules. Okay. As an East Coast guy,
sorry.
Do you understand that
I have to
you
follow the
are
rules.
not allowed
to
walk out onto a street if there's traffic? In the Bay Area, pedestrians get every break in the book and then some. Anybody crossing a street, the minute you tap your foot down on the road, every car will begin to brake. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you do it. And I'm specifically talking about the delayed walk sign when there's a right turn. So you're coming up Battery, okay?
Yep.
And you want to take a right. Where? I don't know the street. It's right near Sam's. How about that?
Okay.
And a line of people turning right with cars needs the time so they don't give you the walk sign for like 15 seconds.
Yep.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So if you walk when you're not supposed to, nobody can make a right turn and traffic gets worse, like quickly. Wait your 15 seconds for the green arrow to go away, because that's for the car. It's not for you.
No.
The green arrow is not for the pedestrian. It's for the car. You have the orange hand. In other words, you don't have hand, as George Costanza would say. Yep. But you have hand when you see the white dude crossing the street in the sign.
Yeah. Not bad.
Every break in the book you guys get out here.
Well,
pedestrians.
I mean, not everyone.
What's you guys?
You're pedestrians in the Bay.
Okay.
Right. But you also have the people who, I'm going to go ahead and go through the yellow, even though there's no room for me to go through the yellow. And now I'm going to block the sidewalk, or the crosswalk rather, because I couldn't wait one more turn. And so now you're in the crosswalk, and I either have to go in front of you or behind you. You're in my crosswalk. guy, Steiny.
So not actually a guy because these cars now don't have drivers.
Well,
so that's the other part.
What
of
I was going to say is it can also get worse when.
Thank you.
If you have any sort of appendage in the street, that Waymo ain't going anywhere.
Nope.
And if it has to go right, which it needs a green to go right on Montgomery and Bush, then you're going to hold up every single person behind you that's stuck and cannot also not just go right, can't go straight.
No.
And the Waymo, you could honk at it 1,000,000 times. Nobody in that car.
I appreciate Waymo for that.
No, they ain't moving anywhere.
Good job, Waymo. Those cameras are working.
That's what people take advantage
and
of.
I've been in that Waymo and more than once. Go! Like,
yeah.
I realized that, like, okay.
I'm sitting on the corner, just laying on the horn.
It works as well when you do it in your own car and you're screaming at the person in front of you.
Right, but if you're in your own car, it's like, okay, I'm going to go swerve, and I'm going to go around this person, but you're in a Waymo, and it's like, go, Waymo. Oh, okay, Waymo. Yeah, you're not here.
Yeah.
That's one of the fundamental differences between the East Coast and the West Coast. Like, West Coast, you just cross the street, and cars are going to stop. They're going to stop, Mark. You know it, and I know it. You don't do that on the East Coast. They don't stop. You wait until
they
they're
really not stop? Like on the East Coast,
look both ways.
I get it, Bart. Are you allowed to just be like, cool, person who's out of line, I get to go blow them up?
Enter at your own risk.
That's what I mean.
And end their life.
The point is if you cross the street in the Bay Area, they'll stop and like, okay, that's what
we're
happens.
nice here.
True. And back east,
they're not.
You're playing with fire.
Okay.
Because there's two things. One, you might get hit, but you're certainly going to get yelled at and verbally abused.
Fine.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Speaking of automated issues, ABS. But not the way you think. So
abs?
No. I wish. Automated ball strike, I think, has been weaponized against umpires. And the reason is you only see the replays from spring training. For those who don't know, you tap your helmet, you go to a computer, it tells you if it's a ball or strike. The only time that it goes viral on social media is when an umpire misses a call, a bad one, right? Ball, it's a strike, it's a ball. What they don't tell you is these idiotic position players that do not know the strike zone. I'm watching a game yesterday, and two times, the hitter taps his helmet and says, that's a ball. The pitch is fully in the strike zone, fully in the box, and the umpire doesn't sit there and berate the hitter. He doesn't say, I told you so. He just calmly goes on about his day and calls balls and strikes and says, go back to the dugout. But no one ever apologizes to the umpire. Everyone, meanwhile, wants an apology from umpires every time they get a call incorrect, which, by the way, last year, I believe the average about 97.5%, so pretty damn good. I need position players to start apologizing the moment they call for a strike or a ball and they're wrong. Manny Machado, I'm looking at you. So that's what I need, and that's what's bugging me.
Dib's about to hug you.
Yep.
But umpires earned this.
That's like the twirl of the finger.
It's a two-way street, gentlemen. It's a two-way street.
It's not a two-way street because for years in Major League Baseball, umpires stare at dugouts as if, how dare you talk to me?
Yeah.
How dare you say a word to me? I'm the adult. You are all children. So they've earned this. And by the way, you don't know, maybe they are apologizing. They're saying something under their breath. You don't know what they're saying to the umpire, but nobody needs to apologize to anybody. Umpires, in my opinion, and I'm not saying this in all sports, but in baseball, they have made themselves the villains here by the way they treat arguments in sports, which are inherent to sports. I don't feel bad for them at all.
Gar.
Oh, Gar. Oh, that's Guru's voice. That's Guru's voice. So right now, now's your chance.
Gar.
And it's your last chance. Gar. Be caller 8 right now. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Your last chance to be with us in the suite. Sharks Canadiens Tuesday night. You and a guest will join us next Tuesday night. Good luck to each of you.
Yep.
calling right now.
Call in and win. And Bruce Fleming, rest in peace, 86. He died a day or so ago. And so, I mean, one of the great umpires of all time. But what's bugging me is fans on the court, on the pitch, and it has to stop. And my whole thing is, if you come out there on the field and you tackle Lionel Messi, then you get what you get. And security or whoever, you're allowed to pummel that person. And, Duke had a basketball game where, UNC beat Duke. Wow, you're North Carolina. Act like you've beaten Duke before, and you have, and you rush the court, and then the Duke assistant coaches apparently get, not assaulted, but they get, cuffed around. If you are an athlete or a coach, you should be safe from these idiots. So, for me, one law that I would love to pass if I were president, you come on the field or the court, you get what you get, and you don't get upset.
I like it. You ever see Reggie Jackson after the Yankees won the World Series in 77 or 78, and he's just running off the floor, and he decked somebody.
Yeah.
Just forearm shiver. He would applaud that.
There should be like a big dom, but just for people that bum rush the field.
Yeah.
Once you get caught, you have to take a shot. You have to take a full head-on, full of steam shot from Big Dom, whoever that is.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
I meant to save this till Friday. We couldn't save it till Friday because Guru wasn't going to be here, but now I kind of want to just double down and do it again because I'd love to hear you weigh in on it, Evan, since you didn't get to yesterday. But I'll make it a little bit more global than just about Marty Supreme, which I thought sucked. So, the way this whole thing went down, just for people who don't know, is Guru came in a couple weeks ago, and it started out with just he was bugged by the fact that there was what he thought was a great movie with a bad ending. Mm-hmm. I am curious by nature, and therefore, once he kind of started talking more than one time about the movie, I wanted to see it. And so the lovely Christy and I kind of had a quiet Saturday night last week, and I opened my big mouth and went, you know what? We could go on Amazon and we could rent Marty Supreme.
Not a date night movie.
I mean, halfway through it, she's doing laundry, which is it's a little bit of a tell.
Yeah.
She not really digging it, and I wasn't digging it, and so we definitely both we feel Guru owes us $20. But I brought this up yesterday. It's not even about a movie being bad or good. We're clearly in the minority, right? Did it get nominated for Best Picture?
Yep.
Okay, so we're in the minority. I don't mind that. It's that we've arrived at this spot in our life where when you give 2 hours to something and then you don't like it, my God, it feels like you lost a week.
You got ripped off.
I mean, honestly, I don't like that. I want to go back to when I used to see bad movies all the time and you would just laugh it off. I feel like I lost a Saturday night. Do you know how valuable that is? Did you see Marty Supreme?
Well, you watched the Warriors-Celtics game. I mean, it's not like you haven't lost the night before.
That's a great point.
I mean, I'm just we got 82 movies a year. But Marty Supreme, I did like. But I do think that rewatchability is a big factor for a lot of people. And it's such an anxiety-ridden movie in which the main character, not to spoil anything, kind of burns every single bridge with every single person in the film that it's hard to come away feeling better about society.
I don't need to be uplifted by can I ask you, what did you like about it?
That it's an insane roller coaster ride, the entire movie.
Okay.
Plus, I mean, I think the table tennis scenes are actually pretty good. And his character is so twisted with every single relationship from friends to lovers to family. He's so twisted that I do think it comes off as a great performance. But let me ask you this real fast. I know Sonny's going to go. Did you like Hidden Gems?
I've never seen Hidden Gems.
Don't see it now because you won't like it because you didn't like Marty Supreme.
Gems, right?
Uncut Gems, yeah, sorry.
I didn't see that either.
Yeah, you won't like it. But you can't. It's a movie you see once. Maybe you like it, you don't see it again.
I'm going to end this week this way, and it's for Evan. Remember I just said Reggie Jackson forearmed the guy after the celebration?
Yeah, I trust
that was
you.
Chris Chambliss. Thank you, 415. I was wrong.
Yeah.
Thanks for correcting me.
I was wrong.
Chris Chambliss Chris
Chambliss. That was big of you to admit that into the microphone.
And
Chris Chambliss.
Yeah, where did he admit that?
Chris Chambliss.
Rest up, Steiny. You got a Sharks game to go to on Tuesday.
And we'll be broadcasting on 95.7 the game.
95.7 the game, yeah.
John Sally.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Happy birthday to my daughter.
Yeah,
that's how I want to start out the show
17?
today. She's 17.
Man, 17.
My daughter's 17 today.
Your daughter is 17.
That's a hell of a. It's a hell of a thing, dude.
Yep.
It's a hell of a thing. We got like adults walking around.
Mm-hmm.
We got people who are like in the process of or soon gonna like leave and not be in the house anymore. It's a weird thing. It is really, so anyway, that's kind of where my head's at today. And shout out to each and every one of you who have either become empty nesters or you're going through that process and you're just watching people grow into adults and you're thinking, what the hell is this going to look like in 2 years? And you start to have, because it's a birthday, so you have to do a big Instagram post. So you start looking at baby pictures and everything is just like, how the hell did this happen? I don't know how this happened.
Where did the time go?
How did we get here? She's 17.
Yep. And my daughter's 3.5. And it's like yesterday when she was like, you know, we were thinking about doing what we did, and then now she's 3.5. But 17 is like, how are you 17?
I don't know.
And you've got 19, you've got 17, you've got 12 going on, 40 based on the way he looks at sports. And, you're probably only about 6 years away from being empty. Unless you want to run it back like the Dibber. Let's go, kid.
Yeah.
Run that S back.
No chance. Anyway, yeah, happy birthday to my daughter.
Ella, nice.
She's 17 today. And we also got the whole, we better go out to dinner last night because tonight's Friday. So, no, we don't want to spend that with you, Dad. So totally. Go off and do your thing. And we'll go off and do our thing. And our thing is here with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5. It's Friday, so we'll do our normal thing. Dibs will do higher or lower. Yep. At some point, I will lose my emotions and just start laughing for the rest of the day. You never know when that'll happen. We do have another knockout spot to give away. The window will open at 3:30, and maybe something is going to happen with the Giants. We don't know.
We hope.
We're trying.
Yep.
They're giving it to the Dodgers right now down in Arizona. I don't even care that it doesn't count. It feels good.
Whatever.
When the Giants score more runs than the Dodgers.
It always counts when it's the Dodgers and the Giants. And so, put it on them now and put it on them later, whatever.
Yeah. Dodgers out there putting a bunch of people I've never heard of out on the field. So, anyway, there's all of that. But we wanted to start with this. Maybe it went a little under the radar yesterday, but we've kind of arrived at a spot after talking to Mark Spears 3 times in the last 4 weeks. He joined us when we were on Radio Row. He stopped by live when we were at Splash last week, and he came on the show yesterday on YouTube. For those of you who don't know Mark, you probably do if you're an NBA fan, but a very tapped-in, long-time reporter with ESPN. So tapped in that in the middle of our interview yesterday, he's getting texts from Jonathan Kuminga.
Yep.
Right in the middle of right between the interview. So... So all that's going on.
Funny, I just got a text from Jonathan Kuminga.
And we thought it was really funny. But he's got a theme that he keeps bringing up to us. A little bit of a different form every time he says it, but a theme. And the theme is basically about the health of the Warrior organization post-Steph. We don't need to worry about it yet, except for kinda. What is it? March 14th, right? He's going to turn 38 years old.
Yep.
And he is currently not healthy enough to play basketball. Mark Spears keeps talking about something in a way that I don't think you or I have felt, and a lot of our fan bases has felt. Mark is in this complete and total state of calm. Bill Murray Caddyshack. Like complete and total consciousness.
Goonga Galunga.
Goonga Galunga.
Yep.
With regard to the Warriors post-Steph. He's like, you don't have to worry anymore, Warrior fan. I feel like Mark has been petting all of us on the back of the head and getting rid of past trauma from the Chris Cohan era.
Right.
And all of the things that Warrior fans have been through. And he's trying to tell us, and I would love to know if Warrior fans believe him or not. Once Steph goes, it's going to be okay. Do you believe that?
I don't believe it because I've lived through Franklin Muley and Chris Cohan, and I don't believe that they are yet the Lakers. But you think about the Lakers and what they've done from, Magic and Kareem. So you had Kareem, and he was getting old, and you got Magic, great. And then from after Magic, you got Kobe, and you got Shaq. And after that, you've gone, into LeBron, and now, Luka and all the rest of it. I don't think that most teams get to do what they've done. And what Mark Spears is saying is that the Warriors are now kind of Laker-ish, where, you are the Warriors. And so when Steph is gone, you'll be able to attract the next LeBron or the next, Kobe was drafted kind of. He was drafted only because, they told the Lakers, they told the whole league that he's only going to be a Laker, but they got Shaq and, the rest of it. And so for me, what he's saying is that the Warriors can be what the Lakers are. And I'm not sure.
Take a listen. This is Mark Spears on with us yesterday.
I think that the best thing the Warriors got now, post-Steph, is their brand. This is the most attractive franchise from a financial standpoint in the NBA. They're worth more than the Lakers and worth more than the Knicks, which is an incredible feat for the Laker and company to be able to do that, to be able to build that. And I would have never guessed that watching them 15 years ago in Oracle. So to me, I think what happens is because you have that brand now, because you're in the Bay Area, because you're in their market, I think the Warriors will be able to attract free agents in a way that they never could post the Steph explosion. Obviously, playing next to Steph is a draw for anybody in the world. Certainly will be different when he's there, but the Warriors are a global brand now. They're a Lakers, they're a Celtics, they're a Cowboys, Yankees kind of brand. Maybe not, but they're there. So I don't think that these guys are the the key to the future, but there'll be somebody to be named later that will be the key to the future.
Huh. Yeah, wow.
Okay. I don't think Warrior fans believe that.
Right.
And but should we? And I can't even tell you how many times it's come up a lot this year, and I get why, right? Like once Jimmy gets hurt, especially, Steph's now out, and the fading dynasty, and this comes up, this idea that the Warriors, not the Lakers, not the Knicks. It's really kind of breathtaking if you stop and think about it for a minute, and I think we fail to do this often. If you stop and think about it for a minute, it's breathtaking. The Warriors, not the Lakers, not the Knicks, are the big dogs in terms of franchise value. And I know I hear this a lot, two things. Number one, a fan goes, why do I care what the franchise value is? I think what Mark is saying is why a fan could or should care about the franchise value. Other thing I hear, and this one I really can't speak on, I'd have to talk to an expert, but I hear a lot of people go, what do you think that franchise value is going to do as soon as Steph leaves? And I literally go, I don't know. Are we to believe that a $12 billion valuation just becomes $8 billion if he retires? I don't think that's how it works.
No.
But I don't know. I don't know. Like, if you ask me post-Steph, why would the Warriors be worth more than the Lakers? I don't know. But they are. they are right now. And I know arena, et cetera.
Yeah,
like, I get it.
Brand, market, the whole thing. Yeah.
But if that's what they are, then couldn't we all just take a moment and pat each other on the back of the head and go, don't worry. Don't worry. Let me tell you, having worked at the Laker flagship station, they don't worry. They don't worry.
No.
They expect. They demand. The second one star goes, they think you've waited too long to get the next one.
Yeah. Yep.
And if you're good and you're in the league, you're expected to be a Laker someday.
But they've been that for, 50 years.
Yes.
And this has been this for about 10. So it's hard to, really wrap your head around the fact that maybe you are now what that is and what that has become. But the whole thing for me is, if you're a free agent and you look at this team and you look at any team, you're thinking about, money and can I win and how are you going to treat me? And so here you can get money and they're going to treat you great, but can you win here? I don't know.
Well, that's not like you don't always win when you go to the Lakers or the Knicks either.
Right.
You don't.
You don't, but you feel like you have a great chance. Like you go to LA and it's like, you're not going to be terrible for more than maybe a year or two.
Oh, Kobe was.
At the end.
Yeah.
And they were terrible because he was terrible.
And they were terrible before he got there.
Yep.
For a couple of years. 3.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody goes through it. So the Warriors might go through it. But Mark's point is, I think long term, this is going to be okay. And I would love to explore whether or not people buy that. Is this really all about Steph, or have the Warriors now established something that is completely sustainable?
It's just so hard for me as a 57-year-old man who has been through so much of this. It's hard for me to be like, this is the Warriors now.
Let's take some calls. 888-957-9570. Would love to hear your thoughts on that. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. We'll set up the knockout tournament. Window opens in about an hour. Steve Kerr later today as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bailalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bail Alarm. We got you.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Recovering from an earlier crash.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Has multiple lanes closed.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Road trip ready and adventure priced? There's a Honda for that. The Honda HR-V from your Northern California Honda dealers.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
95.7 The Game has your chance to run in the iconic San Francisco Marathon. Head to 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win a full marathon bib for the San Francisco Marathon on July 26th. Get all the details and enter now at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You want to celebrate?
Yeah, I do.
It's not only my daughter's birthday.
It's more?
Way more.
Yeah.
Want to know what turns 10 today?
I think I know, and I think I shared it with the group.
You sure did.
And I would love to just lay back and watch you work your magic.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
Brand builder.
I mean,
it's a brand builder.
Double bang, yeah. Brand builder.
Mm-hmm.
And we joke on the show about like, oh, it's a Mike Breen, when we talk about things that are maybe of a more unseemly nature. I refer to that, but that's the only time ever that he's done a double bang. Bang! Bang! With 0.6 to go.
Yours sounds a little more scared than his does, but I'm into it. This just popped into my head. Favorite non-championship moments.
Yep.
Any play. Favorite non-championship related moment.
Yep.
Is that the one?
No.
Is that number one?
No, but it's on the Rushmore.
Okay, what's number one?
I would go to the call with Mike Tirico and Hubie Brown. Hello! When Barron dunked on Kirilenko.
Okay.
And I was there for that. And the call of that is unbelievable. I mean, I was on the other end of the floor, and it was one of those things where at the time I went to almost every Warrior game. I lived like literally 3 miles away. So I would we do dinner with the fam. I had younger kids, and they'd go to bed, and I would drive down the hill, and it was like 9 minutes away, and I was there for that game. Yes, and hello, I didn't actually hear the call from Tirico.
I would hope not. That would mean the building was very empty.
And they were up by 20 whatever. And like Hubie's talking and Tirico starts yelling. And then Hubie goes, hello. So that to me is.
Hubie was the best.
Dude, still is.
No, I know. But those days,
he's retired.
He was the best.
RIR, rest in retirement.
Yeah.
But that to me would probably be the number one, like.
Trying to think, man.
Another one, and this is one I left early.
Okay.
And this is
left early?
My biggest sports shame was the pick at the stick. I was there.
Oh, that's right. You've told that before.
I wanted to beat traffic. But if you talk about like non-championship
moments,
like Navarro Bowman, pick at the stick, Baron on Kirilenko.
Sure. I think of JT Snow's homer against the Mets.
Yep.
Early days of Oracle Park when he put that left arm up and he's like wishing the thing go fair. He only hit that thing about 315 feet, but it was good enough. Right down the line. That comes to mind. Man, what else is there? Steve Young's run against the Vikings.
He got so way.
I was there for that one.
Yeah.
That was great. How about T.O., the catch two?
Mm-hmm.
He caught it.
Owens.
What's the cutoff point for championship moment? Like, do
this is a good question because I was thinking, but
like Clay Game 6 in OKC, is that not a championship moment?
I guess the Steph double bang, like that was a championship season.
Oh, they lost the championship.
That was that year.
That was a 73
that
win
was
year.
That one, yeah.
So I don't know.
Relatively meaningless. I have one.
Wow.
Regular season, I guess. I have one that's just recent memory. How about Patrick Bailey's inside the park walk-off home run over the summer?
It was the signature moment of the season.
That was maybe the most fun.
Yes.
Most fun moment of the year.
No, I mean, I was jumping around the living room. Like, that thing was nuts. People were out of breath in the stadium. We relived it the whole next day. What did it mean? Nothing. But it's just fun.
Yeah.
Clay's 37-point quarters on the Rushmore for me. If we're talking about regular season moments.
And I guess that's a little different because in my mind, and our mind goes where it goes. I'm thinking of a play, like one play. So like that's an accomplishment. It totally counts. I get it. But if you're just one play, JT Snow homer, Patrick Bailey inside the park job.
Yep.
Terrell Owens, the catch two. Steph Curry, double bang. One play. Just one play, non-championship related. Poof. I tell you what, part of it is also just my experience, my family. That my sons will still, I'm not kidding. If we end up at a park with a basketball, Abe will pull that thing up on his phone and reenact it, which is scary and frightening in its own right. But like, that is his play.
The double bang.
Steph Curry became, Steph Curry, because he's at that age too. If you think about Steph Curry's career, when did Steph start? 13 years ago? When was he a rookie?
Oh no, 2009 was his draft.
Okay, but Abe was born in 2007.
Right.
So just imagine as Steph becomes something, Abe's like a wide-eyed 5'6"
becomes also something.
Exactly. And so like Steph Curry, that's the guy.
So 10 years ago, your son was 9.
Right.
And that's like early peak of like, I like sports. I'm into it. My dad does this.
Silver dollar eyes.
Yes.
Steph Curry, shimmy with a black T-shirt on, double bang OKC.
Yep.
Ennis Cantor looking at everybody like, how'd you leave him open? The whole thing looks frozen in my mind.
What gets lost in that moment, and we remember the moment, what you're talking about, a singular moment, that game was absolutely incredible. And
bananas.
And it was a game they had to win if they wanted to break the regular season record. But if you remember, Steph rolled his ankle in that game, left the game. That was the game where at halftime, Kerr and Draymond blew up in the locker room. And that was the game where there was a mad scramble for the ball in the final seconds of regulation. Iguodala gets fouled with like 0.2 of a second left, and he has to make both free throws to go to overtime, and he actually makes them. Like 8 different crazy things happened in that game.
1,000%. By the way, just for fun, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Here's some things that are people throwing at us. Elliot Ramos, Little League home run last year. I like the Bailey one better, but the Ramos one was funnier. For sure.
Totally.
Who was that against? Was that the Rangers? Was that against Boch?
I don't know. I felt like that was like the opening series of the week of the season or something like that.
Was it the Angels? It was somebody like, I can't even remember.
Braves? I don't know.
So anyway, Alex Smith to Vernon Davis.
Yep.
Against the Saints. JT Snow grabbing Dusty's kid.
Awesome.
That's pretty.
Yep.
That's pretty
that
iconic.
Was 02, right?
Yes. So not championship related.
Yep.
Freaking should have been.
Right.
But it wasn't.
And I think about just Cal Stanford and the play.
That's a great one. That's a great one.
Neither one of them won a title for sure, but that was just a play. But that to me goes a little bit beyond what we're talking about because that's become an iconic moment. But the double bang and, the dunk on Kirilenko, these are just moments that we love more than most people.
We're going to see the Sharks on Tuesday, and some people are hitting us with a couple of Sharks moments. Game winner in OT against the Vegas Knights. Game 7, non-championship moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, too soon.
Not really.
Right?
Not really. Macklin Celebrini. #. It's okay.
Yep.
It's okay. But anyway, that's 10 years old today.
10 years. I mean, wow.
Uh-huh.
And that's, I saw it this morning and I was like, oh my God, 10 years. And I thought about it. It's like, 10 years that went by like 10 minutes.
How about any of Bonds' home runs, the 73 home run year?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, you know what pops into my mind about that? Because I was living in LA at the time, is they had I don't know that I've ever seen this in sports. Have you ever seen this? The league issued a special credential for an individual. Not like it was a Giants-Dodger game, but those of us who had, right, if you have a season credential, you just go. You just go to not that weekend. When the Giants came to town, you had to apply and go get a special little medallion that allowed you into those games and allowed you to go speak to Barry before the games. I've never seen that before in my entire career.
Wild.
Yeah, that's because so many, we were following him around like he was Elvis.
Yep.
And you know what I mean? The whole world was bouncing around city to city to be there for each homer as he approached all of it, 60 and then 61 and then 62 and then 70 and then all of it. So you had to have a special little button just to go in there and talk to him and watch the game.
Wow.
So those stand out.
Yep. And I'm trying to think about what else. I mean, we've had so many titles here in the Bay Area, which is so great. But beyond that, you think about great moments, and you go back to Dwight Clark and the catch. Well, that was the catch, and you won the whole thing. And so
it ends up being a championship moment.
And so I don't even know what else you would look at beyond that in modern vintage.
Well, someone just hit us with Matt Cain's perfect game, which is not a play. But what do I get for Gregor Blanco's catch?
I mean, you get a lot.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Gregor Blanco's catch out in right center field.
Yep.
Loved that post-game presser. What were you doing out there? Matt Cain looks at Blanco and is like, what the hell were you even doing out there? Why were you out there? I don't know.
Just trying to track that thing down. I don't know.
I had a feeling the dude was going to rip you in the gap, dog.
Exactly.
So anyway, this is right there, though. This thing, to me, moves in slow motion when I think about it. Steph Curry's double bang.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
Dude, it still chills. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. And I do think that part of the moment becomes the call. And
of course.
And I don't even know. I'm sure that Tim Roy had a great call because he's so good at what he does, but it wasn't a double bang moment. And so that play becomes more iconic because of Mike Breen and the double bang. And, much like your Lon Simmons thing, you were there and he gets away. He gets away again. And, the whole thing about the Steve Young run is in part the call.
For sure. You bring up a good point. I don't think I've ever heard Tim Roy's call of that play. Have you?
I have, but I don't remember it. And I love Tim Roy. And I mean, he knows it. And I just
He knows that you love him, or he knows that you've heard the call?
No, he knows that I love him, but also, similarly, like the Bobby Fitz call of, Barron on Kirilenko, I've heard it, but what I remember is, Hubie Brown's talking about he's just talking about ball movement and defense.
Ham and Swiss really go together, Mike.
Mike Tirico goes, "Ow!" And then Hubie looks up, "Hello." So, I mean, I'm sure that Bob and Tim, they both had great calls of that play, but the Warriors were up by a bunch, and, Barron just dunked on Kirilenko, and so the call that we all remember is, "Hello, Hubie Brown."
George Kittle, thank you, 209. George Kittle's catch against the Saints, 4th down, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
Stiff arm, still going.
Yep.
Still going. Flag. Oh, crap, it's coming back. Nope. Flag's on them.
Yep.
We're going another 15. Niners win.
That's a good one.
That was a great, memorable game.
Yep.
It's fun. But here's, we bring it up because it's the anniversary, but here's the other reason we bring it up. Moments like that, and to Mark Spears' point, and we'll play it again for you. Mark of ESPN joined us yesterday, and he said this.
I think that the best thing the Warriors got now, post-Steph, is their brand. This is the most attractive franchise from a financial standpoint in the NBA. They're worth more than the Lakers and worth more than the Knicks, which is an incredible feat for Lacob and company to be able to do that, to be able to build that. And I would have never guessed that watching them 15 years ago in Oracle. So to me, I think what happens is because you have that brand now, because you're in the Bay Area, because you're in your market, I think the Warriors will be able to attract free agents in a way that they never could post the Steph explosion. I mean, obviously playing next to Steph is a draw for anybody in the world. Certainly will be different when he's there, but the Warriors are a global brand now. They're a Lakers, they're a Celtics, they're a Cowboys, Yankees kind of brand. Maybe not, but they're there. So I don't think that these guys are the key to the future, but there'll be somebody to be named later that will be the key to the future.
I think this is just a massive statement and very, very relevant for us to hear. You can disagree with him, of course. I'm just kind of tapping into the idea, and I think we're seeing it with a lot of the comments that are coming in after we play this. I don't think Warrior fans believe that yet. And I get it. I thought you said it exactly right. There's too much PTSD.
A lot of scars.
And there hasn't been enough time. And there also hasn't been a second generation of, when you compare it to the Lakers, right? There's Magic and Kareem, and then there was Kobe and Shaq. And then these haven't been as successful, but wrap in LeBron and Anthony Davis and now Luka and all of that success. The Warriors have had this. And apologies to Rick Barry, but the Warriors have had this, and they're going to have to regenerate themselves before people really, really believe it. But I tend to think he has a point. I don't know if they're Cowboys or Yankees, but he has a point, and here's what went through my mind. Give me an example of something that became a massive brand, like it did what the Warriors have done over the last 15 years, and then it just turned around and went back. Is there a comp to that? Prove Mark Spears wrong. Hey, New England, you became a global brand, and then Tom Brady retired, and everything crashed and burned. Sure, for 2.5 years.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you watch it when they go to the Super Bowl this year and the way their fan base kind of reacts, it's a whole new world now. And I'll keep it in that city. How about the Boston Red Sox? Lovable losers forever, and I know that was the Cubs nickname more than the Red Sox, but you get it. The cursed Boston Red Sox. And then they got good, and they've always been kind of a big-ish brand.
Yeah.
But, it's different now. It just is. I don't know that we can. In other words, give me a good reason why they'd go back.
I mean, it's not that they would go back, but it's not as easy as like you are in a great place and you have a lot of money. And so now I want to go there. And I wonder about free agents now in the NBA. If you're a free agent and you can go out there and get absolutely max money and you want to go elsewhere, like what are you looking for? You're looking for money, number one. You're probably looking, number two, for a place where you can go win. And then maybe number three, you're looking for a team that's going to take care of you and your family. So, I mean, you'll get money anywhere. And can you win here without Steph? I wonder.
Well, okay. So the example that just came up twice on the text line and from Grandy is the Chicago Bulls. Now, I don't think what Mark is saying is, hey, Warrior fans, don't worry, you're never going to lose again. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think what he's saying is you will continue to have a marquee. You will continue to have the opportunity to attract people and players. Now, you have to still manage it well. You still got to run it well. Like we're sitting here now. I don't know who the coach and general manager are going to be 10 years from now. I don't know who the coach is going to be 2 years from now. I don't honestly know who the coach is going to be in October for sure. But I just looked this up because a bunch of people brought up the Bulls. Okay, right now, the Chicago Bulls still frequently rank as a top 5 most valuable franchise in the NBA, considered a top-tier brand, high global appeal. We get what drives that. The fact that their star from 30 years ago still has the number 1 shoes. So I understand where it comes from, but let's think about that. Like, if Michael Jordan is still making the Bulls cool, why can't Steph do that when he's 50?
Well, he can.
Or 60.
He can, but it doesn't mean that automatically leads you to win.
No. And, I'm not promising winning. I'm promising opportunity.
And the Bulls actually, I mean, they tried with Derrick Rose. They had a pick that they made that he was the best player going, and they brought him in, and he got hurt, and then he got hurt, and then he got hurt again. And so the Bulls never kind of really recovered from that. And since they won the finals back in 1998, they've been to the playoffs, and I'm looking at it 12 times, but they've never even made it to the conference finals. So it's been a little bit of an uphill battle, and they haven't been a great free agent destination. And, you know, they've had high picks, and they've missed, and all the rest of it.
I'm looking. I just found this website. It's called Brand Finance.
Oh.
Brand Directory, NBA 2025. So start of the year. Top 5 NBA brands in order. And the headline to this entire article is, the Golden State Warriors remain the NBA's most valuable brand, even as the dynasty era fades. This is an important word because as we talk about franchise value and the Warriors being more valuable than the Lakers and Knicks, you're correct if you say, well, that they own their own arena, and the other brands don't necessarily all own their arena. But that's franchise value. This is brand. That's different. So the dynasty era is fading. People know damn well Steph Curry's about to turn 38. Yet they remain the most valuable, forget franchise, brand.
Yeah.
They are number 1 over the Lakers. And get this, number 3, the Knicks. Number 4, the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
The Boston Celtics, number 5.
Okay.
There's your top 5. So you can say that the Bulls, and you're right, they've stunk for a little while, but not in terms of brand. Not in terms of brand. So I think Mark has a point. I can't tell you for sure that he's right. I don't know the future. But he's saying what has been established to a degree will never, ever go away.
The brand is one thing, but whether or not a player wants to be a part of the brand is another. And I think about the Bulls, and yeah, it's been almost 30 years since they last won a title. But that brand, Air Jordan, Jordan's a Bull, and I live in whatever, China or Japan or India or, somewhere far away where I don't actually watch a lot of the NBA and maybe I don't have League Pass. I know the Bulls because I know Jordan. And so does that mean that if you're a big-time free agent, you want to be a Bull? Probably not. So I wonder about the brand versus how much that attracts players.
This branding tool actually puts a dollar figure on the brand.
Oh.
So we know that the franchise, The Lakers were valuated at what, 10 with the sale that they had recently?
Yeah.
The Warriors are worth more. Plus, I've learned that franchise values, they're like whatever you think they are, they're more if you put them on the open market. So I think the Warriors could probably, if Joe Lacob sold this tomorrow, I think it goes for $12 or $13 billion.
Ooh.
But the brand has been valued at $1.2 billion, which is significant. The Lakers at number 2 are not even $1 billion.
No.
$973 million. But get this does reflect a lowering. Like it's down 18% from the year before, driven by more cautious revenue forecasts and a decline in brand strength because they're fading. But they're still way ahead of everybody else.
Yep.
I don't know. It's got to mean something, right?
It does. It does.
Okay. We're going to open the window in a half hour. We'll take some calls. Matt, stay right there. Warrior fans, do you have confidence that this just sustains? Or you're fearful of what this will look like in a post-Steph era? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. From the pros to college, don't miss your shot on the hardwood. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Selling your house the traditional way? Listings, showings, endless waiting? Yeah, no thanks. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we keep it simple. You call us, we give you a fair cash offer. You choose when to close and get paid. It's really that easy. Call 510-800-JOHN or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
If your home seems colder this winter than it should be, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows. As the Bay Area's largest Marvin reseller, Golden State Lumber and Showroom is proclaiming this the month of Marvin. As an Energy Star partner, Marvin offers durable, energy-efficient products that can lower your energy bill. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Scroll down to Windows and Doors and visit the showroom near you. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Because shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, B.
2 hours.
Yep.
We got all kinds of things to talk to Steve about. It's too bad that LeBron and Steph won't be sharing the floor together tomorrow. But how many more of those will there be?
Yep.
Will there be any?
I wonder. I mean, you could think about the 2028 Olympics and, Kerr, you coaching? He's not, but we could ask him about 2024 in Paris, like what that was like with LeBron and Steph. And I think about that not only because of what we saw with Celebrini and, the Winter Olympics and how great that was. And I guess it was like 26 million people watched that gold medal game at the crack of dawn or whatever out here. But like Steve Kerr coaching LeBron and KD and Steph and, what that was like in those moments where, you needed Steph to come through big time for you.
I wonder how, and actually if it would be described this way, did Steph sort of become the alpha of that team? Like on the court, he kind of was. And he's a different kind of alpha. In some ways, he's a beta. Sort of behind the scenes, vocally, whatnot. I wonder how Steve would describe that. Because you have all the best. All the best are there.
The best of the best.
You're all on the team together. How do you decide when you get 12 dudes together who are all the dude, who's the dude? And then he became the dude.
Right.
Kind of even over LeBron.
I mean, for sure, over everyone.
Right.
Well, in the gold medal game.
In the gold medal game.
Especially. Even in the semi where you're about to lose. Like, the Joker was doing his whole, slow motion, bibbity-bobbity, you can't stop me, and they were in trouble, and, Steph came through, and then in the gold medal game, for sure, against France, all right, Steph, go ahead and do your thing, and 4 threes in the fourth, he became that dude.
Yeah, fascinating. So 10-year anniversary of Steph's double bang shot in Oklahoma City. Talking all kinds of stuff out. Matt in Prunedale is on with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Matt, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know I'm a 37-year season ticket holder to the Warriors, but I want to talk football. I grew up in Wisconsin, and I've left all my sports except the Packers. I always will be a Packer fan, but probably the worst non-call in wild card history was in 1999. The catch-2, a couple plays before that, Jerry Rice fumbled the ball and they never called it.
Sure did. That's a true story.
And that could have put the Packers probably back in because they were in 96, they won the Super Bowl. 97, they lost. That could have put them in the Super Bowl possibly. And that could have continued with Favre and Holmgren, and that blew up after that.
Yeah, but you know what? Every organization, Matt, has those. Do you know what I mean? There wasn't review then. So, yes, Jerry Rice fumbled. And then there were 47 other ifs that happened in every single game back before replay. As a longtime Niner fan, I can tell you which play stands out in my mind, Matt, thanks so much, is Billy White Shoes Johnson. I was 8. I was 8 years old, and I am still mad. Billy White Shoes Johnson was a receiver for the Atlanta Falcons, and I don't even think this was a playoff game. I think it was just a football game, but it was the 1983 49ers. So like you're the Niners of the 80s. I think at that point they had only won one of their Super Bowls, but it was the Niners of the 80s. So expectation is that you play, you win. That's how it went. On Sunday was winning time.
Yep.
And the Niners and Falcons played, and the Niners were ahead on the last play of the game, and Steve Bartkowski threw the ball up in the air down toward the end zone, and Billy White Shoes Johnson caught it at about the 4, and he was tackled and fell down at the 2, and then he crawled into the end zone, and then they said touchdown. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Right, he's down.
He's down at the 2, not even the 1. No replay. Sorry, you lose.
Yep, no replay. And I'm looking at the Jerry Rice fumble right now, and like if we did it today, and it was 1999, so you look at the play, and the ball is out before the knee, but it was like close, and it was kind of a little bit of a bang, but now we've got, replay assist, and we've got 30 cameras, if not more, and so now we can go full on Zapruder, and you look at it, and it's like, yeah, the ball was out, but back then you could see the line judge immediately like pointing, he's down. That's Jerry Rice. He's down. He didn't fumble.
Right.
I know it's number 80. It's no fumble.
I watched that game with my best high school buddies, and one of them grew up in Racine, Wisconsin.
Oh, boy.
And he is a massive Giants fan. He is a massive Warriors fan, but he, just like Matt, never gave up his Green Bay Packers.
Yep.
And we all, like you're wont to do in high school, you celebrate in your buddy's face. And he wasn't happy. I still remember the moment. He got up off of John Bloom's couch. And
I love John Bloom.
He got up off of John's couch, and he's just like, that was a fumble.
And
he left.
Right? And you're like, but the line judge said he was down.
On his car, and he left. He left.
I'm done with all you mother jumpers.
Yeah, exactly. All you Niner fans can go jump in the pool.
Right.
And then I think we did.
Right.
We probably went and jumped in the pool.
In celebration.
We were in the pool.
Yep.
We were in the pool.
And that was with 40 seconds left, the Jerry Rice play. So, I mean, already it was like, oh, my God, they have to, like, do this and that and this and that in order to just win. And he fumbled, and he's down. Oh, well, that happens.
Gosh, see, now you're taking me down the road of all the what ifs.
Yeah.
All the what ifs. But anyway, yeah, that's how it went back then.
That's
which is why I know I always keep my mind when it comes to, and we can even bring the ABS that's now going to come into play in Major League Baseball this year. I know that replay can be annoying. I, in fact, spent quite a bit of time. What game was it last week where against Boston? I mean, luckily they lost by 1,000 points, so who cares? But forget double bang, it was double replay. It was double jeopardy, quite frankly, as far as I was concerned.
Well, and even before that, it was the goaltend, remember, where it was a clear case of goaltending, and you can't review that, but it's clear. And I mean, Steve Kerr lost his Casey Schmidt over it, and he should have. But like last week against Boston, I mean, we review it, and it's not a flagrant, but now we're going to challenge it, and now it's a foul on you and not on us. Replay it's deeply flawed, and baseball, I think, is going to be a little bit better about like getting it, quote, right, where a couple of taps, let's look.
Well, it's
boom,
quick.
It's quick.
It's very quick.
It's a ball. It's a strike, whatever. Let's move on.
Yeah, it doesn't, at least what I've seen so far in spring training, it doesn't interrupt the flow of play, which basketball replay has not quite figured out yet. You want to know, actually, another great moment, although I guess you have to say it was championship related, was in 2022, Wiggins' dunk on Luka.
Oh, yeah.
Which will forever go down as a great moment that would have been better if the refs didn't mess it up, because they called a foul. Then they reviewed it, and they overturned it, and so it was no longer a foul, but it's like you just zapped the whole arena from what was going to be an absolute banger of a moment for Andrew Wiggins.
I mean, but that's what we do now in sports, where
what we do.
Unfortunately, you had that moment. It's like, oh no, it's offensive foul. I mean, he cleared him out or whatever it was, and then you look at it. No, okay, now let's get excited about something that happened a minute ago. It doesn't work that way.
Doesn't work that way.
No.
All right, 888-957-9570. We're going to open up the window here in about 20 minutes. But to this point, we've been talking out this comment from Mark Spears that he made with us yesterday from ESPN.
I think that the best thing the Warriors got now, post-Steph, is their brand. This is the most attractive franchise from a financial standpoint in the NBA. They're worth more than the Lakers and worth more than the Knicks, which is an incredible feat for Lacob and company to be able to do that, to be able to build that. And I would have never guessed that watching them 15 years ago in Oracle. So to me, I think what happens is because you have that brand now, because you're in the Bay Area, because you're in that market, I think the Warriors will be able to attract free agents in a way that they never could post the Steph explosion. I mean, obviously playing next to Steph is a draw for anybody in the world. Certainly will be different when he's there, but the Warriors are a global brand now. They're a Lakers, they're a Celtics, they're a, Cowboys, Yankees kind of brand. Maybe not, but they're there. So I don't think that these guys are the the key to the future, but there'll be somebody to be named later that will be the key to the future.
So if that's the baseline, and a lot of you are responding, and I get it. You're like, but that doesn't guarantee winning. Of course it doesn't. Nothing guarantees winning. But I do think this is what it means. It means that if you have good leadership, you will, on a rotational basis, win. If you're saying that you don't trust the Warriors post-Steph, you're saying you don't trust their current leadership. And maybe you don't. And maybe you have a point that you want to make about that, and that's fine. But the Warriors can't hide behind, for instance, what Sacramento hides behind. Now, they've got poor leadership and a poor hand.
Well, and small market.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't they don't have the resources. They don't have a chance. So they've got to draft amazing. They've got to be Oklahoma City. It's hard to do. They usually don't do it. But the Warriors don't have that. The Warriors simply need to have good leadership, and they will continue to moonlight as an important team.
Yeah, but it's good leadership. It's also like good ownership. They have it. Good GM. We'll see. Good coach. And he probably won't be here by the time that they try to reboot the whole thing. So it becomes, I think, multi-tiered as far as like, if you're a free agent and you want to go somewhere, you want money and you want to be taken care of and you want to have a chance to win. So do they have a chance here to do all of that? Absolutely.
I'm glad you just brought up the word money. Let's talk about money.
Money.
Okay?
Yeah.
First of all, in 18
it's
minutes.
Payday.
It is. Yep. Happy payday for those who celebrate.
I mean, yesterday was you.
Yeah,
so.
mine's already half gone.
Whatever.
But anyway,
Nice.
in 18 minutes, we will open up the knockout window. Steve Kerr at 5. We've got higher or lower next hour because it's Friday, and that's what we freaking do. But I'm glad you brought up the word money. Let's talk about money. Do you all care, in general, what the players on your favorite team make? So you weigh in on that, 888-957-9570. There's a reason we're asking. We'll explain in a moment. Knockout tournament window opens next. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. It's Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Here it comes. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Pre-order and get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Gosh, we're going to have to talk to him.
I do know what the bleep I'm doing.
Question number one, Steve.
Do you know when the bleep you're coming on?
Why do you...
I have no idea.
Why do you keep saying you never know when I'm going to be on?
I don't care.
You obviously care enough to do this.
I haven't given that any thought.
Well, it's literally all we think about.
And it's like, it's you who knows before we know.
Hey, cut it out.
Cut it out. Like, you know before we know. Because when you say, yeah, then we say, yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So he knows before we know. Yeah. Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
Totally. Hey, Steve, Friday at 5? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't go like that. It doesn't go, hey, Steve, Friday at 5. It goes, hey, Steve.
Did we lose you?
When?
Totally.
And then Steve goes, Friday at 5. And we go, okay.
I got my own complaint.
Right. And so,
okay.
I mean, literally,
He cannot be that guy.
he knows before we know. So when he says you never know, I guess he's right.
He's
'cause
right.
We never
you
know.
never know.
You don't know.
Until I tell
and
you.
you never
Well, first
will.
of all, I don't really care.
Anyway, 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr.
10 minutes, knockout window opens.
Yep. Feet to the fire, 5 o'clock.
Oh,
so go
for
ahead and
sure.
throw some logs
For
on there
sure.
now.
Yeah, this might be the last conversation with Steve Kerr.
Feet meets fire.
Yeah, I've had it.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
No, I've had it.
Hey, Kerr, you watching Hawks basketball? Yeah.
I haven't given that any thought.
Jonathan hit the under last night.
Thank God. By a half.
He hit the under.
Points, rebounds, and assists, 29 and a hook.
Underperforming.
I got on Bart, and I did my last look at my app. And
Fade.
He was at 25, and I was like, this mother jumper.
Let people know what you mean. 25 what?
Points, rebounds, and assists.
Yes.
And I had the under 29 and a half.
Which bumped up from 28 and a half to 29 and a half right before you pounced on
Which
it.
is why I pounced, because that one PRA, point, rebound, assist, that was the key. And I think he had, one assist? And, I mean, he had a few rebounds,
he might
but...
have had a couple of assists.
Sure.
Yeah.
But he cooked, and then I checked the app before I got on Bart, and I thought, oh, God.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. Hey, Dibs, your pig stinks.
No, they don't, Kuminga. And you know why they don't stink? Because they value you in Atlanta, and you guys were up by 30, and so you sat.
I don't know why that just made me laugh so hard.
Bay Area,
Hey,
this is
Dibs.
Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler
Hey,
and
Dibs.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your pigs.
I like your pigs.
Thank you. Do the other one, because he's like,
you're like,
hey, Dibs.
no, they
like I'm
don't,
across the
Kuminga.
room.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga.
Wait for it.
Hey, Dibs, your pig stinks.
And you're like, no, they don't, Kuminga.
They don't. I mean,
I love that you just called him Kuminga. Listen, Kuminga.
Come on.
No, they don't.
I mean,
Oh, gosh.
by a half, whatever.
No, yeah, he played well. The Hawks won by 1,000 points, and he was 17-9-3.
Okay. Yeah. Which
Quinn
is
Snyder-
29.
Quinn Snyder said after the game, he'd looking to pass. He called him unselfish.
Yeah.
He said he is looking to move the basketball.
Just if I can do,
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
if I can do 8 seconds on this topic,
You could probably do 8 days. I mean, at this point.
when it comes to sports gambling, it is stupid. Like you can just flip a
course it
coin,
is.
flip a coin on anything. We all think that we're like, ooh, I watch this and I'm an expert, and I have my whole little sheet over here with all my numbers and my pencil and all the rest of it. And when you look at all of the end result, I'm like 50-50 on
Of course
everything.
you are. Of course. It's absurd.
Stupid.
No, that's why I hope when
Johnny Avello.
when you brag about your fantasy team, and I'm talking to everybody, including myself, I hope you have your tongue firmly planted in your cheek. Like, you didn't do that. You didn't do that. My fantasy team, my receivers this year, you didn't do that.
I do know what the bleep I'm doing.
You don't. You got lucky.
Yeah.
So just be thankful. That's it. Just, yay, Mike Evans. You caught the ball, and I happened to start you. Or
Yay,
whatever.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Just, that's it. You didn't do that.
You'd be wrong.
You got lucky.
Yeah. I mean, and you could even take that to actual sports where, the teams, the teams that are good, yeah, you're good, but you need to catch a break in order to,
bunch of them.
Right. You catch a break, and, the team that's really good, you don't have to face because they got knocked out, and then you go out there and win it. So, yeah, sports, man.
Sport. How much does Rafi Devers make this year? I just randomly grabbed
35 million?
Not 35 million.
Less?
Less.
30?
Less.
28?
Less.
24?
More.
26?
More.
Whatever.
It's 27.
Okay. The point you're going to make is about money.
The point I'm going to make is...
Who cares?
Who cares?
One of the various Johnsons cares. Who has to, write that check every month?
But why? I'm so glad you said that. All right, let's do this for a second.
Let's do it.
Why the hell would Charles or Greg or the shampoo Johnson & Johnson...
Jimmy Johnson, whatever.
Why would any of them care how much they're spending on payroll? Why would they care?
Because they want to make sure they make money.
Oh, so they're allowed to care, but the players have made enough and they shouldn't care anymore. I'll give you a few examples. So I'm driving over to a 7-Eleven this morning to get my Powerball ticket. Okay?
Yep.
Because I decided to shake it up a little bit. I'm going to stop waiting for it to get to $1 billion to play.
Yeah. I love it.
I decided that $250 million is plenty.
Are you sure?
We'll find out.
Yep.
I'm going to win tomorrow night. So anyway, what we'll find out is am I going to be here on Monday? But anyway, point is, that's not actually what I was doing. But I was driving around running errands this morning. And I'm listening to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. And they're in on Trent Williams. That selfish, overpaid, overweight, late in his career. You bastard! Just at times underperforming.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Best left tackle in the game.
Maybe ever, but go ahead.
But it really wasn't whatever. Say what you say and feel what you feel, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
So, but someone calls in and literally goes, Trent Williams is like the epitome of the modern athlete. And they don't care about the team, and all they want to do is play the leverage game, and whenever they have it, they do it, and they take it, and then, those poor little 49ers. Those poor San Francisco boys.
Man.
But Jed York is just sitting there going, I can't believe that somebody took advantage of me again.
Yeah.
And we just, I'm going to bow down to a player yet again. I don't know. And I'm sitting here listening to this, and I go, I understand where I get where that vibe would come from. I get how, my opinion, you can fall into that trap. But I do believe that that's what happens there. If you feel that way, you've fallen into a trap. You have fallen for the billionaire by getting mad at the millionaire. And I don't understand that. Trent Williams is phenomenal. Trent Williams is the one who is literally beating his body to a pulp at an advanced age on a weekly basis to play much, much more good football than bad. Is he perfect? No athlete ever is. But much, much more good football than bad. In a league that has a hard cap, but you can manipulate it because it's a manipulation sensation, and the 49ers happen to have a capologist who's about as good at it as anybody in the world. Cha-ching! Why do you care? Every time I hear someone go, well, yeah, but he's getting money and that stop. How? When has that ever happened? The 49ers, I've seen the Cowboys do it because they're bad at it. Dak Prescott makes $60 million. They're like, we can't get Derrick Henry. When have you ever seen the San Francisco 49ers go, I mean,
last offseason,
they
let a lot of guys go.
They wanted to. They sucked. They were the worst team against the run in the NFL.
You let Greenlaw go. You let Hufanga go.
They tried to get Greenlaw.
Right, but
I'm not saying money's not an object. You've got decisions to make. They could have gotten Dre. I don't think Dre wanted to stay.
And they could have kept Banks, but, they didn't want to, and then Banks went out and got hurt, and so they didn't keep him.
Yeah, you're still going to make decisions on people. I've never looked at the 49ers and been like, boy, they really want to XYZ, but they just don't have money. Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. And so do the San Francisco Giants. So I guess here's my point. If you want to get mad at a player for leveraging a situation and taking every dollar that he or she can, why would you ever let an owner off the hook?
Especially in baseball where there is no cap. And so you've got, the Mets throwing out $500 million contracts all over, and the Dodgers are deferring money until 2040. And so, I'm with you on that point where in baseball especially, like, go out there and spend, if you're a big market team, and the Giants are, and you've got revenue, and they do, based on whatever that gigantic development is that used to be Lot A. I mean, that whole thing has got to be worth a couple of shekels that they can now put in their pocket. So, yeah, for the Giants, I get it. The Niners, it's a little bit more of gymnastics where, you got to take this money and put it over here and then, shuttle that money until later and whatnot. But I'm with you as far as like Trent goes, where, if you're Trent Williams and you are amazing and you're still very good and they need you so badly and you're paying your quarterback now $53 million and you don't have another tackle like waiting in the on-deck circle and you're Trent, go ahead and get your money.
Why would you not?
Exactly.
Who would do that? Why should you take
do
less?
You do that when your contract comes up here at Odyssey and you meet with the people? Do you say, you know what? I want to make sure that I don't take everything I can because, Grandy's coming up and Dibbs is coming up. And I know Steiny's in a contract a year and, darn it, Guru might be a year away. So I'm sorry, powers that be. I'm going to go ahead and take less than what you're offering because, No,
that's why all four of us are still here. A year and a half ago, I went to the whole brass and I said,
thank you.
I want to give, by the way, let's do maybe, like, that's a great number. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Let's trim a little bit of it.
Sure.
Dibbs needs some.
And I got a toddler.
Yeah. Right. And, Grandy and Lucas, I don't know, they might want families someday. They may want to buy a house someday.
They're paying rent here in the city.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a lot.
I don't know.
Expensive.
Lucas, are you paying rent in the city? I don't think so.
Centerville.
Okay.
Whatever. He's a squatter. He's in the squad. I thought you were in the city.
Well,
whatever.
He's in the city a lot.
In a city?
No, he's in the city a lot. He's just not paying rent.
Fine.
Anyway, Lucas got it. And so my point is no, I didn't do that.
Right.
I ain't going to do it next time either.
Yeah.
Like,
because you're a me player.
It's
me Willard, not Mark Willard. It's me, or it's Mark Millard is what it is.
I keep workshopping that one, Dibbs.
I'm going to work on it, Grandy. It's a Friday. I mean, it's a 2 on a Monday, but it might be a 4 here on a Friday.
Dan Dib me. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Whatever. Like, it's called, that's what we do.
Life.
And in fact, I can give you examples where sometimes it doesn't happen. Josh Allen comes to mind as somebody who probably could have, he could have bent the Bills if he wanted to. And I know a lot of you will get all hot and bothered over this. Brock Purdy could have gotten more.
Oh, boy.
He could have.
888-957-9570. Welcome back to Brockistan. Our president is joining us.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
President Willard is here from Brockistan.
He could have. He could have.
Possibly.
No, you can't tell me that his agent could not, if he wanted to, he could have sat here and go, okay, Niners, explain to us why we don't get more than Dak.
What's the question?
Go ahead. We're listening. Why don't we get more than Dak?
He could have had Aaron Turner be his agent, and he still would be he still would not be that guy. He'd still be sitting out there not playing football.
It's Jonathan Kuminga.
Exactly.
Hey, Dibbs, your pick stinks.
Every time Brock Purdy.
You know what, Jonathan? Your agent stinks. And I'll say this because he doesn't follow me, and I had to unfollow him. Your agent stinks. Yeah, I'm Dan Dibley, and I put my name behind that.
Why do you feel that way?
Because he could have gotten more money earlier in the process, and
you know
he could have.
How do you? Wait, no. Really?
I think so.
How?
Based on what was happening for other players in his draft class, I think that he could have gone out there and gotten more earlier. But they played this little game of hardball, and now you're a Hawks. So good on you.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty happy.
I mean, they're happy now, but what happens in April when,
I would imagine the Hawks will pick up his contract and he will make $24 more million.
Okay. Or they don't pick up the option and he goes out there again.
Well, that would be wild. Why would the Hawks acquire him and then have him score 20 a night or whatever?
Yeah, against Washington, right?
Well, no, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever.
Sure.
Why would they not? That would be very odd for the Hawks to be
odd.
We're out.
I mean, why would the Warriors trade for Kristaps Porzingis and his $30 million deal and have him play a game.
The Warriors are in a much different situation than the Atlanta Hawks.
Right.
And that was also an emotional situation, and
the Hawks got rid of a contract, and so they got Kuminga on. I'm sure it's more of a tryout than it is like, they
got rid of an expiring deal for a maybe expiring deal.
Right.
You do that every time. They get to keep Buddy Hield. Is he playing?
Has he played?
Well, why isn't Buddy playing? Let him save the day. Come on, Hawks.
I saved the day.
Yeah.
I'm Batman. I saved the day.
Maybe you make the playoffs.
My name is Buddy.
Thank you, Buddy. Anyway, I got to look up on that. I haven't seen him play yet, and he's been there for a while now. But anyway, be that as it may. The larger thing I guess I'm trying to figure out is I'm not saying that it never matters. Part of what we get to all do, and I've talked about this before too, I think it's kind of weird that we just involve ourselves in this industry where we get to know everything that everyone makes. I've joked, I don't know what you make. I don't know what you make. You make $20,000 more than you would have if I hadn't given that back to you.
Thank you if I haven't said that on the air already. By the way, Buddy Hield has appeared as a Hawks. Buddy Hield has played 5 minutes as an Atlanta Hawk.
Did he hit a shot?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
No.
No. 0 for 1.
Okay.
He was a -4.
That's
and
too bad.
Since then, D to the N to the P.
They benched him.
Yep. They lost to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
anyway, thank you for your selflessness.
You're welcome. But
whatever.
There are moments where you can see that a contract is pulling an organization down a little bit. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. But boy, I'm definitely saying that Trent Williams is not that. Trent Williams is not that. And Rafael Devers, for me, the thing we just threw out for fun, to me actually represented something great about Giants ownership. I think that they could even do more. But Giants ownership, especially with Mission Rock and buying theaters and everything while the Dodgers are buying right fielders, I looked at the Giants ownership for a while, and I thought to myself, I'm not sure if I trust you yet. I'm not willing to say I don't trust you, but I don't. Remember when Carlos Correa and everything, I'm thinking to myself, do you guys actually want to be a big dog? Do you want to be a part of this? And then it went Adames and Devers, Chapman sprinkled in, Jung-Hoo Lee, boom, 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 boom. Like, okay, let's freaking go. You want to play ball, and so. But outside of that, I think there are actually very few contracts. We can assess them. There's nothing wrong with that. You can be like, that guy's overpaid. But in general, give me the contract in the Bay Area right now that you would argue is holding the organization back. And if you can't come up with one, then let's all just put the W's up and say, who cares?
Yeah.
I want Trent Williams on the team. That's all I have to say about Trent Williams.
And the Niners have a bunch of cap room, and the cap went up. And, the Warriors are up against the apron or the tax and whatnot, but they're still in a decent spot. The one contract that is kind of annoying is the Blake Snell contract. And I just looked it up, and they paid him $17 million this year to pitch for LA. So think about that, Giants fans. Every time that Blake Snell pitches, you're paying him to throw strikes against you. Blake Snell, $17 million.
Yep.
That's one of the worst ones, I think, of all time.
Well, and that's
in the Bay Area.
but it was a 1-year deal. They just spread it out. They just spread the payments out.
Right. They spread the payments out.
They're just still paying him.
Right.
For the year that he pitched here.
They're still paying him.
Right.
And he's wearing blue.
Right.
So, you could think about that, and, it's annoying. It was a bad move. It was a bad deal, I think, in totality.
As it turned out.
Well, the fact that he's a Dodger and he's getting your money to pitch for them, that's one that hurts.
Absolutely. Hey, by the way, we forgot to mention.
Is it?
Well, the window is wide open. The window to win a spot in the knockout tournament is open. If you've registered at 957thegame.com, listen for your name sometime over the next, let's say, actually, I'm going to call it 15 minutes. If you hear us call your name, you're going to have 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call the contest line, which is 415-523-4652 to claim your spot. So window open. It's Friday afternoon. After this, we get to ... which we've explained earlier this week. There were spots that went unclaimed over the last 2 weeks. What are we going to do about it? I don't know. We'll tell you when we know. But right now, what all you registered users need to know is this week, there's one more window open, and it's right now. So we will be saying the name very soon, and we will set up 9 minutes and 57 seconds for you to call in and win your way into Knockout at Chase Center with us on April 6th.
I love it, and I'm hoping that I get to read the name. I mean, if I can read the name, I'm 3 for 4, I think, this week. So if I read the name, I think that we have a better chance of actually having the person call in and stuff.
There's no chance. I mean, there's no doubt.
Okay.
There's what I'm sorry.
Man.
No
Whoa. Shut him down. No chance of that. It's my time to shine, Dibley.
No doubt.
My show.
No, you
check the marquee.
Yeah,
it's not Dibs and Willard.
It's true.
Yeah.
No, but you're good at this.
I decide.
No. You're good at this. No, I decide what you make. I don't decide when you talk.
And that's right. And have I thanked you in the last 4 minutes for that?
It was like 6 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So much for being so humble to where I could get an extra whatever on top of my pittance.
What do you make?
$1 million. Austin Powers.
Well,
that's a good question.
We don't know. We don't know what the person in the next.
I don't ever want to know.
No, I know, but we don't. But that's life. But then there's sports, and we're all like, that idiot is. Like, we know exactly. And he's got an option year coming up in 2020. Like, we know everything.
Right.
And so it's fun to assess it, and I don't want to remove that ability from anybody by any stretch. I just think that usually we get this info and then we bat it around and it's fun, but it all ends up in who caresville. I'd have paid $126 million just for Barry Zito's last 2 wins.
$126 million?
It's a terrible contract.
Oh, my God.
Until it wasn't.
We did probably 3 or 4 years on that. My guy, Gary Radnich, $126 million.
Exactly.
7 years, $126, and that contract alone got me about 3 years of radio.
Yep.
Thank you, Barry.
You're welcome. All right, 888-957-9570. We can keep batting this around a little bit. There's more to say, but those of you on hold, wait right there. We'll get into the money conversation. 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. The window for Knockout, the last one of the week, is open. And so stay right where you are. That name is coming up real soon on Willard and Dibs.
Basketball is in full swing, and now you can trade the game in all 50 states on Kalshi. From the pros to college, don't miss your shot on the hardwood. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's something cool. San Jose Shark star Macklin Celebrini teamed up with Omar and Tarek Habas of Habas Law for a new series of TV commercials. 8 hours in a car with someone, and you learn a lot. Macklin was a blast, leaned into the carpool karaoke vibe. Zero ego. It's what happens when people at the top of their game come together and don't take themselves too seriously. Watch for the new Habas Law spots with Macklin Celebrini. Smart, fun, very Bay Area.
Here it comes. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Pre-order and get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
My portal's wide open.
Take it easy.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Knockout at Chase. A contest here. We're going to say the name. Shoot a free throw.
Stand by.
You can beat Grandy. On Chase's floor. Shooting threes, the window's wide open. Divs will read the name. If you hear your name, you've got almost 10 minutes to call. The window's wide open. It's open. My portal's wide open. Yeah.
What are you doing?
It's a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
And for those of you on YouTube, I apologize. That was a full acapella talking about.
I bet it's even funnier without the music.
It's wide open.
Have you ever done that, by the way?
What?
Record yourself singing because the music is playing with you, but record yourself like in a different track so that there's not music, and then listen back and see if you can actually sing because you sound really good when the music's on.
Right. And that's my whole... That's my whole career.
Welcome to this place.
I'm going to read the name.
Okay, read the name. This is bad.
Jeremy Wood from Alameda.
What'd you just say?
Jeremy Wood from Alameda. Don't make me sing that one.
Jeremy Wood.
Alameda. Jeremy Wood from Alameda. You are that guy. You can be that guy. Your name's been read. You're on the clock. The window is no longer wide open because Jeremy Wood in Alameda, you now have less than 9 minutes and 57 seconds to call and join us at Chase Center for Knockout. I'm going to knock you out. Jeremy Wood, Alameda. Let's go.
Jeremy Wood, Alameda. Who knows Jeremy?
I might. Let me look.
You don't.
I could.
Jeremy Wood in Alameda. The contest line is 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. If you are Jeremy, then call. Or if you know Jeremy, then call him so that he can call us.
My favorite part of that whole thing was Grandy in my ear saying, read the name. Like,
we're on the clock here.
I mean, enough.
That happened before a certain time.
Enough of you
making sure we got it out there for legal purposes.
I'm halfway through it. You read the name.
Yeah, Granny's sense of humor is very much for hire. Like, it's not like he's got one.
Yep.
But it's not just there all the time. Like on Friday, I can't put mine away.
No.
It's like I don't even know if I'm doing the Steve Kerr interview at 5. I might just be completely laid out on the floor.
Well, that was last week when we were like having like so much fun about all the times I've been fired, and you're over there like you could barely even pull yourself together.
Yeah, I couldn't breathe.
Steve, how you doing? You guys are in a little bit of a tough spot right now.
Yep.
Are you benching Draymond? It was a little bit of a drastic pivot, so yeah, this won't be that, but yeah, Jeremy Wood, call in.
Good luck, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Good luck. The clock is ticking.
Yep.
Okay.
Read the name, Brandy. Just read the name. Pretty funny.
Hurry up, Tibbs.
Right? Exactly.
You know what I mean.
Knock it off and read the name.
Knock it out.
I'm regretting playing this song already.
It was awesome.
Any contracts in the Bay Area right now that you as a fan are uncomfortable with?
Draymond Green.
Okay.
And it's only one more year, and he's going to opt in. And and it's hard because Draymond is a legend, and he's a statue guy, and he's a jersey in the rafters guy, and all the rest of it. But one more year of, boy, we wish we had somebody else making that much money.
Right, but okay, so uncomfortable with it, why? Is it preventing them from doing something else?
Probably.
You think?
Yeah, I do. In the NBA, it's more, I think, preventative than in baseball, for example. If you want to look at the worst Giants contract baseball-wise, it might be the Blake Snell payment, and who cares because there's no cap. You can pay anybody whatever you want.
Right, but the cap in the NBA is soft.
He is soft-ish.
No. This is what I'm talking about.
The cap is not soft.
It is soft. Joe Lacob is allowed to go into the tax. He one time spent.
But what about the aprons?
He spent, put them on and cook a meal. He once spent $85 million on Kelly Oubre. So
that was pre-apron.
I understand that. I'm not arguing that continuing to go into all of the penalties and whatnot. Like, these are choices. If you get hard capped, it's because of your choices. So this is all about management, capologists, all of these things. And then you arrive at a spot And then we know what the player makes, and we go, see, the player makes that money, and that player should not make that money. And then that's the way we assess this whole thing. But they don't have to stop spending. Nobody is stopping the Warriors through the last 10 years spending. You can spend. Go into the tax. Like, you can go get people on your... There's always a way. Joe Lacob is the one who will be the first one to tell you that. So, I think what you're assessing, and I agree with you, is that contract might be out of whack based on the returns. But again, where I get frustrated as a fan is if I feel like a contract is specifically getting in the way of the team being able to do something else. And as you said, like in baseball, that doesn't even exist.
Right.
It doesn't exist.
I mean, you look at Devers making almost 30 this year, and Adames is making 13, and it's about to jump to 31 next year, and on and on and on. And, Chappie's making 25 and a quarter every year for the next 5. So, yeah, these are all contracts where they may not play up to that level, but who gives a crap? Because you can go ahead and spend more on more people, and you could spend all you want to spend because it's baseball.
Well, look, I am not trying to say that anybody needs to want to spend on everybody or think that every contract is okay. Just go get after the owners. Don't come out largely. I'm also not saying that players are always innocent. They're not. I thought, for example,
Brandon Ayuk.
The Niner Ayuk situation was everybody's fault. It was everybody's fault. But Brandon definitely, in my opinion, did not act in good faith. And the 49ers were not smart with the way that whole thing went down. So that's a good example of something that got totally out of whack. But thank goodness it's football where you can do the Michael Jackson and just kind of moonwalk out of stuff. It might cost you a few bucks, but it doesn't kill you. This is actually going to create more money for the Niners to go spend on wide receivers this year with what they ended up doing with Brandon Ayuk because they voided it because he messed up. So you're able to moonwalk out of stuff in the NFL. You can't do that in the other sports. But I would be more comfortable getting after, in theory, the owners than the players. When there is this sort of when there's this discord, and I wonder, wouldn't it be fun to be a fly on the wall in this supposed conversation that's happening right now between the Niners and Trent Williams? I don't think Trent Williams is selfish. I don't. I think Trent Williams is fully aware of his value. And Trent Williams is out of guaranteed money. And if you play football and you're phenomenal, you don't play without guaranteed money. That's bad business. So Trent Williams absolutely should do what he's doing. And the Niners should do what they're doing, which is trying to get Trent to sort of acknowledge the whole you're 38 thing and tuck it all in. And I have all confidence that they'll get there. And right now, both sides will be a little stubborn because it's early. But I'm pretty sure that they'll get it all figured out. But he's doing exactly what he should do, I think.
Well, he's doing exactly what football players do. And when you have a situation like that where it's not guaranteed, that's the only way you can go about it. And so if you're in baseball, for example, and you've got a deal like, Adames or, you look at Devers and, Devers signed for 10 years and $313 million. And so that is money that you get if you are a Giant, a Rocky, a Marlins, whatever you want to be, as long as you are upright and not a problem, you get $313 million. So there is no I need to renegotiate and I need to go ahead and leverage this and leverage that. So yeah, in football it's different. So if you're Trent and you're a left tackle who's still really good, it's the only thing you can do. It's the only card you have to play. So yeah, I don't begrudge him, but I do think that when you look at him being, almost 38, there is a point, there's a number of years, there's a dollar amount that they're going to have to finally come to, and they'll get there. It's February.
I like the way Trent kind of conducts himself, both on and off the field. He's like, you're not going to push me around, period.
Well, and he did it now. This is not okay, he missed OTAs, and he missed this, and he missed that, and now it's going to be late July, and he's like, I'm not coming in. I'm not going to camp unless I get my deal, and it's August 2nd, and now I'm mad. No, he's doing it now ahead of the league year, and I don't think it'll get solved until, a couple weeks from now when the actual league year kicks in, but he did it now so that it can be done without that acrimony.
I'll tell you, if I'm a fan, and I am, where I would get upset is if you see a direct correlation to we signed this player to a massive deal and ticket prices went up because of it. And no team would ever announce that.
Right.
They're like, we traded for Devers. By the way, hot dogs are $19.50 now. No, they wouldn't do that. But you also sometimes it can be implied or connected, and you get that. That's the only time it would really, really, especially in baseball, that's the only time that would directly bother me. Other than that, I want my teams to spend. Some are in no cap, some are in soft cap, some are in hard cap. So it's all different. But I really want my team to spend. Here's a good text. This is an interesting topic. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line 925. I think regular everyday people get upset when a guy is getting paid tens of millions of dollars and then doesn't even play consistently. That's mostly an NBA problem with fully guaranteed contracts. And I think by play consistently, it doesn't mean play well. It means just play. They don't always play.
Right.
Okay. I get that. Are we mad at Steph Curry?
I mean, no. God, no. You can't be mad at Steph Curry.
Sometimes he doesn't play.
I know, but he's won you 4 titles. So it's a little bit harder when you look at the full context, I think. But Steph Curry is also hurt. It's a little different to me when you've got a guy who, and I go back to Blake Snell, because Blake Snell just clearly decided he didn't want to pitch in the end of the year, and then he wanted to leave the team. And so, you're paying him money, and he doesn't want to do what you're paying him money to do. That's a little bit annoying, but Trent Williams, he's been out there as much as he could, and Steph Curry, he wants to play. So for me, it's not about the contract and load management.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Did you go 4 for 5?
Yeah. Yep, 4 for 5.
80%.
I had a good week with names, and, I shouted them, I repeated them, I sang them, and, did I go 4 for 5? Did we get a winner today?
Let's go to Jeremy in Alameda, who I believe...
Clearly I remember calling out his name.
I believe we're going to get to meet Jeremy from Alameda in person on April 6th on the Chase Center floor. Jeremy, welcome to the show. Is that true?
It's 100% true, yes. Yeah.
Wow, Jeremy. Jeremy, first of all, thank you for listening. Thank you for registering. Yep, thank you for registering. Thank you for locking in. And then congratulations.
I actually think that you mean thank you for yocking in. That's what I think you mean. That's all right. I'll let it slide.
This guy.
All right.
This guy, Jeremy.
Jeremy's odds just went shooting up the board in Vegas.
Jeremy, are you kidding me? You were yocked in, and I appreciate the knowledge, knowing that my daughter couldn't use the letter L for a lot of her life. And so thank you for yocking in, Jeremy.
You're welcome. And before I go, I'd just like to tell you a quick story about how I heard my name.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
Okay. Well, I'm out here at work right now. I work at the post office. I'm a mailman. And I just come out of an apartment building. And all I heard was Dibs singing Creed. And then after a few seconds, I just heard, after a few more seconds, I heard my name. And I was just like, oh, this is real. This is really happening. And also, Dibs, thank you for saying the name correctly, because most people say Jerame or Jerami. So I really appreciate that.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Credit to my partner.
Well, and credit to our producers, because I don't know how they knew.
Jerome.
They spelled your name to us the way most Jeremys do. And now we see that you spell it differently. But That's kind of it's a little broadcast trick is they write things down the way that they think will get the talking people to say them correctly.
Okay. Either way, all good, though.
Yeah.
Either way, I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, congrats, Jerame.
That's good. You got me. But
I'm going to put that on the laugh track. That was a good. You love it. You got a good belly laugh, Jeremy.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm really looking forward to April 6th.
Yeah, the last question, dude, can you ball?
I got to get back on the court and maybe practice a little bit, but I can ball.
Okay.
Yeah, I can ball.
All right.
Yeah.
So, you think maybe you could take Mark Grandy down?
We'll see. We'll see.
I love it.
I'm not feeling a ton of confidence out of Jeremy over here.
I mean, as a postal carrier, he always delivers. So, I mean, I'm thinking that he can probably come through.
Okay. All right. We're gonna give you the nickname the Mailman, Jeremy. I don't think it's ever been used in the NBA before.
I don't think so either. Yeah. Who the heck knows who that is?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay, Jeremy. We'll see you in April, bud. Congrats.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. It. There we go. Jeremy in Alameda.
There he goes. Coming through. 4 for 5, Mark. So we went, 4 for 10 as a show? I mean,
that is correct.
Whatever,
Wait, so let me do the math. Does that mean Willard was 0 for 6?
Yeah, no, it was 0 for 5.
Yeah. And you were 0 for 1. And then...
Well, Willard called the name the time I was in there.
But you were here.
Yeah.
And I was there.
If I get discredit for that means you did get discredit for all of Willard's misses.
There goes Grandy's contract number.
Yep, there it goes. Yeah. But,
Also not scared of Jeremy. Mm-hmm.
Wow. And
he did not sound too confident. You're right, Willard.
Jeremy spoke in the radio today.
That's right. And, I need to get back on the court. His odds went from, I like his chances to, oh, boy. All right, Jeremy.
The first word is all you need when you ask someone that. Can you ball? Okay, you're probably not going to win this thing.
I mean,
probably not going to win.
Whatever. It'd be good to have you out there, Jeremy.
Yeah, of course. Not everybody can be a contender.
Only one person gets to win.
Someone's got to be the Charlotte Hornets.
That's right.
Someone's got to fill out the schedule.
And someone's got to be the Buffalo Bills. And last year it was you.
I would like you guys to know that someone just called in to make sure you knew that the Mailman has been used as a nickname in the NBA before.
God's sakes.
Did you guys know that?
I thought so.
Listen.
Was it Larry Bird? Why do they call Bird? Because he looks like a bird?
Keep trying, Dibs.
He does have that big beak.
Because he looks like a mailman?
It looks like a little bit of a beak. It does. Gosh, people, do you not know this by now?
Come on.
If you're not sure, just assume sarcasm. It's how I'm wired. If you're not sure, the answer's yes. I'm being sarcastic. Yes, we're aware of the Mailman nickname.
Yeah, Jeff Malone.
It's now a second caller who didn't get the joke.
Yeah, Jeff Malone. He played for Washington. The Bullets.
Yep. I'm not allowed to say that anymore. You think maybe you could take Mark Grandy down?
We'll see.
Yeah.
He actually went Grant Brisbee. He did the ooh.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, he's like, that's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh gosh. Also, this bothered me, so I want to. I shouldn't get distracted by this, but boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line wrote, "Shocker! It only bothers Willard when it involves food." So listen, 408. I think I get your reference, which is you're saying that these contracts don't bother me, but somehow maybe I was bothered by Kaminga's army taking food, or something that did not bother me. I believe I am on record as being.
You are the Kaminga of this station. When it comes to leftover food,
that's true too. Except for I don't have one of my people do it. I do it.
You're out there stacking plates.
You would if you had people.
Right. I mean, he's got people, but they're hungry and they're 20 miles away.
Yeah, I do have people. You just don't know who my people are.
And that's the whole point. And that's why I say you're the Kaminga of the station, because if there is leftover food and we get to, $5.58.
You trying to trade me?
No, but I'm just pointing out that when it comes to like to-go food, you will to-go it up.
Do you know that I have more than once, I have pulled this kitchen apart like looking for to-go boxes.
No doubt.
Yeah, or Ziploc bags.
Yep.
Something. It's as if
Can I get some foil?
Someone built this kitchen so that no one can ever take food home. You would not believe the lengths that I have gone to or what I have used to bring food home. You don't even know.
I have no clue. Like one plate and then another plate on top and like tape around the top.
Paper towels.
Yep.
Lots of them. Yeah. Tape. I mean, boxes that you don't even know where they came from.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff. It's a good laugh.
Yeah, it is.
I was definitely bothered by the fact that Jonathan's name got dragged through that, the food thing. What are we doing? The Golden State Warriors, you're worried about somebody grabbing a couple of extra pieces of garlic bread on the way out? Like, I didn't understand that.
That was a weird one.
That was completely a weird one.
And it was leaked.
I don't know if that's what that was referring to. You're right that I care about food. I don't care that Jonathan and his dudes took some. I don't care.
Right.
At all. I support him.
And you've never, I don't think, ever like talked about that as a thing other than to talk about how you do the same thing that he allegedly did.
408, is Knockout going to be on YouTube? It is, right? We've done that in the past.
Yeah, the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good place to watch it, actually. It's pretty. But I also feel like 408, you're being defeatist. Because that sounds to me, if you're asking that it's on YouTube, that means you didn't win your way in.
Well, they didn't.
And
it's over.
It's not over. Nothing is over until we decide it is.
Ooh.
I don't know that it's not over, but I don't know that it's over. I'll just leave it at that.
I would like you guys to know that Karen just called in and wants you to know it's Carl Malone who is. That's who's the mailman.
Man, I'm so sorry. The mailman.
Oh. Was her name actually Karen?
Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, well, when it comes to this show, or this station rather, the mailman refers to Jonathan in San Francisco. Thank you for taking my phone call.
I do love I love you, Jonathan. And by the way, actually, I feel bad for anybody named Karen. I feel compassionate. You don't deserve what you've been getting. It's no different than Corona beer when COVID hit. It's not fair. You didn't deserve that. Not all Karens are bad. Like,
it's a bad beat. I mean,
it's very much. Yes,
it's a bad beat.
Yeah, I know a few Karens in my life. They're all wonderful people. I don't even know any bad Karens.
I wonder what other name you could like look at and think, oh boy, I mean, that's a tough break. Like, you get named something and then somebody does something else and then now you are associated with that name. That's brutal.
What if your name was Osama?
Yeah, bad. I mean, tough break.
Yeah.
Karen in Vallejo called back. She said, be careful with the Karen.
Okay. No, I know. And I'm sorry.
You better be careful.
Karen in Vallejo, I love that thank you for listening. No, this is a compassionate thing here. I don't think you deserve that. I don't know you. Maybe you do, but I doubt it.
Don't be disrespectful.
I'm not. What is happening with the spots that didn't get claimed?
We're going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're sponsored by Planet Fitness. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. Higher or lower is not far around the corner. Your call's always welcome. 888-957-9570, especially if your name's Karen. It's Willard and Dibs.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. And with most clubs open 24 hours, you can give everything you've got. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. See club for details.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years in business. And when they started this 60 years ago, they set out to not only build a bank, but a local ecosystem that is created around relationships that would benefit all of us here in the Bay Area. And they are a proudly independent institution, not like one of these big box banks. They're a local bank that cares about local people, and they are active members of the community that we all live in. They support local nonprofits, and they keep the money local. When you deposit it, they reinvest it into business and organizations and activities that make our Bay Area so much better. Your money stays right here, and all of this contributes to a more vibrant and a more enjoyable community that we all enjoy. Other banks try to do this, but no bank does it like Fremont Bank. I've been doing it with Fremont Bank now for more than 5 years, and I love the fact that 5% of their earnings go into charity right here in the Bay Area. And I made the change for one simple reason, because I wanted to be a part of this Bay Area community in many other ways. It's Fremont Bank putting the community in community banking.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Here it comes. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Pre-order and get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
In San Francisco today, sunshine, a few clouds, and a high of 75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right, and Steve Kerr will be joining us here in about 45 minutes. Little Friday feels. The Lakers are in town tomorrow. That ought to be interesting.
Yep. I mean, they're suddenly backing that thing up.
Yeah, no help last night, Lakers.
Nope.
Thanks a lot. Nice inbounds play with less than a second to go, though, that got Austin Reeves a nice looky to tie the game at the buzzer. No.
Sorry, no.
Yeah, they got a buzzer beater last night, the Suns did. I was searching all over online to get John Bloom's call. I couldn't find it. All I could hear was the TV call. It was a good one.
Yep.
It was a good one. And so, Suns win, Lakers lose. For the Warriors, probably would have liked it to go the other way around, but...
I mean, sure. But, I mean, go ahead, Lakers, back that thing up. Get all the way down to 7 and or maybe 8, and Warriors go ahead and host you in the play-in. Who knows?
Lakers are 3.5 out of the Warriors right now. Yep. Only one game ahead of the Phoenix Suns. 34-24, Warriors 31-28. I don't know, maybe. I'll tell you this about the Warriors right now. I'm going to choose to make this fun. Some people will think it's not fun, and I get that. But they are a box of chocolates right now. They are a total box of chocolates. I have no idea what the hell is going to happen every time I turn a Warrior game on. Absolutely no idea. And they also have this quirky little thing where if they do go out there and look awful and start getting blown off the court, they come back. If they're down by 25, I'm like, check this out. They'll cut it to 7. And then they do. So they play very hard. They are so three-centric that if the threes are falling, I feel like they can challenge just about anybody in the league to beat the Nuggets last weekend. Yep. They can also lose to just about anybody in the league. Let's go to New Orleans and see what happens there.
Right.
They're a total box of chocolates.
Yeah, and I wonder about that whole box of chocolates analogy, because usually in a box of chocolates, you're going to get almost all good. I don't know if there's and I'm thinking about the See's candy box. I don't know if there's one that coconut. I know you're not a big fan of coconut.
I'm a huge fan of coconut. I've never understood why they put that burnt caramel nut, no chocolate covered thing in the corner.
Yep.
I've never understood that. I did a whole segment about this one time.
It's because there's a dentist out there that's thinking, you're going to go ahead and bite into this and we're going to see you in my office on Monday.
Yes, but no, there's always there are contrarians out there. And so I was like, why is that in the box? And then I started hearing from all these people that are like, that's the best one. I love that. I'm like, really? But I'm a chocoholic and not everybody is. So I don't know. If I wasn't a chocoholic, I don't think I would want a box of See's candy.
Right.
But some people give them as gifts and whatever. And I guess are some of you out there, do you like that thing? That little square, you know what I'm talking about.
It's the rectangle, right?
Yes. And it looks like somebody fused about 5 different kinds of nuts together with hard caramel.
Right.
And then they don't put any chocolate over it at all.
A little plywood on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's got that sort of light brown bottom.
It's just what is that doing in there? Well, who? You know what I mean? It's
designed for you to break your tooth. I think that there's got to be a dentist somewhere that is an investor in See's. It's you know what? We're going to get this one here in the corner, and somebody who is really hungry and they want some sugar, they're going to bite this, and we'll see you Monday in the chair.
I think maybe, they're like, how bad is America's sugar addiction?
Yeah.
What if we stick this in there? Will they eat it?
No doubt.
Yep.
You're going to eat it.
I don't know why it's there. I don't know what. It's like the Winter Olympics when I did that whole thing about, how did this start? Who was like, okay, you know what we need? I know we got the mocha with the sprinkles on it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You got the two-tone thing with the marshmallow.
Yeah, we got some peanut butter in this.
Yeah, and then you got your coconut one.
Sure. Chocolate, whatever.
Right? Well, all of those. And they're like, I got an idea for one more.
Let's do one more.
Get a blowtorch out and fuse 6 nuts together with hard caramel and plywood. And everyone's like, I think we got a winner.
I think we're going to go ahead and eat that. It's a little bit like the Olympics where you've got the 2-man bobsled, you got the 4-man bobsled, then you've got the luge, and they're like, you know what? We need more. Skeleton.
Right.
So instead
what
of
is
just
going on here?
We're talking about
we're doing
candy
a show,
as it
Randy.
relates to the Olympics. And so Like,
so what?
You've got this whole bobsled run, and you need one more thing. So I got an idea. Let's make the sled even smaller, and let's have this person go ahead first, and we'll call it skeleton. Because guess what? They might die. So, yeah, that's what we do.
Okay. Does anyone want to answer my question?
About
the knockout spots that didn't get claimed. Lucas?
Yes, what would you like to know?
What are we doing?
TBA. To be announced.
To be announced.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been determined.
Not TBD.
We're in the D process.
Oh.
I've lost my partner. I've lost my technical director.
There's no way you just said that.
It's over. It is all over.
D as in determining.
It's
the determination.
You can try to save this all you want. What happened. And boy, I wish we had a call that we could go to. Grandy's gone, Willard's gone, and I'm barely hanging in there. Anyway.
I don't get it.
Okay.
We were talking about the difference between TBD and TBA.
We were.
Not what we were talking about.
Right.
Oh, gosh. Okay. So, it has been determined, or it is in the process?
It has not been determined.
Of being determined.
Right, the process.
But there is something to be determined.
Spots will be up for grabs at a later date.
Okay.
We don't know if all of them.
I know, but that's a thing right there.
Sure, breaking news.
Hit the sounder.
We don't know when they will be available or how you can win them.
But there are more spots coming.
We're in the D process.
I mean,
stand by.
we probably, we were going to play higher or lower. I don't know if we can make it right now.
I think we can pull through.
You got one, right?
Locked and loaded.
You got one for next week yet?
Yep.
Oh, see,
almost already done.
I knew you'd go into the lab last time.
I was working on it this morning.
Okay.
But for today, we are focused on the National Football League.
Real quick first, 858. Hey, Mark, are you going with Heath or Butterfinger? Butterfinger.
Heath.
What?
Yeah, it's Heath.
Yeah, Heath is related to that thing that's in the C's box.
No, the Heath is like toffee.
Right.
Butterfinger is
related.
Right.
They're not brothers. They're cousins.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's Heath.
Okay. Let's play higher or lower.
All right. Yep. It is time for higher or lower. Our favorite game on a Friday. And today we are focused on pro football. And they have had 106 seasons of pro football that have been completed. So today's number is 106. I will read 10 items, and our contestants will pick either higher or lower than 106. And we start today with the defending champion. He's only one title behind Mark Grandy. It's Mark Willard. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Debs. I really love the sprinkles one that's in the C's box.
Nice.
It's called a Bordeaux.
Yeah, it's great. I appreciate you bringing it back to the C's Candy. We go up next to a man who had 2 straight titles before last week, and Willard was able to knock him off his pedestal, but he still is the all-time leader with 8 wins. Mark Grandy.
I'm doing great, Dibs. I'm still recovering from what Lucas said, but I'm excited and ready to compete here.
I'm excited.
Up next is the aforementioned Lucas Alexander. It's been, 4 straight games without a win for Lucas, and he's coming off of a pretty embarrassing moment. Lucas, are you ready to bounce back?
Yeah, not much, Dan. Thanks.
You got nothing else, Lucas?
What?
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to do it.
I think we're going to be able to make it.
I don't know.
Today, it's higher or lower than 106.
We're in the D process.
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
and,
More like the W process, right, guys?
Here
we go.
Somebody will get the W, and 2 will get the L.
2.
We start with my partner, Mark Willard, defending champion, higher or lower than 106. The highest single season win total by the Baltimore Orioles. Higher or lower than 106. Happened before you were born.
Higher.
And Grandy?
I will also go higher.
And Lucas.
I think lower.
Yeah, it's higher, guys. 109 wins in 1969. Willard 1, Grandy 1, Lucas 0.
Jim Palmer on that team?
I think so.
All right, good.
Higher or lower than 106, Willard? We start again with you. Most goals conceded in a single English Premier League season. Higher or lower than 106?
Oh, my God. English, the lower.
Grandy?
I'm going to go higher, Dibs.
Lucas?
I'm thinking higher as well.
It's lower. 104 by Sheffield
close.
United 2 years ago. They gave up 104 goals in 38 games.
Just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Y'all should have known that, y'all soccer
As
fans.
much as they love it, yeah. Willard
We're
2.
in the D process.
Willard 2, Grandy 1.
Sheffield United wasn't, am I right?
Lucas, they were in the R process as in relegation. Item number 3, higher or lower than 106. We start with Willard. Total distance in miles of the Badwater Ultramarathon.
I don't even know what you just said to me, so I'll go higher.
And Grandy?
I'm thinking it's lower, Dibs.
Lucas?
I also don't know what was asked. I'll go lower.
Total distance in miles of the Badwater Ultramarathon. And the answer is higher, 135. You run from Death Valley up to the top of Mount Whitney. It is the most treacherous.
Awful.
Yeah, you go from like 12 degrees to 120 degrees. It's
How many miles was it?
135, Lucas.
135. Yeah.
Willard
I've
3.
actually heard of this too.
Grandy 1.
People die doing it.
Lucas 0.
I bet.
I don't think anyone's ever died in the Badwater, but
Save it for next week.
on item number 4, Mark Willard, we start with you, and man, you got a perfect game going. Higher or lower than 106, which is the total number of pro football seasons that have been completed. Willard, in millions, the number of Instagram followers for actor Vin Diesel.
I'm sorry, in what?
In millions.
In millions.
Higher or lower than 106?
For
In
Vin
millions,
Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
That's a lot.
Bald guy, actor, action star.
I got you. Lower.
And Grandy.
Fast and the Furious, a very popular franchise. I'm going higher, Dibs.
And Lucas.
Who do I want to differentiate with? Higher.
It's lower. Yeah, lower.
Jesus.
105 million followers for Vin Diesel.
That's all?
Am I out yet?
It's close, and I may have to just delete the tiebreaker now because it's Willard 4, Grandy 1, Lucas Bupkis. And Lucas almost rhymes with Bupkis, so we're going to go ahead and keep that there. Total number of completed seasons in the pro football is 106. So that's our higher or lower number. We start with Willard, and he is running away with this thing. Higher or lower than 106. Regular season interceptions thrown by Jared Goff. Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Interceptions, Jared Goff. It's probably... I'm going to go with lower.
Grandy?
I hate that I'm at a point where I just have to do opposite no matter what. He said lower, right?
He did.
I'm going higher.
And Lucas.
In the same boat as Grandy, we're going higher.
Yeah, it's lower, guys. 102 interceptions.
Yeah.
Well, it was a good game.
Yeah.
Willard 5,
no, it
Grandy
wasn't.
1, Lucas 0. It's not over.
No, hang in there, guys. There are not brighter days ahead.
We got 5 left to go. Grandy, you could run the table. We'll start with Willard, though. Higher or lower than 106, Mark. Career regular season home runs by Wally Pipp.
Oh, gosh.
Second straight week of a Pipp.
Career regular season. I would have no idea, but I'll say higher.
And Grandy.
I was also going to say higher, but I have to go lower.
And Lucas.
As do I, lower.
It is lower.
Okay.
90 home runs.
I would have been wrong.
90 home
Grandy.
runs for Wally Pipp.
No
Willard
wonder they
5,
benched him.
Grandy 2, Lucas is on the board with 1. Yeah.
I'm playing.
Higher or lower than 106, Willard, we start with you. You're in the lead.
Okay.
All-time NCAA tournament wins by Mike Krzyzewski. Higher or lower than 106?
Tournament wins. Okay.
NCAA tournament
you can't
wins.
get more than 6 a year.
Coach K. Coached a long time. He was
yeah,
at
he sure
Army. He was
did.
at Duke. He was who knows where else.
Right. I got to say
Not you.
lower.
And Grandy.
Oh, easy higher, Dibs.
And Lucas.
I am in agreement. Higher.
It is lower. Exactly. 101 NCAA tournament wins.
Is that the game?
It is, but I worked so hard on these.
Yeah, let's keep going.
We can't stop.
I mean, Willard might have a record here. So.
He might. Yeah. He's got 6. Willard 6. Grandy 2. Lucas has 1. Higher or lower than 106. Willard, we start with you.
Okay.
In inches, the height of the world's tallest man, Robert Wadlow, who died in 1940 at the age of 22.
In inches.
In inches. How tall was the tallest man, the tallest person ever?
What is 106 divided by 12? 106 divided by 12. Ooh. Gosh, I'll go lower.
Grandy?
No point in differentiating now. I also think lower.
Lucas?
I want to differentiate. He's taller, higher.
Yeah, way taller. 107.1 inches.
Not way taller.
Oh, yeah.
Robert Wadlow, which, that puts him as very tall, almost 9 feet. Rest in peace. He only lived to be 22.
I bet.
It's a bad beat.
Probably hit his head.
Willard 6, Grandy 2.
What?
Lucas 2. Possible silver, Lucas.
Okay.
We got 2 to go. Higher or lower than 106. We start with Willard in seconds. The winning time in the 1973 Preakness Stakes, won by Secretariat.
It's a good question, Dibs.
I'll go lower.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Grandy?
I think it's higher.
And Lucas?
Lower.
It is higher, 113 seconds. Minute 53 still stands as the record. 1 to go. Willard cannot set the new record, and Lucas may need this to share the silver. Who gives a crap? The final one, higher or lower than 106. Total regular season touchdowns scored by Frank Gore.
Oh. Well, I want it to be higher, so I'll go higher.
Grandy?
I think you're playing into our Niner fandom. I'm going lower, Dibs.
And Lucas?
I don't like Mark Grandy. Higher.
That's a great reason to go higher. It is lower.
Yeah.
100 touchdowns. Congratulations, Mark Willard. You are today's higher or lower champion, and you tie Mark Grandy atop the leaderboard with 8 wins.
You have company.
Yep.
How does it feel? The view from up here is pretty nice, huh?
How does it feel to you?
I'm just glad Lucas came in last.
How does it feel that you just coughed up your lead?
I'll get it back.
Anyway,
the tiebreaker was how many NFL players have scored 100 touchdowns or more in the regular season.
How many players have scored 100 touchdowns or more regular season How many did Frank score?
100.
100.
He's banging the number.
How many? 26.
Yeah.
I was going to guess like 33.
Lucas?
42.
Yeah, 28. Oh, Willard in his bag.
Wow.
And it's interesting because Christian McCaffrey is sitting on 99.
Oh, is he really?
99.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yep.
That's exciting.
Yep. 99 for McCaffrey. And Josh Allen has 65 rushing touchdowns or something. It's crazy how many he has.
Yeah. He's pretty special.
Yep.
Pretty special. All right, that was fun, dude.
Yeah, next week will be the Draymond Green birthday edition. His birthday is, I think, Monday or Tuesday.
Is he turning 36?
36 will be the number next week. The Draymond Green birthday edition of Higher or Lower.
Okay.
Willard.
650, the thing in the C's box is 100% related to the Heath bar. There's no doubt about it. It is some form of peanut brittle toffee nightmare disaster.
Okay.
I agree.
I just know that it's very oppressive on your teeth.
Yeah. It's awful.
Awful. You bite that thing and it's going to be tough.
Okay. All right. Well, Steve Kerr is going to join us here in about 23 minutes. Fun day to talk to him. The Lakers will be in town tomorrow. We've also been having fun with this 10-year anniversary for this right here, everybody.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
For me, and we were talking about this, having some fun with this earlier, I don't know if it's the best. I'm just going to call it my favorite. It's kind of my favorite non-championship play in the history of Bay Area sports, at least recent memory. My favorite non-championship individual play, most memorable. That one, I think, I don't know, it set the stage for so many other things related to Steph Curry. It was kind of that moment, I thought, where there was a definition suddenly of his gravity and his range. And some people knew it and some people didn't. My favorite part about that, and if you are watching the highlight later today to celebrate the anniversary, as Steph stops and pulls up, look at the Thunder bench. And there's Enes Kanter doing something that you would not think someone would do, which is lifting up his arms, basically palms up, to look at his teammates to ask, why would you let him shoot that? To which a normal human being would be like, because he's 100 feet from the hoop.
Right.
Why would I guard him? And then he nailed it. And Kanter kind of looks around like, hello, don't you understand that that is actually in his range? And that's kind of what was cool about it to me. Steph Curry redefined range. And you started to see a lot of other players, Dame Lillard and others, start to kind of mimic that. And we've redefined what is a normal shot in the NBA.
Yeah, and I do think that becomes iconic in that the three-point shot has now become so commonplace. And I'm just looking at the numbers right now. And that year, the Warriors led the league in three-point attempts per game at 31.6. So they shot 31 and a half three-pointers per game. And yes, he kind of redefined what range is, but they redefined the three-pointer. And, Steph is the one who is most, I think, aligned with the whole movement. But you go from that year to this year, which is now 10 years removed, and the Warriors are leading the league in threes attempted at 45. So you went from 31 and a half, and you led the league, and now you're 14 more threes a game 10 years later. And so it's not only the range, but it's the idea of what that team showed everyone, which is have a good shooter, have a couple of them, have two or three of them, and you are deadly.
Aren't the Warriors averaging the most attempts per game in the NBA?
Yeah, 45.
I'd love to welcome that into the conversation we're about to have with Steve. A great three-point shooter in his own right in his time. But I wonder what he thinks about this. It's sort of toothpaste tube. I get that. It's kind of like analytics. Sometimes you don't love them, but you can't fight them. You can't just bunt your way through winning baseball games in the age of analytic information. And so I wonder about the three-point shot. And you brought something up yesterday, I think, in the crossover. You said 42% of all shots in the NBA
it's
this year?
41.6 right now.
Okay, so that's where it sits right now. And I would bet if we just threw that out to fans, most people would be like, no, thanks. That's too many. It's not that great of a watch. However, how do you beat it? Like, who's going to be the team that's like, all right, we'll be the examples. We won't shoot as many threes. You're going to lose. So what do you kind of do about that? And is it a good thing for the NBA, even though it's a good thing for your team on that night in that game?
Right. To me, it's become too same. Like most NBA games are very similar now. And just doing the math on that double bang play in that season 10 years ago, the percentage of threes that were taken was 28.5. So you got from 28.5 up to basically 41.7 in just 10 years. So even back then where, the Warriors and the Rockets, they were kind of the first teams to really shoot a bunch of threes, but the Warriors now shoot 14 more threes a game. And even if you look at this year, there are only two teams, as I check my notes here, two teams that shoot fewer threes a game than that Warrior team did 10 years ago. The Warriors 10 years ago were number one at 31 and a half threes a game. This year, only two teams are shooting fewer than that, and it's Sacramento and Houston.
Man, so that, among many other things that we'll talk to Steve Kerr about. He'll join us in 18 minutes. Your calls are welcome. Until then, at 888-957-9570. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Signature select chicken, boneless, skinless breast, thighs, or wings, just $2.99 per pound. And speaking of wings, it's time for Dan Dibley to spread his.
Yeah, I'm your wingman. 1 pound of Driscoll's Juicy Strawberries, 2 for $4. And for value shoppers this week, you can get 10 items for $10. Mix and match. Member price just $1 each. Selected varieties. See store for full list of participating items.
That's kind of like a participation sensation.
Cha-ching.
These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Safeway makes it very easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. So go to Safeway.com for more details, and Dibs and I, we will see you in the aisles.
Here it comes. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Pre-order and get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I've always got my eye out for a great catch. So when I spotted a Filet-O-Fish extra value meal at McDonald's, I knew I had to hook myself up. Crispy fish fillet patty of wild-caught Alaskan pollock, melty American cheese, creamy McDonald's tartar sauce. That's pretty much everything I'm looking for in a sandwich. And the Filet-O-Fish extra value meal includes a medium soft drink and medium fries, all for just $9. Well, that just seals the deal. Order ahead in the McDonald's app. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotional pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
We're in the D process. Kind of want to ride him.
From Lucas?
Yeah.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. It must be Friday afternoon.
Must be.
It must be. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands and Lathrop. Steve Kerr will be along here in just about 10 minutes. We've been having some fun today for sure. It's the 10-year anniversary of Steph Curry's big shot in Oklahoma City, known as the double bang because of Mike Breen's call. Also talking out what Mark Spears said to us yesterday. It's actually something I think that would be fun to kind of run by Steve Kerr in a little bit, which is the idea that Golden State's brand is now established. Yes, because of Steph Curry, but Mark thinks it is sustainable beyond Steph Curry, and that this brand, this fear that when Steph retires, well, all of a sudden, there goes a third of the franchise valuation. There goes anything that matters. The Warriors will go back to being something lesser or something that we knew from years and years ago, from multiple decades ago. Sure, they won't be as good of a basketball team. They're going to have to regenerate themselves. But his point is they will be kind of uniquely positioned to potentially do that. I think it's pretty interesting because I think as Warrior fans, we're hardwired to be really scared about post-Steph.
Right, because all we've known, those of us who are a little bit older, all we've known is that, this franchise is not great. And you had all the years of failure, and then you had Run TMC, which was maybe a year, maybe a year and a half of like, oh my God, Timmy and Mitch and Mully, that was fun. And they, won one series, if that. And then you had the We Believe, and they won one series. And between all of that was a long litany of bad teams. And so, yeah, I think that you're hardwired to think that, you're going to go back to that, even though the owner now is different and the coach is different. And even if he's not here, you feel like the franchise is different, the brand is different. It still is hard to kind of get out of your own way thinking about what you've already experienced.
Let's go to the phones. Let's take a few calls before Steve gets here. Let's go to Rod in Vallejo. Hi, Rod. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, it's really fascinating listening to you guys. Really enjoying the program.
Thank you, Rod.
I just wanted to, I'm a mad scientist right now, okay? Tell me what you think of this, because this is the only chance the Warriors have of making any noise in the playoffs. Let's say they sprung this lineup on the NBA right at the beginning of the playoffs. Porzingis and Horford at the 5, Post at the 4, Melton, Dre, and Moody at the 3, and Stephen Paz at the guards. What do you think?
Run that. Okay, slow that down and do it one more time, Rod. What? Give me the lineup.
Porzingis and Horford rotating at center.
Yep.
At the 5. Quentin Post at the 4. Melton, Draymond, and Moody at the 3, and Stephen Paz at the guard.
I think you've got some people out of position. If I'm just being straight with you, Rod, I think that you've got some interesting names in there. You're starting by assuming some health for some people that I think
a lot, yeah.
Right, which is great. I mean, I'm I'm hopeful too, because that's the way we are. Like, why would we? Rod, thanks so much for the call. Quentin Post, though, to me is not a 4.
Melton is 6'2".
Yeah,
He's not a 3.
Melton's not a 3.
Yep.
And you sort of just kind of blew by the 2. I know you said Steph and Pods, but obviously
in
nobody.
The backcourt.
Right, but nobody plays all the minutes. Like, you're going to need more than 2 guards. Which is where Melton would factor in. I think
no mention of Gee, I think. So you could move Melton into that backcourt group, and you could put Gee in there with the group playing the 3.
Yeah, and I didn't hear Moody's name. Like, I think what Rod is getting at, though, is could the Warriors in the playoffs, let's assume full health, okay? And let's assume that they get out of, I don't know, just for fun, let's assume it's not the 8 seed. Let's say they get that 7-8 game, and they end up against San Antonio, and they are blessed with full health and ready to go. Are they scaring the Spurs or not?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think that they're scaring the Spurs. Could they compete and win a couple of games? Sure. I mean, if they're down 3-2, I guess that wouldn't be scaring them, quote unquote, but they can be a little bit of a dangerous team. I think that what he was trying to talk about was going to a, quote, bigger lineup where you've got, Porzingis at the 5 and you got Quentin Post. Both of them are 7 feet and taller. And if you have Draymond at the 3 who plays bigger than his size, now you're going to a little bit of a bigger team. But Steve Kerr tends to go the other way where you go to a smaller team. That's what I've seen.
Yep.
And maybe because he hasn't had like this many big people.
Yeah, or when somebody does the yin, you yang, like that, that's right, because that's how you do it sometimes in the NBA. Somebody goes big and you're like, we can't get a rebound. It's like, yeah, but you can go small and they can't run with you. You can do that for short stints. I'll put it this way. Maybe would they scare the Spurs is the wrong way to say it. The Spurs are better than the Warriors. The Spurs have an unbelievable young roster, but the Spurs have also never done this before. It's a full group that will have never gone to the playoffs. If I'm the Spurs and I'm kind of looking at the play-in tournament, the Golden State Warriors on one subject matter, I'm not going to say across the board, but in one subject matter is the team that I don't want to see.
Yeah, experience.
Because, they bring a bunch of championship metal, and you're new, and so that could feel like that's sort of one check in the Warriors' direction. The Spurs would have a bunch of other checks, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, experience is a big one when it comes to what we saw last year when Houston didn't really have that, and so you took them on and you were able to take them down in 7 games, and Buddy Hield had a great game in Game 7, and you barely survived, and then Steph got hurt, and the rest is history. But I think San Antonio is a little bit more polished than that Houston team last year, a little bit more buttoned up, so to say.
That's interesting. I think that certain parts of the ball, yes, maybe certain parts of the ball, no. I thought that Houston team last year had length and defense in ways that I don't think this Spurs team does. This Spurs team is more probably dynamic offensively top to bottom, more people they can go to score a bucket. But I don't know. I don't know how that would play out. They've got Wemby down low, which from a defensive standpoint causes this huge issue, but I don't think that the rest of the team is all that good defensively. I don't think in the backcourt San Antonio is very good defensively.
Yeah, and that's fair. And also, I mean, the way the Warriors play, they don't actually try to go in the paint and score. They'd rather not. I mean, they're the team that shoots more threes than anybody. So even if you have a guy 7'4" who is a great rim protector, you don't really go in there that often as a Warrior team. So you're probably not as daunted by that.
Marvin Livermore is next. Hi, Marv. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, I like the show. The reminiscing, I had season tickets for Oracle for 15 years, and there's so many shots that Steph made that lit up the crowd. I can't pick one.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that I think set Steph apart is when he came in the league, he couldn't dribble. And the game against the Clippers where he had Chris Paul running in circles, I think that's the time that you knew Steph was going to be great, because before that, every team would just press him and take the ball from him. But that day, I think that showed him that he could be the great player all-around player that he is today.
That's a great moment. You know how I sort of define, and thanks, Marv, I sort of define Steph by Countless times through the years, he has re-surprised us at how far he can go. You know what stands out?
How far back?
Well, no, like how great this is. It went from great shooter to great player, and then there's the playoff success, and it just kept going. He kept being like, wait a minute, it's not just I'm a great shooter. Then it's not just I'm a great player. Then it's not just I'm a champion. It kept going, like to the point where I remember, I think it was maybe in the 22 season or shortly thereafter, where after one of the games, NBA on TNT, and Shaq just leans forward and looks at everybody and goes, I'm kind of tired of leaving his name out of the absolute, like, all-time greats. Like, we're talking 3, 4, 5 people.
Yeah.
And we have got to start letting this guy in, because he just, every time he'd establish a new bar, he would then cross that bar.
Yeah, and the fact that he's doing it now and he's almost 38 and he's not quite the same player that he was, but he's still playing at a very, very high level. And, I'm thinking about just all the other shots that he's made. And the one that always stands out to me is the one against the Pelicans when Anthony Davis is closing out in the corner and he gets it off, and then Davis absolutely mauls him and puts him into the courtside seats, and that shot goes. I don't even think that they called a foul on that one.
They did not. No, the game should have ended right there.
And he got completely wiped out. And then you think about the shot over Wembanyama and the Olympics and all the rest of it. He does continue to, even though you think like, oh, he's amazing, he continues to do things that are even more amazing.
Adam in the city. Steve Kerr in just a couple of minutes. Hi, Adam. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love the show. This is kind of a spur-of-the-moment call. I'm at the Four Seasons where all the Lakers are.
Oh.
And talking about Lakers' future, Warriors' future, I am optimistic in Joe Lacob. And this guy, Jared Vanderbilt, is a specimen. I was just in the elevator with him. If you got this guy to shadow Draymond for a year, this guy is – I thought he should have came to the Warriors after the T-Wolves and – Portland. For a 3-and-D guy, this guy's got to be 7 feet tall. He is a freak of nature who would just be unbelievable in Steve Kerr's offense with how he likes to go little as a long-term solution of replacing Draymond. Let Draymond coach him up. I'd love to see this guy on the Warriors.
It's an interesting name, Adam. I mean, we get into when someone brings it up, there's all the functional stuff. Jared is under contract both this year and next year with a player option after that for the Lakers. But I will say, especially as a defensive presence, I like him. You can get a good look at him tomorrow night. Yep. He's in town.
Yep.
So, all right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He's here. Let's roll out to the River Islands guest line for Steve Kerr, presented by Great Clips in Sports. Success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Hey, Coach, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We've had some fun today because today, I wonder if you know off the top of your head, do you know what happened 10 years ago today?
Yeah, but only because Raymond Ritter has been talking to me about it for the last 6 weeks.
So, all right. So let's remind our listeners what happened, and then you need to take us through this moment through your eyes. Here it is.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
All right, is there any truth to the rumor that you called him over to the huddle after that and said, that's a bad shot, Steph. That's a low percentage look.
No truth to the rumor.
Right.
Mike Breen was correct. We had a timeout, and we didn't want to use it because we knew Steph had the ball, and a 40-footer for Steph's a good shot. So, yeah, we let him go.
I mean, you could have drawn up the same thing, I guess, in the timeout. You could have just called timeout and said, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have Steph, shoot a 40-footer. Does he make it so in those moments you are less likely to call timeout?
Yes, 100%, because
when you call a timeout, the defense has a chance to set up and substitute, their best defensive lineup in and talk about what might happen. And I'm always more prone to let our guys go than to call a timeout in those situations. But, anybody but Steph with only 5 seconds left off of a missed shot like that, you probably have to call a timeout because most people can't make a 40-footer, but, that shot is very, very makeable for him, and he just loves that moment so much that it's more likely to go in than not.
What do you remember about that game as a whole, Coach?
Well, as I said, Raymond's been reminding me of this, and we had to do a whole interview on it. Like everybody on the team who was there at that point, we've been beating this thing, to death for the last month in preparation for this day. And I keep telling Raymond, it was 10 years ago. Can we just move forward? But no, Raymond wants to keep hammering it home. We're going to celebrate this day. So here we are. We're still talking about it. But, yeah, what was the question? I forget.
Well, I just have this one, and we only about 11 more questions about the game after that. Is that okay?
Good. Yeah, I really want to revisit this.
All right.
Yeah.
What were you wearing that night, Coach?
Well, I do know I was in a suit and tie and not a quarter zip, so there was that.
Oh, do you want to weigh in on that, by the way? Because that's become a thing all of a sudden the last few weeks with sort of talking about coaches being back in suits again. What's your perspective?
Well, I got to tell you that when you pack for a 10-day road trip to just throw a couple of pairs of slacks and 2 quarter zips into your bag is awfully convenient. But there's no question coaches looked better back in the day in the suit and tie. But so yeah, I love the convenience of the modern casual wear. But those guys who are proponents for the suits, they're not wrong. I mean, it does look way better.
Yeah, I mean, you probably look good no matter what, quarter zip, suit, whatnot. So for you, it probably isn't that much of a deal. But you think about now, 10 years later, and your guy Steph Curry is still out there hoisting 35, 40-footers. Do you ever take a moment to think about those early days and then realize just, where you are now and how long you've been a part of Steph's life?
I think about that all the time, just how lucky I am to have this be my first coaching job and to inherit a team that was already really good with a young core. This doesn't happen, so I got really, really lucky.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs. Coach, it's a bummer that Steph and LeBron won't share the court again tomorrow with Steph not being quite ready to go. But LeBron in town did sort of bring this question to my mind. You've watched these careers coincide through the years, and I wonder how you feel the NBA has changed and what they had to do with it since the arrival of Steph and LeBron.
Well, first of all, they've been the torchbearers for the league, throughout their careers. Both guys are just such amazing symbols and players and voices for our league. And, getting the chance to coach LeBron 2 years ago in the Olympics was such a thrill, and to really get to know how committed he is, how passionate he is about the game, the preparation, everything that goes into it. So the league has just been incredibly fortunate to have those two guys as the faces of the league, these last couple of decades practically. How the game has changed, I think Steph has changed the game dramatically with the shooting. I mean, for all the reasons we know. I don't know that LeBron has changed the game as much as Steph, but he sort of took the mantle from, Kobe and Michael Jordan, that guy who is just head and shoulders above everybody athletically. And, but he's taken it to a new level with the versatility in his game. There's just never been a player like him. And it's obviously, displayed by his, all the incredible records, the scoring record and so many others. But also by the way the game has changed around him, in which he's helped, where we're playing positionless basketball. If you ask me what position does LeBron play, I have no idea. It doesn't matter. He's just a winner.
Coach, when you coached the two of them on the same team, I'd love to know kind of your observation in terms of who took the lead. And it's not even just the two of them. You've got a room full of alphas. When they all come together, how do all the alphas sort of decide who's the alpha?
Well, the beauty of it was it just happened pretty organically, and LeBron is definitely the more vocal of the two. Steph is a pretty quiet leader, leads by example. LeBron was very vocal, every shoot around, so engaged. He'd been through USA basketball and the Olympics many times before, so he understood just the urgency that was necessary for every single practice, and he showed that. And I think the guys all looked at him as the leader of the group. And then, you saw it in the gold medal game when we were being threatened by France. The guys all threw the ball to Steph, whether it was Kevin Durant or LeBron, Joel, all these guys who were MVPs and incredible players, they did all defer to Steph down the stretch. And that, to me, that was the ultimate sign of respect for Steph, that, here are the greatest players on earth, and they just respected him so much, and they knew that he was likely to make the shot, and he made like 4 of them, and they all kept throwing him the ball. It was incredible to watch.
Yeah, respect, but also intelligence, because the guy's on a heater. Can we go ahead and give him the ball? I wonder, Steve, about what you said earlier about changing the game, and he definitely changed the game. Steph did, and the way you guys have gone about playing. But Mark and I were talking earlier, 42% of all shots now are 3-point shots. Do you find that to be good for the game?
Well, whether it's good for the game or not, it's the league has gotten really smart. I think coaches are smarter than ever because we have more information than ever, and there's a lot of innovation that is happening. And we just understand now much better what's a good shot, what's not, and why. It's kind of the convergence of the analytics revolution with a younger generation of players that has grown up shooting more threes, and watching Steph and watching, how powerful the 3-point shot is. Personally, I would probably prefer fewer 3-point shots than what we're seeing now, but I get it. I think we'd take more than anybody in the league, and there's a reason for that. We're just trying to win, and so it's a tough thing for the league to really try to reconcile. If they do want fewer threes, I don't know how you do that, because I think what's happened is everybody's just optimizing efficiency.
I wonder, Steve, where you think this is going and what it means for players who are quote-unquote non-shooters. You've even referred to them this year at times. They can hit a 3, but they're not 3-point shooters, and the defense runs at them. Like Draymond Green, for example. How much room is there for unique players that are not 3-point shooters going forward?
Well, there's still room for guys who aren't 3-point shooters, but there's less room than there was before. Now, when I played, I retired in 2003. I would say at that point, every team had maybe 4 guys who were 3-point shooters. And now every team has 10, and so back then there were more room for specialists, the backup center who could use fouls against Shaq, for example, or the backup point guard who was really, a game manager who couldn't shoot, but who could really run the offense. And now there's fewer roles, but there still are roles, great defenders, great rebounders, playmakers, guys who can play multiple positions. But even those guys, we want them to be able to make an open 3 if possible.
Because that's the nature of the game right now. And you're describing, kind of without saying it, Draymond Green, somebody who you have to have defensively on the floor. How much is it incumbent on him to, be able to play without Steph Curry? Or do you really just kind of, hold his minutes back until Steph and he are both able to play?
No, we want him to play plenty of minutes while Steph is out. We just have to adapt what we're doing, and he's got to adapt what he's doing individually. And so that's been a big conversation, a topic of conversation here in the last week or two with the staff since Steph's been out. And actually it's been several weeks, but we're really leaning into other spots on the floor for Draymond. He's so used to being up at the top of the key with Steph in their two-man game. But without Steph, we're asking him to run to the corners, to run down to the block, to attack from different areas, and it's an adjustment for a guy who's played a certain way for 12, 13 years. It's a big adjustment, but he's done a really good job of that.
As he is every week, Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Steve, I described the team that you have right now earlier in today's show as a box of chocolates because you really do. It feels like we're not exactly sure what you're going to get. And there's the guys that don't do the back-to-backs, and there's the guys out healthy, and you've got these young players. To what level do you feel that way? Like there's a lot of unknown in terms of what you're going to get consistently from your guys right now.
I think that's fair, and some of that is the injuries, and some of it is that we have kind of adapted our style this year, and we're sort of morphing into a different team than we were a few years ago or even last year. And so when you have this process, this evolution happening, and all of a sudden you're playing two-way guys who most of Dub Nation has not heard from or heard of, like the case with Malafai Alliance the other night. I mean, it's different, but it's also fun, and I'm really enjoying it. The one thing that I can count on every single night is how hard these guys are playing, and it's been a good run here without Steph, even though we're deficient, in terms of top end talent. It's just really fun to see a group of guys go out and compete and play together. And that Denver game was one of the best games of the year. I think our fans loved it, as they should have. So there's a lot to take away from situations like these. You see Guy Santos taking on more and more offensive responsibility, creating scoring chances for us. It's really fun to see young players starting to blossom.
And you've got some guys like, Brandon Pajemski, who is now in his third year. He seems like he's starting to graduate into a bigger role, and Moses Moody as well. What have you made of those two and how they've been able to, in a short stint, be able to graduate into more responsibility?
Yeah, I mean, Moses has been probably our most consistent player now for the last 6 weeks or so. He's just shooting the lights out. He's there for us every night. He's guarding the opponent's best player. And you can see the comfort level, the confidence with Mo. I think BP too, over the last week or two, he's had some really big games. Those guys were both starters for the last 30 games of last season. So this isn't brand new for them, but with Steph out and Jimmy out, you see that there's more shots, more responsibility. And I think you see some of the confidence growing because of that.
Steve, what's going on with Kristaps Porzingis, and what is the expectation for tomorrow night?
Well, he's questionable for tomorrow. He was really sick last week, as you guys know, didn't go on the trip, but he's feeling better, and he practiced with us today, and so we'll list him as questionable. The hope is definitely that he'll be able to play tomorrow.
I know listeners are still, and I'd count even Dibbs and I among those who we're still trying to understand what the whole POTS thing is that Kristaps has dealt with before. So when he was sick this week, is it kind of under that umbrella, or was it just regular guy, regular sick?
You know, when I heard about the trade, I read about the POTS diagnosis, and then I called Anzi Sala, who was with us. He's now Atlanta's GM, and he's a good friend of mine. And I called him. I said, "Is this POTS story real?" And he said, "It's actually not POTS. It was not POTS." And so that was that was some misinformation that was out there. I don't know if anybody's asked him about it, but bottom line is whatever was bothering him in Atlanta that was keeping him out had nothing to do with the illness last week. So he was just sick. You know, there's a lot going around, as you guys know, and he was sick enough where he was losing a lot of fluid and contagious, and so we just kept him home, but he's doing a lot better now.
Steve, that's fascinating. I think that's actually like a humongous development that people don't know. I almost like the first thought that kind of goes through my mind is almost like, why hasn't that been maybe sort of trumpeted even more? I think that would make Warrior fans feel great about his potential health going forward.
Well, I don't really know what's out there. I just know that, we had internal discussions and I've talked to Kristaps and, he told me he's feeling good. And we haven't gone into depth with, his illness stuff, in Atlanta. But, I got confirmation that it was not POTS, but it was something else that was really difficult to figure out. And that's sometimes the case, even in this modern age where we, have a lot of answers. We never have all of them. And sometimes there's just mysterious stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. And at least now Mark and I and many of us now know what POTS is. And so, I mean, thanks, Kristaps, I guess, for, advancing my medical education just a little bit. While we're in the blue tent, so to speak, any thoughts about Steph Curry and how he's doing and, what he might be looking at as far as a return?
Yeah, we'll have an update on Sunday. I talked to him today. He's feeling better. He got some shots up today after practice, but we'll have a much more comprehensive update on Sunday when we have a better feel for everything.
A couple other things on that. First of all, just real quick, how's Draymond doing, and what's the thought there going into the weekend?
Yeah, Draymond's feeling good. He practiced fully today, so I expect him to play tomorrow.
And then is there it sounded to me like maybe he was pushing a little bit. Is there any chance that DeAnthony Melton will play back-to-back sometime soon?
There is a chance, but it's not something that I know, I can pinpoint when, but he is heading in a good direction, and we bumped his minutes restriction up. So he's playing more minutes in individual games, and the next step, hopefully, is that he'll play in back-to-backs. But I can't tell you exactly when that is. That'll be up to the training staff.
Sure. Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs. Steve, I want to ask you this, and in no way searching for some sort of a gotcha thing, but part of this is that you guys were in New Orleans earlier this week, and part of this is that Jonathan has debuted in Atlanta. When players move on from you guys, do you as an organization still keep an eye on them in a curiosity sort of way to see how they're performing and how that all looks?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I look at box scores every day anyway, but anytime we trade a guy, I want to see how he's doing, check up on him. So I've been looking at box scores for Buddy and JK and Trace, and hoping that they're playing well and getting a chance and that sort of thing. That's always kind of how it goes. And then over time, that sort of fades because the guys settle in on new teams and you get a feel for how they're doing, and you don't check it as carefully as you do right away after trades.
Did you get a chance to touch base with Kevon and JP when you were in New Orleans?
I did. I talked with both of them. Always great to see both guys. The beauty of being together, winning a championship together, you always have that bond, and I will feel close to those guys forever. And it was great to see them both. They're both really, really good guys, and I enjoyed coaching them. And we miss both guys for sure.
Steve, on Tuesday night, we're taking some listeners to the Sharks game. We're going to go watch Macklin Celebrini in person for the first time. What can you tell us about this? Not that we're going to get to meet Macklin or anything, but just wondering what you can add to what we're going to be looking at.
I can't really add much, to be honest with you, but I watched all their games during the Olympics. I mean, how incredible was that?
I mean,
competition.
Unbelievable,
yeah.
Peter.
The speed and the pace and the competitive desire. I mean, that's sports at its best. And I'm not a hockey guy, so I don't really know what I'm watching, but I do know what I'm watching. High-level competition and skill. The first goal scored in that gold medal game by the American guy when he basically balanced the puck on his stick and then flipped it forward and then scored. That was incredible, just unreal. And it was so fun for us to watch Macklin and to see the family in the stands and to talk to Rick, and text with Rick while it was all happening. We were all living vicariously through Rick. But Macklin is obviously a special talent, but part of what makes him special is the background, the family. Much like Steph, he just comes from such great stock, such wonderful people, and I think that's why he will be the Sharks face of the franchise for a long time to come.
Well, if you want to learn a little bit more about it, we have a suite Tuesday night. I know you don't fly to Houston till Wednesday. We can get you a spot, Steve, if you want to come to the game with us Tuesday night.
I appreciate it. I'll be watching, but I'll be on my couch next to my dog.
All right.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
right.
Sorry.
Choosing the dog over us, man.
Yep. Yet again.
I mean, yet again, yeah.
You just want to rest on a night off. Like what? Come on, Steve.
I know. I really should drive an hour and a half down to watch the hockey game. But,
come early and you can do the show with us. I mean, we got space.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, guys.
Solid. Yeah. I'll take that as a maybe.
All right. If you want rest, that's what you get. We'll let you go right now. Steve, thank you very much. Always great.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There he goes. Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs.
Yep.
Chris Stapps doesn't have pots.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, but the way Steve answered it, and
it was something else.
Correct.
And so I'm not going to pry on that. That is none of my business. But
yeah,
that's kind of a big development.
It is, to the extent that what's been reported that he has this thing called POTS, which is a syndrome. He apparently does not have that, but he's got something. So, I mean, is it MOTS? Is it GOTS? I mean, I'm only making light of it because
GOTS is right outside Chase Center and get yourself a good burger.
Yeah.
And I think you play well after that.
I had GOTS, and it was really good.
Yeah, I always feel good after GOTS.
Delicious, and they have a great soft serve as well if you want to partake.
Yes, they do.
So I don't want to guess what he has if it's not POTS, but
I don't want to get into that at all. However, and again, now I'm just piecing together what we heard Steve say. Is it sort of feels like whatever he was dealing with. I'm not saying that it couldn't come back, or I have no idea what the hell it was, but he made it sound like it was very much past tense.
I mean, I didn't really get it that way.
He just said what he was dealing with.
Right. And then, so, I mean, he was sick this week, but he was just like regular old sick.
Regular sick.
Okay.
We talked about that earlier this week, and everybody was sort of assuming that it had something to do with what he had been through before, and he was just sick.
Yeah, he was just sick. So, I mean, if that's the case, then...
a nasty cough going around.
We'll come on back. And, I mean, the flu this year was super nasty. And I know a bunch of us here in this building and in this studio in particular had it. But I wonder if it is something else that's not POTS, but it's something that he has to deal with. I guess we'll either find out or we won't. But
Well, I don't think we're necessarily going to find out what it is. Again, not our business, and I don't really care. What I want to know is, can Kristaps Porzingis string games together?
Right. So far, the answer is no.
Well, I don't even know how so far we've gotten.
Well, like Atlanta.
He played a game.
In Atlanta, he played like 5 games, and then he missed about a month.
But I'm going to do the same thing I've always done in my life, or I try to at least, when somebody gives me this big, lengthy thing about this person I've never met before, right? They had a good experience or they had a bad experience. It's like, okay, now I'm going to have my own experience. Once I meet the person, you start at ground zero. And that's how I'm going to view Kristaps Porzingis, the Warrior. What is this experience? And I'm going to accept that whatever their ramp up was around the All-Star break, they then came out, he played, and then he got sick. Now, we can be cynical about that. I won't call you wrong. I don't know. But we also could just be like, no, he played, and then he got sick, and they didn't want to be on a plane with him. So, we'll go from here, and if he can string games together from this point going forward, I'm going to take that as a positive, right?
He has missed some games, obviously, this season due to illness. I do also think it's important to say that a big chunk of the games he's missed this year were due to an Achilles tendon injury. Yeah. Not a full tear, but an actual physical injury, not an illness.
Right.
He missed basically the entire month of January with an Achilles injury.
Right.
Yeah.
And in fact, a lot of his listing on injury reports with the Warriors has been Achilles injury management. They've actually listed it that way at times.
Yeah, since they acquired him before he debuted.
Right.
After he debuted, it has been the illness. But yeah.
I mean, and that's not very encouraging in and of itself when you've got an Achilles issue.
But that is what it is. I mean, that was already there.
Right, of course. Yeah. And he's already had a long series of injuries. Forget whatever illness he's had now or in the past. He's had a bunch of injuries in his career. So to think that he's going to string together a bunch of games, I would not hold my breath over it. But yeah, you're a Warrior now and go out there and see if you can play. Right now he's been on the team for 5 games and he's played one of them.
Yeah.
1 for 5. Like Lucas and higher or lower.
He missed 4 games?
I believe so. I mean, from the time he got signed.
He played against Boston, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he didn't play the previous game.
He did not play against Denver because the previous game, Boston was his debut. He'd been on the Warriors for more than 5 games, actually, but there was the ramp up, and they held him out after the All-Star break. If we started at Boston, he played 1 and he's missed 3, right?
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you start at Boston, but I mean, he's been, the ramp up, sure. I mean, from when they traded for him and, you head into the deadline.
Well, there's always that.
Yes, especially when you don't play, like when you haven't played in a long time, which he hadn't played.
You got to sign some employment papers and, you know what I mean?
You got to pass the physical.
You got to get you got to get a photocopy of your driver's license, like all of that stuff. Social Security card. You know what I'm talking about.
I do, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Jonathan didn't play in Atlanta for a while either, and I know he had been dealing with an injury. So you come in, make sure everything's all copacetic, and then you put the guys out there. Kristaps went out there
and played 18 minutes,
and then he got sick.
Right. He got sick.
I guess I
don't know. I'm
going to accept that as just regular until I know otherwise.
I'm not going to not accept it, but I'm not going to judge it in any way other than by the fact that he is on your team and he doesn't play. So does he have the flu? Does he have COVID, long COVID? Does he have one of these other things that mimic POTS? And I just was doing a quick Google, and there are 7 different things that aren't POTS. Like he could have IST, or he could have
IST, the in-season tournament.
Inappropriate sinus tachycardia. Inappropriate sinus tachycardia.
The entire healthcare industry needs to stop with all of the letters.
Well, they do letters because you don't.
No, it's too many letters.
But the letters are there. That way you don't have to worry about, for example, what if I said to you, pneumococcal? And we hear the commercial all the time, pneumococcal pneumonia.
Yeah, pneumonia.
Okay?
Pneumonia in and of itself. It's like, why?
Do you know what that is? There's not enough caulk.
All right. I mean
pneumococcal.
Mr. Like, you're Mr.
We're in the
Conservative.
D process.
No, you're just, just all right. I mean, we don't have to be the most immature thing in the whole world.
Do I have EPI? And that's another commercial, right? And he might have EDS.
That's why they keep putting all of these into acronym form, because nobody can pronounce or understand what the hell all of it just looks like you barfed letters and came up with either a disease or an ointment. Why can't you just be normal?
He could have neurocardiogenic syncope.
Stop. It's just
he
letters.
Could.
It's too many letters.
He might have.
What is going on here?
Orthostatic hypotension, which is OH.
I mean, it works for him because his name is Kristaps Porzingis. He's got a lot of letters. But, like, I don't know.
He could have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's a syndrome. It's real.
Anyway, I don't know why does it have to be that way?
It doesn't have to be that way.
But it is that way. It doesn't need to be that way.
It has to be that way because, like, you don't want all these words. You want to keep it like, if I said to you IBS, I mean, you probably know what that is.
I don't. I don't know what IBS is.
Irritable bowel syndrome.
Oh, okay.
Kaboo.
Yeah.
In other words, you poo a lot.
Thanks, Tibbs.
You're welcome.
27 minutes, Willard.
I mean, good Lord.
All these things, they're letters. That way we don't have to, like, spell it all out. I'm not saying Kristaps has any of these. Hopefully he just had the flu. But I don't know. There's a reason why the reports were that he had some illness. I don't think that was just made up by Atlanta.
Well, sounds like it was.
Well, I don't think that it was made up.
No, whoever reported the POTS thing was wrong.
Right. But he might have IST or IBS or EDS or
whatever.
OMG.
Yeah.
Whatever. He might have something else. I don't know. Just all I care about is you play basketball.
EDS?
Play.
Isn't that when you, like, collect unemployment? Isn't that EDS?
No, that would be, I think that's EDD.
Oh, EDD.
Yeah.
All right.
EDS is Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a connective tissue disorder often linked to POTS.
But it's not POTS.
But he might have EDS linked to POTS.
Anyway.
Listen, I just want him to play basketball.
Me too. And I am going to continue to sit here and believe that Kristaps has every opportunity and possibility to play basketball for the Warriors until proven otherwise. Like, I'm going to keep thinking that. I'm going to keep thinking that this is what we know. We know that he's a very, very good basketball player, and we know that he's been through a lot. And will that continue? I guess it could. I also know that the Warriors acquired him. I understand they were in a spot, but they must have thought on some level there's some sort of a chance that he could do something, unless we are to believe, and I don't think this is crazy, by the way, are we to believe that what the Warriors did was just acquire the salary slot? They were so, right? Mike Dunleavy's the one who made the funny on the podium about if there's going to be a demand, there has to be demand. So if there's no demand for Kuminga, did it literally get to a spot where they're like, let's just unlock the money? Let's unlock his and Buddy's money. Maybe they did that. I'm open to that. Maybe they know that Kristaps has very little chance of playing, but they could spin it to their fan base because he has been a good player in his career. I don't know. Sounds like they're thinking he's going to play tomorrow night.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, they probably did both. They wanted to unlock the money, and they also wanted to see that maybe this guy who is a unicorn, if he can actually play, maybe we can actually have him come in and play well, because when he plays, he's great. So I do think that it was a little bit of a two-way move where, you unlock the money, as you said. The Buddy contract was not restrictive, but, Buddy goes and Kuminga goes, and now you've got a $31 million chunk
unlock $30 million
freedom. So, and if Kristaps can play, great. And if not, well, you've got that spot for the future.
Man, I mean, this is where we were a week and a half ago, where we sort of readied ourselves to be very, very intrigued with how this was going to look and would he be able to do stuff. And then, I guess predictably, it was a start-stop. But maybe he just had the flu. Like, maybe he just had the flu.
Right. I mean, who knows? Who knows? I'm not his doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm reading an article here from The Athletic where he is talking about, getting this like lack of ability to breathe and all that. And in the article, it says that he was diagnosed with POTS. And this is from...
Who wrote that article? And they're inaccurate.
Okay. That's from Fred Katz in The Athletic from October of last year. So, and, Chris Stapps is quoted in here talking about, he's so fatigued and blah, blah, blah. So, I don't know. I take Steve at his word because I'm sure he knows more about Chris Stapps and his medical than I do, than you do, than Fred Katz does. Yep. But, I mean, this is out there. So, I don't know. Clearly he has had something that has affected him.
There was one other surprise from Steve Kerr, too. He hates that game 10 years ago.
Come on.
Wow. I mean, he was done with it. He's sick of it. He's sick and tired of that game 10 years ago.
The way he laid it out was that Raymond Ritter has made this a thing.
Right.
And so he's probably been bombarded by, questions and reminders and all the rest of it.
I mean, hello to being a head coach in the NBA. He hasn't been bombarded by this game the same way he was bombarded about Kuminga for 2 years. Like, that's why interviews and press conferences and media availability is tough on these guys. They've got to do the same thing over and over and over and over and over again.
Right, but he's doing that right now with this team and all the Kuminga and the trade deadline and this team, and then now you have to go back 10 years. Like, what do you remember about 10 years ago today? Well, I mean, I was in a suit. Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
But I get it. And, no one's going to sit here and cry over a guy making $16 million having to answer questions. But
he probably remembers getting in a shouting match with Draymond at halftime.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we probably should have asked him about that part of it.
Yeah. Shouting matches with Draymond. Who hasn't?
Right? Was that 10 years ago or 10 minutes ago?
Exactly.
Can't remember.
Was that before or after Steve Kerr got caught on the sideline saying, "I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond"? I feel like it was after. He was already sick of him. Yeah. Everybody, come on. Your coworkers. You get sick of each other sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Right?
Any minute now.
Are you and I hanging out all weekend long?
No. I mean, I'm going to unfollow you on Instagram.
But then you won't see the pictures of my daughter.
Yeah.
It's her birthday today.
Yep.
She's 17.
It's awesome.
I got a 1 and a 7 balloon.
Happy birthday to Ella.
And I taped him to the ceiling.
It's pretty cool. Did you do presents in the morning?
Yeah, we're right when you wake up.
That's awesome.
Come upstairs. There's some donuts. There's some coffee. Her favorite coffee.
Yep.
Open your presents.
She drinks coffee?
Yeah, like me, the foofy iced.
Okay. Yeah.
Sugar, like a Lucas coffee.
What'd she get
for her presents?
Birthday, yeah.
Oh, I got her a jacket. We're gonna send her to Chris Stapleton.
Wow. Okay.
At Shoreline this summer. I got her a fleece.
Nice.
Her brother got her a long sleeve. Her other brother got her a Sephora gift card.
Sephora, there it is.
What's up, Valkyries? Yeah. Bunch of stuff.
Awesome.
Stuff.
Good for her.
Yeah. All right. We're sponsored by Planet Fitness. I was going to say my IG, but then I realized I'm sending people to go see pictures of my daughter.
No, don't do it.
Creeps, go away.
Totally.
It's MT Willard. But anyway, it's Willard and Dibs.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits. And with most clubs open 24 hours, you can give everything you've got. Save $28 or more when you join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. See club for details.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he's still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowe's.com/same-day delivery.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
On 95.7 The Game.
How much longer until we start getting curious about Victor Bericotto?
What'd you say to me?
Victor Bericotto.
I mean, how long until we even think about him at all?
Who are you?
Exactly.
I'll tell you who he is. He is
Vic Bericotto.
He is a prospect with the San Francisco Giants. Currently ranked somewhere in like the high 20s on the Giants prospect list. But remember last week when the Giants' first spring homer came? And I'm like, I give you 1,000 guesses and you won't be able to tell me who hit this homer. And the name was Victor Bericotto. Well, today he's gone and done it again.
Again?
And this time it was a grand slam against the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Adios, Bericotto.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, Grandy. I got a 3.
Bericotto so far on this spring, like this is your classic.
What? Are you kidding me?
Someone every year is the camp darling. And you're like, wait a minute. Is he going to make the club out of nowhere and take over this league and become the next big thing? Well, maybe not. But right now, okay, are you ready? On base plus slugging.
OPS.
Is your OPS. Bericotto's OPS. Are you ready for this now?
I'm ready.
It's 2,000, Dibs.
2,000?
OPS is 2,000 so far. 2 for 3 with a grand slam today. And Bericotto is hitting 625 so far at Giant Spring Training with 2 big flies, and one of them was a grand slam against the Dodgers.
He's hot. He's on the track.
He's an outfielder.
Last year he had 12 home runs.
Go Dodgers.
In Richmond.
He could platoon with Jung-Hoo Lee in right field.
Last year he had an OPS of 1,480 for the Giants in the ACL.
Yeah.
The Arizona Complex League.
Is that what ACL stands for?
Apparently. He did it 12 home runs in Richmond, AA.
I thought it was the thing that you tear and you're out for the year.
It is, but only if you're a Niner, thanks to the substation. And,
nice.
Sacramento, he actually played 11 games last year in Sacramento, so it's not like he's come out of absolutely nowhere, but sure, Bericotto, I'm here for it.
He's 24, and he can swing it. He can swing it now.
Yeah. He's 24, which means he makes the club, and he is 6 years away from being able to actually make money. So that's kind of fun. He's pretty armed 8 right now.
I don't know how he's going to make the outfield thing for the Giants. Can be interesting this year. I don't know how they're going to necessarily play the deal. I know that Matos does not have any options left. There's another one too. Might be Gerard Encarnacion. I can't remember, but a couple of the guys don't have options. And then there's Drew Gilbert, who's over there gyrating and stuff. And, he knows the manager really well. And I know who the 3 outfielders are going to be. I just don't know. I don't know who's going to be behind them. I don't know who the other outfielders are going to be.
Could be Bericotto. Could be Gilbert. And, we'll have to find out how this all works out and whether or not Bryce Eldridge actually makes the club coming out of camp.
Bryce Eldridge, he's been doing all right. He had a big fly the other day. Eldridge
struck out a bunch today.
Just twice.
Bryce.
He went 1 for 3.
You see what Luis Ariz did today?
I saw him get out of the way of a heater of a fastball that was up and in.
He drew a walk.
Yeah, I saw that. It was actually the same at bat. He got out of the way.
Way to go, Luis.
Yeah.
And then he got pinch ran for.
Yeah, but Luis Ariz's OPS is 872, Grandy.
That'll do in the regular season.
Yep. Yeah, sure will.
I'll admit I'm wrong if he does that in the regular season.
I got Ariz getting 872.
I'm going to spring training this year.
Fun?
Yeah, I'm going to go.
I got the Giants going 82 and 75.
I'm going right up against right at the end. Right at the end. Plus, I'm going to also go to a Suns game and see if they can lose. Because, right, I'm a root for the other team.
Yep. Who are they playing?
Bucks.
Okay. Good luck with that. The Bucks.
Maybe Giannis will be back by then.
Maybe. I doubt it.
Yeah.
Ryan Rollins, forever warrior, the one that got away. He'll be out there.
Yeah. Anyway, glad you're with us today. Steve Kerr, by the way, Grandy, is Kerr going to make an appearance at all in the 6 o'clock hour?
He's hitting leadoff.
He's hitting leadoff. What else stood out to you? That was kind of a wide-ranging conversation with Steve today.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he still watches Kuminga, and he watches all his guys, and he hung out a little bit with JP and Kevon Looney. Just the idea of, following box scores and, I guess we could have gone further down the JK road, but, I mean, what are you going to say? Like, do you regret it already 2 games in?
Well, he's going to say, like, I'm rooting for him. Yeah. There's no ill will. And I don't even know that that's untrue. Like, what I know about that relationship, yes, it got very, very tense, but I don't know, and this is why we got into that whole thing about personal or not. I don't know that they, hate each other. I don't think they ended up enjoying working with each other, but I don't know if it's I don't like that guy as a person. I don't know. Maybe Jonathan feels that way. I really don't know. I don't think Steve feels that way. So, honestly, if this does end up putting egg on the Warriors' face, the way Jonathan plays in Atlanta, I know a lot of people are like, this is going to especially really look bad on Steve. I don't think Steve's going to be around for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know how much longer Steve Kerr is going to be the coach of the Warriors.
I wonder, and, I think about next year, and if you have what you have right now, which is a little bit of unfinished business, and you've got Steph who is dealing with the runner's knee, and Draymond Green's got the back, and Jimmy's out until maybe December or January. Feels to me like Steve Kerr would want to have one more chance at it with this. Like, Kristaps or not, I do think that if I'm Steve Kerr, and I'm not, but I would look at it and say, you know what? One more try. Let's do one more year.
I agree with you.
And then, if next year doesn't happen and Draymond's done with his contract and Jimmy's done and Steph either is done or he's not done, it's not a last dance, but one more shot.
Not a last dance, but I mean, the bigger question is, I think we all sort of believe Steph plays beyond next year. And Steph has always sort of been a big proponent of Steve Kerr being his coach. So what happens then?
Yeah.
And I think the way next year plays out and the way the rest of this year plays out sort of puts a shade on that whole thing. I know a lot of people think that this is Steve's last year. At this point, I would be surprised.
Yeah.
If this is it for Steve.
Me too. And even Steiny today actually kind of gave me some credit.
For
saying that I don't think it's Steve's last year. He's like, yeah, I was thinking about what Dibley said. And he calls me Dibley. And it's
well, that's when he doesn't like it.
Well, it's a little off-putting, and he's like, yeah, I was thinking about what Dibley said about Steve Kerr coming back, and I'm starting to, lean his way.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steiny. How you like me now? Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is such a D.
There's 2 Ds, Dan and Dibley.
Well, there's that D drop, and then
we're in the D process.
Thank you. I mean, I didn't even have to lead him into it.
Well, I do want to. I want to leave the week with this real quick because it's been 2 straight weeks of a lot of you trying like hell to get into this knockout tournament, and then a lot of you not being yacked in at the right time, and that's fine. You have lives. It's okay. I'm not mad at you. I just want to say, first of all, we really, really appreciate all of the effort that you've put in. And congratulations to those of you who were able to grab your knockout spot. For those of you who had a name get called and you didn't get here in time, that really stinks. But on some level, without any detail yet, this ain't over yet. The story's final chapter has not been written.
Yep.
Kind of like the Warriors themselves.
I like that. And unfortunately, this week's chapter has been written, and it's a little unsatisfactory without, hey, there they are.
Oh, that's a good point.
The best sports boys on town.
What was that, sir?
Speaking of not being yacked in.
Seriously.
What the hell happened there?
I mean,